Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 1. Oscar Tour of Monet Village. Two bright suns started peering over the horizon, followed by the crowing of the roosters. The dawn brought forth a gentle breeze that swept over the fields of swaying grains. On a hill overlooking the large fields of grain, young Oscar hummed a simple tune while flipping through an aged book. Its frail pages, yellowed by age, did not crumple or wrinkle under Oscar's delicate touch. His obsidian eyes followed the words on the pages. Oscar. Oscar heard his mother calling for him and staggered on his numb legs, tumbling down the hill but grasping the book to his chest. The dizzy spell from the fall lasted a short moment, and Oscar was relieved to find the book was all right. Coming, mother! Oscar shouted and sprinted through the fields of grain. In the distance was a small house with a chimney spewing smoke. Oscar smiled, seeing his mother at the entrance with her arms crossed. Hurry up! His mother, Gwen Tur, shouted with her arms crossed. She was a middle-aged woman with rough brown hair and eyes but a rosy complexion. She wore a simple dress with a brown vest. Her usually kind eyes narrowed at Oscar's appearance. There was a mess of grass, dirt, and straw all over Oscar's brown pants and white shirt. She stomped ahead and pinched her son's rough cheek without remorse. First, you made me worry about your lateness, and now you come back in this dirty mess? Come in. Gwen dragged her son inside. Oscar meekly followed, scratching his head. He could understand why his mother was so anxious today. Today was the enrollment day for the Blue Ocean Pavilion, and everyone in the village was looking forward to it. Gwen rubbed a wet towel over his face and black hair to clean the dirt. Mother, that hurts. You do this on such an important day. You know the Blue Ocean Pavilion is taking in students. You need to make a good impression. Gwen scrubbed harder, inducing more groans from Oscar. I don't think they would care about my looks as long as I have Exaltia. Oscar took a dry towel to wipe his face. Recalling the previous years the Blue Ocean Pavilion came to conduct their test and their explanations. Exaltia was the core that existed in all living things that allowed them to become exalts, the practitioners of the mystic way of Ein. Ein was the quintessential energy that encompassed all of existence. It was in the air, the ground, the water, and every living thing. Exalts used their Exaltia core to absorb the Ein around them to further their power and Ein, becoming capable of great feats. Oscar remembered reading tales of Exalts sending forth a great downfall of rain and other awe-inspiring feats. However, this was only possible if a person had an Exaltia core. The Exaltia was divided into separate grades from 1 to 9. Grade 1 was the bare minimum required for someone to be able to absorb Ein, with each subsequent grade allowing them to absorb even more. However, it was said that Exaltia was related to bloodlines and certain bloodlines had higher chances of manifesting an Exaltia core. Oscar understood his prospects were not the best because his parents did not have an Exaltia core. They were a family of regular folks. I'll probably be like mother and father, Oscar grumbled, but Gwen heard it and patted his head with a smile. Don't worry, there's always a chance that you might have the potential. Even if you don't have one, you can still live happily here. Gwen hugged her son. Oscar smiled and got out of Gwen's hug, going outside. He was happy to live here with his parents but was interested in becoming an Exalt. Ever since he saw an Exalt from the Blue Ocean Pavilion fly down, he yearned to do the same. I could travel from place to place, meet all kinds of people and read books from everywhere. Oscar looked longingly at the sky. I can only hope. But mother is also right. Son, what's got you so down? A vibrant man called out. It was Oscar's father, Henry Tur. He had tanned skin from working outside for years, a frazzled bed of black hair, well-toned muscles, and obsidian black eyes like Oscar. Henry was seated on a horse that was pulling a cart with wheels. Nothing, father. Oscar turned around and shouted, Mother, father is here. Gwen took large steps while holding a basket of small foods for breakfast. Let's hurry and leave. Oscar got into the cart with his mother, munching on the bread and cheese in the basket. Oscar's father, Henry, snapped the reins, and they departed from their farm and headed to the village. As they departed, Oscar took in the scenery before him. He loved roaming around the wide fields of grain, feeding the horses in the stables, and roaming the vast forests stretched to the ends of the horizon. Even if I become an Exalt and see all kinds of views, I'll still miss this place. Half an hour passed, and Oscar was still in the cart with his family. Henry and Gwen were still talking until another cart caught up to them. Hey, Ters, fine morning, isn't it? The man looked similar to Henry but with amber hair. Inside the man's cart was a young girl with scarlet red eyes and hair. Oscar looked at the girl with a smile. Carlson, I thought you'd still be sleeping and missed this. Isabella looks pretty as always. Henry laughed. The pair was Carlson and Isabella Thorne. They were the farm next to the Ters, so the two families were well acquainted. Oscar had known Isabella since they were children. While the parents were talking, Oscar made small talk with Isabella. How are you doing, Isabella? Isabella beamed with a smile, showing her pearl-white teeth. Oscar recalled the village nickname for Isabella, the Monnet Rose, a very fitting title. Oscar looked at her supple rosy cheeks and long eyelashes, feeling his heart skip a beat for a moment. I'm excited. I have a chance to become an Exalt. Isabella clenched her hands together as if in prayer. If I become an Exalt... Isabella quieted down suddenly. If you become an Exalt, what? Oscar tilted his head in confusion. Nothing. Isabella sighed and looked at the aged book in Oscar's hand. Still reading so many books? Aren't you worried about your chances? Isabella asked. Books help me calm down. You know that. I am worried, and I want to become an Exalt. It's been my dream. Oscar frowned, but his brows loosened as his mouth curled up after turning toward his parents. But I know I have a home here too. If I cannot become an Exalt, that's the end of that chapter in my life. But I do hope I become one. Isabella crossed her arms and sighed, mumbling, ridiculous, sorry, nothing. Isabella looked away. Is that breakfast? May I have some? The two ate their breakfast as they came closer to the village. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a paved road with a scattering of rough cobblestone houses around. We're here. Ah, this place is always crowded at the enrollment times. Hopefully, we can finally have an Exalt from our village. Carlson looked around the crowd that was gathering around a stone platform. Back then, the proctor determined that he had no inherent Xianxia and was left depressed. But his family comforted him, and he moved on from those dreams. He looked affectionately at his daughter. He hoped she could pass. Even if she failed, he would make sure she lived a good life and married a good man. Speaking of a good man, Carlson turned his attention to Oscar, who was looking around in wonder. Oscar would surely take care of Isabella. He had watched the two grow up. If nothing else, they would have each other. Oscar, what are you doing? Isabella noticed Oscar mouthing off silently. I'm trying to count everyone here. It's always amazing at this time. Isabella chuckled at Oscar's silliness. She felt more at ease due to his antics. The clamors and ruckus brought up by the crowd in their excitement incited the animals nearby to stomp their hooves. However, all of this was overwhelmed by a loud, deafening boom that resounded from the skies. An Exalt! Someone yelled, pointing up. Oscar gazed at the sky. There was a ship 100 meters long, with sails on its sides instead of a mast traversing through the air. On its deck was a man who jumped down and flew down, landing softly on the stone platform. I am Lewis Walsh, the proctor for this year's enrollment. His voice magnified, echoing through everyone's ears. Lewis Walsh was clad in the Blue Ocean Pavilion's spectacular blue linen clothes. His eyes were sharp, and his chin broad. He radiated an intimidating aura that made the crowd step several feet away from the platform. Oscar felt his spine shiver at a single glance from Lewis. It was an instinctual fear, as if Oscar was a helpless mouse before a predator. Let all the youths that have reached 15 years of age come forth. At Lewis's instruction, the parents in the crowd began to push and encourage their teenagers to go forward, but many were still fidgeting, nervous about coming forward. Isabella strode forward with Oscar, her eyes fixated on Lewis. Her actions encouraged the others to follow suit, and they moved to the stone platform. Lewis nodded when all the prospects had gathered and unveiled a clear crystal orb. The Blue Ocean Pavilion has made a decision. Those with grade 4 or higher will be accepted while the others will be rejected. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some stomped their feet and swore, while others bowed and pleaded to overturn the decision. It was hard enough for their small village to have someone with even grade 1, Now, they had to be at least grade 4. How fair was this? Silence! Lewis stomped his foot, cracking the stone platform. The pavilion's decision is final. We have done this due to the high amount of deaths amongst the lower grades. Accept it. Oscar and everyone else audibly gulped as sweat flowed down their forehead. Their hands were pale as fear overwhelmed them. You, step forward and place your hand on the orb. Lewis pointed at a boy on the platform. The boy shuddered and froze like ice, but Lewis's threatening eyes prompted him to move. The boy gripped the orb with a pleading look as if praying. But the orb did not do anything, remaining as transparent as ever. Nothing, that means you have no Exaltia. Rejected. Next, Lewis coldly waved the boy off the platform. The boy could not resist as the air locked around him, forcing him into the crowd. I said next. Lewis directed another youth to step forward. But the crystal did not shine for her at all. More and more people were brought up but rejected. None had an Exaltia core, but then someone finally made the orb react. However, he was only in grade 3. The grade 3 examinee pleaded with Lewis that it was just one grade. He claimed he could make up the difference by himself. But his cries fell on deaf ears as Lewis blew him back to the crowd. Seems this batch is not any good. Lewis was one of many proctors deployed all over the brilliant Drake Empire. Of course, as an Exalt, it was beneath him to do menial tasks. But the better talented students a proctor could bring back, the more rewards they would receive. He was frustrated that he drew this backwater place. The reasoning was the slim chance a mutation could occur where a person could have powerful Exaltia without any pedigree or background. Why was I so unlucky? Why couldn't I have drawn a city? Lewis pointed at a certain scarlet-haired girl, Isabella. Isabella took several deep breaths and placed her hands on the orb, staring without blinking at it. The crystal shone a bright silver that startled the crowd and Isabella. Lewis's eyes went as wide as saucers with his jaw hanging down. His previous majesty and sharpness seemed like a lie compared to his improper demeanor now. Grade 8. You have grade 8 Exaltia. You're a prodigy. Lewis was still in shock until a wide smile appeared on his face. He never expected such a gem here. Bringing such a talent would be a great boon to him. Carlson, Henry, and Gwen were ecstatic as they cheered for Isabella. The people around them looked on in jealousy, thinking why it wasn't their child who had such talent. Isabella broke out with a wide smile that enchanted several young boys there, but they knew there was no chance for them now. This girl would surely climb to the top as an Exalt. Oscar was also dumbfounded by what had occurred. He never imagined that Isabella would have such talent. Good for you, Isabella. He gave a thumbs up. Stand by me until the tests are finished. Lewis regained his composure and moved on to the other candidate, Oscar. You're the last one. Oscar stepped forward. Lewis observed Oscar had come together with Isabella. Is it possible that he also has talent? Lewis looked expectantly at Oscar. Oscar quickly gripped the crystal. It immediately shone a scarlet red. Henry and Gwen did not know the meaning of this color and grasped each other's hands. Lewis did not put on an excited face that dampened their hopes. They were worried. Why hasn't Lewis announced the result? Sir, what grade do I have? Oscar eagerly awaited for Lewis to speak but realized the Exalt looked slightly disappointed. Oh, yes, you have grade 4 Exaltia. You've just met the cutoff. Lewis had his hopes too high and accidentally let his disappointment show. He was embarrassed to have made such a mistake. Grade 4 was just normal, nothing too special compared to grade 8. You've passed. Congratulations. Oscar stepped up next to Isabella. He was a bit down that he did not have Exaltia like Isabella. Lewis clapped his hands together and addressed the crowd. These two children are the only ones to pass the requirements. I will take them over to the Blue Ocean Pavilion tomorrow morning. Oscar looked at his parents, who were weeping with joy. Although he didn't think it'd happen, it did. He was going to be an Exalt. His heart trembled as he broke out into a wide smile under his parents' cheers. Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 2. Advancement and Anima. You make sure to behave, all right? Gwen wept as she hugged her son, Oscar, tightly. Mother, you're going to break my spine. Oscar flailed his arms, trying to escape so he could breathe, but his mother squeezed harder in response. Henry managed to separate his wife from Oscar before he could suffocate to death. Gwen's face was messy with tears. Henry held it together better than his wife, but his obsidian eyes were slightly wet. "Don't worry, mother. Father, I'll visit the next chance I get." Oscar was also crying, but not as much as his mother. He held his parents' hands with a sad smile. "When I return, I'll be a powerful Exalt and take you both to live without worries." "Idiot, you'll always be our greatest worry." Henry embraced his son. His stoic, sturdy body exuded a comforting warmth that made Oscar feel at peace. Oscar turned to the platform in the town square. A large crowd had gathered again today. Even though only Oscar and Isabella were leaving with the Exalt, they still came to see them off. "Hey, Ter family." Carlson Thorne arrived with his daughter Isabella. Her face was the definition of excitement. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes were frantic. "Sorry for being a bit late. We just said our goodbyes to Clara." Clara was Carlson's wife and Isabella's mother, who passed away 10 years ago. "It's only proper to visit Clara. She would have been so proud of you, Isabella." "Thank you, Auntie." Isabella thanked Gwen before glancing at the platform. Louis had not arrived yet, but she stepped onto the platform with measured and steady feet, unlike before. "Well, I'll be off." Oscar waved goodbye to his parents and skipped through the massive crowd onto the platform. Everyone stared weirdly at the large backpack he had. Isabella looked curiously at the bag. "Why do you have so many things?" "It's all my books. I have some stories about Exalts, guides on survival, indexes about wildlife." Oscar gave a thumbs up to Isabella, who just rolled her eyes. "I don't think you would need so many books." "Nonsense. Books are precious in any situation." Isabella sighed and looked longingly at the sky. As answering her wish, the skies quaked as a large boat with white sails flew in from behind the clouds. Its bottom looked similar to a boat's hull, but had 6 holes on the bottom that glowed brightly with flames that spun around. Oscar looked at the large boat with wonder. It was an airship, a great vessel that carried people around while staying in the sky like a bird. He had never seen one before because their village wasn't on the usual path for airships, and they never had any business in the nearby city where a port existed. Louis Walsh was on the ship's deck and jumped off, landing in front of Oscar and Isabella. His eyes barely registered Oscar but lingered on Isabella. "The Blue Ocean Pavilion granted me the use of this airship for the safe transportation of our new students." "What was your name?" "Isabella Thorne, Great Exalt." Isabella bowed before Louis and replied politely. "Ah, Isabella, no need to lower yourself so much. With your great talent, it's only time before you surpass me." Louis embarrassingly rubbed his head. He did not tell any lies. Those with grade 8 were monstrous talents compared to him. "Well then, let's go." Louis took Oscar and Isabella by the hand and flew upward to the airship. Oscar and Isabella were flustered the whole way up. The sensation of the flight made their bodies tremble. On the boat, they took heavy breaths as their bodies felt tight. Louis smiled at their reactions. He experienced similar nausea the first time he took flight. "If you become powerful Exalts, you will learn how to fly. Come, your accommodations await." Louis led them inside the airship. The halls were sparkling white and lit with crystals. Oscar and Isabella admired the craftsmanship and beauty of the halls along the way. Finally, they reached a set of doors that revealed a luxurious interior. The bed inside was large and with the whitest cloth Oscar and Isabella had ever seen. The room was grand, with an outside view and a water fountain that made a soothing, flowing sound. Oscar was excited to be in such a room but noticed a strange peculiarity. He turned to Louis and asked, "I only see one bed. Are we meant to share one bed?" Louis felt awkward at the question and coughed slightly. "Boy, this room is only meant for Isabella. Your room is somewhere else." Oscar noticed the discrepancy in how Louis talked to Isabella and him. He treated Isabella with a tinge of respect and openness, but he did not even note Oscar by name and talked indifferently. But Oscar kept his complaints inside his mind, but his face scrunched a bit. He could not ruin this chance to become an Exalt just because of a difference in treatment. After saying goodbye to Isabella, who decided to lie down on her bed and enjoy her room, Oscar and Louis moved on. As they walked more, Oscar felt weird but kept his mouth tightly shut. Eventually, they entered a room. "This is your room." Oscar looked around and frowned. The bed was plain, not as gorgeous as Isabella's, and not even covered with the same quality sheets. There was no fountain or an outside balcony, not even a window to brighten it up. Oscar took a deep breath and put down his things. He felt his irritation building up and tried to calm down. "I'll speak with both of you after you've settled in. Meet me outside in 30 minutes. Louis did not want to continue babysitting and left to have his own private time. Oscar immediately closed the door and plopped right onto the bed. He left out a huff of air, displaying his frustration. What's with this blatant favoritism? Is having a grade 8 Exaltia that different from grade 4? Oscar knew there was a difference in talents in all fields, like how some folks were better bakers than others. But eventually, they all reached the same level through continual practice. He decided to clear his mind and rest until he had to meet Louis. Oscar and Isabella stood on the airship's deck. They could see so far into the distance of mountains and forests on top of this ship. Oscar felt it was a pity he could not just stare out all day. "Now then, I'll explain some of the basics of Exalts and answer your questions." Louis, who was waiting on the deck. Oscar's eyes shone after hearing this. Even though he felt indignant at his treatment, he never let that affect his eagerness for knowledge. "You are most likely aware of the different grades of an Exaltia core. The higher the grade, the faster and better the core can absorb iron. But the other benefit is the advancement," Louis said. "Advancement?" Oscar asked. "Every Exalt can be categorized in particular realms or levels. Exalts advance from one realm to the next. Each subsequent advancement means becoming a stronger Exalt and having a longer lifespan. All Exalts start from the apprentice level. They are not much different from ordinary mortals and have 100 years of lifespan. But they are stronger and can utilize spells. As an apprentice Exalt becomes stronger, they reach a point to advance to the elite level. An elite Exalt has 150 years of lifespan. After elites are the Knight Exalts. It is the rank where you can fly like me. They have 200 years of lifespan. Then there are the Martial Exalts with 300 years of lifespan. Lastly, there is the King Exalt with 500 years of lifespan. King Exalts can overturn mountains and oceans with a flip of their hand. Are King Exalts the last stage? Oscar posed another question, but Louis was unbothered. Fresh recruits often had many questions. There are rumors of more powerful Exalts above the King Exalts. However, I do not know what they are. Also, such a level is far from where you and I are, so it's not necessary to talk about them. Then the grade of the Exaltia core we possess means how easily we can advance from one level to the next. Isabella asked. Precisely, Louis praised. Grades already determine the speed of progress, but it also determines how easily one can advance. Pretend that there is a wall that blocks you from moving forward. Advancement is like trying to break through this wall. Higher grades can tear down the walls better. Grade 9s have the easiest time in advancing to the next realm. Lower grades may require far more effort to break through that wall. However, grade 8s are also quite good. He looked at Isabella with great interest but then turned to Oscar with a sigh. Grade 4s are not slow, but they aren't that fast either. The issue is the wall. Some lower grades spend their entire lives unable to advance and die. Oscar frowned. He did not think there would be such a difference in the Exaltias. No wonder Louis favored Isabella. She had a superb chance of becoming a powerful Exalt. As long as I progress before my lifespan ends, I still have a chance, right? Oscar was not deterred. Louis was shocked to see Oscar's calmness and determination. Usually, so many lower grades lament their luck and try to make excuses. That is extremely tough. Also, even if you manage to progress at the tail end of each lifespan, there is still one glaring difference between Exaltia cores. A screeching roar echoed through the sky as Louis was about to speak. Oscar and Isabella were shaky and fell to the floor, looking around in fear. In the distance, a large creature flapped its wings with tremendous force, creating large gusts with each swing. It was covered in black feathers and had a large beak, but it oddly had 6 talons. An Exalt beast. They are our counterparts, beasts of Ein. I must have made a mistake in the direction and steered the ship into a danger zone. Louis frowned. He was too delighted in having found a grade 8 talent that he neglected his duties. But he soon smiled as this provided an opportunity. This creature is the six-talon abyss crow. It is quite powerful. Lewis chuckled at the frightened pair. This is a good opportunity. Let me show you rather than explain. As the six-talon abyss crow flew high, another piercing cry resounded before the beast dove straight for the airship. Lewis put out his hand, and an incredible vortex of flowing substance gathered around. Oscar was confused because it was blazing like flames at times but also surging and smooth like water. This is the Ein, and now see this. The substance that was the Ein gathered and collected into Lewis's hand before it took a form. Before the bewildered gazes of Oscar and Isabella, it became a two-sided axe. The blades of the axe were wide, and the handle was long. The six-talon abyss crow staggered in the air before coming to an abrupt stop mid-dive. One could see the fear that was laden in its pale eyes. Too late, Lewis threw the axe, and in an instant, the crow's head was split from its body, spewing out a torrent of blood. With a wave of his hand, Lewis kept the blood from spilling on the boat, and it fell to the distant ground. In his other was a large orb that he quickly put away. This is the other aspect of an Exalt, their anima. Lewis showed the axe to the pair, and it suddenly faded away, disappearing. The anima is yourself, another form of your soul and being. Can be anything like weapons, beasts, and more. My axe anima is connected to me and wholly my own. However, its power and quality are limited by my Xianxia grade. Oscar focused his attention on every one of Lewis's words. The grade of Xianxia represents the strength of the anima. An anima of a higher grade is intrinsically stronger and more capable than a lower grade. In battles of life and death, the difference between anima can make the winner. That is the main reason why higher grades are coveted. They have fewer barriers to advancement, and their animus are powerful. Sir, how do we find our anima? Oscar never saw anything like an anima at any time in his life. When you first become an apprentice Exalt, the form of your anima will be clear. Isabella could not help but wonder about her anima. Since her Xianxia was grade 8, the anima would be wondrous. However, she remembered Oscar next to her. Poor Oscar, she looked at him with a look of pity. Oscar crossed his arms in deep thought. He racked his head about the problem of anima and finally asked, "How do I overcome the difference in anima?" Anima isn't the end-all be-all of Exalts. Exalts also use spells and strategies to defeat their enemies. Anima helps out in the power of your abilities, so the ways to outdo a higher anima would be to have counters against its specific type or to have a deeper mastery of anima. A deeper mastery? How a person understands and utilizes their anima together in their fighting. You'll learn what that means as you continue your path as Exalts. Lewis cleared his throat. That is all I have to explain to you. We will arrive at the Blue Ocean Pavilion tomorrow, so get some rest. He departed to his room, leaving Isabella and Oscar behind on the deck. I'll be heading back. Isabella felt awkward with Oscar after learning all the differences between their grades. Don't worry about what he said. I just need to work 10 times as hard, right? Oscar cheekily smiled at Isabella, who slightly smiled back. She did not say anything else and returned to her room. Oscar was all alone on the ship's deck. The day was still young, so the two suns were slightly above the horizon. He grabbed the rails and looked straight down to the ground. The trees looked so small, like small blotches of grass. I'll just work harder, he mumbled to himself. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 3, Trials of the Pavilion. On his bed, Oscar was reading one of the books he had brought. Whenever he was down and needed encouragement, Oscar would delve into reading. Right now, he was bothered by the previous conversation with Lewis about Xianxia and anima. He did not put it down until Lewis opened his door. It's time. Get to the deck. Lewis did not linger and went away to inform Isabella. Oscar stepped onto the deck, seeing Lewis and Isabella laughing while he felt isolated. He did not mind being excluded because he decided to be a better Exalt. Also, it was great for Isabella to make connections. Ah boy, you're here. Lewis finally noticed Oscar. Come on, Oscar. What came into Oscar's sight was so overwhelming. In the distance, he saw a massive set of palaces and buildings. The trees were nothing but twigs compared to the wall's massive frame. As they drew closer, they could see the walls gilded gold with ocean blue carvings and patterns, seemingly made from sapphire, adorning the sides. The gates were massive and black. On its doors was the image of swirling waves with a trident in the center. On the arch above were the engraved words, Blue Ocean Pavilion. Oscar stared in wonder at the enormous size of the gates. Even more surprising was that the gates reached only halfway to some buildings. I can understand the gates, but what kind of buildings can be so big? Lewis smirked at Oscar's innocent question. Wait until you get inside. You'll be able to enter those buildings? Or not. Lewis mumbled the last part, but Oscar managed to hear it. What could the Exalt mean by that? Oscar thought they could enter without issues, but it may be more complicated. Meanwhile, Isabella was looking from left to right. She wished to burn this image in her memory. Her anticipation grew as she eagerly wanted to get inside. As they got closer, more airships appeared in their view. There were several tens of them. Oscar saw other youths on the airships, marveling at the pavilion while accompanied by other proctors. Hey Lewis, how was going to the backwater villages? The mocking voice came from an airship that made its way next to Lewis. On its deck, Oscar saw 3 other youths like himself. The older man next to them was dressed the same as Lewis. Stan, how was the Western Lake? Lewis nearly smirked but held it in to keep his poker face. He knew Stan had come to cause trouble. They were always at odds ever since they entered the Blue Ocean Pavilion. They sought to outdo each other, whether in fights or bets. Before Lewis departed for Oscar's village, Stan goaded him into a bet about who would bring the better talent. Not too bad. I found some good talents. Stan sneered at Lewis, thinking about how he had won the bet. Oh, what Excelsia do these prospects have? Lewis played along with Stan's arrogance. 2 are grade 7 and the other in grade 6. Sorry, Lewis. It seems you owe me quite the amount. Stan laughed. The youths behind Stan stretched their backs out with a grin. A feeling of pride swelled in their heads as they looked at Oscar and Isabella with competitive eyes. Humph, you've had quite the haul. I congratulate you, Stan, on contributing to the pavilion. Now it's my turn. First is this boy. He has grade 4 Excelsia. Stan and the other youths snickered at Oscar. Grade 4? That was the bottom of the list for the pavilion's requirements. Finally, this girl, Isabella. She has grade 8 Excelsia, Lewis said with great enthusiasm. Instantly, Stan's face paled from disbelief. Earlier, he envisioned his victory and the chance to put Lewis further down. But he never expected Lewis to find a grade 8. Do you know how rare grade 8s are? How can such talent come from a desolate region? Why, you're joking, right? Stan pointed at Lewis meekly. After all, Lewis might be lying to try to avoid embarrassing himself. Not a lie. I can fully confirm the results. You can watch as I relay them to the judges if you want. It was Lewis's turn to mock Stan, who was still in disbelief and staring dead at Isabella. The other 3 youths' attention was locked on Isabella, who returned a triumphant smile. She did not like why they scoffed and looked down at her earlier, so this was a sweet little revenge. Should we make our way inside? The airship was fast approaching the wall, and Oscar was impatient to get in. Kukuku, you're right. Let's go inside. Stan, I'll look for you later. Don't be cheap and refuse to pay out. Lewis made one final remark to Stan and began to steer the airship. The airship began its descent to a large port on the wall, consisting of many circular landing pads connected by stairs. Many of the pads were already occupied by an airship as people began to descend the stairs. Finally, their airship landed on one of the free landing pads. Oscar immediately hopped off and stretched his body. He could not wait to see his new home. Follow me. Isabella and Oscar followed Lewis down the stairs onto the main building in the port. Several groups of teenagers made their way, accompanied by proctors. The largest group was a group of 20. From their fashionable clothes, Oscar could tell they were most likely nobles. As Oscar glanced at other people, many others were taking peeks at Isabella. The boys were enamored by her striking beauty and amber hair. Some of the girls, however, had frustrated expressions of jealousy. Oscar was reminded of a quote he read in a book, "Great beauty invites obsession of love and hatred." No doubt, those words perfectly described the scene before him. Lewis led them inside the port's main building, where a beautiful woman waited for them. She had rosy lips, a slender neck, and clear yellow eyes. Her green hair was tied in a ponytail that stretched down to her thin waist. Lewis, What is your report? Her voice was sweet to the ears. Ivanka, nice to see you again. How's dinner sound for today? Louis smiled cheerfully at Ivanka Klein. They had gotten acquainted during their years in the pavilion. It's always been his dream to take her out on a date. Enough. I asked you for your report. Ivanka was a judge, one of the more important positions at the Blue Ocean Pavilion. They were responsible for recording students' progress and history. They were the first to record new students and introduce them to the rules. Although she and Louis were both Knight Exalts, she was higher ranked. Thus, Louis could not keep teasing her too much. All right, I have one grade 4 boy and one grade 8 girl. Louis went back to business. Grade 8, Ivanka accidentally shouted, catching the attention of everyone. The onlookers were eyeing Louis's group in astonishment. Since when had a grade 8 not been from a great noble family or powerful group? Introduce yourselves. Name, age, home, Excelsia grade. I'm Oscar Tur, 15 years old. Monet Village, grade 4. I'm Isabella Thorne, 15 years old. Monet Village, grade 8. Ivanka took out 2 blank sheets made of metallic material that Oscar could not recognize. She took out a peculiar stone pen with a crystal tip and began carving their names and grades on the sheets. Ivanka slowly eyed Isabella, as did most of the proctors, youths, and other judges. The group of noble teenagers also looked at Isabella with pondering looks. Their eyes gleamed with great interest. Okay. Finished. Oscar glanced at the metal sheets and saw a difference in their content. Name, Oscar Tur. Home, Monet Village. Excelsia, grade 4. Take the trials at age 15. Name, Isabella Thorne. Home, Monet Village. Excelsia, grade 8. Inner hall student at age 15. Excuse me, what are these trials? And what is the inner hall? I was just going to tell you both. Hang on a bit. You can leave, Louis. Ivanka rolled up the metal sheets and tied them with a ribbon. She dropped them into a tube, sending them to somewhere unknown. Louis bade his farewells to Ivanka and Isabella while barely acknowledging Oscar. To the explanation, our Blue Ocean Pavilion is divided into 4 different divisions: the Minor Hall, the Outer Hall, the Inner Hall, and the Legacy Hall. The trials that we have set, Oscar, is to see whether or not you will be entering the Outer Hall or the Minor Hall. The difference in the halls would be the number of resources you get for your training and access to some higher-tier instructors. All those who are grade 4 to 6 will take the trials. Isabella, on the other hand, is in grade 8. Anyone above grade 7 has the privilege of skipping the trials and directly entering the inner hall. Isabella beamed with joy at hearing this news while Oscar stewed sadly over it. He'll need to pass the trials to have a better chance of being a great Exalt. What is the meaning of each hall? Oscar asked. Ivanka put her hand to her cheek to rest and replied, the minor hall is the lowest place where they are relegated to doing menial tasks and receiving little to no teachings. The outer hall is almost the same, but you have options for classes and no need to do chores. The inner hall has specialized teachers for individual needs and better rewards. But the legacy hall is the absolute peak. They enjoy the attention of multiple teachers and all the resources they could want. Of course, people can advance from one hall to the next by passing the promotion tests. But legacy is different in that there is no test. But an individual must reach the knight level before the age of 24. Doesn't matter what grade Excelsia either. Really? The legacy hall doesn't care about the grade. Oscar got slightly excited at this revelation. The most vaunted place in the pavilion did not care about the grade. It is the truth. But don't get your hopes too high. Ivanka could tell what Oscar was thinking. But how many people in the lower grade managed such a feat? In all of the history of the Blue Ocean Pavilion recorded, there was only one, a grade 6. This boy's grade 4 is a drastically bad situation. Alas, she did not want him to experience a bigger disappointment if he failed. So it was better to nip it in the bud before he broke down. Oscar understood Ivanka's words. But for him, as long as there is a chance, he will take it. After all, how can he be an Exalt without traversing through adversity like in the stories? Also, you can only be students here for a certain time. You will only be a graduate if you become a Knight Exalt by the age of 30. Those who do not can continue to stay and work for the pavilion or leave. Ivanka flicked her hand, and 2 books floated into Isabella and Oscar's hands. These are the rules of the pavilion. Don't break any, or else one of the judges will come for you. Ivanka let out an oppressive aura that overwhelmed Oscar and Isabella. Their faces became pale, and they felt no resistance come from their body. Oscar could tell from the feeling that Ivanka was stronger than Louis. The oppression only lasted for a few seconds until it vanished. Isabella, go to the door on the right. Oscar, go to the door on the side. I wish you both luck, and remember to work hard. Ivanka let them pass by to greet the next batch. Oscar and Isabella looked at each other. Isabella simply nodded and turned without saying anything. They separated, but Oscar looked at Isabella's back before disappearing into the door. He never thought there would be such a big disparity between him and his childhood friend. Never mind that. I need to focus on the trials. Oscar strode to the door and pushed it open, leading to a large outdoor enclosure. He saw a vast crowd waiting for the trials to begin. Some glanced at Oscar and his backpack. Some were shadowboxing in training. Oscar also sat down in a free grassy area and started reading the rulebook everyone had been given. Time passed as more and more people made their way to the enclosure. Suddenly, as the last batch came in, the doors slammed shut by some force. Welcome to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I am this year's trial master, Robert Levitt. An old man stepped forward, dressed in blue robes. He bore a signet of 5 waves. His hair and beard were completely white, and his eyes were closed. Nevertheless, everyone felt as though a monster was staring at them. The trials will consist of a 3-day trial. Those who fail shall be sent to the minor hall. Everyone audibly gulped upon hearing about the minor hall. Certainly, that was the place they must never enter for their future. Then let us begin. Rewrite Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 4. The sudden change in scenery. Then let us begin. Robert's aged yet domineering voice echoed across the large courtyard. The crowd tensed up at Robert's words. The Blue Ocean Pavilion was the holy land for all developing exalts in the brilliant Drake Empire. The heaven for those who were found worthy but hell for those who fell short. What sort of trials were we walking into? How many people would even pass? These questions occupied their minds. If they failed here, then they might as well leave and give up any hope. Oscar stood patiently with a calm expression, but the sweat on his brow betrayed his anxiousness. Robert looked at the crowd of prospects and sighed. From a mere sentence, many had given in to fear. He did not enjoy seeing such cowardly behavior. Come through this door and move onto the platform, Robert instructed. Oscar followed the crowd as they stepped onto the large platform, feeling like he was a sheep in a wooden pen. Everyone gazed at Robert, waiting for what was to come. Robert nodded and said, "Be ready." Suddenly the stone platform began to shine, making everyone squint or cover their eyes. The sudden brightness caught them all off guard, and some shrieked from the flash that overwhelmed their eyes. "Good luck." Oscar heard Robert's voice before he felt his body being squeezed. The feeling was so uncomfortable that Oscar was reminded of the time he had a really bad stomachache. He let out a cry of pain, as did many around him. The stone platform released a final burst of light, engulfing everyone. The next moment, it returned to normal, but the crowd was gone as if no one ever stood there. Robert opened his eyes, revealing an odd pair of red and blue eyes. He smiled and stroked his beard while addressing the other elders of the pavilion below him. "Let's head to the control room. I hope the students can do well to show what they can do." The other elders of the pavilion bowed their heads in agreement and followed Robert at a respectful distance. Oscar felt his vision returning from the initial bright shock, but his stomach was very uncomfortable. With a green face, he vomited out his entire breakfast, taking large breaths. What the hell happened? He recovered but had a pale face. Where am I? The ground was not the stone platform he once stood on. It was a vibrant spread of dark dirt and green grass. All around him were big trees and some large boulders in the distance. The layout of the place reminded Oscar of the forest he sometimes wandered and traveled around near his home. But the trees here were much taller and wider. These trees could definitely provide thrice as much firewood. Oscar placed his hand on the thick birchwood. His eyes glanced slowly around and spotted a small hill in the distance. As he thought about going there, a metal cylinder suddenly dropped on his head, followed by a small bag. "Ouch!" Oscar yelped. "What is this?" He gripped the metal cylinder and noticed it was a container. With a forceful tug, the lid popped open, and a scroll dropped out. Oscar picked up the scroll, unfurled it, and read. The scroll's contents said the following. Congratulations on being one of the lucky ones to take the trial. Your trial is to find 3 tokens laid around the whole field. There's a chance all of you could find the 3 tokens or none of you can. The time limit for finding them is 3 days. There is also a bag of food and water that will last for the duration of the trial. If you are in any danger, there is also a small medallion that you can break to give up. Fighting is allowed, but do not take things too far or else. Happy scavenging. The message from the pavilion seemed very accommodating, but it carried a particular chilling sentence that made Oscar tense. Fighting was allowed during this trial. Oscar had never been in a fight before, so he knew he was at a disadvantage. Oscar checked the bag, saw the food inside, and pulled out the medallion. It was a small green coin that matched the grass below. Oscar stowed it in his pocket and reviewed all the information in his thought. The trees provide great cover. There was a book he liked about a hunter who encountered a fierce wolf. Due to unfortunate circumstances, the hunter lost his weapons, but he was not easily defeated. The hunter fought from a distance, using trees as cover and throwing rocks to tire out the wolf slowly. If I run into anyone, maybe I can do that. Oscar looked around for some small stones to throw. He found a couple, but then his eyes widened in shock. He hastily dug out a golden rectangle, the size of his palm, that was sticking out. Bringing it close to his face, Oscar saw the symbol of the pavilion, a trident head engraved on it. This must be one of the tokens the scroll mentioned. That was pretty easy, or am I just lucky? He quickly put away the token in his pocket. 1 down, 2 more to go. Oscar traversed through the forest slowly, trying to spot any tokens, but the search was long and not fruitful. The first one must have just been luck. He stood back up after another failed spotting, but his body froze as he turned to stone. His face twitched, and his eyes trembled a little when he saw a person a short distance from him. The other party also noticed Oscar, and their eyes met. The stranger had handsome features with a sharp chin and charming yellow eyes. His green hair was slightly unkempt but did not detract from his appearance but added a wild feel to it. Oscar tensed up and took out the stones in his pocket, ready to throw them at any chance. The stranger looked at Oscar with an odd face before shaking his head and turning around. He seemed to have no interest in Oscar. Phew! Oscar was about to move when the ground suddenly quaked under them. The stranger stared around in confusion while Oscar could not get proper footing. The ground under Oscar suddenly caved in. I was near a cliff the whole time? Oscar couldn't see the cliff because of the tall grass and the foliage of the trees. The quaking of the ground unstabilized this cliff, and Oscar tried to grab hold of something, but he was falling. Damn! Oscar thought of anything he could do to survive. The medallion was his ticket out, but he didn't want to use it. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed him. Oscar looked up and saw it was the stranger from earlier. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry up and pull yourself up, the stranger spouted impatiently. Oscar quickly set his feet on the rocky cliff and pulled himself up with the stranger's help. He heaved a sigh of relief and was breathing heavily on the ground from the brush with danger. His eyes looked at the stranger. Thank you, the stranger scoffed and said, if you're so unprepared, then just crack the medallion and go to the minor hall. Don't sell yourself short. He was about to leave, but Oscar asked, why did you help me? The stranger stopped and looked at Oscar. What an idiot. It has nothing to do with you. Oscar was puzzled but nodded. What does that have to do with it? Nothing really. The stranger turned his back again. I just wanted to stop you from falling down that cliff. Simple as that. Oscar didn't know the stranger's motive, but for some reason, the stranger's tone was different when he mentioned the cliff. It was low and somber, like Oscar's father when his friend passed away. Oscar decided not to pry. As he walked, the stranger felt something hit his back and turned with his fists clenched. But when he looked down at the golden token on the floor, his eyes widened in shock. He picked it up and said, "This is a token? That's repayment for saving me," Oscar said while patting the dirt off his chest. "Thank you." The stranger looked puzzled at Oscar, who was heading off in another direction. His hands clenched the golden token tightly. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I didn't know he had a token. Who gives away a token just like that? After getting a considerable distance away, Oscar sighed about losing his token, but he thought it was the proper thing to do. The stranger initially didn't try to fight him and saved his life. The reason was still a mystery, but Oscar still owed him. Hours passed, but Oscar could not find a single golden token. Slight flickers of regret crept into his heart, but Oscar shooed them away. What was done, and he shouldn't be so cheap with being saved. However, what the hell is up with this place? Is there any clue that was left behind? Oscar studied the scroll again while eating some food, but the scroll contained 0 hints on it. The 2 suns descended, so Oscar decided to find a place to rest. Bastard! Oscar heard a loud voice and turned in its direction. It was the voice of the stranger who had saved him. From the exasperation and anger, Oscar knew the stranger was in danger and sprinted ahead. As the shouts grew louder, Oscar closed in on the scene and slowed his steps. Behind a tree, he peeked ahead and saw the stranger stuck with a rocky wall behind him. 2 others flanked him from both sides. Oscar recognized one of them as one of the teens who accompanied Stan, the proctor who goaded Lewis. "Samuel, you piece of shit," the stranger shouted and swung. "Oi, is that the right way to talk to a member of the Carter Viscount?" Samuel arrogantly declared. His blonde hair flowed down his shoulders, and his yellow eyes eyed the stranger like a predator. Behind the stranger, the other person swung at him, and the stranger was forced back to the rocky wall. "2 on you is too much for you?" Samuel sneered. "You're one hell of an idiot. By the way, this is my associate, Greg. Don't care about scum like you too." The stranger spat out some blood and took up a stance. "Scum? Please, I am a grade 6 Exaltia talent. If anything, you're the scum. Didn't your family ostracize you after the fact? But then again, the biggest trash was that fool, Teresa." The stranger's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged in a rage at Samuel. "You!" Samuel blocked while Greg put a strong kick in the stranger's gut. "Ah, I remember, Frederick. You always smacked me or embarrassed me in front of everyone. This is payback for the humiliation you gave me. Don't worry, I won't take it too far. But sometime I will kill you." He punched the stranger, Frederick, in the face. But Frederick chuckled with a defiant look. "I remember you were a helpless idiot who thought he could do anything he wanted. I disciplined you in your family's place, and they forced you to stay at home for a year. That was hilarious." Samuel's face turned red with rage. He quickly picked up a large stick, waving it around. "Enjoy your life in the minor hall." However, a small rock smacked him hard in the back of the head. Samuel dropped the stick, holding his head with a twisted expression, and barked out, "Who the hell?" Suddenly, Oscar came out of nowhere and pushed Samuel to the rock wall. "Get out of here!" Frederick stared blankly at Oscar, who was waving his hand and telling him to leave. He only thought about what kind of idiot this person was. "Who do you think you are?" Greg moved. Oscar quickly picked up the stick and slammed it on Greg, crashing him to the ground. He quickly took Frederick's hand and dragged him off. "I told you to run." "You?" Frederick was still in disbelief. Samuel got up and saw the 2 running off. He tried to follow, but they already ran far. He could only let out a shout. "I'll kill you." After their desperate getaway, Oscar and Frederick panted and stopped to catch a breather. "It's fast approaching nighttime. They shouldn't be chasing us anymore." Oscar drank some water, one of the provisions in his bag. Frederick quickly regained his breathing and stared at Oscar intently. "Why did you jump in? I can tell you can't fight well, so what if it went wrong? Are you an idiot?" Oscar frowned and answered, "What words to say to the person that saved you just now? I saved you because I wanted to. Why did you save me from the cliff?" Frederick fell silent and said, "You're one crazy idiot. Aren't you the same? You decide to save some stranger like me despite the risks involved, and you tried to fight 2 on 1. Oscar laughed. "I never got to ask. What's your name?" "My name is Oscar Ter." Frederick slumped to rest on a tree and chuckled. "Now you're trying to make a friend? I'm Frederick Klein. Nice to meet you." Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 5. Frederick Klein. Robert Levitt was watching from the control room. Several images floating around showed all the students undertaking the trial. Somehow, he could see all the images simultaneously, and after hours passed, his closed eyes perked slightly. He strode toward a particular image, showing Oscar being saved by Frederick and throwing his token at him. This boy is quite honest. He could have kept the token to himself but given it up based on his principles. The other also saved the boy, but from his face, it seems not to be out of pure kindness. He watched with interest as Oscar and Frederick separated, reaching the moment Frederick fought with Samuel and Greg. He wore a small frown on his elderly face, but he sighed and shook his head. To be able to have someone else follow you is also a talent, but this child seems very vengeful. Oh! The image showed Oscar moving ahead toward Frederick's location. Robert rubbed his chin and witnessed Oscar saving Frederick and running off together. How interesting. This can be the start of a good team. As the night settled in, Oscar started a fire and ate some of his food. He thought of something and asked, "Does one of your relatives work here? I ran into a lady with the same hair and eyes as you." "Oh, you must be referring to my aunt. She used to be one of the students here until she graduated. She became a Knight Exalt at the age of 27. She's been working as a judge for the past 4 years." Frederick was also munching on his food with. Oscar remembered what the book about the Blue Ocean Pavilion said about judges. They were one of the most important roles in the pavilion and were reserved only for graduates. Proctors like Lewis and Stan were mainly the ones who failed to reach Knight Exalt before 30. "Your aunt must be an incredible genius," Oscar praised. "Well, that's a fact. Our Klein family is a small baron family, so her graduation was a big affair that propelled our family's status." Frederick did not sound too excited about talking about his family. A noble family. The brilliant Drake Empire was divided into different social classes. At the very top was the emperor, followed by the dukes, counts, earls, viscounts, and barons. Oscar and Isabella were just the bottom of the barrel commoners with no social standings. They might be higher up on the ladder if they were merchants or in some other specialized trade. "That's amazing. I'm a commoner, so I wouldn't know how it is. As long as you become a great Exalt, you'll be given lands and a title. But who knows if that's worth it?" Frederick grumbled. Indeed, Exalts were a precious resource for any group or power. They could be the best soldiers, researchers, and leaders. Empires and nobles would entice powerful Exalts to their fold with promises of great benefits. Even if someone failed to graduate from Blue Ocean Pavilion, someone would most likely want to hire or invite them if they were skilled. "You don't seem very enthusiastic about it." Frederick remained silent and munched on his food. Then he said, "It's better to be free. Go out and enjoy the freedom and girls." Oscar was taken aback, but Frederick had unkempt hair and loosely buttoned clothing. He seemed to be a delinquent. "What, you never had a girl before? I heard all kinds of beauties are at the pavilion." Frederick laughed out loud and teased Oscar. The previous somber attitude about nobles was gone as if it was an act. Oscar tilted his head and thought that Frederick might have a bit of a screw loose in him. The change in behavior was very strange. "I have a childhood friend who came here," Oscar said, "but we're not together at all." "Oh!" Frederick stepped closer with interest. "Tell me." "Well, she came here with a grade 8 Excelsia." Everyone could not believe it. "Grade 8!" Frederick shouted. "Holy Mother of God. You only see the high kinds of grades in the big noble families. Guess it's true that a genius can come from anywhere." His face slowly shifted back to his slightly downcast face as he sighed. If only that could have happened for who? Oscar asked. "Never mind." Frederick ignored the topic. "Grade 8 is incredible. There are others in our year." "Really? How rare are they?" "Most big noble families have a large tendency for grade 7 and 6s. By mixing more powerful Exalt bloodlines, they have a higher chance of better Excelsia cores in their children. You can say they are Exalt families. My Klein family is a recent addition in the past 100 years. Our ancestor was only a grade 6 but was a powerful knight." "So your family was commoners before?" "Yup, we're known as upstarts and many despised us. But my aunt becoming a judge put a damper on their complaints." Frederick smiled maliciously, thinking about the idiots who suddenly had to act respectfully. Oscar did not want to know what happened to those offenders. "I don't know all the grade 8s because who knows if there are more like your friend, Isabella. The ones I do know of are from terrifying backgrounds." Frederick went back on topic. "First is Celestina Loveridge Ragnar. the princess of our brilliant Drake Empire. The royal family has a King Exalt, so it's not surprising that they produced such a genius. King Exalt. Oscar lost his breath hearing this. That was a place so far from his reach, but he was curious how it felt to be so powerful. Second is Aurora Bellwood, and she is not from any noble family but rather the daughter of the branch head of the Alchemists Guild branch in our empire. The Alchemists Guild is the holy ground for alchemists. Alchemists. Oscar did not know what these were. There's more to Exalts than just fighting. They can create elixirs which help speed up the process of training. You'll learn more about it later once we're inside. Oscar nodded and expressed for Fred to continue. Lastly, there is a grade 9. Oscar unknowingly slammed his hand on the floor, ignoring the slight bleeding it caused. Oscar almost screamed in shock before Frederick clamped his mouth shut. Don't make too much commotion. You'll attract attention. Frederick was careful and did not want any unwanted attention. Attention bred trouble. Oscar took deep breaths to calm himself down. Grade 9? Who? Frederick responded solemnly. It would be Gilbert Lockwood from a Baron family. Grade 9, that's crazy. Even more so from a Baron family. But strange too. Frederick crossed his arms in deep thought. Strange. I know Gilbert since our families were barons. He was always pale and sick. He rarely came out unless the family had to bring him out for formal social events. I heard they put him in a shed away from the rest at home. Frederick remembered his peer with blue hair and blue eyes that tried to hold in his coughs and walk around with shaky legs. Then suddenly he got healthy and strong. Later, he overpowered his siblings in martial combat. Once they tested his Xianxia, it turned bright gold signifying grade 9. The news spread like wildfire all over the empire, except remote places like your home. That is odd, Oscar mumbled. Can a person change that drastically? Even if they recovered from sickness, immediately defeating others in combat was strange. I got a weird feeling about all of this, so I'd rather not interact with the guy. You too. Avoid him at all costs. I caught a glimpse of him, and it's a complete difference from his sickly past. Frederick huffed in anger. Silence engulfed the two as the air became stuffy with worries. Oscar stood up and stretched his back. I don't think we'll have too many chances to see him. After all, if you and I both fail here, then that's something we don't have to worry about. Gilbert was not on Oscar's mind for today. They needed to focus on what lay ahead. What an oddball. Frederick thought Oscar was an interesting person to give him a token and save his life. Completely different from Gilbert. Without knowing, Frederick had a smile on his face. Here, Frederick tossed something to Oscar. Oscar grabbed it and saw the golden token in his palm. Why are you giving this back to me? You saved me. This is thanks for that. Besides, I found one as well. Frederick revealed his token. We're both at 1 token apiece, so that's fine. What if you fail because of this? Oscar joked. Huh? How would I fail? You should be worrying about yourself. Frederick quipped back at Oscar. Oscar laughed and said, Let's become Exalts. Frederick extended his fist out to Oscar. Obviously, OS. Let's win this. Oscar bumped fists with Frederick. What kind of name is OS? But yeah, Fred, we're going to pass. What kind of horseshit is this? Frederick shouted. He kicked the boulder but soon regretted his decision and rubbed his foot with a pained expression. He was quite distanced at the start but began to act more unhinged and wild around Oscar. Oscar looked at Frederick as if he were an idiot for hurting himself. Fred, that's enough. A fake token is a fake. Earlier they found another token in a cave, but it crumbled into dust when they touched it. Frederick lashed out in anger while Oscar shrugged it off. OS, the pavilion is full of sadistic overlords who love to toy with us, Frederick hissed. That's plausible. Oscar thought about it. The pavilion was quite torturous. It suddenly hoisted them into an unknown wilderness to find tokens that could only be found by finely combing through each crevice but left behind some fakes. You and I both have 2 tokens, but I didn't think finding a third was this hard, Frederick said. Even though he said that finding the second tokens were much harder. They had to go into dark caverns or find a way across raging rivers to find some. As they wandered around, Oscar and Frederick froze when they saw another person sitting on a large boulder. She was a beautiful girl with orange hair and orange eyes dressed in garbs made of fur. Her face was exquisite. Oscar felt it might be on par with Isabella's. The girl stood up and stared at the pair. Oscar and Frederick tensed up and readied themselves for a fight. But Oscar felt like a large predator was staring him from down those fierce orange eyes. "Who are you?" Frederick asked. "Shouldn't you be introducing yourselves first?" The girl asked back. "Or are you just here to stare like a pair of chicks?" Frederick remained silent and was about to move, but Oscar held him back. Let's go." Oscar shook his head. As they left, the girl didn't follow, but she slumped back on the boulder with a downcast face and cursed. "I did it again." Oscar was still dragging Frederick away. What was that? We could have taken her." She stood on the boulder, looking down at us like we were prey. "What do you think would happen? Let's find a safe way to get tokens." Frederick clicked his tongue. He agreed with Oscar's conclusion, but he still didn't like the attitude of that orange-haired girl. She was beautiful, but I prefer more open and adorable girls. Yeah, you mentioned your preferences many times." Oscar sighed and stopped tugging on Frederick. They walked a considerable distance away in search of more tokens. The two suns were setting again. Oscar said, "We still have another day after this. We should keep looking." However, Oscar found no other tokens today and had no luck for half the third day. At this rate, he would be relegated to the minor hall. "What's with the tokens?" Frederick complained. "It's almost as if they're running away." "Running away?" Oscar pondered about the previous tokens they had found. The first was found very easily, but the second was in slightly more inconvenient or unsettling places. Maybe the tokens only show when we go to more places like the dark cave and river. Now that you mention it, that seems likely. Frederick realized it as well. "Then I think I know where one can be." Oscar stood up and pointed at the large mountain only a few minutes away. "Let's climb." So he realized it. Indeed, the first tokens are given as a gift and a tool to incite conflict if the need arises. But the next tokens are more dangerous to obtain. Only with the resolve to pass can you find them. Robert Levitt smiled. The trial was set so the tokens would spawn at a place the person could only get to if they truly pushed themselves. What was required was courage and the drive to push past their limits. Of course, the other action was to fight and steal from another person. Naturally, if the person showed some grit in a fight, the elders may give them an easy token nearby as a reward. That was why Oscar's and Frederick's second tokens were only in a shallow cavern and across a fierce river right by them. They had shown their tenacity and courage in the bout against Samuel and Greg. The other images all showed students trying their best to dive into the depths of a lake, climb high on trees, run into deep caverns, or fight each other. Rewrite Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 6. Climb up, the final token. Oscar and Frederick finally came up to the mountain. However, it was more like a very steep cliff. It reached high up and was full of small bumps and grooves that allowed people to climb. "Are you sure about this?" Frederick looked up. "Do you want to pass or not?" Oscar retorted. Frederick scoffed at Oscar's words and scrutinized his gaze across the cliffside. Then his face lifted in delight as his finger pointed toward a particular spot midway up to the cliff. "There it is. Your guess was right on the money. It's just not one. There are two tokens." The gleaming of the golden tokens was very distinct and easily recognizable once spotted. Oscar could see two golden lights shining like flickering stars on the cliffside. "Two tokens?" Frederick's eyebrow lifted in disbelief. What kind of coincidence is this? Could the elders of the pavilion be controlling this trial? If so, that makes sense that two tokens are conveniently placed here for us. It must be a part of the trial. Though I wonder how they would handle the situation in a fight. Oscar stepped ahead to the cliffside, followed by Frederick. He traced his hand across the coarse surface when he reached the rocky structure. Finally, he grasped a spot and put his foot on a crevice. "Let's climb. We only have half a day." Frederick jumped up and secured himself firmly on the cliffside. He looked around and found a good place to move towards. His movements were quite efficient, and his climbing speed was quick, astonishing Oscar, who didn't start climbing yet. "Wait for me." Oscar had some experience climbing trees, so he was somewhat competent, but his speed was still slower than Frederick's. After a short while, he began to sweat profusely, and his fingers were trembling. Frederick looked back. "Hurry up, you need to work more on your stamina." Oscar scowled and grumbled. "I know. I'll be shooting straight past you in a moment." Together they struggled and took careful steps upward. Frederick proved himself quite observant and would spot good places big enough for them to put their feet down properly to stand, providing much-needed comfort and some rest. However, the last stretch toward the golden tokens contained very rough surfaces that cut into the hands, and very uncomfortable to try to find some proper footing to rest. Suddenly a large crack formed, destroying Frederick's footing and knocking him off the wall. Frederick's eyes widened, and his face darkened. His green hair swished above as his body fell. Frederick didn't scream nor react in any way other than the small teardrops. Suddenly a hand grasped his arm. It was Oscar. Oscar exerted all his strength. His face was red, and his veins popped. The sudden weight increase nearly tore his arm off, but Oscar held strong. His fingers dug deep into the rocks, dyeing it red with blood from his broken nails. Thankfully, it was enough. Oscar held Frederick's arm tight. We need to get the tokens as soon as possible. The cracks are deep. The entire cliff can collapse, Oscar said frantically, but his worry grew when he saw Frederick hanging onto his hand. Frederick's face was pale, unable to regulate his breathing. He was suffering from a panic attack. "Fred!" Oscar shouted. But Frederick was not responding. But Oscar could feel his pulse raging by the arm in his hand. His grip was weakening, but his eyes were bloodshot. He refused to let go. Oscar clenched his teeth and swayed Frederick, hitting him against the cliffside softly but enough for a shock. What the? Frederick came to his senses and saw where he was. He saw his new friend desperately trying to hold him up. Frederick punched his head, shouting, "Sorry, I was elsewhere for a moment." "Elsewhere? Did the near fall make you go mad?" Oscar grumbled. "Hurry up and grab onto the rocks. I can't hold on." Frederick did as instructed, making Oscar breathe out in relief. The cracks were spreading, but Oscar and Frederick bravely continued. The prize was right before them and their time was running out. Oscar didn't know if another opportunity would come like this or if the elders would be willing to give them another chance. This was their last shot and there was no backing down. Oscar bit his lip to the point it started bleeding. His hands were ridden with cuts that were further stung by the salt of the rock. Every drop of sweat felt like a part of his life was shaving away. A little more, Oscar's hand trembled as it stretched as far as it could. With the slightest pinch of his fingertips, Oscar grabbed the corner of the golden token, which he carefully brought closer for a better hold. The golden token was firmly grasped in his palm, and he shouted, "We did it!" Frederick was right beside him and also had his golden token. He wore a bright smile and shouted in triumph. But his face soon fell as he stared blankly around the area. They were only midway up the cliff, and there was a considerable distance up and down. "Do we have to climb all the way up? Or do we try going down?" Frederick shouted. His usually handsome face was disheveled, red, and soaked in sweat. Oscar was panting, barely able to get his words out. "I think we're screwed." The adrenaline had worn off after reaching their goal, and the sudden flood of fatigue and pain began to overwhelm them. Oscar's legs were trembling, and his arms were like jelly. Trying to move right now was signing a death warrant. The most he and Frederick could do was stay where they were, but the pressure of the encroaching cracks on the cliffside made him nervous. Suddenly, the tokens in their hands and pockets began to shine. Oscar and Frederick stared at the flashing token in their hands with jaws wide open. The light from the token began to intensify. "What is this?" Oscar was concerned. "I don't know, but don't lose your token," Frederick shouted. Suddenly, the light engulfed them, and they disappeared from the mountain. Oscar and Frederick tumbled onto a stone-paved ground. Both could not help but nearly gag but forcibly held it down. It was a similar feeling to when they first arrived in the wilderness. What happened? Where is this? Oscar rubbed his eyes to see clearly. They were surrounded by a circle of marble pillars and a moat with lotuses on its clear waters. "We're in some other place, Fred." "Yup." Frederick stood up with shaky legs but helped Oscar to his feet. He smiled and teased, "You nearly threw up." "How pitiful," says the one who lost his mind when he almost fell, Oscar retorted. "I can still see the tears in your eyes." "Same to you." "Ha!" Oscar and Frederick stared each other down. Ahem! A third party grabbed their attention. It was the trial master, Robert Levitt. Trial master. Oscar and Frederick bowed before this elder. Robert eyed the two boys. He observed them inside the trial. He witnessed them coming together and overcoming the odds together. This made him happier that there were students with strong hearts. The two of you passed the trial. Oscar looked around to see no one else had come out. Where is everyone? The ones with 3 tokens could instantly leave the trial and come here. So each person arrived at different times. The two of you came together, which is odd. Robert sighed, thinking about the students that were still inside the trial. He could already picture how they would react if they failed. Some students would break down and be sent back to live with their families. But to be an Exalt means dealing with heart-wrenching obstacles one after another. If they could not exhibit the heart to overcome, there would be no chance for them. Of course, some may not be as affected and bounce back from the pits of despair. That was why they were sent to the minor hall. Make your way to the building over there and receive your uniforms and identification. Oscar had questions he wanted to ask but felt it was not wise to bother the trial master anymore. After bowing his head, he left for the large palace Robert pointed out. Frederick followed suit. Once the two were far away, Robert opened his eyes slightly. They were strikingly similar to jewels in how they glowed. One was blue while the other was red. A smile crept up to the elder's face. He thought about the moment Oscar grabbed a hold of Frederick and refused to let go. Those two are good friends. Unlike most in this pavilion, I hope they can stay that way, Robert sighed. Many people from all walks of life came to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. But how many of them became friends? How many distanced themselves or became enemies due to disputes? Robert had seen many Exalts abandon their families and friends for more power. He witnessed the Exalt noble families become colder and colder as the lust for power replaced the need for familial love. Robert always believed that beyond power, beyond the best intelligence, and beyond talent was the heart that stood unwavering against whatever may come. Oscar and Frederick finally made it to the main palace. The palace walls were high, adorned with ivory towers and statues of people. Some of them were clad in armor, and others in dazzling clothes. It's the past Exalts of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. They had to be some incredible people to be memorialized here. You know this place? Aunt mentioned it before. This is the Palace of the Receding Tide. Robert Levitt appeared in front of a large building. Its front doors had carvings of unfurled scrolls and quills. This was the record chamber and one of the most important places in the Blue Ocean Pavilion. It contained all the records of every student and the historical events of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Thus, it was heavily guarded and closed off to only a few with the privilege. 2 guards were posted at the entrance. They were Greater Knight Exalts and some of the best warriors of the pavilion. Their body was covered in azure armor from head to toe, and their trident weapons were beautiful with razor-sharp gold tips. Noticing the newcomer, they approached to block them. However, they halted on seeing it was Robert. "Great Elder, you grace us with your presence." They bowed and lowered their tridents. "It's trial master right now. I'll return to my duties as Great Elder after it ends." Robert waved the guards to return to their posts. The guards tapped the door with their tridents, and it began to open as if some invisible force was moving it. Once Robert entered inside, the door closed back shut. Inside were large shelves stretching far to the other end of the Great Hall. Unlike regular bookshelves, these shelves were akin to honeycombs with hexagonal holes containing various rolled-up metallic sheets. Inside were various personages, the judges at their desks. They worked hard, writing on metal papers and rolling them up. Robert approached one of them. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." The judge he coincidentally approached was Ivanka Klein, who admitted Oscar and Isabella back at the port. Ivanka looked slightly annoyed someone bothered her during her work. She turned to Robert, and her eyes widened so much that they were bulging. "Gr. Great Elder Robert, forgive me for not addressing you immediately. What do you need from this lowly judge?" Ivanka immediately knelt and bowed her head. Her beautiful green hair was scattered all over her back onto the floor. Although she was a judge and enjoyed a high position, it was nothing compared to the Great Elder in front of her. Great Elder Robert was a greater martial Exalt, on the cusp of being King Exalts. She was only a lower Knight Exalt. He could kill her on a whim and no one would care. No need to be afraid, child. Robert's eyes were still closed. I need your assistance in finding a record for a child. Of course. I can find anything for you, Great Elder. Ivanka quickly stood up and fixed her hair. She could not make a bad impression on Great Elder Robert. He is one of the trial takers. Here is his face. Robert held up his palm, and smoke gathered around to form an image of Oscar's face. Ha! Ivanka stared at the face. She recognized who it was. It was the boy that had come together with the grade 8 Isabella. She most likely would not have known who he was if not for that. You know this child? I do, Great Elder. I was the one who recorded the boy's details when he entered the pavilion. He came along with a grade 8 girl. Grade 8. Robert's ears perked up hearing this. Would you like her record as well? Ivanka added on. Robert stroked his beard and replied, No need. I only want the boy's record. I have no interest in the girl. Ivanka was surprised. She did not expect the Great Elder to disregard a grade 8 child so nonchalantly. This increased her interest in the boy Oscar. How did he attract the attention of a high-level figure like Robert? Is there a problem? Robert's solemn voice awoke Ivanka from her thoughts. Her face paled, thinking she had angered him by not responding in time. And none at all, Great Elder. I'll get the boy's record for you. Normally, if a judge were just given a face, it would take longer to find the record. But Ivanka knew Oscar's name, so it was simpler for her. After a short time, Ivanka returned to Robert with a scroll. She respectfully presented it to him with trembling hands, as her yellow eyes were full of anxiety. The scroll unfurled in Robert's hands. There was a drawing of Oscar, followed by the information Ivanka had written down earlier. Grade 4 Exaltia? Coup. Robert's slight chuckle utterly terrified Ivanka, who lost her composure. When has a Great Elder ever behaved like this towards a new student? My thanks for your time. You can get back to work. Yes. Ivanka bowed her head towards Robert's back. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 7. Blue Ocean Pavilion. The Palace of Receding Tide was one of the gigantic palaces Oscar observed from on top of the airship. Great spiral pillars surrounded its walls, supporting the great arches above. All around the walls were pedestals that held the statues of past Exalts. They lined around the entire palace like eternal watchers eyeing the next generation of students. Oscar felt overwhelmed by the presence these statues emanated. These statues gave him the feeling they were alive. Fred, these statues, my aunt told me each statue is carved in the likeness of great Exalts and given the power to move and fight. They will come to its defense if the Blue Ocean Pavilion is ever under attack. Frederick explained and bowed to the regal figures. It was customary to bow before these hallowed figures. Oscar also bowed before the statues. Although he did not know who they were famous enough to be engraved here as protectors and worth all their respect. There's no need to be so stiff. Let's get inside. Frederick moved along. Oscar nodded and stepped onto the paved marble path to the palace entrance. As they approached, Oscar asked, Why is it called Palace of Receding Tide? Do you know about the different tides? Yes, they were described in a book. Oscar remembered the details from a book he had about the seas. One of his dreams was to see them. The tides recede in warning of a great calamity. Some records indicate a huge tidal wave spanning miles high and wide, swallowing entire cities into the depths. Stunned, Oscar stared at Frederick to see if he was joking, but he could tell it was the truth. The name is Receding Tide because we need to expect the worst once we enter through these doors. Sink or swim. Oscar looked at the ominous entrance with no carvings or sigils. However, he was determined, so Oscar gathered the courage to move on. The pair went inside to see a man waiting for them. The stranger wore the uniform of the Blue Ocean Pavilion with glasses. He had wavy blonde hair with blue eyes. Although he looked young, Oscar felt as though this man was ancient. Congratulations to you both. Passing the 2 trials requires great strength and will. I, the Vice Pavilion Master, welcome you to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The stranger introduced himself as the Vice Pavilion Master, John Williams. Oscar and Frederick immediately greeted him back. Vice Pavilion Master graces us with your presence. John waved his hand, and the 2 boys felt an invisible power forcing them up. It's the duty of the Vice Pavilion Master to welcome all newcomers. Now take your sacred oaths. The sacred oaths. Once a person becomes a member of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, they have to swear never to betray it and never to tarnish the pavilion's prestige. Thankfully, Ivanka's guidebook mentioned it, so Oscar wasn't completely clueless. The sacred oath was inscribed on the wall behind John. Each character felt unusually magnetic, as though Oscar could not peer his eyes away. Oscar and Frederick placed their right arm across their chest to their heart as they recited the oath. I swear my allegiance to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I swear to be a proud member who will live, fight, and die for our name. Never will I betray it, from this moment onwards to the end. Vice Pavilion Master John looked pleased to hear them swear the oath. Although it was slightly annoying to come here every year, it was worth it to see the new students. Here are your new uniforms and badges. John flicked his fingers as 2 pairs of neatly folded blue uniforms went to Oscar and Frederick. Next came 2 bluestone tablets with their names engraved. Continue to the outer hall. John smiled and waved them goodbye. Thank you, Vice Pavilion Master. Oscar tightly gripped his badge and uniform. His eyes began to water slightly, but he quieted his emotions down. This was just the start. He would cry once he became a powerful, accomplished Exalt. The Vice Pavilion Master pointed to the hall on their left. Oscar saw the words Outer Hall, labeling it, and turned towards it. He reached the exit, where the sunlight poured into the halls. There were arrays of rivers, flat plains with small hills, and several humongous palaces scattered over the fields. What a difference! Oscar felt as if the air here was exceptionally clean and refreshing. The plants were so vibrant with many colors, and the skies were like a painting with their clear blue color and fluffy clouds. It's amazing. Aunt said it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. Frederick was speechless from the view. It was like walking into some fairy tale land of wonder. Isn't it amazing, OS? Yes. For some reason, Oscar felt like laying down the hill onto the tall seafoam-colored grass. His desires were interrupted when another person approached them. Hey, newcomers. Welcome to the outer hall. A person approached them, wearing the uniform of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I'm Nicholas, your guide. I've been in the Blue Ocean Pavilion for 3 years. Nicholas greeted the two. Oscar and Frederick followed Nicholas as he explained the outer hall. The outer hall consists of hundreds of students, a dorm for girls and boys, lecture halls for classes, though those barely happen in the outer hall. Why is that? Oscar asked. Instructors are also exalts, so they prefer to focus on training themselves. Additionally, they feel their efforts are better spent in the inner hall to find the best personal disciples and make connections. Only inner hall members can become disciples of an elder or instructor. Those in the outer hall have to make do with themselves. Oscar sighed helplessly. The disparity of treatment extended far. Although he understood its rationale, he felt it was somewhat heartless. Nicholas noticed Oscar's behavior and said, "It's the norm for exalts. The more powerful you are, the better treatment you receive. In the end, it's also the pavilion can field the strongest exalts." Nicholas knew what Oscar felt. He felt the same when he first entered the pavilion. However, 3 years passed, and he was stuck in the outer hall while the inner hall continued to excel. For a time, he believed it was because the inner hall enjoyed most of the benefits. However, after a failure in a mission, he realized he was simply outmatched from the start. He grasped Oscar's shoulder and looked down. Don't obsess over it. You'll feel better by not thinking about how it's unfair. They're better. It's just that way. Nicholas witnessed many new students come in with hopeful aspirations only to crash harder due to reality. He did not care for them, but their woes of grief always annoyed him when he just wanted to let the years pass on. Thank you, senior, but I must still try. Oscar shook Nicholas's hand off him and stared straight at Nicholas. His eyes were unyielding, full of determination. Humph, that's right. We'll be in the inner hall before you know it. Frederick wrapped his arm around Oscar's shoulders like a good brother. He did not appreciate how Nicholas was trying to put out their drive. If that's what you feel, I only hope you don't break down from it. Nicholas shifted back to his role as a guide, explaining the different facilities in the pavilion. Finally, they stopped at a small house-like building. Good afternoon, old Saul. Nicholas greeted an elderly man on the chair outside. The elder, Saul, did not glance at Nicholas but eyed Oscar and Frederick. They are new students and will need the Ein gathering technique. Ein gathering technique? Oscar had never heard anything like that. Here, the elder's voice was immensely deep and aged. He snapped his fingers, and 2 scrolls appeared in front of Oscar and Frederick. Let's go. Nicholas led them away from the elder, who went back to resting on his chair. Oscar glanced back towards the elder, who noticed his gaze and opened his sleepy eyes. Oscar trembled in a cold sweat as he felt he was falling into an endless pit. Thankfully, Oscar experienced much in the trials and pulled his eyes away. Nicholas and Frederick did not notice what had happened. Who is that elder? Oscar felt that Elder Saul was most likely a terrifying Exalt. Old Saul? He's been here for a long time as the courtyard keeper. He maintains and cleans the outer hall. He is also an Exalt, but he's not strong, so he's left here. Not strong. Oscar doubted that. Although he had little experience with Exalts, the feeling the elder gave him was much more than Louis, Ivanka, Robert, or even Vice Pavilion Master John. He put his thoughts away as he needed to focus on the outer hall. Maybe he would never find out more about Elder Saul. Here are the dorms. My job here is done, and good luck as future Exalts. Nicholas said his farewells and walked away. That guy irritates me. Frederick looked indignant about Nicholas' attitude. No need to be so angry. Let's see our room. Luckily, Frederick and Oscar were placed in the same room. The dorms themselves were one of the largest buildings in the outer hall. They received their keys from the receptionist and made their way to their room. Room 3407. Just how big is this place? Frederick gasped for air as they traveled up many flights of stairs to the 34th floor. Be thankful we didn't get a room on the 40th floor. I don't think we can last more flights of stairs. Oscar was sweating heavily. Although he worked many manual jobs on the farm, he never went through so many stairs. They arrived in front of a room with the numbers 3407 etched on it. Oscar unlocked the door and entered inside. There was nothing but 2 beds on opposite walls with 2 tables. This is it. Frederick was confused about the state of the accommodations. Are they skimping out on us? The beds were simple wooden beds with soft pillows and thin blankets. The tables had only 1 shelf, and there were 2 closets for their stuff and clothing. It's pretty big. Oscar was a commoner, so a room like this was amazing. It was clean, and the beds were well made with clean fabrics. There was nothing Oscar could complain about. Frederick was speechless at Oscar's enthusiasm. He remembered Oscar probably never had experienced luxury, even to this small extent, so he did not spoil this moment. It sure is, Frederick said with an awkward face. His room back home was bigger than this. The boys got settled in and chose their beds. Oscar had many books to put away, while Frederick did not have many, so the closet was almost all of Oscar's stuff. Oscar changed into the Blue Ocean uniform, well-fitted blue trousers with a linen dress shirt. He wore a sharp blue jacket over it. On its back was the sigil of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, the swirling waves with a trident in the center. You don't look too bad in it. It's a shame you aren't more handsome. I'd bet you would have stolen the hearts of many girls. Frederick chuckled. Oscar was not handsome, nor was he ugly. He had a somewhat aesthetically pleasing face but gave off an ordinary impression. You should wear your uniform more properly. Oscar looked at Frederick, who wore his sleeves up, and his top buttons were left unfinished. It's fine. Anyway, let's begin our Exalt training. Oscar was excited to start. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 8. Let's become Exalts. Exalts were powerful individuals who stood above all others. From the moment a person is born, they are either blessed to have an Excelsia core that allows them to ascend into Exalts or not. However, that is only possible by the great amount of Ein that permeates the world. Ein is the quintessential energy that is the basis of all things. The Excelsia core is the funnel that sucks in Ein and processes it to integrate with the person. The more Ein it collects, the more the Excelsia core coalesces and matures into the next evolution. This evolution is the reason for the division of Exalt powers. From apprentice to king, each stage of an Exalt is a different form of evolution of the core. Gathering Ein strains the body and mind. As if understanding this, the Excelsia core shows itself at an adolescent age. The optimal age to begin was determined as 15. Of course, a person can start their training later, but the path as an Exalt is long and arduous. Oscar reviewed the notes written in the Ein-gathering manual he received from Elder Saul moments ago. The different grades of the Exaltia core determined how fast it could process the Ein and how easily the core could evolve. Little wonder why the higher grades could progress and advance faster than others. According to this, I have to meditate and breathe accordingly. Given time, I should be able to feel the Ein and try to absorb it. Ein meditation. Oscar glanced at Frederick on the other side of the room. Frederick was already deep in his Ein meditation. Although he joked around and was untidy, Frederick was serious about his Exalt training. Not wanting to fall behind, Oscar crossed his legs and straightened his back to attempt Ein meditation. The room was silent except for the long breathing noises of the two boys. 30 minutes passed, but Oscar still did not feel anything. The manual mentioned the first step to awakening the core and sensing Ein to be the hardest. Once the core is opened, it can gather Ein much more easily. Oscar felt his body tensing up from staying still for too long. Frederick was doing better since he had been trained to meditate since he was a boy. As he tried to meditate, more sweat gathered on Oscar's head, and his face reddened. Eventually, Oscar stopped and gasped for air. The manual's particular way of breathing left his lungs unsatisfied and craving air. He got up, retrieved a bottle of water from his bag, and emptied the bottle in a few gulps. Phew! Trying to awaken the Exaltia core and gather Ein brought on fits of thirst and hunger. Oscar munched on some jerky his family provided him. How can he advance? The question stuck to Oscar's every thought. Silently, he pondered as he munched on the scraps of meat. I meditated for hours, yet I didn't feel any hint of Ein entering my body. Is it just a matter of trying for days? Ois, have you awoken your core? Frederick finished his session, but he was in better condition than Oscar. Oscar handed Frederick some of his jerkies and said, I just can't feel the Ein. How about you? Frederick answered, I can feel tiny bits of Ein entering me, but it'll take more to awaken the core. As a noble, Frederick was given various training to make it easier for him to enter a meditative state and sense the Ein. Although he grumbled about it numerous times, Frederick felt grateful for suffering for this moment. Don't worry about it, Oscar. Frederick sensed his friend's irritation. You need to give it time. You just have to start going by it step by step. I need a breather. Oscar felt stuffy after the long hours of meditation. The outside air may be a good refresher. I'll stay inside. I feel that I'm close. Frederick gulped down his water and resumed his meditation. After a long flight of stairs, Oscar made it to the ground. The two suns were starting to set as twilight rolled over. Taking a deep breath, Oscar felt relaxed and comfortable. The long grass fields swaying, the sounds of the river flowing, and the slight twinkling of the stars that illuminated the sky. Gleefully, he treaded through the fields and explored around. He did not enter any of the facilities because it was getting dark. Ever since he was young, his family rule was to be home by nighttime. He stopped when he accidentally arrived at Elder Saul's cabin. The elder was still resting in his reclining chair. Elder Saul opened his eyes and glanced at Oscar. Unlike earlier, Oscar did not feel the cold, oppressive aura that terrified him. What are you here for? Saul questioned Oscar. Oscar hastily bowed and greeted Elder Saul before answering. I was wandering around to relax and rudely intruded on your rest. Forgive me. Elder Saul did not speak and retreated to his rest, not minding Oscar's presence. This was the first time a student came to Saul and talked to him. Often, they were too busy trying to get resources, finish missions, or train themselves. But now, Oscar suddenly shows up, wanting to relax. Why are you relaxing? Elder Saul asked. It wasn't enough to say he was interested, but rather a tiny, minuscule hint of curiosity. Oscar was taken aback that Elder Saul asked him a question. From what he figured, this elder preferred to be left alone. I was stuck in my meditation and unable to sense Ein. I thought coming outside would take my mind off of it, Oscar said, embarrassed. As a student of Blue Ocean Pavilion, it would not be a good look to be seen as a slacker. That's a good approach, Elder Saul replied. Gee, good. Oscar was confused. Weren't Exalts supposed to do everything in their power to evolve? Try Ein meditation here, Elder Saul instructed Oscar to train. Here? Oscar questioned. Yes, do it here. Elder Saul gave off the same monotone voice. Oscar took his meditation pose and used the breathing technique. Time passed on, but Oscar did not feel as tired as before. Slowly, his mind sank into a stupor as the outside sounds deafened him. In this stillness, Oscar felt something. He felt a small wisp of glowing light hover over his body. The tiny light got closer to him as Oscar breathed in and entered his skin. A nice warm feeling sprouted out from his chest, reverberating through his body. Oscar felt as though he could see inside himself. He saw the small wisp flow through his body and reach his center. An orb the size of his fist absorbed the light and started to glow a dim, dull shine. Ha ha! Oscar finally broke free of his state and breathed large volumes of air. Don't do that. Take in the air slowly until it fills your lungs, then exhale it slowly. You do not want to overstress your lungs or agitate your mind by doing large intakes, Elder Saul advised. Following Elder Saul's instructions, Oscar breathed in for a few moments and then exhaled. His body stopped trembling and his face was calm, but his eyes were full of excitement and glee. I felt it, the tiny wisps of Ein. Oscar beamed a bright smile. Elder Saul was about to go back to rest until Oscar interrupted. Why did it work? Oscar asked. What? Why did it work this time and not before? You weren't in the right state of mind, Elder Saul sighed. Mind? Oscar did not understand. Being an Exalt relies heavily on having a healthy mind. Nobles like your friend earlier are trained to maintain a good state of mind in most situations. A good state of mind means better senses. So, my mind was unbalanced? You're a commoner and have just arrived at the blue ocean pavilion of everyone's dreams. You passed the trials and became a student here. No matter what you tell yourself, do you think your mind was the slightest bit calm? Like struck by lightning, Oscar felt paralyzed by the truth. Indeed, his mind had been occupied by training and becoming an Exalt, compounded by the deep thoughts about his grade 4 and outer hall. His mind was certainly not in the best state. Now that I've come outside to relax and free my mind, it helped me properly meditate. He felt irritated and worried during the whole Ein meditation back in his room. No wonder he could not sense a single Ein. His mind was too cluttered. Thank you, Elder. Oscar was grateful for this elder's advice. Elder Saul did not reply and went back to sleep. Oscar did not want to interrupt the elder a third time, so he leaped back towards his room. It was starting to get dark, so he needed to return. Fred, I got it. Oscar burst into the room and shocked Frederick out of his bed. OS, you interrupted my meditation. Frederick shouted back and threw his pillow at Oscar, hitting him squarely in the face. Oscar was too excited. He did not mind and cast the pillow aside. Fred, I finally sensed the Ein. I also saw my core. It shone a tiny bit when the Ein entered. Huh? You did it? Frederick was shocked because he expected Oscar to take days before finally entering the state for meditation. It took him a while to properly enter that state. I was outside and Oscar explained where he went and how Elder Saul gave him advice. Frederick looked on in wonder as Oscar retold his tale. There was such a cheat? Frederick roared in anger, making Oscar step back. Goddamn family, forcing me to go through that harsh meditation training. I swear I still have bruises from being hit for moving. Frederick went on a tirade about everything his family did to him so he could meditate properly. Good, good. Starting tomorrow, I'll relax all I want, Frederick proudly proclaimed. Oscar had a bad feeling and said, I don't think your idea of relaxation is what Elder Saul meant. I just had to get my mind to free itself of all idle thoughts. Doesn't hurt to try, Frederick mumbled. I'm going to meditate more. Oscar did not want to waste another moment. He got on top of his bed and started to meditate. The two meditated again, but this time, Oscar did not seem as irritated or sweaty. His face was peaceful and his mind was clear. He envisioned himself back in the fields at home, losing himself in the tall wheat. Slowly, another wisp of Ein entered Oscar and to his core, which shone a little brighter. However, the process was slow, and his legs were getting numb. He could only see one Ein per 2 hours. Stopping his Ein meditation, Oscar went to the bathroom to take a bath. The water felt soothing after a long 3 days. In the past few days, he slept on an airship and saw the great gates of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. He landed on the great port and saw the largest crowd he had ever seen. He underwent a tiring trial in the mountain. He made a good friend in Frederick. Although it was only 3 days, he felt he could trust Frederick. A noble but a good man. "Hey, are you done in there?" Frederick's voice interrupted his reminiscence. Oscar chuckled and finished bathing, changing into comfortable clothes for sleeping. "It's all yours." Oscar lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. Today was so eventful that Oscar wondered what tomorrow would bring. Eventually, sleep came to Oscar as he drifted into his dreams. During this time at Elder Saul's cabin, a mysterious figure came to where Saul was resting. "This is the second time someone has annoyed me while resting at night. What do you want?" Elder Saul peered at the intruder. It was Great Elder Robert Levitt. "Sorry for the intrusion during your time of rest, but I need to speak to you." Robert bowed. If anyone were present to see this, their eyes would fall out of their sockets. The revered Great Elder Robert spoke respectfully to that Elder Saul, who maintained the fields and cleaned up any mess. "Speak," Elder Saul spoke. "Through our efforts, we have deduced the window of time the Ashen Grove may open. It will be in 4 to 5 years. Ashen Grove?" Elder Saul's eyes opened completely. "We will be sending out more resources to the inner and outer halls in hopes of our students getting stronger than before. Anything else?" Saul asked. "No, that is all." Robert departed, leaving Saul alone on his chair. Elder Saul sighed. "Looks like hectic times are coming." All the students were resting, unaware of the upheaval that was coming. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 9. Grade 1 Elixir. Dawn broke out over the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The two suns rose as their soft morning light beamed on the halls of the pavilion, followed by a breeze that tickled the blades of trees and swayed the tree branches. None of the students were out yet, as they were still asleep. Only a few of the pavilion staff and elders woke up to do their early morning duties. However, there were 2 boys up and about outside their dorms. Oscar was lying on the wide plain, not minding the grass staining his blue uniform. "Ois, why did you wake me up so early?" Frederick yawned as he lazily sat down. Just moments ago, Oscar woke him up to go out when the sun hadn't risen yet. He did not enjoy going down the numerous flights of stairs so early in the morning. Although he grumbled the entire way, he still followed Oscar outside. "I wake up all the time at dawn to help my family on the farm. You'll get used to it, Fred." Oscar smiled as he felt the soft grass underneath him. "Next time, I'm ignoring you and going to sleep," Frederick stated. But the two began to laugh and talk as they relaxed. There was still no hint of anyone else coming out of the dorms. Oscar felt this was the perfect time to meditate. In Ein meditation, he fell into the astral state and sensed the Ein, guiding it into his core. But unexpectedly, Oscar felt another wisp at the same time. 2 Ein wisps were floating around his body. Slowly, they made their way to his core, brightening it up more than before. "Fred!" Oscar was delighted and wanted to tell his friend. "What?" Frederick was amid meditation. He didn't want to fall behind Oscar. "I was able to sense 2 Ein wisps," Oscar boasted. "Congratulations, I can sense 4. Frederick gloated back, dampening Oscar's excitement. "4? How is that possible?" Frederick shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I've trained in meditation since I was young, so I'm well versed in it. Also, being a grade 5 Exaltia means I can gather more. Your core is starting to wake, so you'll eventually see more." "I see." Oscar immediately started meditation. He did not want to fall behind others. Time passed as the two meditated, took a break, and meditated again. They noticed a figure walking toward them. It was Elder Saul. "The 2 of you are up quite early." Elder Saul spoke in the same monotone voice. "Greetings, Elder Saul. I always wake up early to do chores, so it's a habit," Oscar explained. He noticed Elder Saul holding a sickle and asked, "What is Elder Saul doing here?" "I trim the grass so that they do not grow uncontrollably. You leave them alone, and they will take over in no time," Elder Saul dryly replied. "It's the same at my farm. We pluck the weeds and chop the grass. I'm glad to see the place is well cared for. I also thank you for helping me yesterday, Elder Saul." Oscar was also thankful to Elder Saul for maintaining these gardens. It helped him feel comfortable and almost like at home. "That was nothing but a whim. You can leave it at that." Elder Saul dismissed Oscar's gratitude. Frederick, silent in the back, acted at this moment and asked, "Elder Saul, You said relaxation is a way to help your mind. What about my methods? He explained his version of relaxation and wanted Elder Saul's opinion on the matter since Oscar was not that supportive. Elder Saul looked at Frederick like a fool, then voiced the same sentiment. Are you an idiot? That's not relaxation. You would just drown in indulgence and pleasure. Your mind would be the farthest from clear and balanced. Oscar failed to hold in his laughter. Frederick turned red in the face and looked fiercely at Oscar. You dare laugh? Watch how I wreck your clothes later. The sound of laughter continued. Frederick's childish threat was ineffective as Oscar kept up his laugh. Finally, it died down as Oscar apologized. Today is a unique day. Elder Saul's words stopped Oscar and Frederick's friendly banter. Unique? You'll see later. They will announce all students to make their way to the auditorium. Elder Saul departed with these mysterious words. Weird, Frederick mumbled, but his grumbling stomach drew his attention. I am hungry. Let's get breakfast. The dorms were set up in a courtyard with 3 buildings. One of the buildings belonged to the boys, and the other to the girls. A tall wall separated the 2 buildings for obvious reasons. Oscar and Frederick's destination was the 3rd building in the center and connected by paths to both dorms, the commune. The commune was where students could interact and mingle. It contained a series of meeting rooms, a large spacious common area with comfortable seating, and a cafeteria. Inside the cafeteria were a few students who had just woken up and come down for breakfast. They were all tired after a long day prior. Some older students glanced at Oscar and Frederick before returning to eat and converse. Other students were newcomers who wore nervous expressions. Hey, check out some of the girls here. They look pretty, Frederick mischievously whispered in Oscar's ear. The uniform the girls wore were attractive. They wore the same kind of white dress shirt and blue jacket, but they wore blue skirts and thigh-high white socks, leaving a small portion of skin in between. Frederick eyed them with great enthusiasm until Oscar smacked his head to behave. Oscar was inexperienced, but his constant closeness with Isabella gave him some resistance. However, a faint blush showed on his immature face. Ignoring more of Frederick's sinful talk, Oscar got his breakfast and sat down. There was a nice heap of eggs and bacon, followed by toasted bread and a salad. Oscar started wolfing down his meal partly because he was hungry but mostly because it was delicious. It's delicious, Frederick remarked. As they ate, more students arrived for their breakfast. One of them noticed Oscar and Frederick and made their way over. Hey! Oscar and Frederick looked up to see another boy around their age. The person was the one Oscar and Frederick had fought off during the trial, Samuel Carter. His face was twisted in anger, and he bared his teeth like a malicious tiger. What do you want, Samuel Carter? Frederick looked annoyed, and his cheerful face changed to one of silent anger. Oi, is that the right way to talk to a member of the Carter Viscount? Samuel arrogantly declared. His family was Viscounts, a rank higher than a baron like the Klein family. This is the Blue Ocean Pavilion, and there are no rankings here except your strength, Oscar retorted. Samuel stared coldly at Oscar but laughed. If it's strength, you, with that lowly grade 4, can't hold a candle to my grade 6. Samuel recognized Oscar back then. After separating, his proctor Stan behaved coldly and dismissive to him and the others. He felt offended but could not do anything to Stan since he was a knight Exalt. Then during the trial, when he was about to finish off Frederick, this grade 4 brat came from nowhere and beat him down. When he entered the cafeteria and saw the grade 4 boy with the upstart Frederick, a fellow noble whom he despised, he felt gratified he could put both of them down and get his revenge. Say that when we're Exalts and we'll find out. Or would you want a repeat of last time? Oscar clenched his hands and stared at Samuel with undaunting eyes. Samuel was taken aback at how this low-born fool could stare at him with disrespect. He was about to yell before Frederick clasped his shoulder. If you want to talk about our families, let me get my aunt. I'm sure she'll be happy to show you the difference. Samuel went pale. Ivanka Klein was a judge and known amongst the barons and viscounts as a very vindictive person. If she had a case against someone, she would not hesitate to make them suffer. Don't think she can protect you or that grade 4 runt all the time. Samuel knocked off Frederick's hand and left to get breakfast. Having lost their appetite from the unsavory encounter, Oscar and Frederick retreated to their rooms. That guy is a bastard, Frederick nearly spat on the floor, thinking about Samuel. You know him, right? He was gunning for you in the trial. Oscar was calm but furious inside. He's one of those old families that insult mine as upstarts. They've existed for 500 years. At some banquets, he would always try to pick a fight and insult me, Frederick said but sneered. 500 years and still viscounts while my family surpassed them in everything but title. Sooner or later, we'll be viscounts, and they won't have their precious rank to hold over us. So he's just trying to look big? Oscar suspected. His family is stagnating and will decline, so he's eager to make a name for himself. But trying to act like he's above everyone else and bully lower grades is pathetic. Frederick chided Samuel's unpleasant behavior. I'm going to meditate. I won't let that guy get any step ahead of me, Oscar said. An unwilling feeling burned in Oscar. Time and time again, his grade 4 was how people judged him. He needed to prove them wrong. Seeing his friend so serious and already meditating, Frederick went along. For hours, they were deep in Ein meditation. Oscar saw 3 Ein wisps around him. As he absorbed more and more, his core glowed brighter. Reaching his limit, he turned to Frederick, who was still meditating. His grade 5 Exaltia gave him a better rate of Ein accumulation, allowing him to meditate slightly longer. A loud horn resounded all over the outer hall, interrupting their session. Students came out of their rooms and looked at each other in confusion. Once the horn stopped, a loud, booming voice was heard by everyone. All students of the outer hall must come to the auditorium in 20 minutes. Latecomers will be punished. All the students rushed out of their rooms in a frenzy. Like a chaotic mob, they sprinted over the grass plains to the auditorium. Oscar and Frederick were shocked and stared at each other. Elder Saul was right? Frederick was surprised. Don't linger around. Let's move. Oscar sprinted like the other students, making his way to the auditorium. 15 minutes later, they finally arrived. Oscar was ragged and gasping from the trek and sat on one of the rows. Eventually, the entire auditorium was filled up. Oscar didn't realize how spacious this auditorium was. There were thousands of other students seated and chatting away in this place. Oscar spotted Samuel, who was laughing with others, rebuking some of the students around him and making them feel uncomfortable. Bastard, Oscar thought. Finally, 20 minutes had passed since the announcement. A group appeared on the stage of the auditorium. They gave off the aura of seasoned veterans, silencing the entire crowd. Why are there so many elders gathered together? The audience could not help but wonder what event would bring together a group of elders. Not even the inner hall would have this sort of gathering. The elder in the front stepped forward and spoke, his voice echoing across the vast crowd. We are here to announce our pavilion will give a grade 1 Ein amassing elixir to all students in the outer hall once every 3 months. Silence. There was silence for a few moments until the crowd erupted in chaos. The older students were completely astounded with cries of shock or complete speechlessness. Some of the newer students were also the same, but the clueless ones were concerned by others' reactions. Fred, what is this Ein amassing elixir? Oscar was one of the clueless ones. Frederick recovered and said, elixirs are special substances created by alchemists. There are many different kinds of elixirs. The Ein amassing elixir allows you to absorb Ein faster than before, almost twice as much. Oscar was speechless at the miraculous effect of the elixir. But Frederick wasn't finished and continued. It is also a mass of concentrated Ein, more than you could normally absorb. By drinking it, you also intake all that Ein. Can be a boon that boosts you faster than before. Why are they giving away such a precious item? Oscar exclaimed. Frederick looked confused. Typically, they gave out the elixir every half year. What was the reason for changing it? They would be burning through more resources, not to mention the monetary costs. The elder resumed speaking to dispel their confusion. There is news of a great event in the future. Therefore, we must improve the power of our pavilion. A great event? Everyone grew anxious. What kind of event would force the pavilion to take such a loss? In all the years of the pavilion, there had never been this big of a change. Oscar wondered if Elder Saul could tell them. Everyone was granted their elixir. Oscar stared at his in interest. The Ein amassing elixir was a bluish liquid placed in a medium-sized vial about the length of his palm. The liquid was bubbly and slightly glowing. Frederick knew somewhat about the elixir and advised Oscar. They say it's best to use this when trying to advance. I suggest using this when you are close to awakening your core. Oscar grasped the vial and put it away, nodding at Frederick. He could not wait to return to his room and begin meditating earnestly. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 10. Lower Apprentice Exalt. Weeks passed since the amassing elixirs were distributed. Although no one knew the reason, they could feel a sense of foreboding, as if this were a respite before a horrific event. Knowing that these vials were early for a reason, all the new students had locked themselves into private meditation. Except for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, they all stayed inside to train. Oscar was not an exception. He continually came down early morning to rest on the grass but cut his rest short to return to his room. In all this time, he had gotten to the point of sensing 30 wisps of ein. At a certain point, they say it is pointless to count as the ein would become a flood rather than tiny droplets. I'm almost ready. Once the core was filled with ein, light condensed into a singular point in the center. Once the point became as small as a seed, it was at the point of awakening. Frederick saw his core reach this stage and knew it was time. Good luck, Fred. Oscar worried for his friend. If the awakening failed, Frederick might have to wait until the next distribution of the elixir. People needed an enormous amount of ein to facilitate the awakening. That was why people normally accumulated resources before advancing through the subsequent stages. You can keep watch if you like. Frederick stuck his thumb up in confidence. Oscar sat down on his chair to observe. Frederick pulled out the vial of elixir and drank the entire solution in a single swig. In a matter of seconds, Frederick started to sweat profusely and his reddened face contorted in pain. Oscar felt Frederick's flushed face looked similar to his father when drunk off the ale. Growling, Frederick groaned and growled. Veins popped out over his arms and head. His muscles tightened so much that they were visibly showing. Frederick could not control himself and let out a painful cry. Thankfully, the rooms were sound insulated so that no one could hear. Oscar was not so lucky since he was in the room. Hearing Frederick's cries of pain amplified Oscar's worry. The air changed as some pressure emanated from Frederick. His hair stood up, eyes opened wide, and pupils glowed as a green aura wrapped around him. Frederick said nothing but made an okay sign with his hand. He was visibly exhausted but made a satisfied smile. Oscar rushed next to Frederick and slapped him on the shoulder in congratulation. How does it feel? Feels amazing. I've never felt like this. This is what an exalt is. Frederick held his hands to his face and teared up. For so many years, he had prepared and trained through rigorous trials. It was all for this moment. Hey, don't be too satisfied. You're only a lower apprentice exalt. The apprentice exalt consisted of the lower, middle, and greater apprentice stages. Lowers was just the entry into the life of an exalt. They still had a long way to go. After Frederick settled down his erratic ein, they went to lunch. On their way, they ran into Samuel, who was strutting around in an overbearing mood. You guys still haven't advanced? Samuel mocked Frederick and Oscar. Thanks to his grade 6 Xianxia and the elixir, he became a lower apprentice exalt a few days ago. Because of that, Frederick and Oscar tried their best to avoid him by eating their meals as fast as possible and leaving before they could meet. Due to Frederick's advancement, they forgot to keep up their guard. Oscar stepped forward. Don't have any common sense? What? Samuel's tone turned hostile at Oscar's insult. As grade 4 and 5, it's natural we're a bit slower. You're boasting so much. But isn't it true that those grade 7 students broke through faster than you? Oscar was not kind in his words and spat poison directly at Samuel's ego. He thought of Samuel as nothing more than a coward who avoided fighting against those with higher grades. Bullying those who can't fight back is just pathetic. Oscar was relentless and continued digging into Samuel. Bastard! Samuel rushed forward and threw out his fist, coated in a yellow shroud of ein. If this fist hit Oscar, a normal mortal, it would tear him apart. Oscar felt death was coming for him, but he clenched his teeth and stood his ground. He was confident. Suddenly, Frederick cut in between and stuck out his own fist. The two blows collided in a mess of yellow and green as their eins clashed. The grass blew back, scattering around them. Back off, Samuel, Frederick spat out coldly. He has had enough of Samuel's act. Thanks, Fred. Oscar was confident that Frederick would help him. You owe me for this, Oz. Frederick pushed off, creating some distance between him and Samuel. Samuel looked at the back of his hand, which was reddened and slightly bleeding. He could not believe Frederick had managed to receive his blow and inflict a slight wound. His family, the Carter Viscounts, was slowly declining. Despite their long history, they produced mediocre exalts one after the other. The other great families easily gained knight and even marshal exalts. But his family had very few knight exalts that were getting old. He could not allow any signs of weakness. What kind of laughingstock would he be if this commoner could insult him? And that this lowly upstart son of a baron matched him in combat? No, Samuel Carter was unwilling. You'll pay for this. His eyes flared with fury. The Ein looked slightly disturbed around him, making Oscar and Frederick fall back. Samuel's entire body was wrapped in yellow Ein like a soft flame. Most of it separated and condensed in the air. The mass of Samuel's Ein concentrated and took the form of a yellow tiger. His anima? Oscar yelped in surprise at the hostile yellow tiger next to Samuel. He stepped forward and growled at them. My tiger here will rip you both apart. Don't worry, Frederick. I'll make sure Teresa can see your pathetic self. Not that she'd care. Samuel smiled maliciously. Bastard. Frederick's voice turned deep with hatred, stunning Oscar, who had never seen Frederick like this. Frederick condensed his Ein like Samuel. It was about to condense until an elderly monotone voice interrupted. Stop! The three students looked at the newcomer, Elder Saul, who looked slightly displeased. Oscar and Frederick shivered because they had gotten acquainted with Elder Saul numerous times and knew his lazy demeanor. What sort of trouble were they in for pissing off this old gardener? Samuel was less than pleased at the interference. He shouted at Elder Saul. These two insulted me. Don't stop me from claiming justice. Elder Saul's face dropped even colder at Samuel's tone. He waved his hand, and the three knelt on the floor, unable to get back up. Fighting each other without permission is prohibited. If you want to fight, apply for a duel and settle it. You've messed up my grass, so stop now, or I'll send the three of you to the Abyss Prison. The three of them paled further at the threat. The Abyss Prison was where students were sent to be punished. It was devoid of Ein and let out harsh cold that chilled the bone. Students who were sent there returned more silent and behaved than before. We'll stop, Oscar said. The pressure disappeared, and Oscar was able to stand back up. Samuel's tiger dissipated in flakes of yellow Ein. He departed, but not without staring daggers at Oscar and Frederick. Little brat, Elder Saul mumbled. Samuel's attitude rubbed everyone the wrong way, even this lackadaisical Elder Saul. Boy, you've become a lower apprentice Exalt. Elder Saul saw through Frederick's level. I have. Thank you, Elder Saul, for stopping Samuel. I almost broke the rules in my anger. Frederick bowed while Oscar looked worried. Oscar looked down at the roughed-up patches of dirt and overturned grass. We can help fix this for you. Oscar suggested they help Elder Saul since they were partly responsible for the damage. Elder Saul waved his hand and said, It's fine. You should get back to your training. Become an Exalt if you don't want to be helpless like before. His words pierced Oscar's worry. He was right. Oscar could not rely on Frederick forever. He needed to be able to stand up for himself. As Elder Saul left, Oscar asked Frederick, Who is Teresa? Frederick did not respond, but his face looked sad, and his sharp shoulders drooped down. Oscar could tell this Teresa was a sensitive topic for Frederick. You don't have to tell me. Let's go back. Thanks, Oz. Frederick put on a smile, but Oscar could see it was forced. They remained silent the entire way back. A few days passed since the altercation with Samuel. Frederick was getting used to his body's new power. Though he kept his anima a secret from Oscar, they decided to tell each other their anima at the same time. Trying hard to keep the promise, Oscar delved into his Ein meditation more frequently. Even outside early morning, he sought to meditate on the soft grass. It went on until, finally, Oscar noticed his core changing. At his previous meditation session, the last wisp of Ein entered his core. It flared up more brightly than ever as the light inside became smaller and smaller. The brightness of the core was still the same, but Oscar could make out a small sphere in the center of his core. It was like a beautiful marble contained inside a glass ball. It was the moment Oscar had been waiting for. This was the limit of his mortal body, and it was time to become an Exalt. Fred, I'm ready. Oscar looked serious as he pulled out the amassing elixir as Frederick looked on. He downed the formula and waited. Suddenly, Oscar felt a searing heat like magma erupting from his chest. He saw numerous wisps of flood around his body and enter. His core spun and spun as it rapidly devoured the To break through to the lower apprentice Exalt, he needed to take in more than usual to facilitate this spinning. As the core spins, it would transform and undo his mortal shackles. Oscar felt his blood boil. No wonder Frederick had veins popping out and tightened his muscles. The pain from the heat itself was enough to make him clench his entire body. But the most painful was the core's spinning. Oscar felt like he had lost any sense of direction and nearly vomited from the confusion. But he maintained his breathing and meditated. Despite feeling like he was falling all over, he was still on the bed. Finally, the absorption of the from outside stopped. However, Oscar knew this was not over. The concentrated in the elixir seeped into his body from the stomach and bombarded the core. The core increased its speed, glowing brightly blue. Blood flowed from Oscar's nose, shocking Frederick, who wanted to help. But interrupting this process would be detrimental to Oscar, so he remained still and prayed for his friend's success. Oscar screamed as the last of the was absorbed. The core finally stopped, but his chest felt like one of the suns was inside. It was hot, sending waves of sharp pain through his nerves. His core had advanced. Oscar found himself in a dark space. This was the form of his soul when inside his inner space. He looked up to see his new core. This core was sky blue and had patterns of geometric shapes on it. Oscar felt it looked akin to an egg. Then he saw a flurry of come out of his orb and form an animal on top. It lay on top of the core and looked around before meeting Oscar's eyes. It had small antlers and a thin body, while its eyes looked kind and full of life. Oscar recognized the animal. It was an animal he saw nearly every day in the forest, sometimes munching on the grass near his home. It was his anima, a young deer. He knew he had finally ascended as an Exalt. He was now a lower apprentice Exalt. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 11. To the archives. Oscar snapped his eyes open. A glow of blue streaks in his pupils made him seem unearthly. A coat of blue flowed out, encasing his entire body. He felt incredible power flowing through him. That's how you do it. Congratulations. OS. Frederick was happy about Oscar's success. He was worried when Oscar started bleeding, but it all worked out. Here's a napkin, Frederick said. Oscar did not notice the blood until Frederick mentioned it. There was blood on his clothes and still dripping down his nose. After cleaning himself, Oscar lay on his bed. He felt so light, as if he could fly. He turned to Frederick and said, "All right, it's time to show off our anima. You broke through first, so you show yours." Frederick focused his mind, and the green collected above him. Each wisp of transformed into a feather, and they collected into a large bundle of feathers. The feathers parted into wings, revealing a beak and 2 green eyes. It was a hawk, one of the many birds that occupied the wide sky. Oscar read about them and how they were fast diverse, swooping in for their prey. How is it? This majestic, is it not? Not bad for grade 5. Frederick grinned while the hawk perched itself on his shoulder. It let out a piercing cry, matching its master's mood. The anima is said to be another part of your being. Thus it mirrors what you feel and your desires. Even anima of inanimate objects would showcase such behavior in their unique way. Your turn. Frederick gestured for Oscar to present his anima. Oscar focused his attention on the deer standing on top of his core. It sensed Oscar's will and immediately rushed out of his inner space. Outside, the blue condensed next to Oscar and formed the deer. It let out a loud grunt, startling Frederick. A deer? Frederick noticed the antlers. A deer. Oscar embarrassingly palmed his face. He did not know what his deer could do, but it looked really weak compared to Samuel's tiger. His deer anima next to him sensed his lamentations and whimpered. "Don't worry, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with a deer. Those antlers look deadly." Frederick tried to console Oscar and come up with some positives about it. It was different compared to his hawk that could fly around. Oscar was still a little down and knelt to pet his deer. It rubbed lovingly on Oscar's hand, letting out a cute sound. It's cute, but is that all it is? Oscar sighed. Frederick thought hard about how to cheer Oscar up. After some pondering, he had a brilliant idea. Hey, now that we're both exalts, do you know what we can do? Frederick asked. What? Oscar listlessly said. We can go to the Neptune archives. Oscar immediately stood up while his deer began prancing around. How could he have forgotten about the archives? Various places and facilities in the Blue Ocean Pavilion were closed to anyone who wasn't an Exalt. Some examples were occasional lectures in the Outer Hall, the Mission Center, and the Neptune archives. After seeing Oscar's delighted face, Frederick knew he was right on the money. He saw Oscar reading many times when he was not training. Surely the books in the Neptune archives would brighten his friend's mood. Let's head out. Oscar retrieved his anima and quickly left. The two set out on the path toward the Neptune archives. As they traveled, their surroundings changed. Instead of the usual grassy plains, they saw more pristine and grand buildings. The Neptune archives was located in the town, the Azure City, inside the Blue Ocean Pavilion. It was closer to a city than a town due to its size. A platoon of night exalts guarded the gateway to this town. They stopped Oscar and Frederick from entering. The two released their exalt aura, letting the guards know they had the qualifications to enter. You can go in, do not cause trouble. A guard waved them in but not before warning them. Any troublemakers in the town were immediately locked up in the Abyss prison. We will make sure. Oscar and Frederick entered the town and beheld a lot of activity. There were various restaurants and shops. Some shops were owned by outside merchants, while others were run by other students trying to sell their extra inventory. Selling a grade 2 elixir. Ask me for more details. I have some good weapons for sale. Clamors and commotions abounded as Oscar nudged through the crowds of students. The Azure City was open to every student who was an Exalt, so there was always a mass gathered inside. Over here, Frederick guided Oscar through the crowd. They went through various alleyways that Frederick learned from his aunt, Ivanka. Finally, they arrived in front of the Neptune archives. It was a beautiful building. Large pillars upheld its marble ceiling. Great carvings of scrolls and quills adorned the arches. Water flowed from its peak dome down to the small pools surrounding it through aqueducts. Oscar stepped onto the bridge to get to the entrance. What he saw inside took his breath away. The shelves were endless, stretching all over the archives. Oscar could not tell how many books were on the first floor alone. Oscar felt he could sit here forever and read until old age. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Frederick also gazed in wonder at the beautiful interior. Thanks, Fred. Oscar did not forget that Frederick brought him here to cheer him up. Oscar ran to one of the bookshelves like a child running toward their presence. It was a section on herbology. Oscar eagerly picked up one of the books and started reading. Frederick turned his eyes to another section and took out a book. Hours passed. Frederick was starting to get extremely bored, nearly falling asleep. He tried to focus more for Oscar's sake, but his inbuilt laziness took over. He preferred action rather than reading. Peering over, he saw Oscar was still engrossed in another book. What are you reading? Frederick wondered. It's a book on anima and how to utilize them, Oscar responded. He fell into depression earlier, but coming to this place helped clear his mind. Oscar needed to be better at using his anima, as Lewis mentioned. Although he was not sure about the capabilities of his deer, it was still an animal. I'm looking for advice on how animal-type anima works. I'm sure we have a lecture coming up for newcomers. It's one of the consistent ones they do every year. They will mention anima and other auxiliary topics related to exalts. Frederick remembered the schedule on the dorm bulletin board. The lecture was done 1 month after student admissions. Better to know more about the topic to ask better questions, Oscar said in a scholarly manner, making Frederick wince as it sounded like something his mother would say. OS would have been better to be born as a scholar or a minister's son. Frederick thought it was a tragedy since Oscar was obsessed with new knowledge and how he could apply them. Oh! Frederick's eyes brightened as he saw a certain figure enter the Neptune archives. He nudged Oscar away from his book. OS, look who just entered. Frederick's face was slightly shocked. Oscar was annoyed when Frederick dragged him off and wondered who Frederick was looking at. He had never seen Frederick look dumbfounded like this. Oscar turned to where Frederick was staring and stopped. It was a girl around their age. She had beautiful silver hair that grew down to her thin waist. The student uniform was already eye-catching on other girls, but it suited this girl the most. To Oscar, the most beautiful part was her emerald eyes that shined like jewels. They gave off a divine feeling. Everyone in the archives stopped what they were doing to look at this goddess. She had an expressionless face and continued walking away. No one dared to follow her. Who is that? Oscar shook his head, thinking he needed to focus on being a powerful Exalt and books rather than girls. But he could not help but be curious about her. She's the grade 8 I told you about earlier. She's the princess of our brilliant Drake Empire. Her Highness, Celestina Lovra Dragner. Frederick spoke respectfully. Long ago, he saw her at a banquet but never approached. After all, it was not his place to interact with her in the first place. That was why he never had any thoughts of trying to get close to her. That would be a calamity, Frederick thought. Celestina? Oscar mumbled. Frederick smacked his head and said, Princess. Call her princess. I thought we were not supposed to be concerned about ranks. Otherwise, I'd be calling you Great Frederick. Oscar rubbed the spot Frederick hit. It's fine for others, but she's a different case. Okay, Oscar blandly stated and returned to reading his book. Rather than think about a princess he would never interact with, he'd focus on himself. This guy, Frederick palmed his face in frustration. Was Oscar addled in the head? Frederick tried numerous times to get Oscar acquainted with different girls, but most of his attempts were unsuccessful. Oscar flipped through the pages as his reading speed was quite fast. He stopped at a page describing the uses of the anima. Interesting, there are different stages in anima as well. The first stage is the manifestation stage, which Oscar and Frederick were currently in. Their anima manifests on the outside and can interact with the physical world. The second stage is the meld stage. This one is more complicated since it merges the anima with an object. The meld stage was where the weapon types like sword anima shined. Melding a sword anima into a real sword would have devastating effects. The third and final stage is the integration stage. It is fusing the anima inside yourself. The resulting outcome is different based on the anima. That sounds amazing. What would happen if I integrated with my deer? Oscar imagined having antlers and mowing down his enemies, though it seemed ridiculous in his imagination. Let's run. Oh. Suddenly, Oscar was dragged again into a corner away from the entrance. He tried to say something, but Frederick silenced him with an angry look. What is it now? Oscar was annoyed. This was the second time Frederick stopped his reading. It's Gilbert, Frederick growled. Gilbert Lockwood? The grade 9? Oscar took a peek at the entrance. He witnessed everyone staring at a figure at the entrance in fear, awe, and unwillingness. The man had a beautiful bed of blue hair with blue eyes. He was slim and tall, yet Oscar could see parts of his arm that showed parts of his incredibly toned body. Gilbert glanced around the archives in search of something. His eyes briefly met Oscar's, and Oscar felt like lightning shot straight into him. It was only a moment, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Gilbert did not linger and walked further inside, to the relief of everyone. I told you, didn't I? That guy is bad news. Frederick drank some water to calm down and passed it along to Oscar. Why do you think he's here? Oscar wondered. I heard he's trying to woo the princess. Out of everyone here, he does have the qualifications with that grade 9 Xianxia. Frederick grumbled. That seems very likely. Oscar saw that Gilbert had no interest in the books and came here for another purpose. What could draw him here if not the princess? I want to head back, Frederick said solemnly. Sure. Let's go back to our room. Oscar agreed. After that small encounter with Gilbert, Oscar didn't feel like staying. Plus, Frederick was behaving strangely. Grade 9. It truly is terrifying. Oscar furrowed his brows. Could he catch up with his grade 4? Or would he waste away like the student guide Nicholas? Such worries invaded his mind that he was not in the state to meditate for the rest of the day. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 12. The first lecture. One of the best features of the outer hall was the training area. It contained many private rooms for individual training to meditate for days, food reserves so a person could stay for a long time, and combat rooms where students sparred. Within one of the combat rooms, Oscar and Frederick traded blows. They reserved it for the entire day to hone their lower apprentice Exalt powers. Simply having the power was not enough. They needed to sharpen themselves and be versatile in utilizing it. Oscar, clad in blue iron, rushed towards Frederick. His speed was unlike anything he had experienced before, and he arrived in front of Frederick. He lowered his stance and kicked his leg towards Frederick's side. Frederick stepped back to avoid it, but Oscar would not let him go easily. He was quick on his feet and followed Frederick tightly. He tried to swing a punch from the side onto Frederick's head this time. Frederick blocked the blow with a crossguard. Then, one of his hands immediately grabbed onto Oscar's extended arm before he could retract. Frederick turned around while grabbing Oscar's arm and lifted Oscar off the ground, swinging Oscar over his shoulder. The ground slammed with a loud shake as Oscar landed flat on his back. Although his blue iron prevented any significant damage, it was immensely painful. Oscar let out a groan of pain. He and Frederick had sparred multiple times today, yet he could not get a single victory. Frederick stood above Oscar and made a victory sign with a wide smile. "Os, you need to work on your moves." Frederick helped Oscar, who was rubbing his back, up. "I didn't expect you to grab my punch like that." Oscar was impressed by the way Frederick moved. "I trained in battle since I was young, so it's an obvious result. However, your attacks hurt. You have one heck of a fist." They took a break to catch their breath and replenish their thirst and hunger. Frederick noted some improvements Oscar could make to be a better fighter. "As we become more powerful Exalts, it's better to have a good mastery of Ein and the body. When you attack, you should think about your next move. Your last punch stayed still for too long, allowing me to grab it. Be quick on your moves." Oscar nodded before taking out a book he borrowed from the Neptune archives. It was a book on basic martial arts. When he first borrowed it, Frederick laughed. "How can the book help?" They set it up so they would take 30-minute breaks between each sparring session. "Let's begin." 30 minutes passed, and Oscar reviewed more of the book. He felt ready to get his victory. "Don't get hurt too badly." Frederick got into his stance with his two hands held up, one to his chin and the other by his ribcage. Oscar held a similar stance but held both hands near his chin. At the sound of the bell, the two clashed. Frederick let out a flurry of jabs trying to tap Oscar on the head, but Oscar sidestepped each one. Then, as Oscar closed in, Frederick responded with a low kick to knock him off balance. Oscar hopped to avoid it, but that left him open in the air for Frederick's right punch to his body. Oscar reacted in time to block it but was flung a few meters back. He stumbled a little before regaining his footing. Frederick did not miss this chance and punched repeatedly. Oscar struggled to dodge and block, allowing Frederick's second kick to sweep him off his feet. "Damn!" Oscar gasped for air while lying down on the floor. Frederick wiped off his sweat with a towel while tossing another to Oscar. "You need to work on your legs. Maintain a well-balanced footing, and you won't be dragged in the mud like that." "I had to jump when you kicked," Oscar said. "It's better to counter with your kick or step back to find another way to attack. If you could fly, that would work. But the whole point is to know your space and what you can do." Frederick was serious whenever he talked about fighting or exalts. Although he fooled around many times, he was very persistent in his training. Footing. Oscar always thought he had a good sense of balance due to his experience working on the stables on his farm. But fighting was different, and he got flustered in some moments, leading to his loss. "We have 1 more hour left. Let's practice our anima." Frederick suggested they switch armaments to do something else. He knew Oscar would need time to make adjustments and improve. "It's 10-0. I swear, I'll knock you out." Oscar declared his intent to bash Frederick down. Frederick responded with a smirk and manifested his anima, the green hawk. He soared around before diving towards Oscar. Sore winner. Oscar focused his Ein, manifesting the blue deer anima. It trotted towards the hawk and stabbed its antlers forward. The blue and green anima clashed. The beak collided against the antler. The air was disturbed as a small whirl of Ein exploded outward. The hawk fell back and perched itself on Frederick's shoulder while Oscar's deer fell back to his side. Oscar felt a small pang of pain in his chest. It was his Xianxia core. Oscar noticed a part of his deer's antlers was chipped. He read that damage to the anima would result in pain to its wielder. Frederick felt pain from a small crack on his bird's beak, but not as much as Oscar. The two focused as Ein gathered and recovered the injured parts of their animus. The deer anima took more damage. Grade 4 has less resistance, Oscar sighed. Don't overthink it. My bird's beak is sharper and more specialized in that diving maneuver. Your deer blocked it with only a scratch and even countered. Frederick was surprised at the sturdiness of Oscar's deer. It was known that deer antlers were quite hard, so it wasn't unbelievable. But not good enough. Oscar sighed and noticed the time. We should get dinner and rest. Tomorrow is the first lecture. Still got a little time in this room. Let's continue. Frederick wanted to get one more spar in. The two clashed their animus again. After that, they began honing their animus abilities. Frederick made many flight patterns with his hawk while Oscar controlled his deer to sprint back and forth. After a long, exhausting training session, they stumbled into the commune, ate a hearty dinner, and slept the night away. In the early morning, Oscar was on the grass plains. He released his deer anima and let it prance around. The good mood of the deer affected him to be happier as well. He let out a peaceful smile and a long breath of relief. The month had been full of training, but this small respite in the morning was what Oscar loved. Your anima is very lively. Elder Saul appeared out of nowhere and spoke to Oscar. Oscar let his deer run free the past few days, so Elder Saul was aware. He would often remain silent and watch as the deer anima rolled around. Sorry about the grass. Oscar shyly apologized for his deer's behavior. The wielder controls anima, but animal types are capable of independent actions. Oscar let his deer control itself in the mornings. It's fine. Rather than idiots messing it up, it's better suited for this scenery. He was correct. The view of the deer hopping and trotting around the grassy plains was a good match and natural. It is also good to let your anima learn independence. You never know when they may do something unexpected that helps you. Elder Saul talked more than before, as he advised Oscar. Oscar nodded, noting the elder's words in his heart. The relationship between the wielder and the anima propelled them to the next stage. Oscar yearned to reach the integration stage. The lecture will start soon. You should go on your way. Elder Saul yawned and wandered away. After a few more minutes, Oscar felt he was out long enough and returned to the dorms. Before entering inside, Samuel popped up and stopped him. Out of my way. Oscar did not want to deal with Samuel at this time. Don't think you can keep running away. You will accept my duel request. Samuel tried numerous times to goad Oscar into a duel to teach him a lesson. Normally, people would accept lest they be mocked for being a coward. Oscar was different and did not care about what others thought of him. He was already a grade 4 at the bottom, so what difference are a little more jeers? Oscar was determined to fight when he was prepared and ready. The last few spars with Frederick showed him his shortcomings. You're wasting your time. If you want to fight, just go for people who would give you a challenge, Oscar sarcastically stated. In the future, he was determined to stomp Samuel underfoot. He moved to the side and walked past Samuel, who could not do anything. Any complaint could lead to him being put away. Oscar was irritated and moved along to his room. Inside, Frederick was still snoring while mumbling some incoherent sentences. Wake up, Fred. The lecture is starting soon. Oscar shook Frederick to wake him up, but Frederick remained still. Having little patience and slightly irritated by Samuel, Oscar took some water and splashed it on Frederick. Cold? Frederick snapped awake and jumped out of bed. His hair was wet as water dripped down his face. Finally, he realized what had happened and stared at Oscar in shock. I told you to wake up, Oscar grinned. Frederick grumbled as he changed his clothes and tidied up his wet hair. Together they left for the auditorium. Unlike the last time, the crowd was not as enormous. This lecture was specifically for new students, so the older ones did not attend. An instructor waited for the students to arrive. He remained stoic, with his hands collapsed behind his back. Welcome, everyone. I am Preceptor Frank Dullen. I will teach everyone about the possibilities that are open to Exalts. The crowd made not a single sound to catch every word from Frank. A lecture was a rare opportunity in the outer hall. They needed to benefit from it however much they could. Frank waved his hand as images showed above him. There were potions, animals, weapons, scrolls, and some floating orbs. The potions came forward and enlarged themselves before the crowd. As an Exalt, there are many different possibilities. Naturally, you are all warriors with fighting capabilities, but Exalts can be so much more. Alchemists who create elixirs. The Ein amassing elixir distributed a month ago was created by the efforts of our alchemists. Alchemists combine their Ein with ingredients like plants, bones, blood, and others to create elixirs. The process is meticulous and precise. Therefore, there are many failures while concocting an elixir. The difficulty goes up as the grades increase. Elixirs are categorized from grade 1 to grade 9, much like our own Xianxia. Anyone can try to be an alchemist, but very few have the talent for it. The anima within us is a good indicator of talent. Plant-type anima and anima of tools related to alchemy are the best. Some students' eyes glinted with yearning. They had those kinds of anima, so perhaps they were capable alchemists. The Palace of Whirlpools is where you can seek guidance in alchemy. But as outer hall students, you would have less access to resources and instruction. The students looked disappointed but also gave off a feeling of helplessness. In the end, they could not enjoy everything as outer hall students. Ignoring their woes, Frank waved his hands as the potion image shrank and flew to the back. In its place, the animals enlarged and strode forward. Some Exalts prefer to build a partnership with other beasts as a companion in their journey. There are many different kinds of beasts throughout the world. Our Blue Ocean Pavilion and the Brilliant Drake Empire worked hard to create safe zones where the civilians live. So some of you may never have seen any of them. Once you leave those safe zones, you will see them. They are far different from your usual horse and deer. The beasts are also capable of Ein. They can become stronger like us Exalts, so we call them Exalt beasts. Their strengths are divided in the same way as our Exalt stages. From apprentice Exalt beasts to king Exalt beasts. Some students made audible gasps as they had never heard this before. Oscar would have been the same, but he read about the Exalt beasts in the Neptune archives. He could not believe it when he first learned about it, so their reactions were not surprising. Exalts are capable of forming a bond with Exalt beasts. However, an Exalt beast can be aggressive or unwilling. Often, they attack without even thinking about it. This is where the animal anima can shine. If you have the anima related to a certain Exalt beast, you have a better chance than others to form a bond. Some Exalt beasts may take the initiative to come to you and willingly follow. Oscar did not read about this in the book on basic anima. He was elated at first to hear he could have a partner that would fight alongside him. This way, he could overcome the difference between Exalsia grades. But a question popped up. Were there any deer-based Exalt beasts? An Exalt beast is a powerful ally who can grow with you. There is a level above simple taming that is stronger. It is to make a soul connection with the beast, and it can only be done if the two are willing to lay their lives together. However, forming a connection means you will die if the Exalt beast dies. The crowd thought it was ridiculous to leave their life in the hands of a beast. Only an idiot would form a soul connection despite the power it can give. The menagerie is where you can meet and tame the beasts we have reared. Once again, the images rotated, and the weapons and armor replaced the animals. When it comes to a graded armament, it is very versatile. There are hundreds of different types, all ranging from swords to helmets. Armaments are also divided into grades 1 to grade 9. A grade 9 weapon is said to be the weapon of the gods. The gods? Oscar was shocked and wondered if the gods were real. Frank ignored the clamoring of the students and continued to lecture. The graded armament can have special properties that allow them to have effects such as a spell engraved within them. The weapon and armor animus are amazing for this. Once you reach the meld stage, you can merge your anima into the weapon it resembles. This strengthens the weapon and protects your anima from harm thanks to the new body. That is why weapon and armor animus are heavily favored for battle since they are devastatingly strong from the meld stage. However, others cannot showcase their fullest potential until the integration stage. Of course, how is it made? We have fabricators who are Exalts capable of creating graded armament. Much like alchemists, they are very specialized in it. Fabricators typically have an anima related to it like hammers and tools. The foundry is where our fabricators reside, and they provide an elementary course. Frank noted that he had spoken long enough and suggested a break. None of the students moved from their seats and burst into conversations about what they had learned. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 13. Oscar's first spell. After the brief respite, Frank resumed the lecture. The image of the scroll was now at the forefront. How do Exalts fight? I've seen some of you continue meditating while others train in combat. That is all good. Every attack of an Exalt is infused with Ein and is deadlier than ordinary attacks. But that is just simple motions. An Exalt can flow the Ein in certain ways, to attack in a particular manner, and to twist the nature around them. Those are spells. Spells are techniques that utilize the Ein in your body or weapon. Frank stuck out his hand, and suddenly a ball of fire appeared, much to the crowd's surprise. He threw the fire upwards high into the air, where it exploded. The winds blew back from the explosion, brushing everyone's hair back. Using the Ein properly, I could transform it into flames. This particular spell is the Grade 1 spell, Combust, which makes my fire explode in a flash. A spell is to transform and adjust Ein so that it can have various effects, giving the Ein purpose. All of a sudden, flames engulfed his hands. The students were shocked, but Frank was undisturbed by it. See, my Ein transformed into flames, but it is undirected, without motive. Watch as I complete my spell to give it a purpose. Frank concentrated as the fire shrank but grew deeper in red. Finally, it stopped until it looked like Frank was wearing a pair of bright red gloves. Oscar could see the flames waving and flickering on the surface of the gloves. This is the Grade 2 spell, Fists of Fury, a spell meant for physical attacks. A boulder appeared out of nowhere next to Frank. He slammed his fist straight into it. Students watched in horror as the rock melted against the fierce heat of Frank's fist. These spells seem far deadlier in my hands because of my Exalt power. However, they are still strong in your inexperienced hands. Frank was a Knight Exalt. Thus his control and force on Ein were far above these students. If they used the Grade 1 Combust spell, it would only be a small explosion, unlike the blast he exhibited. As you become stronger, you can invoke more powerful spells. They are divided by grades, from Grade 1 to 9. Apprentice Exalts like yourself can only do Grade 1, but perhaps a few among you can handle the strain of Grade 2 in the Greater Apprentice stage. The Neptune Archives contains all the spells and knowledge you want. However, you must acquire contribution points from missions and tasks to purchase a spell. Thankfully, as new students, you all have the right to one free Grade 1 spell. Oscar was confused because he's been to the Neptune Archives almost every day but never heard of it. Frederick pulled him aside and said, "I guess we should have asked. Damn that old witch. She never told me about this." Frederick grumbled about his aunt, who kept some information from him. He was too scared to confront her directly, so he could only whisper his complaints. "We should leave after this lecture is over as soon as possible." After this, Oscar knew there would be a mass exodus of people crowding toward the Neptune Archives. Any second spent understanding and practicing the spell would be a great boon. Frank clapped his hands together to silence the excited students. He knew they were eager to get a free spell, but he did not enjoy being sidetracked. In the end, being young was to be very distracted. As members of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, you must become stronger. Remember that only the strongest will thrive. Now we have come to an end. Good luck to you all. Frank flew away before everyone's eyes. They were still for a moment, but then they became frenzied. Oscar and Frederick pushed through everyone in their way. It was the moment Oscar was ready for. Some students shoved each other down to the ground, their eyes gleaming with desire. Everyone was on their way to get a spell. The gate to the Azure City was uneventful today. The guards watched as students passed in and out throughout the morning. However, their faces were tense because they knew what was coming. Every year, after the first month of admission, an unruly crowd of students stomps toward the gate. The guards were Knight Exalts, but dealing with thousands of people was still a tall task. The ground rumbled and shook. The guards and some oblivious students heard the roars. One of the guards directed the students to move out of the way. They saw a massive crowd on the horizon. Oscar and Frederick managed to reach the forefront and rushed inside Azure City. The guards backed away more as streams of students bulldozed their way through. This way, they went into an alleyway and came out in front of the Neptune Archives after a series of turns. The peaceful and regal atmosphere of the Neptune Archives was cut short as Oscar noticed the mass crowd thrashing their way toward the entrance. Get inside, Frederick screamed. Oscar and Frederick leaped across the bridge and went to the front desk. We would like the free grade 1 spell. Oscar's face was flushed with excitement. The librarian was an old lady with kind eyes. She recognized Oscar as an avid reader who was here nearly every day. She smiled and placed a catalog in front of him and Frederick. Choose a spell from this grade 1 catalog. Let me know, and I will bring out a copy. Oscar and Frederick flipped through the catalog. As they did, the crowd of outer hall students finally came forward. The old librarian was not affected by the yells around her. She stared at them and released her Knight Exalt aura, deafening the crowd's words. The librarians will help you, but only when you are in order. The crowd did not wish to offend a Knight Exalt and followed her orders. She winked at Oscar with his mouth gaping open. He never thought he was acquainted with a Knight Exalt like this. Frederick flipped through and spotted a spell he liked. He went to the old lady waiting for them and pointed to the spell. Grade 1 Wind Step. Oscar looked on in confusion because he thought Frederick was the more aggressive person. It's suitable, Frederick said. Don't let anyone else know. Oscar nodded. Knowing a person's arsenal of spells is akin to knowing their weak points. The worst thing for an Exalt was to be met with horrifying counters with no way to stop them. Oscar scanned through the catalog, looking through the various spells. None of the attack and defense spells were enticing. This was a free opportunity, so he needed a good spell he could use in any situation. His fingers traced down the pages until they stopped on one line. Oscar read it carefully. Grade 1 Stone Gaze. Stop an enemy's movements with a look of your eyes. This is it. Oscar knew this was what he needed. As a grade 4, he needed more than simple attacks or defense. He needed abilities that could surprise the opponent or lead to an overturn when used correctly. Elder, I would like this one. The old librarian had just come out with Frederick's spell and took note of Oscar's choice. She looked amused that the young student would choose this. They often want something to enhance their attack or defense. I'll be right back. The librarian came back moments later with Oscar's spell. It was a scroll encased in a tube container. She took Oscar's hand and pricked a bit of blood, placing it in a slot in the container. You will have the spell to study for a week. It has been modified so no one can read it but you. Remember, you cannot share the spells with others, or else you'll be condemned. Do not test us. The pavilion always catches the rule breakers. Her stern gaze went from Oscar to Frederick. They nodded their heads repeatedly like a couple of chickens. Oscar and Frederick sprinted to the training area, where they could read and practice their spells in peace. Oscar opened his scroll and started reading. The Grade 1 Stone Gaze spell utilized Ein through the eyes to halt a person or beast. The principle was that once the eyes met in a stare, the caster's Ein would spill out from their eyes to the enemy, forming a link. This link would use the user's Ein to lock onto the enemy, freezing them. So I need to stare them in the eyes. Oscar tapped his fingers on the floor as he read. It was great in battles against people, but would they give him a chance to stare at them? What if one of them was blind? Oscar studied more as it described the process of the spell. First, Ein had to collect into a singular point in the pupils of the eyes. If the Ein wasn't condensed and small enough, the link could be easily broken by the enemy's Ein. Second, the Ein had to be aimed and shot toward the enemy's eye. Third, the link had to be maintained with a constant flow of Ein. Oscar crossed his arms in a frown. This spell was very good in disrupting an enemy, but the requirements of constant Ein and meeting eyes were very stringent. I can worry about that part later. I should first collect the Ein in my eyes. He sat down in meditation. The best way to sense his Ein was in Ein meditation so he could tell the smallest deviance. He focused the Ein in his body to flow into his head. Heavy Oscar's head felt heavier, close to how it felt when he was sick. But he continued and tried to concentrate on his eyes. A searing burn overflowed from his two eye sockets like someone poured magma on them. The Ein dissipated since Oscar lost concentration. Frederick stopped reading to check on his friend, who was covering his eyes. It's okay. I just messed up on my focus. It hurts to move the Ein to my eyes. You should focus on your spell. Oscar wiped the tears out of his eyes. Don't overdo it. Frederick left Oscar alone to resume his training. One could make out a slight hint of Ein concentrating on his feet. Even while worrying about me, He never broke his concentration on his feet. Oscar clenched his fist. He was still far behind Frederick. The grade 1 wind step spell must work similarly in gathering Ein in a certain spot. But the feet were sturdier than the eyes, so it wasn't an issue. Oscar exhaled and slowly concentrated on his eyes. Unlike earlier, Oscar decided to take a gentle approach and leak Ein into his eyes little by little. The pain he experienced on the first try was probably due to the large influx of Ein his eyes were unprepared for. Slowly, let a drop in at a time, the tiny drop of Ein flowed from Oscar's core into his left eye. He felt slight discomfort, but Oscar was delighted to sense the droplet of Ein staying in his pupil. Slowly, another drop made its way to the right eye. Hot, Oscar's eyes could barely stay open from the heat of the 2 droplets in his eyes. A single drop in each eye was enough to cause this much heat. Oscar shuddered at his rash behavior earlier. I have to toughen my eyes. As they get used to it, my eyes should be able to handle the full amount required. The spell scroll said it required the Ein to fill the entire eye and then condense into a singular point. So far, Oscar had only managed 1 drop, an ocean away from his goal. Oscar kept up his concentration. His body drowned in sweat as he willed more Ein into his eyes. He could not fall behind here. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 14. First Mission. A Ferocious Girl. To our beloved Oscar, your father and I received your letter and are glad you are doing well. We cried so much when you said you became an Exalt. The entire town came by to congratulate us. You've worked so hard, but make sure to take care of yourself. Your father and I worry about you all the time. Visit us whenever you can, particularly with that friend Frederick you mentioned. With our love, Mother and Father. Oscar read the letter multiple times. He had sent a letter once a month, but the postage was slow. His first reply finally came 2 months after he sent it out. He had been in the Blue Ocean Pavilion for 3 months now. Surprisingly, he had a much more mature look on his face. His worldview and the gravity of being an Exalt had matured him. OS, how long are you going to reread that letter? Let's get back to it. Frederick was waiting in the middle of the training room. The past 2 months did not have much effect on Frederick. He was still handsome with a lackadaisical expression. Coming, Fred. Oscar got up and stood opposite Frederick. Both wielded a short sword, the best weapon for learning the basics of weaponry and positioning. They got these for free since they were just gradeless weapons for training purposes. Dong! The bell rang and Frederick sprinted. Oscar held a tight stance, ready for everything. The many weeks of sparring helped him calm his aggressive nature, and he took a more defensive, calculated stance. Frederick was not deterred as his Ein focused on his feet. A breeze followed as Frederick disappeared from Oscar's sight. Annoying wind step, Oscar complained. Frederick's wind steps focused the Ein on his feet, transforming it into the wind. The wind under his feet would burst, quickening Frederick's steps. It was a great spell for positioning and movement. Behind Oscar, Frederick swung his short sword down towards it. But Oscar turned around to block the incoming blow. The swords clashed but did not make much fuss since they were not coated in Ein. A regular weapon would break from the pressure. At that moment, Frederick noticed the Ein gathering his Oscar's eyes. He tried to close them, but it was too late. Oscar's eyes looked normal, but his pupils were glowing blue from his Ein. A line flew from his pupils to Frederick's. Frederick shook a little before standing still. Oscar immediately swung his sword to attack the motionless Frederick. However, the line broke, and Frederick snapped free, distancing himself from Oscar's strike. Ha ha! The 2 Exalts were breathing heavily. Although it was a spar, they utilized too much of their Ein and were exhausted. One of the books Oscar read in the Neptune archives was on strategy. Exalts could not immediately refine the Ein around them to recover, so they needed to manage their Ein usage carefully. Ein meditation while moving was a foolhardy endeavor that Oscar tried to no result and great pain. The Exalt, with better control and usage of their Ein, had the advantage. Oscar remembered when Lewis mentioned tactics. To drain the opponent's Ein while maintaining your own was one tactic. If a higher grade was depleted, they could not fight back. However, these 2 were still wasteful in their Ein due to their inexperience. Let's take a breather. Oscar rubbed his eyes and sat down. Your link is still too weak. I was able to break it too fast. Frederick wiped his sweat off. You also overshot yourself. If you used your wind steps properly, you would have been more accurate in positioning. Oscar noticed that even though Frederick's feet were off balance when using his spell. I know. I need to work on that. The biggest issue is your spell. The risk is too great for your eyes and mind, Frederick warned. I'm still working on that. Oscar lay down, thinking back on the battle. My eyes have gotten used to being filled with Ein. But the singularity is the problem. He tried repeatedly, but his singularity only advanced to being small as his entire pupil. The spell said to make it a fine point in the center, but condensing it was akin to concentrating all the heat into one spot. It worsened the pain, affecting Oscar's mind. The link is only strong when my mind is stable, and the singularity is reached. I need to practice more. Again, Oscar was sick of resting. He needed more experience. The two repeatedly clashed. 3 months later, 6 months since Oscar joined. Oscar drank a grade 1 Ein amassing elixir. It had been 6 months since the first distribution, so Oscar had drunk 2 already. Unlike the first time, he was more experienced in the process. The Ein no longer fiercely burned as it shot straight to his core. The Exaltia core kept spinning as some geometric shapes began to brighten on their outlines. I couldn't break through again. Oscar hung his head down in disappointment. Some grade 7 and grade 6 Exaltia students have already progressed to the middle apprentice level. Oscar felt firsthand what it meant to be a grade 4. Could not absorb and refine as efficiently. Damn! I couldn't break through. Frederick had an unsatisfied look and blew out hot air. Earlier, they found out Samuel had broken through to the middle apprentice level. This put pressure on Oscar and Frederick to keep trying. We put our hopes on this batch of elixir. We can't handle another 3 months of Samuel's goading. Oscar was exhausted from hearing Samuel's taunts and jeers all the time. He wished nothing more than to put him under his foot. Frederick crossed his arms in deep thought. He had a pensive look as he stared at Oscar. There is one thing we can try. What is that? Oscar asked. Frederick cleared his throat and said, we can take on a mission to earn a reward and contribution points. Oscar pondered for a moment, then nodded. They had avoided the mission hall for a while since they did not want to leave the safety of the pavilion until they were at least middle apprentice exalts. We can't be exalts if we don't take risks, but we have to choose one carefully. Oscar was cautious since students sometimes died on these missions. Frederick did not have his usual joking face. He understood the gravity of what they were doing, but what choice did they have? Sooner or later, they would have to leave and experience the world. With heavy faces, they made their way to the mission hall, where a small crowd of students was hovering in front of the gigantic board with papers tacked on it. Each paper was a mission delegated by the pavilion. Oscar glanced over the various missions posted. They were in the room for apprentice exalts, so these missions were tailored for them. However, some were for greater apprentice exalts, while most were for middle apprentice exalts. The few that Oscar found for lower apprentice exalts did not give the best reward or contribution points. Of course, they could do multiple lower missions to accumulate contribution points, but that would take too long since the elixir was pricey. OS, look here. Frederick was on the other side and waved Oscar over. Oscar made his way to Frederick, who was pointing to a mission in the corner. The mission reward was 3 Ein amassing elixirs as well as contribution points. Hunt a night raptor and bring back its core, blood, and body parts. Oscar paled and looked at Frederick. He read about night raptors. They were silent killers who stalked their prey and made quick work of them. However, in exchange for their stealth, they had weak bodies, so lower apprentice exalts could take it on if they had some help. There's 2 of us so that we could do this. As long as we corner the night raptor, we can take it 2-on-1. Frederick tried to convince Oscar, but Oscar felt it was too dangerous. There are 3 elixirs as a reward. If we can find a third, then we should be fine. A third person. Who can we convince to join us? Frederick felt as though he had a headache. He and Oscar could work well since they were friends, but could they trust another person? At that moment, someone walked forward and bumped Frederick out of the way, grabbing the mission paper. Hey you! Frederick was pissed off and tried to tell the person off. Buzz off. Don't stand there like a moron. It was a girl who waved off Frederick. She had bright orange hair tied into twin tails. She was about the same height as Frederick and was quite slender. Her smooth orange eyes were full of ferocity as she stared them down. Oscar and Frederick recognized her as the girl they ran into for a brief moment during the trial. "Ha? Who do you think you are? We were thinking about taking this mission." "Me? I'm Emily Navina. If you wanted this mission, you should have just taken it. Don't be a coward." The girl, Emily, was bold and did not back down against Frederick. Frederick steamed in anger at the girl's words. What was that about him being a coward? He was just cautious. That's what it was. Oscar observed the girl. "What realm Exalt are you?" Frederick looked at Oscar, then at the selfish girl. That's right. This girl was far too arrogant. He'd show her the difference between them. "I'm Middle Apprentice Exalt," Emily stated dryly but with a hint of pride. "Impossible," Frederick pointed at the girl. "This voracious, unmannered girl can't be a Middle Apprentice Exalt." Suddenly, the girl kicked Frederick's shin. He could not react in time and yelped in pain. "Do you want to have a duel?" Her orange eyes flared with hostility as she thought of Frederick as a scumbag. Oscar hurriedly stepped in between them and tried to calm her down. "Sorry about my friend's behavior, but if you would like, the two of us can join you." Frederick looked at Oscar with widened eyes. Emily looked surprised that Oscar would propose an alliance, but she shook her head. "From your friend's words earlier and how you hovered around the same paper, I can tell you're both lower apprentice exalts, right? I don't like carrying around baggage. What can you offer?" "She's smart," Oscar thought. Contrary to her fiery appearance and harsh words, she was level-headed and observant. With this girl, the chances of catching the night raptor would be quite high. "My name is Oscar, and this is my friend, Frederick." Oscar started with introductions to get better acquainted with Emily. Trying to propose something without knowing names was not the best tactic. "Frederick has the properties of a good scout, and he will be able to find the night raptor." Emily's eyes changed for a second, but Oscar noticed it. She's interested in the scout capabilities, so she must not have the same qualities. "What about you?" Emily pointed at Oscar. "What?" Oscar asked in surprise. "That idiot over there has some use, but what about you?" Emily stated while Frederick was complaining about who the idiot was. "I'm sure if you find the night raptor, you still have to kill it, but it is fast and slippery, so even the two of you may not catch it." Oscar saw Emily's face change into deep thought and continued. "Once you have the night raptor, I will be able to hold it in place. Trust me on that." "Oh, can you hold it in place? That's interesting." Emily smirked in amusement. She planned on finding someone who could track the night raptor, but that could take time. These two in front of her were contemplating the mission, so there was some credibility to their words. Emily tapped her foot and fingers in thought. Oscar waited patiently for her answer while Frederick was still fuming. "I agree to team up, but how do we split the reward?" Emily asked. "The 3 elixirs will be handed to each of us. The contribution points are a total of 1,000. You can take 400 while my friend and I take 300 each." Frederick nearly exclaimed in protest, but he knew they needed a third member. As the middle apprentice Exalt, she would take a larger share. "Haha, you're quite smart. You understand your place here." Emily smiled and shook Oscar's hand. "We have a deal." Oscar smiled back. "Pleased to work with you." Frederick tried to come up, but Emily put out her hand to stop him. "I don't shake hands with loud idiots. I swear. I'll beat you down once I'm in the middle apprentice level." Frederick had had enough of this girl's insults and swore to bring her down. "Whatever." Emily did not register Frederick as a threat. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Oscar Tur, Grade 4 Xianxia, Lower Apprentice Exalt. Frederick Klein, Grade 5 Xianxia, Lower Apprentice Exalt. Emily Navina, Grade 6 Xianxia, Middle Apprentice Exalt." Oscar and Frederick expected it, but the truth stung nonetheless. Of course, she was a Grade 6. "Looks like I'm the boss. Let's get to it, then." "I don't want to be gone too long," Emily said. The trio exited the mission hall and returned to their rooms to prepare for the mission. Unknown to them, someone slowly came out and watched as they left. "I should tell this to Samuel." Those two finally came out of hiding. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 15. Tracking the Night Raptor. In a certain room of the dorms, Samuel talked with the person who saw Oscar take a mission. Are you certain? Samuel asked. Yes. They took on a mission to hunt a night raptor. The one talking was Samuel's roommate and subordinate, Greg, who decided to serve him. After all, Samuel was a noble and a grade 6. Get ready to depart. I've been waiting for this moment. Samuel was gleeful as he envisioned Oscar and Frederick's horrified faces. At the same time, Oscar and his 2 companions gathered at the gate leading outside. Each had a bag containing supplies and other necessities for the journey. If only I could have a space pocket, Frederick complained. A space pocket is an item that can contain many objects maintaining the size of a fist. It was a marvel for long journeys but also extremely expensive. Just get 1 million contribution points and you can get one, Oscar jokingly said. 1 million contribution points? Their mission now only gave 1,000 points and they had to split it. It was quite a lofty goal. Quit your whining and carry your things. Emily snorted at Frederick's behavior. She was beginning to think this collaboration was a mistake, but she already shook on the deal, so she could only endure. Let's go, Oscar shouted to interrupt Frederick before he could start another argument. A few moments before, Frederick and Emily had argued multiple times, draining Oscar's patience. Are we going to be fine? Oscar groaned in his mind. Outside, Oscar stared back at the large walls of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. It had been 6 months since he arrived, and now he was off to the wilderness. He calmed down his nerves with a deep breath. The Glenwoods are a day's walk from here. Emily declared herself the leader earlier, so she instructed the 2 boys. They set out north, where the Glenwoods were located. They were apprentice Exalts and utilized their speed to hasten the journey. Oscar kept glancing around his surroundings, drawing Emily's attention. What are you looking for? Emily asked. Oscar was still running but replied, I'm making sure no one is following us. Following us? Who would follow us? Emily was confused. She thought Oscar was being too paranoid. However, she understood Oscar was intelligent from their conversations and gave him the benefit of the doubt. I'll tell you when we rest. They continued their run until the 2 suns had begun to set. In the distance, Oscar could see the borders of the Glenwoods, a vast forest containing many Exalt beasts and herbs. They could also find various plants to hand in for more contribution points if they were lucky. But all of that would have to wait for tomorrow. We can't go into the forest at night, especially since our prey is the night raptor. The night is its prime time. Emily sat down to rest. Even as Exalts, they were liable to exhaustion. Get a fire started. Emily relegated the 2 of them to menial tasks. Hope your eyebrows burn off. Frederick grumbled his wish as he started the fire. Emily shot up with her fists clenched. I'll throw you deep into the forest. Let's see you survive, she threatened Frederick. Frederick grunted and ignored her threats. He was tired of arguing with this ferocious and beastly girl. He reminded himself never to interact with this girl again. Adorable and sweet were the best qualities. Were you thinking of something insulting? Emily's orange eyes gleamed like a predator eyeing helpless prey. And no, Frederick quickly waved his hands in protest. Was she a mind reader? How could she have known he thought of her like a beast? Enough squabbling. Oscar rubbed his temple in resignation. He was tired after all the running and constant double-checking of his surroundings. I almost forgot. Why were you so cautious along the way? Emily understood being on guard during a mission, but Oscar was beyond normal. Oscar gulped down a bottle of water he packed before responding. I'm thinking of Samuel. Samuel? Frederick and Emily spoke at the same time. He's someone that Fred and I always had a conflict with. He tried to bully us into accepting a duel with him, but we always rejected. Oscar explained to Emily about Samuel's actions since the trial and his boasting. Slowly, Emily's face grew angrier, making Frederick scoot away. Scumbag, I'd beat every inch of his body and leave him for the wolves. Emily's words made the 2 tremble in fear. If he's like that, why not just beat him up? We need to be stronger. He's a middle apprentice Exalt, so we took this mission to obtain more resources. Frederick answered this time. Although he tried to avoid this girl, he hated Samuel more. That's the correct choice. Wait your time and fight on your terms. It's just like hunting. Emily valued strength but not idiocy. You hunt? Oscar asked. I'm from the mountainous region of the south. My family makes their living as hunters. My dad is a middle apprentice Exalt, so he taught me a few things. Emily talked about her family and that her dad was a dropout of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. He was so happy to discover Emily had grade 6 Excelsia. The atmosphere lightened up as they shared their family histories and tales of their past. Emily looked on in disgust when Frederick said he was a noble. What kind of noble behaved in such a shameful manner? The trio laughed and argued as the night covered the sky. They set up their spots for sleep and slept the night away. Back at the Blue Ocean Pavilion, a group of 3 students made their way toward the Glenwoods. It was Samuel and 2 of his men. They should be sleeping right now. We'll catch up and find them in the Glenwoods. Take the night raptor and kill them, Samuel instructed his men with an icy tone. The Blue Ocean Pavilion won't care if the 2 of you disappear. His eyes glinted coldly in the night. At the break of dawn, Oscar yawned and stared at the Glenwoods. It reminded him of the forest back home. The forest was laden with green lights as the early sunlight beat down upon it. It was a beautiful sight, and Oscar stared at it for a while. I should meditate. Oscar closed his eyes and entered Ein meditation. It was pointless to count the wisps of EIN he could collect now, but his core was still slow in integrating it. If others work for 4 hours, I must do 8. Oscar often started early in the morning and slept late at night. In his path, he could not be lax. Morning, OS, Frederick also woke up. He had been affected by Oscar's many early morning outings, so he developed a tendency to wake up early as well. Not as early as Oscar, but still in the middle of dawn. They packed up when Emily woke up and set out for the Glenwoods. The trees reached wide with their branches and intertwined. Only a few patches of light were able to get in to illuminate their surroundings dimly. There was no mystery as to why the night raptors made their home here. There were still many dark places to lurk during the day. Oscar looked at Frederick, who nodded. I'll scout the area. Frederick summoned his green hawk anima. It flew away deeper into the forest while the trio walked slowly. A hawk anima. No wonder you were confident in your scouting. I thought you were excessively boasting. Emily was impressed. A beast anima shared vision and hearing with their wielders. Frederick's hawk anima was one of the best for scout and observation. Humph. So you know not to run your loud mouth too much. Frederick's eyes were closed, so he grabbed Oscar's shoulder firmly to move. He was not at the level of being able to watch where he was going while peering through his hawk's eyes. Frederick's brow was full of sweat from manifesting his anima for too long, but he continued searching. Emily was about to complain about the lack of progress but stopped after seeing Frederick's perseverance. She was not one to put a person down while they were trying their best. Frederick moved his hawk, gliding it between trees while checking the area. He was almost at his limit until he spotted something. He canceled his anima and opened his reddened eyes. I got something. Follow me. Frederick let go of Oscar and jumped forward. Oscar and Emily followed after him until he stopped at a corpse. Oscar nearly gagged from the stench but held it in. He saw the rotting corpse of a creature covered in flies. There was a pool of blood around it. It's not that old. The blood is not fully dried. I would say it was killed last night. Emily inspected the corpse. Her instincts and knowledge as a hunter were starting to show. She traced the wounds that were inflicted. Sharp claws, 3 parallel cuts, and a large chunk of it ripped apart by jagged teeth. Sounds close to our hunt. Frederick was catching a breather as Oscar and Emily analyzed the corpse. It could not carry the entire corpse, so it decided to be practical. Emily, do you see any tracks? Oscar read that animals sometimes give up their kill or only take parts of it if necessary. Emily paced around the corpse, then spotted a smooth groove in the dirt. She saw the outlines of claws leading away into the forest. This way, Emily strode in the direction of the tracks. She spotted an indent here or rustled grass there. Oscar was amazed at how fast she was able to navigate through the forest. Eventually, they spotted a ravine with various caverns. Emily looked grim as she scoured the area. I expected this, but it chose a good hiding spot. Oscar was not happy about this. There was too much danger in entering these caverns. He had to formulate a plan. We should rest. Frederick needs time, and we need to think. Frederick rested on the trunk of a wide birch tree. He was quietly gathering Ein to recover while Emily and Oscar were deliberating. Going in the caverns is suicide. We have no idea of its layout. If it senses us coming, we will be in grave danger. Oscar gripped his hands as his mind shuffled through everything. We could try waiting until the night raptor leaves for a hunt. We can try to catch it then, Emily said while munching on some fruit. That would be at night. Although we can perceive things better as exalts, our enemy is an exalt beast specialized in the dark. He thought hard about the issue before them. They could not do anything after tracking the night raptor here. Suddenly, Oscar had a flash of inspiration. He smacked his forehead like an idiot. How could he have missed this? Are you all right? Emily was surprised at Oscar's actions and thought he had gone dumb. I just thought of a plan. Oscar smirked and stood up. We need to gather a lot of wood. Let's choke this thing out with fire. Excitingly, Emily got up with a wide smile. Of course, we can fill the caverns with smoke, forcing it outside. Then we can pounce on it. After recovering, Frederick stared at the two prancing around like hapless fools. What the hell did I miss? Back at the campsite where the trio rested, Samuel and his gang arrived. They must have set camp here and gone into the Glenwoods in the morning. Samuel noticed their footsteps leading toward the ancient forest. Greg, Samuel called to the man on his left. Greg summoned a dog anima that began sniffing around the campsite and continued moving towards the forest. Don't think the forest will hide you. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 16. The hunter becomes the prey. A large pile of twigs and branches was gathered in front of Oscar, Frederick, and Emily. It was easy to find all the materials in this dense forest. It was not noon, so the night raptor was likely still sleeping, making it perfect. Each of us takes a part of the pile. There are 5 caves, so Frederick and Emily will take 2 while I take 1. Oscar knew he was not as fast as Frederick when he used his wind steps or Emily since she was a middle apprentice exalt. OS, be careful. Frederick took his bundle and made for his 2 caverns. Good luck. Emily did the same. She wasn't as loud or obnoxious as before. Let's hunt this beast. Oscar was serious but also nervous. He had only battled with Frederick in spars. This fight would be his true first battle. Oscar jumped down to the ravine and ran toward one of the caves. He dropped the branches he carried inside and some flint to heat up and start a fire on the branches. He waved his hand to direct the smoke deeper into the cavern. Judging that the smoke had traveled far enough, Oscar retreated to the center of the ravine. Emily and Frederick arrived a few moments later. The whole place should be filled with smoke. Unless there's a deeper place that it could not reach, Oscar said. He hoped this would work. Otherwise, they had to travel into the caverns. Screech! A shrill cry of a monster echoed out of the caverns. The trio was shocked by the loud, ear-piercing noise. It came from the night raptor. Oscar signaled his companions to be ready. Frederick readied himself, gathering iron on his feet. The caverns still echoed with the screech of the night raptor. Finally, a beast burst out of one of the openings, looking around in furious confusion. Oscar observed the creature. It was as pictured in the books. The night raptor was covered in black feathers with wing-like extensions out of its front arms. It was a slender creature, but the most horrifying features were its sharp claws and teeth that were the size of Oscar's hand. The night raptor noticed the trio staring at it and screeched, releasing a burst of iron. Beasts did not need to wrap themselves in ein like humans since their bodies were naturally infused with it from birth. Here it comes. The night raptor dashed from side to side. Oscar wished he could use his stone gaze, but it was too far and too quick for him to catch it in the eyes. Frederick utilized the wind step spell and summoned his hawk. The hawk dove toward the night raptor, tried to swipe down on it, but the hawk was fast and spun to its side. While the night raptor was distracted by the hawk, Frederick got closer and put out his fist. As his punch drew closer, Frederick felt an ominous feeling and withdrew by using wind step. The ground had been cut as a curved line appeared where Frederick had been standing. The night raptor screeched as its tail flailed around. Close, Frederick's spine shivered from the brush with death. This creature was cunning and lashed out its tail at the last moment to catch him off guard. Thankfully, he had some instincts and the speed to retreat. Use your hawk to keep distracting it. I'll go in. Emily rushed in. The orange eye around her transformed into an orange staff with beautiful etchings of beasts. It was her staff anima. Emily took a stance, planting her feet on the ground, and sinking some dirt. With a fierce look in her eyes, she swung her staff anima toward the night raptor, tearing through the air. The night raptor swiped its claws in retaliation. The claw and staff created sparks as they clashed. An Ein burst from their exchange. Emily's staff was unexpectedly tough enough to withstand the sharp claws. Meanwhile, Frederick and his hawk tried to maneuver for another attack. But the night raptor used its free tail to create distance between it and the two. Although Frederick could not draw close for a good attack, he kept the tail preoccupied. Thus, Emily was free to fight without worry. "Oscar!" Emily shouted, asking if it was time for Oscar to make his move. "It's still too vigilant. You need to capture its attention." Oscar had tried to move closer but noticed the night raptor was keeping a part of its attention on him. Exalt beasts truly had a good sense of battle. They could not be as intelligent as humans, but they were still competent. "Fine." Emily gripped her staff closer and spun it. Her Ein concentrated on its tips. It was like a sharp disc which she moved towards the night raptor. The night raptor felt a sense of danger from this attack, and only thoughts of retreat entered its mind. It jumped to the right side but was shocked to see Oscar right in front. It screeched and opened its jaw with massive teeth. The night raptor felt slightly insulted that it was being jumbled around because it had pride as a creature feared in the night. Oscar smiled as everything went according to plan. Frederick and the hawk kept the night raptor's back occupied while Emily took the front. Eventually, it would be forced to dodge to the side, where it had no choice but to meet Oscar. If Oscar approached it from the front, he might have died before using his stone gaze. There would be little point in attacking from the rear. Even if he could catch it with his spell, it would most likely break the link in a moment due to the difference in strength. So they made the plan to keep it busy to drain its Ein and disturb its mind. With those two factors, the night raptor would be less resistant to his stone gaze. The extra moments provided would be exactly what Emily and Frederick needed. Stone gaze, Oscar focused, and a singular blue dot flowed in the center of his pupils. After several months of training, Oscar finally reached the point of singularity. He had mastered the stone gaze, and this was the perfect timing. The night raptor froze, unable to close its jaw on Oscar's head. Two thin blue lines connected their eyes. Could not comprehend what was happening. It felt something twist in its mind, crippling it from moving. "Now!" Oscar roared as he maintained his spell. His eyes started to bleed slightly as the night raptor struggled to break his hold. Emily slammed her staff squarely on the night raptor's skull, shattering it. Frederick also followed and punched his fist into its spine. The night raptor screamed in pain, echoing its cries all over the ravine before crashing helplessly to the ground. The three breathed out huffs of air and stared at their kill in wonder. "We did it!" Emily jumped up and down in joy. The night raptor could not move as its brain and spine were reduced to pieces. "Carve it up." Frederick took out a knife and passed one to Emily. Oscar knelt to recover from the strain of stone gaze. Emily was well acquainted with the act of dismembering a beast. She carved out its bones, claws, and teeth neatly but with some blood splattered on her face. She managed to fill 10 bottles of blood. "We can discard the meat, but the core is the most important." Emily pulled out a smooth black orb. Oscar felt a large amount of Ein inside and glanced yearningly at it. "It's a shame it's part of the mission. I heard beast cores are great sources of Ein." Oscar sighed. "That's foolish. You need to refine it first so that it can be stable. Same for this blood. I heard the blood has some healing properties but induces pain if absorbed before refinement. Refining parts of an Exalt beast required a stream of Ein to tame the rampaging instinct. That process took time alone, but an alchemist or forger could hasten the refinement with their methods." The night raptor was dissected piece by Emily. Oscar and the rest smiled in joy at their first mission being successful. "Thank you, Emily. We could not have done it without you." Oscar was grateful to her. Although they got off the wrong foot, they worked well together. "Allying with you two wasn't that bad. Let me know if you have another mission you want to undertake." Emily smiled back in a pleasant tone. She had only gone on hunts with her father for a long time, but working with others didn't feel bad for once. "I'm surprised you said something nice." Frederick stood shocked at her nice words and grateful voice. How could she suddenly flip out of her beastly mode? "Ho!" An orange staff appeared in the air, moving menacingly towards Frederick. He immediately surrendered and said, "Forgive me." Emily and Oscar laughed while Frederick felt annoyed at being a joke, but he couldn't help but join in. This was their first mission and it was successful. How could their moods not soar high? I wonder how Isabella is doing? Oscar thought about his childhood friend who joined the Blue Ocean Pavilion with him. Her father, Carlson Thorne, asked him to take care of her, but she was far away in the inner hall. I should try to contact her soon. He was so busy training and becoming stronger that he neglected his promise to Carlson. Isabella was often helpless when it came to that. She was impulsive and rash, so Oscar held her back numerous times. Hey, OS, what are you thinking of using your contribution points for? Frederick and Emily were surprisingly getting along better. They were discussing what to spend their points on. I would like a weapon, Oscar voiced his desire. He could not rely on using his body forever. Since his Xianxia core was only grade 4, he needed another edge against an enemy. A weapon was a great choice to expand his options and strength. I need a staff. I can't keep using my anima as a weapon. Too dangerous, and I need to practice to the meld stage. Weapon anima was far tougher, but the danger of breaking was still prevalent. Emily needed a real staff to cover that weakness. Can you still control the weapon anima while using your own weapon? Oscar asked. Of course, it just takes more concentration. The weapon anima can float and attack like my bird without holding it, Frederick responded. My aunt uses a weapon anima, and I've seen her use it. Your aunt? Emily was curious. My aunt works at the Blue Ocean Pavilion as a judge, Frederick responded proudly. A judge? That's impressive. Emily was in awe of the information. Ha! I'll shoot right past her. Frederick smiled confidently at Emily, who just scoffed and said nothing. She did not want to entertain his delusions. We've rested enough. Let's head back. Oscar felt better, and it was best to leave the Glenwoods before nightfall. The three packed away their hard-earned materials and stepped out of the ravine. However, Emily stopped for a moment in vigilance. Who's there? Emily shouted, to the surprise of Oscar and Frederick. This woman was able to spot us out? It doesn't matter. We can just crush them. Samuel and 2 of his underlings crept into view from the trees. Samuel? Oscar and Frederick shouted. Oscar's fears had been realized, but he hoped that Samuel had some sense not to do it. This is the Samuel you mentioned? Emily was surprised this person was vindictive enough to follow them here. Wasn't it just some simple quarrel? You've mentioned me? I don't care either way. I'm here for the 2 of you. Samuel's body burst into a bright yellow flux of iron. His tiger anima manifested and roared menacingly toward the 3. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 17, 3 verses 3. The yellow tiger growled and bared its fangs at Oscar's group, sinking its large claws into the ground and scraping off the dirt. Like its master, Samuel, it stared maliciously toward its prey. Infighting is forbidden, Samuel. Oscar put up his fists and peeked down at the ravine, eyeing the various caverns. The fires died a while ago, and the caves were smoke-free. An idea slowly formed in his head. It doesn't matter. Who would care if all of you are dead? Samuel signaled his men to move closer. Frederick and Emily responded by summoning their animus. All of this because of some childish quarrel. The House of Carter has fallen deep into the dirt. Frederick insulted Samuel's family and their upbringing. What a pathetic man. What about the pavilion? Do you honestly believe you can deceive them? Emily gripped her staff anima and took a bold step forward. Her power as a middle apprentice Exalt exploded outward, making Samuel's men retreat. Feeling the power from Emily, Samuel countered with his own iron. I can handle that woman. The 2 of you go after those idiots in the back. Emily's face grew harsh. She could hold back Samuel while Frederick could last, but she worried about Oscar. He was smart and witty but not too good at fighting with his grade 4 Exalsia. Oscar tapped Emily on the shoulder, turning her attention to him. Do you trust me? I have a plan. Emily stared for a moment and nodded her head. She slowly fell back at Oscar's lead. Samuel and his men inched forward. Even though they had a slight advantage, it was still their first battle as Exalts. They felt the need to be cautious. Now! Oscar jumped back into the ravine. Emily and Frederick were dumbfounded but jumped after him, getting to the bottom in no time. Oscar noticed Samuel and his men chasing after them. He turned to Emily and Frederick with his plan: split into the caves. Are you crazy? Frederick outright rejected Oscar's gamble. What if Samuel chases after you? Higher chance he goes after Emily. He won't risk losing one of his people by ordering a cruel command. He'll lose their loyalty, Oscar shouted in retort. They were running out of time. Ignoring Frederick's words, he rushed out towards one of the caverns. Shit! Frederick and Emily had no choice but split up and go into different caves. In the end, they had to trust Oscar's plan. Good, Oscar sighed in relief, seeing his friends follow his plan. This way, each battle would be one-on-one, and being the first ones in the caverns meant they had the advantage of setting up an ambush. Not to mention, Samuel would be further delayed in relaying orders to his men. Oscar thought about the chances of fighting them in the forest as a group, but without any information on how Samuel's group could coordinate their attacks, he could not risk it. This is the best way to handle this. I hope they don't try to smoke us out as we did on the Night Raptor. Oscar carefully navigated through the cave to find key spots to lay a trap or ambush. At the same time, Samuel and his group arrived at the bottom of the ravine. He kicked the ground in frustration. Shit, Greg, one of Samuel's men, asked. What should we do, Samuel? Should we group up and hunt one of them? No, that would allow the others to escape and report us to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Samuel did not want to leave anything to chance. His family would be shamed if he was kicked out or sent to the Abyss prison. I'll go after the girl since she's on the same level as me. The two of you split up and chased the other two. Samuel sprinted into the cave Emily escaped into. Greg rushed to where Oscar retreated. He knew Oscar was only a grade 4, so it was an easy kill for him. The person left over looked at Greg expressionlessly as he followed after Frederick. The cavern was not too deep but had many winding corridors. Tiny water droplets fell from the ceiling, making the air damp and musky. Emily felt sticky as the humid air wrapped her like a towel. Roar. Oscar was right. Emily turned back when she heard the tiger's roar. She stepped off behind several columns of stone, formed by years of erosion, and hid her presence. Samuel exploded onto the area, breaking down several boulders until he reached a dead end. Behind him, his tiger perked up and pounced toward an orange figure. Emily had attempted a surprise attack, but the tiger intervened and swiped its powerful claws against her staff. You underestimate my tiger. It can protect me without needing my command. Samuel watched as his tiger forced Emily back. The two were a short distance from each other. Samuel released his yellow eye and coordinated with his tiger in a duo attack. Just give up. You're no match for me. It's 2 against 1. I'll tear you to shreds. The orange-haired hunter did not shrink before the menacing pair. She spun her staff with iron accumulated on its tips. Even if there were 2 enemies, her staff had enough reach to deter them. The tiger was the first to come upon her. She guided her staff with the accumulated speed from spinning and the iron on its tip to meet it. The beast's claws broke off, and she grunted with exertion, forcing the tiger to retreat. Hook! Samuel groaned in pain from his tiger's injuries. But he pushed onward, seeing Emily had exposed her back. But the staff was a versatile weapon, especially with the control of iron. With a swift movement, Emily directed the staff toward Samuel. Samuel felt the incredible power behind her staff. Undeterred, Samuel invoked his spell. His hands glowed brighter as the iron in his arms extended out to form sharp fang-like shapes, like having 2 curved lances attached to his arms. Grade 1 roaring fangs. Samuel brought the 2 fangs from opposite sides to bite down on the staff. Their 2 sharp ends caught the staff, stopping it in place. Pain and shock covered Emily's face as she spurted out some blood. The roaring fangs were very sharp and cracked her staff anima. Hastily, she tried to pull it to her side, but Samuel had gripped it tightly, not letting go. I'll break this damn staff. More cracks appeared, causing Emily to cough up some blood. But there was another threat behind her. The tiger had recovered at this point and pounced again. Sensing the impending danger, she bolted to Samuel. Are you so dumb to willingly come to my fangs? Samuel sidestepped and used roaring fangs on Emily. The 2 yellow fangs closed in on Emily. Emily stomped her feet, and suddenly the ground underneath them shook as a wall of rock formed between her and Samuel. The rock wall was covered and hardened by her orange EIN. Rock barrier. Samuel's fangs dug into the rock but could not penetrate fully. Emily jumped over the wall and landed a heavy punch on his face. She wanted to do more damage, but the tiger attacked the rock barrier from the other side. Since it was already near crumbling from Samuel's spell, it fell easily from the tiger's blows. With a swing of her hip, she hammered her freed staff down on the tiger. The tiger held its ground since the staff was not charged like before, but it was forced to defend itself. Samuel stood up with a bruised cheek and bloody nose. He wiped the blood off and glanced at it fervently in his hand. He clenched his hand to the point it was swelling red. "You bitch!" he roared. Emily found the few moments of Samuel's anger delightful as her staff slowly recovered from the damage. "Who says you're the only one with a spell?" she taunted. Samuel and his tiger said nothing and continued attacking Emily. Samuel invoked his fangs but was halted by her rock barrier again. It came to a one-on-one with the tiger again. Emily used her staff against the yellow tiger. Their animus were evenly matched, causing equal damage to each other. Guck! Both Emily and Samuel huffed in pain. They continued to clash repeatedly, fangs against rock and tiger against staff. Their battle became a stalemate as neither could gain an advantage over the other. The caverns shook from the torrent of their eints clashing. Over in the other cavern, Frederick was up against the third member of Samuel's group, Austin. Frederick and his hawk anima were currently poking at Austin but never fully committed because he was especially wary of the dagger anima Austin possessed. He felt one slash from that would end in bad news for his hawk. "Your hawk is fast, but it doesn't have much offensive power," Austin said. It was true. The hawk was better for scouting and speed. Frederick could crack Oscar's deer antlers because it was grade 4 and Oscar was not well versed in his anima. Against Austin, the hawk was unable to break through his defenses. The hawk could only annoy him as long as Austin was not lax. Thus, it turned into a melee. Blow after blow, Frederick was blocked by Austin's dagger or guard. He had to stop multiple times to prevent his fist from meeting the dagger. "If only I had a weapon," he cursed out in frustration that his family refused to let him take one, all in the name of making him independent. Austin did not miss this moment when Frederick's mind was distracted. Swiftly, his dagger slashed through the air toward Frederick. Wind step. Frederick's feet moved fast to dodge as the wind blew under. Austin's dagger slightly nicked Frederick's sleeve despite the increase in speed. Frederick was shocked to see a part of his clothing had dissolved from where Austin's dagger had cut it. He stared warily at the dagger anima. Frederick tore off the part of his cut sleeve before the melting reached his skin. "A poison spell?" Austin playfully tossed around his dagger. He did not say anything but charged at Frederick. The best time to strike was now while the enemy was afraid. His black dagger gleamed as it was wrapped in Austin's black EIN. Frederick escaped with his wind steps, but Austin was experienced and followed his direction. Frederick clung close to the walls as the dagger kept slashing at him, hitting the cavern walls. The places where the dagger cut is corroding. He saw the stone around the inflicted area hiss as it slowly dissolved. "How nasty. You use a corrosive spell, correct? It's the grade 1 acid coat." When Austin chose a spell, his eyes caught this one since it was best suited for him. He could coat his dagger in acid, increasing his offensive capabilities and deterring any incoming attacks with the threat. Frederick's eyes narrowed as he coldly asked, "I assume you would be the one to dispose of our bodies?" "Correct again. It would be quite an effort, but you would have dissolved into nothing little by little." Austin was expressionless as he spoke of such a horrifying action as a menial task. Anger flooded Frederick's face red. He stopped dodging and took on a stance, intent on beating the hell out of Austin. Frederick loved to fool around and have fun, but this had reached his boiling point. "Humph!" Austin snorted in a condescending tone. He continued his flurry of strikes. Frederick dodged it multiple times and closed in. However, Austin was quick and put his dagger in the way to defend himself. Usually, Frederick would have retreated, but his left hand whipped something forward. It was the sleeve he tore off earlier. The corrosion did not dissolve it completely. Frederick coiled the cloth around the dagger and pulled it to move it out of the way. Austin hastily tried to slice and melt through the cloth to escape, but Frederick landed a powerful kick on his stomach. Austin's dagger finally melted out of the sleeve wrap, allowing him freedom. He lurched back in pain and nearly vomited. Now it was Frederick's turn to attack. He landed a good punch right on the bastard's nose. He could not continue since Austin recovered his stance and held his dagger firmly to block. That was your one shot. You don't have that many clothes. Austin was fuming inside with a bloody nose. His anger slowly cracked through his expressionless face. Shut up. I'll make sure to smash your face in thoroughly, Frederick declared. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 18. Oscar's Plight. In the depths of the third cavern, Oscar brushed past the several tunnels and boulders. His eyes darted around, searching for a suitable place to hide and bide his time. Then, he spotted a groove in the distance that no one could see unless they stepped inside. Wasting no time, Oscar hid inside. The inside was damp and uncomfortable, but it was a moment of respite for Oscar, who took the time to think about his next move. As a grade 4, his best chance was to ambush his pursuer from the spot and land a crippling blow. Suddenly, a bark reverberated off the cavern walls, reaching Oscar's ears and cutting off his thoughts. Shit! Oscar rushed out of the groove to the source of the barking. The enemy had tracked him with a dog, so hiding was useless. The only option now was to fight them head-on. After a few moments, Oscar stopped in front of Greg and his dog Anima, unleashing his eye in a threatening stance. The bluish eye around Oscar contrasted beautifully with the dark caverns like a small flame in the darkness. Are you an idiot? I know you're a grade 4, so coming out here is suicide, Greg asked. Unexpectedly, this grade 4 chose to confront him. Was he confident in beating him? Don't act tough. We're equally matched right now, Oscar stated. Equally matched? Feeling insulted by Oscar's arrogant words, Greg stomped his foot as his dog barked aggressively. The reason you could find us is because of your dog Anima. You had to maintain it to find your way through the forest to us, Oscar said. Seeing Greg's face covered in irritation but also frustration, Oscar knew his theory was correct. I don't believe you meditated to recover. So how much Ein did you use to find us? As I said, we're equally matched or may even be in my favor. Besides, you couldn't do anything to me during the enrollment trial. Greg clenched his teeth. Originally, he planned to have his dog bark but not chase to intimidate Oscar into running around so he could spend time recovering. But since Oscar showed up here immediately, he did not have the chance. Greg was overcome with anger and roared. It echoed throughout the cave and back. But he clamped up and let down a large breath of air. Greg slicked his hair back with a smirk. That feels better. I was thinking about what to do with you. I decided that my dog Anima will chew on your bones. Sweat flowed down Oscar's chin. The other reason for confronting Greg and spouting was that he planned to infuriate him, but his enemy exceeded his expectations. He may be Samuel's goon, but he's quite level-headed. This fight was going to be tougher than he assumed. His blue eye spiked. The air trembled as a teal-colored eye wrapped around Greg. The next moment he flashed forward, and Oscar reacted to meet him. Next to Oscar, his deer Anima manifested. Looking at his deer and then Greg's dog, he felt annoyed. The dog was more agile than his deer. He needed to think about how to reverse this. Pathetic. A deer? You had this much confidence with a deer. Greg mocked Oscar with a smirk. He had enough of this farce and put out his fist, infused with Ein. Oscar was not discouraged. Grades were merely the differences in Anima and Ein absorption. It had nothing to do with their strengths or strategy. He ducked as his deer skipped ahead. Instead of the dog, its target was Greg. He needed to gain the initiative in the first clash. Boldly, Oscar faced the dog Anima. Man clashed against Anima, but Greg's side was off guard. Oscar felt thankful for all the spars with Frederick. His footwork improved in these 6 months, allowing him to easily dodge the dog's simple movements. Before Greg could recollect himself, Oscar kicked the dog from below right onto its stomach. The pain from his dog Anima affected Greg. He could not bring his guard up in time to block the deer's antlers. The deer swung its head, slamming the antlers on Greg, sending him crashing onto the cavern wall. Oscar rushed past the dog to continue his onslaught. However, Greg gave Oscar no chance and bashed his way through the rubble. Suddenly, the dog clawed the deer, and Oscar lost focus, similar to Greg from before. Before his eyes, Oscar gasped as Greg charged ahead. A vicious punch dug into his stomach, but it was not over as another fist bashed into his head, making him fly to the side. The deer retreated to Oscar's side to protect him, wary of the two foes. "You thought you were so smart." Greg spat out some blood. "But my hits are harder." He was confident in himself. His dog anima was well suited for combat and was a grade higher. Additionally, his body was stronger because he progressed more as a lower apprentice Exalt. Greg knew he would not lose if he played to his strengths. Oscar coughed up blood onto the ground. The red blood was indistinguishable from the murky ground of the caverns. Oscar put up his hands again, ready to continue. This is bad. His stomach and other internal organs were still reeling from the pain. The spars with Frederick did not prepare him for attacks meant to kill. How can I get out of this? His mind was burning up as it tried to find a route out. If he escaped, he could endanger the others in their battle. If he fought on, he would eventually lose. The blows Greg landed earlier were heavy. They were both lower apprentice Exalts, but Greg was closer to the middle Exalt level than him. He snapped into reality as Greg closed in for another strike. He wanted to run, but Oscar had no choice but to meet Greg head-on. The pressure was high as he had to get out of this plight. The two pairs of man and anima exchanged blow for blow. The deer made large sweeping strikes with its antlers to create distance between it and the dog. Meanwhile, Oscar was careful in choosing his moves. As time passed, Oscar was losing the feeling in his hands. His deer's antlers cracked as the dog gnawed and clawed at them. Holding back the blood trying to escape his throat, Oscar bided and waited for his time. Greg was no slouch either. He had sensed Oscar was planning something and moved cautiously, but the irritation was building. Both were almost ready to burst from the stress, one from anger and the other from desperation. Their fists met each other, cracking the ground under them. They were blown back a few meters away. Oscar breathed heavily as severe tiredness washed over his body. The numbness had spread to his entire arms and legs. He knew his shape was bad. Extremely tired, Greg cursed at Samuel for making him use his anima for so long. If only he were at full strength, Oscar would be nothing to him. He also did not expect Oscar to hold on for so long. His ragged body dragged itself close, as did Oscar's. The two stared at each other as the deer and dog continued fighting. This next exchange was likely to be the last one between them. "Hey," Oscar said. "What?" Greg responded. "Why don't we stop here?" Oscar posed a daring question. How many have asked this during a fight to the death? "Huh." Greg's eyes popped wide open like never before. "You and I both know if we continue, one of us will die in this exchange." The deer and the dog stopped their struggle as their masters talked. Oscar continued, "Is it worth doing all this for Samuel?" The question resounded like thunder through Greg. He asked himself why he was struggling and going through this pain for Samuel. What was he getting out of it? Oscar pushed his notion forward. "We're both students of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. We both have a future to think about. Is your future really about staying under Samuel's boot?" Oscar spared no words when trying to convince Greg. He provoked his pride and esteem. Greg wavered slightly. However, this battle's outcome also depended on Samuel and Austin. If they return to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, won't he be persecuted by them? He pondered for a moment, weighing the benefits of each action. Meanwhile, Oscar slowly inched the deer closer to him. The dog followed suit and came closer to Greg. "Please don't choose wrong." Oscar wondered why they had to fight. As Exalts, wasn't it enough to protect your loved ones, have a long life, and live peacefully? Samuel and his gang were the antitheses of that notion. Why did they feel the need to kill needlessly, to stomp on those they deemed lower than them? Oscar racked his head for an answer, and all he could see was fierce pride and horrid greed. You can still gain respect and admiration by being a powerful Exalt properly. "I'll agree." Greg agreed and lowered his hands. "Thank you for being reasonable." Oscar also lowered his guard with a sigh of relief. "We'll walk out from a distance. Take 5 paces back." Greg nodded, but right when Oscar called out to start walking, he charged. His face posed a maniacal smile in the glee of his trickery. He could not believe someone was this stupid. If he decided to take that deal, what was the guarantee he wouldn't be punished anyway? He didn't trust Oscar, but his words about Samuel were correct. The best course of action was to kill Oscar, leave with Samuel, and then go his way. However, to his horror, he saw Oscar had charged at nearly the same time as him. This guy should have been off guard. The only way he could have reacted so fast was if he had decided to charge from the start. "You were lying the whole time?" Greg cried. "Halfway. I planned to attack you from the start to knock you out. But since I've seen your true motive, I won't hold back and kill you," Oscar coldly stated. Oscar did not wish for it to come to this. He planned to knock Greg out and drag him back to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, but now there was only one course of action: kill to survive. A book he read in the past said that life was the survival of the fittest. In times of dire straits, the winner is the survivor. Oscar burst out the last of his Ein. Greg was shocked to see Oscar's Ein. It was slight, minuscule, and tiny, but he noticed it had recovered. Thanks to his higher progression, he had an advantage, but now the tables had turned. "When did you recover?" Greg shouted anxiously. "Very slowly while we were talking. Meditation is only the state of mind. If I have the time and remain immobile, I can recover." The seated position was simply a pose to get comfortable with the process. He had a hint when he saw Elder Saul performing meditation while lying down. Though he was not as proficient as when seated, it was still a precious small amount of Ein. Everything was set up in case Greg changed his mind. "Now let's finish this." The clear-headed Oscar was ready. In contrast, the fuming Greg was distraught as they neared each other. Oscar and Greg beckoned their animus. This would be the final clash. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 19. The battle's conclusion. Emily tried to calm herself down to no avail. Her frustration increased as she and Samuel fought in a stalemate. Her bruised body had several cuts, and her staff had cracks all over it. Likewise, Samuel was also in a pretty bad condition. Several bumps and bruises covered his originally attractive appearance. The tiger beside him was also injured. "You can't keep up. Your staff is almost done for." His feet trembled under his weight. "Speak for yourself. Your tiger is quite wounded," Emily cursed. The battle between these two had fully exhausted their Ein and anima. They could no longer use their spells, and their Ein aura was very faint on their body. "Die!" Samuel and his tiger charged. In the end, there was no chance for tactics or tricks. Only force could break this situation. Emily focused all of her Ein onto her staff and charged to meet them. She let out a war cry, bringing her weapon onto the tiger. The staff met the tiger's claw. The last bits of orange and yellow Ein exploded. The ground underneath quaked from the last hurrahs of the two middle apprentice Exalts. Samuel became free and tried to attack Emily, who was occupied. However, a large, painful sensation burned throughout his entire body as if his nerves were on fire, and he could not speak, only letting out a helpless yelp of pain. Off to the side, Emily's staff overwhelmed the tiger's claw, breaking through the tiger. It was all spent and unable to continue manifesting, collapsing into nothing. "No!" Samuel's eyes flared with unwillingness and frustration. He was the son of a viscount, a noble with a bright future as an Exalt. He could not lose here, but his body limped and fell to the ground like strings cut from a puppet. He glared upward in pure hate, but his eyes blanked out in bewilderment at the next moment. Emily gripped her heart and vomited out dark red blood. In her hand, the staff crumbled into pieces that faded away. She lost balance but managed to lean on the cavern walls. "Piece of shit." Clinging onto the cavern walls, she slowly stepped toward the entrance. She could not muster the strength to finish Samuel off. The best option was to call for an ally. If they lost, then she's dead anyway. "I need to hope that one of them won their battle so we can go back and kill Samuel." "You?" Samuel struggled for a moment before crawling toward the cavern walls. Like Emily, he dragged himself forward. He could not allow this woman to escape and get help. In the depths of the second cavern, Frederick and Austin were still in a deadlock. The initial surprise attack from Frederick allowed him to land a few blows, but since then, he has been unable to gain an advantage. The threat of Austin's acid coat was still imprinted in his mind. Judging from how it corroded away his sleeve, being hit directly would spell trouble. His hawk still employed hit-and-run tactics, but none of it created an opening for Frederick. His skills with the dagger are too good. One moment he's blocking my hawk. The other he's able to turn to me. He admired Austin's fluidity with the dagger, much like Emily and her staff. Weapon anima users were naturally inclined and skilled towards the weapon it represented. Austin kept his cool and made multiple slashes with his dagger, but his sweat-covered face showcased his irritation that he could not hit Frederick. This damned movement spell. Stop scurrying around. Austin coldly protested Frederick's choice of a spell. No matter where he slashed, his opponent would dodge like a leaf in the wind. Frederick tiredly laughed as his back was soaked in sweat and his feet were numb to the bone. "Let me beat you to death, and it'll be over." Austin retaliated with the same expressionless face with precise attacks. He would never give his enemy a mental advantage over him. "Does this guy not have any ears?" Frederick cursed out in irritation. His words were a very good weapon he used multiple times to piss off Samuel and Emily, though both retaliated violently. Frederick tried to create distance, but his enemy would not let him rest, clinging to him like a leech. The weakness of his wind steps was he could not use them for long-distance travel, only good in short bursts, about a meter each way. It would have been easier if he had mastered the spell more. Frederick grumbled, wishing Austin was like Oscar. Oscar left more openings for Frederick to use his spell to catch him off guard, but Austin was too good at defending his own space. Fearing the moment his feet could no longer use wind step, Frederick made a desperate move. He was being pressured constantly under Austin's relentless attacks. Hastily, Frederick took off his jacket, madly swinging it around like a whip. This forced Austin to halt warily at the makeshift whip. Frederick's face was full of concentration. His plan was very risky and needed to be done exactly right. Austin shifted his stance. His eyes gleamed with arrogance at the young, upstart noble. He recognized the tactic Frederick was trying. However, he would not be caught by such a juvenile trick again. The hawk soared as a distraction, and Frederick charged forward with wind steps. But Austin focused on the torn jacket. He had to make sure his dagger was not caught. "As long as I land one acid coat, I'll take the initiative." Austin grasped his dagger in a defensive stance. He was ready to counter any of Frederick's attempts. Frederick approached Austin, attempting to kick from the side. Seeing this, Austin raised his dagger to defend. However, a strip of cloth whistled through the air toward the dagger. Frederick lured Austin's dagger for his tug. Austin's expressionless face broke out in a small smile for the first time. Frederick was a fool for trying the same thing again. He tossed the dagger, slicing through the air until it was grasped by his other free hand. He grasped the jacket firmly with his right hand, not letting Frederick take it back. His newly equipped left hand thrust the dagger at the now defenseless Frederick. "Even if you back away with your spell, you would only be able to keep running without your jacket to protect you." However, Frederick betrayed Austin's expectations by moving closer and clutching Austin's hand. He tore his white dress shirt and wrapped the newly torn cloth around his right hand. "Are you serious?" Austin was shocked to the core, knowing what Frederick was planning. His dagger was grabbed by Frederick's loosely covered hand. Frederick sweated out bullets as the dagger started to melt through his thin layer of cloth. He hoped to grab the wrist, but the dagger was too fast, forcing him to put his hand in the way. "My dagger will melt your hand." Austin was confused but shook it off. Frederick had no more options and they were too close to kick. Smiling, he moved his dagger, inching it forward. A loud hiss came from the dagger. Frederick felt immense pain in his hand, unlike any other. The dagger dissolved the cloth and was starting on his skin as blood dripped to the floor, bubbling and dissolving away. "You lose," Austin declared proudly. He was usually stone-faced, but victory stirred his heart. "Too bad." Frederick wheezed these words through the pain. "You forgot one thing." A green light flashed toward Austin, who was caught off guard. He tried to escape, but Frederick had firmly held him in place. It was the hawk anima. Responding to its master's resolve, it dove bravely, reaching incredible speeds. "You held the dagger to buy time for your bird, so what can it do?" Austin confidently said. The bird was a nuisance, but it could not deal any real damage to him. Oh, there's one place it could attack. A very vulnerable spot. The skin on Frederick's hand was slowly melting. But he did not care. This was his revenge. Bastard! Horror and realization enveloped Austin's face. For the first time, he felt a sense of dread. He tried to escape, but it was too late. The hawk closed in and dug its sharp beak straight into Austin's right eye. A mess of blood and fluid exploded out of his eye socket. Grrrah! Austin let go of his dagger and the jacket, retreating with his hand clutching his eye. Immediately, Frederick let go of the dagger. His hand was a bloody mess of melted skin and hot blood. Thankfully, his bird came before his bones and nerves were affected. You scum! Austin could not see from his right eye as half of his vision was gone. In his hand were chunks of his right eye the hawk had dug out. Want to continue? Frederick taunted and clenched his fists, even the one that was a mess of boiling flesh. A hand for an eye was the best exchange Frederick could hope for. I need to finish this and help Oscar. Although he was at an overwhelming advantage, Frederick did not act rashly. Austin was still deadly with his dagger. But Austin turned around and started to flee. Frederick was stunned, watching this person turn tail like a coward after all the horrific things he had said. Anger reddened his face as he gave chase. Don't think I'll let you off. He used up too much iron, so he was in no condition to use his wind steps. Additionally, Austin was too far for him to catch up without tiring himself. Outside in the ravine, Emily finally staggered her way out. She stared icily at Samuel, who was at the other end. It was appalling, but she could only get a draw against this fool. Samuel limply went out into the ravine's center and started his Ein meditation. He knew Emily could not do anything at this moment. He was correct, as Emily begrudgingly sat down to meditate as well. They had to recover as fast as possible. A few moments later, they recovered enough to recover their movements. Their anima and Ein would take more time. Emily's ear perked up. She turned to the cavern where Frederick had gone into. Her face fell when she saw Austin come out. Did he lose? Samuel was elated to see Austin appear. They should make short work of this girl together. However, his face paled. Seeing Austin was bleeding from his right eye, Emily stood up. Looks like my friend gave you a nice parting gift. I'll finish the job and take revenge for him. Her face twisted in anger. Although Frederick was an idiot and talked too much, they were companions who fought together. If she could not avenge him, she failed as a leader and companion. Right after, Frederick rushed out with a roar. Come back here, you asshole. Dumbfounded, Emily's face was completely blank. All the emotions she felt just before fizzled out. She glanced at Frederick, breathing heavily but with a fierce look in his eyes. What the heck, is that Frederick? The face was a stark contrast to his usual behavior. He looked determined and strong. She felt a tinge of embarrassment recalling when she chastised him for not having either. Frederick glanced around and locked eyes with Samuel and Emily. He rushed to her side and asked, "Are you all right?" Emily's thoughts were interrupted as she stumbled on her words. "We got to a draw and made our way out here to find aid." "Huh? Don't worry about that. We can take them on without issue." Frederick stepped forward with a fire in his eyes. Emily was confused by Frederick's sudden change in demeanor but held back her thoughts to focus on the enemy. Samuel shot grievances at Austin with his stare. He did not expect Austin to be so weak as to lose an eye. "What are you staring at?" The usually calm and expressionless Austin was currently overwhelmed by rage. His right eye was gone forever, and this guy was staring at him as if he was at fault. "You lost an eye. After all that boasting, you were just some trash." Samuel let out his complaints and blamed it all on Austin. This was supposed to be an easy mark. He held the wild girl at bay while this guy lost horribly. "You fucker. Don't make me kill you." Austin raised his dagger. Despite the pain from his right socket, he would not be insulted while he was down. "You and Greg both. Greg isn't even out yet. He should have killed that grade 4 trash by now and helped us. Bugger off. I don't need trash like you." Samuel let his blood get to his head and forgot that two enemies were staring them down. Idiot. Austin realized what a fool Samuel was. He must have been blind to take this job from this miscreant. Ignoring Samuel's fuming face, he turned to Frederick. "I won't forget this. You better watch yourself." Before Frederick could respond, Austin leaped out of the ravine and left. Samuel looked at the pair of green and orange enemies and paled. He was all alone. Emily stared icily at Samuel, who realized his mistake. With no choice, he also made his escape, leaving the two alone. "Wait, you!" Frederick tried to chase, but his legs stumbled. Emily grabbed Frederick and supported him before he could fall. "I want to bash his head in as well, but we need to check on Oscar." Her words shook Frederick out of his rage. He had forgotten his best friend. "OS, we need to help him." Frederick muscled through the pain and ran into the cavern. Emily did not want to fall behind and forced herself to follow. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 20 Mutual Destruction. Two figures enveloped in iron, accompanied by a deer and dog, clashed with no retreat in their mind. Greg's face strained with all his emotions, his drive to live. His hand began to glow red as tiny flakes of fire collected into a ball. The spell was combust. The spell Preceptor Frank showed in his demonstration. Due to its rocky formation, the caverns were not the optimal place to use his spell. Chances were high that his spell could collapse the caverns if he used it wildly. But he no longer felt any restraint. He would kill this grade for who insulted him. Stone gaze. Oscar froze Greg, interrupting his combust. He refused to use his spell due to its dangerous backlash. If Greg broke it completely, he would be affected by the rebound. He sought to use it only when his opponent was in the middle of using his spell. Various tests on Frederick showed that it interrupted the formation of their spell if timed correctly. Before Greg could break free, Oscar released him from the stone gaze. There was no purpose in holding it longer. Like the wind, Oscar sped up and elbowed the staggered Greg. The true power of stone gaze was to disrupt the enemy's timing. Oscar could gain the initiative if it's used at the right time. The elbow dug into Greg's face, but instead of falling back, Greg stayed firm. He lashed out a kick to Oscar's side. Feeling the blood back up in his throat, Oscar stomped his feet to withstand the blow. Greg knocked the elbow aside and charged up another combust. The unnatural heat, so close to Oscar, singed his eyebrows and hair. Stone gaze, but the spell did not work. Shock and disbelief flashed on Oscar's face. In front of him, Greg's eyes were closed. His spell failed to form a link and rebounded. Greg's adaptability was outside of Oscar's expectations. He did not think Greg would figure out how his stone gaze worked and figure out a counter in these mere split seconds. Oscar screamed. The pain of the stone gaze failure seared his eyes. In horror, he saw the ball of fire fully formed in Greg's palm. "Now you die," Greg shouted. His hand extended out, aiming the ball of fire close to Oscar's face. Having no choice, Oscar ducked and body-slammed Greg. The ball of fire whizzed by his ear, burning a few hairs. The combust flared up and exploded on the cavern walls. The caverns shook as debris fell from the ceiling. The large explosion had caved in a portion of the tunnels. "Are you mad?" Oscar kneed Greg in the stomach as they were practically hugging each other. But Greg blocked his efforts and countered with attacks straight to Oscar's chest. Vomiting some blood, Oscar headbutted Greg, causing them to stumble apart. The deer and dog were still fighting as the fangs locked onto the antlers. Greg charged another combust while closing his eyes. He had a general idea of where Oscar was and threw it. Oscar dodged as the explosion blew off some rocks that punctured Oscar's leg. He ignored the crisis in his leg and marched to Greg, landing another punch. Greg's reactions were slower due to closing his eyes. Oscar was sure to make him pay for such a decision. With their eints draining fast, so did their defenses. Each attack that landed hurt more than usual. Greg heaved as he gasped for air. The attack on his chest was too much. The finishing blow was here. Oscar lifted his fist at the currently incapacitated Greg, but a shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. It was Greg's dog Anima. Greg sent an order to it. It avoided the conflict with the deer and pounced on Oscar. Oscar could not protect his sides in time as the dog's sharp teeth sank its teeth into his gut. "Ha ha ha," Greg laughed in ecstasy. Enjoy being dog food. Oscar could not remove the dog as it clung firmly to his side. The teeth dug deeper as Oscar felt them puncture some organs. However, Oscar did not scream in pain, contrary to Greg's expectations. The strange calmness on his face bothered Greg as Oscar sighed, coughing out a mouthful of blood. "It's over, WH." Before he could finish his sentence, blood splurted from his throat. Glancing down, Greg saw something stabbing into his throat and chest. It looked like thick blue tree branches. It was Oscar's dear anima. Despite being a grade 4, it still could severely hurt others if they were defenseless. From the start of this final clash, Oscar planned to weaken Greg so he could no longer properly defend his body with Ein. A tiny sliver of Ein would not help against an anima attack. Of course, that would mean luring the dog in to allow his deer to have the chance. All Oscar needed to do was ensure the dog's attack didn't immediately kill him. In every action he took, he made sure to protect his head. That was why the rocks were able to puncture him. Normally, he could have blocked those. When the deer was ready to attack, he focused all the Ein onto its antlers. As I said, "It's over." The dog anima evaporated out of existence. Greg was still struck by shock and regret. Blood gushed from his throat and chest as the deer anima also disappeared. There was no escaping the inevitable. Greg limped to the floor as his face fell onto the mud. He tried to crawl away, but his arms and legs were no longer responding to his control. The mud mixed with his blood, creating a dirty red mess everywhere and sticking to his body like the hands of the underworld. What went wrong? Greg was unwilling. "I can't die like this. I was supposed to climb on higher. I should be the winner. Not this trash. Why me? Why me? What did I do wrong? Help me." All kinds of thoughts wrestled in his mind. They say a million thoughts would pass at death's door before the inevitable. "Help me." Greg's last words were a cry for help, but he would find none in these caverns. Austin and Samuel had run away. The only person nearby was Oscar. His eyes dimmed as the light of life faded, and his entire body was pale white, like a ghost from the severe blood loss. Oscar watched on as Greg passed away. His hands shook uncontrollably. He never wanted to kill anyone, but the world of Exalts was endlessly cruel and dreadful. Oscar was conflicted. Greg deserved to die. However, it still affected Oscar as he had never taken a life. Oscar resolved never to kill unless necessary and stood up. However, he fell to the ground. Oscar was unable to move or make a sound. He was confused. Why had he fallen? What was this pain? Then he remembered the dog had munched on his side. Gazing at his stomach, Oscar saw a mess of blood and flesh. Tears flowed down as he realized he was the next to die. He thought of his parents, who were worried for him. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry." He thought of his friend Frederick. "Fred, thank you for everything. I am glad to have met you." Then Emily. It was short, but it was fun. Finally, on Isabella. "Take care of yourself. Don't make your family sad like me." His death was imminent. His heart broke at the thought of his parents learning of his death. He imagined his mother crying helplessly on his grave and his father trying to console her while failing to hold back his tears. "I hope they got my reply." Darkness slowly covered his vision as the emptiness of death overwhelmed his body and numbed the pain. He could not help but think death was relaxing. It was as if he was floating in a lazy river while waiting for his time. But for a moment he saw two shadows in the distance. He could barely make them out until they finally came into his hazy view. Fred? Emily? He could not believe they had come. That means they won their battles. His tears of sadness turned to tears of joy at the revelation. Thank goodness. They were safe. A small smile crept on his face. In the end, his actions here helped them live, and his eyes slowly closed as if he were falling asleep. He was thankful to have the chance to enter the Blue Ocean Pavilion. "OS." Frederick rushed to his friend's side. "He's cold. Very cold." Emily knelt beside him and felt Oscar's arm. She was familiar with this sensation from the beasts she hunted with her father. The most horrendous sight was the torn side, like a beast mangled on it. "OS." Frederick tried his best to push on it to stop the blood from leaking, but it was useless. He was in disbelief. Let's at least return his body to the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Emily wanted to take Oscar back for a proper burial, slightly tearing up at the sight of Oscar's cold body. "Shut up." Frederick's cry was full of emotion and anger, making Emily afraid. "He's not going to die." Frederick put his ears to Oscar's chest. Thump. "His heartbeat is very faint, but we still have a chance." "To do what?" Emily retorted back emotionally. Some of her tears leaked down her cheeks. She had only known the two for a few days, but she didn't want anyone to die. But the reality was cruel. "Where can we find help here?" "I'll carry him back to the pavilion," Frederick shouted at her. "That's a day journey. He's not gonna last that long." Emily knew how Frederick felt, but they could do nothing to help. At the very least, she planned to settle this with Samuel and Austin. "This piece of shit." Frederick kicked the dead Greg in anger. "Hitting him won't help. You're just going to make it worse on yourself." Emily held Frederick back. She did not want him to degrade himself by kicking a corpse. "We can only help with Oscar's burial. We still have to report this to the pavilion and hand in the mission. 2 students dead outside would warrant the Blue Ocean Pavilion to investigate. Their testimonies can help expel Samuel and Austin." "Mission?" Frederick stopped his outburst with an epiphany. "That's right, the Night Raptor." He rummaged through his bag until he found it. In his hand was a bottle of the Night Raptor's blood. Emily realized Frederick's intentions. "Are you insane? Night Raptor blood is wild and untamed. Indeed, it has healing properties, but it also ravages the body in pain that it's not worth using unless refined." Night Raptor's blood was a good ingredient for various healing elixirs due to its high potency. Alchemists refined it to calm down its wild nature. "He's already on the brink of death. It's our only shot. His organs are still intact, but the flesh is torn around them. This is only the blood of an apprentice Exalt, but it should be enough." Frederick pushed Emily aside. He tried to open the bottle to no avail. His injured hand could not properly grip the bottle or pull the cap off. Cursing his hand, Frederick was about to smash the bottle when another hand took it. Emily nodded at Frederick and opened the bottle. Frederick was right. It was either this or Oscar's death. She poured the contents onto Oscar's wound. The Night Raptor's blood fizzed as it began its work. The blood seeped into Oscar's body, to his organs and veins. "What's happening?" Oscar was surrounded by comfortable darkness when suddenly, a bright light shined and shattered the darkness. His vision slowly recovered as Oscar felt something stir in his body. Then it happened. His stomach burned like 1,000 suns were in it. Pure agony spread all over his body. "Grah!" Oscar wailed in agony, shocking both Frederick and Emily. Frederick was happy to see his friend was alive, but Emily was concerned. "Oscar, if you can hear us, we used the Night Raptor's blood on you. You must endure the pain, or else you might die," Emily warned Oscar. "Night Raptor's blood? I see," Oscar thought as screams of pain kept coming out. His tissues were slowly regenerating and patching themselves, but every time they did, pain echoed through his body. Oscar could not describe this feeling. It felt like dipping in molten lava. "Bring it on." Oscar's eyes flared with resolve to survive. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 21. "I will live." Oscar screamed so loud that his throat began to tear itself apart, only to be put back together by the rampaging Night Raptor's blood in his veins. A constant cycle of destruction and reconstruction tortured his body. He could not help but slam into the hard rocks, breaking his bones which healed back together. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Frederick and Emily nearly gagged from witnessing Oscar's struggle and exited to caverns to leave Oscar alone. There was nothing they could do to help from this point on. Emily dragged Greg's lifeless body while Frederick glanced at Oscar. "You must survive, you idiot." His words reached the tortured Oscar. In the vast torrent of anguish, Frederick's words were like a refreshing dew that dropped onto his heart. Oscar clenched every part of his body in response. "I will live. I will live." He repeated the words in his mind like a crazed lunatic. He had an inkling that if he gave in to the pain and lost focus, he would die. The Night Raptor's blood kept up its rampage, tearing through his body. But Oscar could feel some trace of malice within them. "The Night Raptor?" Oscar was shocked. A remnant of the Night Raptor's intent was in the blood. It directed the blood to try to do more damage than it was healing. "Shit, it's trying to go for my core." Oscar could feel the Night Raptor's intent invade his inner space as the blood spread inside his body. Ignoring the pain, Oscar focused on his inner space and manifested himself inside. There he saw his core, the orb with geometric shapes, and a beastly figure resembling the Night Raptor. The night raptor came close and bit down on his core. The pain from the blood was bad enough, but this attack on his core was unlike any he had ever felt before. Every inch of his nerves felt like it was poked with a needle, and his head felt like it was splitting. "Stop!" Oscar came forward and repelled the night raptor, observing his core. It was too big for the night raptor to bite properly, but Oscar noticed small cracks on its surface. The night raptor started at Oscar's astral body. Its nostrils flared as it remembered this boy was one of the people who killed it. It growled and pounced toward Oscar. In this inner space, there was only the manifestation of the soul. There were no spells or punches to use here, only one's will. Oscar willed his dear anima to step right before him. The night raptor let out a massive screech, containing its malice. Oscar was blown back, and the deer had to support him. My will must be stronger than it. Oscar concentrated and clutched his hands in the air. The night raptor started to choke as if something had caught its throat. Oscar exerted his will on the night raptor. In this battle between minds, the stronger one would prevail. The night raptor forced itself out of Oscar's choke and swiped its claws in the air, letting out 3 streaks of light. Hit by those lights, Oscar felt he was torn apart by real claws, but his soul clung together. He could not break apart here. If an outsider could witness this scene, they would find it amusing and weird. A man and a beast motioned in the air as sparks flared between them. Oscar and the night raptor were grappling with their souls. Invisible tendrils of will and Ein constantly collided as they tried to get the advantage. Oscar, struggling with the power of the night raptor's will, strove to break this stalemate. The deer let out a bellowing yell that shook the night raptor's grasp from Oscar. Taking advantage of the gap, Oscar leaped on top of his deer. "I'll be dead while playing mind games with this raptor. Let's confront it directly." The blue astral man and deer charged straight at the night raptor. Their wills united and focused on their front. All of the night raptor's mind attacks were easily deflected. Realizing anything else was futile, the remnant will of the night raptor charged forward, baring its teeth. The inner space trembled from their clash. However, there was no direct collision. They were about a half-meter away from each other. The space between them started to crack from the collision of wills. Oscar roared as the night raptor glared maliciously. "I will live." The deer took a decisive step forward as it pushed night raptor back. Startled, it tried to struggle, but it could not stand its ground. The will of the night raptor was beginning to crack more. Although it was a middle apprentice Exalt, its will and tenacity could not compare to Oscar's. Crash. Oscar and his deer broke through the night raptor's exterior, exposing its vulnerable piece of soul. The deer skewered through the helpless remnant, causing it to crack into several pieces before disappearing. It was a victory. In this battle of wills, Oscar won against his terrible foe. But cracks appeared on Oscar and the deer as well. The pain of his soul cracking made Oscar's physical body recoil. That was close. With a cracked face, Oscar patted the deer on his side. It was also cracking throughout its body. "Thank you." The deer licked Oscar's face before retreating to its spot on top of the core. It had done all it could. It deserved to rest now. Oscar found that the blood's temper had dwindled slightly. It was very aggressive earlier due to the remnant will that lingered in it. But now it was undirected and not as wild, making the pain a little more bearable. Oscar struggled for a while as the blood did its work. His mind was exhausted from the ordeal with the night raptor, but he could not blank out at such a crucial moment. Finally, his body had recovered. Oscar sat up and saw a mess of blood and rubble around him due to his ordeal. Looking down, Oscar saw the wounds on his stomach had closed up. It was not a pretty sight. His lower side was full of scars and twisted flesh from improper healing. Oscar felt a huge sensation of drowsiness. He had not slept the entire time since hunting down the night raptor, and his body could no longer take it. His eyes couldn't help but close. However, this time, they were not preluding to his death but well-deserved rest. Oscar felt only gratitude and relief as he fell asleep. Frederick and Emily were resting near the bonfire. Their faces were grim and weary. Oscar's screams kept howling for the entire afternoon, worrying them constantly. Frederick's fists were still clenched. The bandages around his injured hand were coming undone. It was grim, but he still clung to hope. If Oscar was still screaming, that meant he was still alive. Rationalizing it in this way prevented Frederick from being overwhelmed by his fears. Teresa, Frederick thought of the girl from his past. He didn't want to go through this once more. His hands clenched harder, undoing the bandages and opening the wounds. You shouldn't do that. You need to take care of your hand. Emily spoke over Oscar's screams. She noticed blood dripping down from Frederick's hands. It's fine. This injury is nothing. Frederick was stoic and spoke hoarsely. Give me your hand. Emily took out fresh bandages and moved next to Frederick. I said it was fine. Frederick was not in the mood, but a heavy flick to his forehead snapped him off his seat. What was that for? Frederick shouted at Emily, who had her hand extended to him. Idiot, your hand is in horrible condition. You're lucky it wasn't to the point of being useless. Now let me help you or lose that hand. Emily scolded Frederick harshly. There was no point in this. Do you think ignoring this would help Oscar in any way? Frederick was silent and expressionlessly put out his injured hand. Emily grasped it and rubbed ointment on it. He wanted to stop her, to do it himself, but stopped after seeing her serious look. After the bandaging was complete, Emily went silently back to her seat. All the while, Oscar's screams were still echoing out of the cavern. Thank you, Frederick said. It was nothing, Emily mumbled. They remained silent until the screams had ended. The ravine was eerily quiet except for the flickering of the flames. Emily and Frederick rushed out into the cavern with anxious looks. "OS, don't be dead. You better be alive. I won't have you die." Frederick and Emily hoped for the best. Their feet moved quickly since the rest had brought them back to peak condition. In the distance, Frederick and Emily saw Oscar lying motionless. The vast amount of blood around him suggested the worst. Frederick rushed to Oscar and held him up. "OS." Frederick put his hand to Oscar's chest, sensing the regular beating of a healthy heart. He almost deflated as all the emotions settled down, leaving only joy and relief. "He's alive! He's alive!" Frederick said with tears of joy falling down his cheek. The past day had been stressful, and he had reached his limits. Now the long wait was over. Emily stared at him with a softened expression. Her eyes were slightly watery. "We need to take him to camp. Let's have a good rest." The two returned to the camp and put Oscar down tenderly. Like something snapped in their minds, they felt a flood of drowsiness. It was like a dam broke down, and all the tension flowed away. They fell to the floor in blissful sleep with smiles on their faces. The mission was difficult and full of surprises and frightening moments, but all of them survived. Instead of screams and pain, there were only the sounds of light breathing and loud snoring with the pleasantry of rest. The next morning, Oscar opened his eyes to the refreshing light of the two suns beating down on his face. The smell of fresh, wild greenery mixed with the saltiness of the rocks tickled his nose. Water, his throat was parched. Oscar saw his two friends nestled in their spots, sleeping peacefully. Gratitude and camaraderie swelled in his heart. He thanked them in his heart for being with him through this. After satiating his thirst, Oscar began bandaging himself. The night raptor's blood may have fixed the crucial wounds, but they could still reopen. The sounds from Oscar awoke Frederick. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned before finally seeing Oscar. Frederick shot up in excitement. "OS." Frederick smiled heartily at his friend and hugged him. The sight of him being up and alive was far better than the horrid look before. "Fred," Oscar hugged back in response. "You're either insane or a genius using the night raptor's blood like that." "Insane? Say that to yourself. You were already near death and even withstood the blood. I hear it's incredibly painful." Frederick snickered. Oscar did not continue speaking. His mouth could only let out joyous laughter, but the pain from his side made him stop a few times. Emily woke up to see two boys laughing their butts off like morons. Seeing the heartwarming sight, she could not help but join in with a few chuckles. "You're alive!" Frederick shouted, pointing to Oscar. "I'm alive!" Oscar's smile went from ear to ear. He could not believe it. "Be grateful we hunted down the night raptor," Emily said before resuming her giggles. The laughter of the three was a sight to behold. There was no enemy, worry, or despair, only bright happiness. The two suns almost seemed to dance with their delight. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 22. Return to the pavilion. It was a long journey. It was only a few days, but Oscar felt he had had enough of missions for the time being. The reward was the amassing elixir that Oscar craved. Together with the next batch of the free elixir the pavilion hands out, they should propel him to a middle apprentice Exalt. Next to him, Frederick and Emily were not arguing as they usually do. It seems fighting life and death together had the effect of bringing them closer together. Never mind, as soon as Oscar thought they were getting closer, he saw Emily smack Frederick on the head, starting their usual shouting match. What was that for? Frederick shouted, feeling wronged by Emily's violence. Did they not patch things up earlier? You were undoing your bandages again, she stated coldly. I took the effort to do it tightly, and you ruined them again. Are you crazy? Frederick felt extremely wronged by this. Oscar tilted his head in confusion. The argument now was opposite to what they normally fought over. Emily seemed more concerned about Frederick's condition. Remove them. I'll do it again. Emily took out bandages like a saint, but her eyes and body language implied she would not take any complaints or rejections. OS, do them for me. Frederick had enough of this forceful girl and looked to Oscar to bail him out. Leave it to Emily. Oscar felt something strange between them but decided not to interject. He ignored Frederick's pleas and went on his merry way. Frederick found no way out. He sulkily extended his hand to Emily. Unlike her boisterous attitude, Emily's hands were careful and attentive as she redid the bandages in seconds. Frederick looked down at the fresh bandages with a blank expression. He did not know what he was feeling right now. It was refreshing, but at the same time, he did not like that it was because of this girl, so he mumbled his gratitude and left. Emily did not respond and followed, not noticing that her face broke into a small smile. Something is strange. As the third party, Oscar noticed all the little interactions, Frederick and Emily's weird actions, and that smile. Shaking his head, Oscar put it out of his mind. After some time, they saw the great walls of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, standing tall and unwavering, like a stalwart bastion of repose. We're back. Oscar's voice trembled from all the emotions that swelled in him. He wanted nothing more than to rest in his room. However, they were barred from entering through the gates by the guards, who noticed Greg's corpse being dragged by Frederick. Who is this? What happened? One of the guards released his Knight Exalt powers, pressuring the trio to answer truthfully or be beaten down. Oscar stepped forward despite the pressure. It was overwhelming to Oscar but paled in comparison to the coldness of the feeling of death. This person ambushed us during our mission. He tried to kill me and nearly succeeded. Oscar unveiled the gruesome scars on his stomach side to the guards, who were shocked. To survive such grievous wounds and still move was admirable. If what you say is true, that is a heavy offense. We will call for a judge to get your statements. The guard sent out a messenger to the record hall. Judges were the ones who recorded every action of every student. Thus, they were the keepers of the truth. They would never let any falsehoods be recorded. Oscar, Emily, and Frederick waited for a while. The guards offered them some food and water, which they graciously accepted. The good meal lifted their spirits from the long journey. It was silent until, finally, the messenger came back. Next to him was a beautiful woman with leafy green hair tied in a ponytail, great bejeweled yellow eyes, and tall, slender legs. Aunt? Frederick was shocked to see his aunt, Ivanka Klein. Emily was curious and eyed Ivanka with gleaming eyes. From what Frederick had told her, this aunt was a powerful Exalt. Nephew, you sure run into trouble no matter where you are. Ivanka spoke in a slightly amused tone, creating an air of lightheartedness. However, that suddenly dropped to chilling suffocation with her next words. What's this I hear about someone dead? Her yellow eyes gleamed with clear resolution. It did not matter if it was her nephew. As a judge, she would fulfill her duty. Though if Frederick was guilty, she'd do everything to have him return home safely. Frederick stepped back nervously. This demeanor was why he did not like forceful and wild women. This aunt had engraved such fear in him that he avoided women like her. The truth is, Oscar stepped up and relayed everything that had happened in the past few days, detailing Samuel's actions. The more he spoke, the more Ivanka's brows furrowed. Her beauty was not at all diminished by the anger she expressed. Looks like I'll have to talk with those two, Samuel and Austin. Very good. Though she said that, her eyes were full of hostility as she bared a predatory smile. The guards and the trio slowly backed away, not knowing what to do in front of a judge who was pissed off. Show me your hand. Her temper subsided as she turned her attention to Frederick. Not wanting to be punished for disobeying her, Frederick held out his bandaged hand. He felt it was strange to do this many times. First was Emily, and now his aunt. He felt aggrieved that most of the women he knew were so wild. Ivanka flared in anger, seeing the state of Frederick's hand. A black orb appeared next to her. It was a space pocket. Oscar's eyes widened and shined with a yearning. She reached her hand inside, seemingly disappearing into the orb, and pulled a vial of green liquid. She poured its contents onto her nephew's hand. Visibly, the scabs and hardened blood washed away, and a new layer of fresh skin and flesh appeared. What elixir is that? Oscar asked curiously. Grade 2 Emilio Elixir. It works wonders for wounds like this. Ivanka finally noticed that the boy who asked was the one she admitted long ago, the one on which Great Elder Robert Levitt asked for information. Grade 2? Are you crazy? She was about to say something until Frederick's booming voice pierced her ears. They were quite close, so it stung harder. Ivanka was irate at Frederick's lack of manners and smacked him on the dome of his head. Scream louder, won't you? This elixir is well worth ensuring your hand can still function normally. Grade 2 elixirs were usually created by elite exalts. It was the best for any exalts at the elite and apprentice levels. But the higher the grade, the more expensive it was. Frederick did not want to burden his aunt with his problems. As if she understood Frederick's thoughts, Ivanka patted him on the shoulder. We're family, so that is what we do. Others may not agree, but you have potential. Spurred by his aunt's praises, Frederick cheekily smiled and bragged, I took the bastard's eye. I'd say I've shown my genius. Don't get cocky. Ivanka turned to Oscar with a curious expression. Oscar did not know why she was staring at him. Aunt, can you look at OS's injuries as well? He nearly died. Frederick knew it was a long shot to get his aunt to use a precious elixir, but he still had to try. Ivanka crossed her arms in thought but decided to help. She could not shy away from Frederick's best friend. Additionally, the boy, Oscar, was a person of interest. Show me, she said. Oscar took off his shirt for the second time, showing the scarred and deformed flesh. His face was dark as he did not enjoy showing people the gruesome look. Ivanka's face distorted at the state of Oscar's side. She moved closer and put her hands to feel the inflicted area. Oscar's face flushed from embarrassment. He had never been so close physically to such a pretty girl other than Isabella. He had maintained a certain distance from Emily all this time. Her smooth hand caressed his side, making him feel ticklish. Ivanka pulled her hand away and shook her head. It won't work. I don't know what you did, but it's fully healed, although deformed. The elixir would have worked if it wasn't completely healed like Frederick's hand, though perhaps a higher grade elixir can do it. Oscar put his shirt back on and said, It's okay. I'm just glad to be alive. It didn't matter what state his body was in. He could carry on as long as he could still move around and talk. Ivanka nodded in agreement. She had been through many trials like this in the past. All that mattered was one's survival to live and grow stronger. Her eyes looked at the three young students. Their looks and presence were more mature and close to a veteran's. Only a tiny bit. It may have been painful, but this experience will help you greatly in the future. I'll investigate this matter. You three can go report your mission. Having done what she could, Ivanka departed with Greg's corpse. Her beautiful figure flashed into the distance. After the guards allowed them inside, they arrived at the mission hall. Another judge was seated at the front desk. This judge was responsible for verifying the completion of a mission and recording the details to be marked on each person's record. What mission have you completed? The judge spoke in a lazy tone and yawned over his hand. Hunt for night raptor. Here are its body parts, blood, teeth, and claws. Oscar handed over the mission pamphlet along with them. The judge scanned the items and the mission details. He stamped the paper with a complete and collected the night raptor parts. Your names. The judge needed to record their achievements. The trio complied, and the judge wrote down their details. He placed the records in a tube that shot it straight to the record hall. Well done on completing the mission. Here are your rewards. 3 Ein amassing elixirs and 1,000 contribution points. How will you distribute them? The judge took out 3 blue vials containing the precious elixir. 400 for her, 300 for the 2 of us, Oscar said. Emily, however, did not agree. You should get the 400. If not for your plans, we would have had more trouble dealing with the Night Raptor and a hard time against Samuel's group. She acknowledged Oscar's efforts and leadership that led them back home safely. She felt undeserving since she boldly took the position of leader yet failed. Oscar waved his hand in disagreement. We agreed on this split before we left. Besides, your power made it easier for us to do it. But Emily wanted to argue more until Frederick intervened. If neither of you wants it, I'll take the 400. Frederick smirked at Emily as if goading to her. Her face went red from anger seeing this idiot try to take advantage. She understood what he was trying to do, but her moral code did not agree with this. Just take it. You can owe me a favor later if you feel it's unfair. Oscar offered a way out. Emily contemplated. Fine, I'll owe you a favor. The judge, indifferent to the children's jesting, distributed the contribution points. Oscar's badge lit up slightly. He could see the number 300 under his name. The badges were identification and wallets at the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Next, he split the 3 elixirs. They grabbed theirs firmly yet not tightly as if they were scared of dropping it. Thank you. Oscar thanked Emily for her help. I owe you a favor. Don't hesitate to ask for anything. Emily smiled slightly. Her pretty face and orange eyes were glowing with joy. What about me? I gave up the 400 as well. Shouldn't you owe me a favor? Frederick jokingly said. She turned to Frederick with a harsher look, causing him to freeze. Take care of your hand, she said almost in a whisper and left. What the hell? Frederick could not understand this girl at all. One moment she's beating him up. The next, she's telling him to take care of himself. She was so inconsistent in her behavior that Frederick's mind was tired of trying to understand. Don't mind, she's just saying goodbye. Let's go get some rest. Oscar stretched his back and went outside. There was definitely something going on between Emily and Frederick, but he chose to remain on the sidelines and let them figure things out. He looked around the vast structures and places of the Blue Ocean Pavilion when something caught his eye. A girl was walking toward the mission hall. She had a beautiful figure, further emphasized by the pavilion's uniform. Her amber eyes and scarlet hair perfectly matched her beautiful face. Isabella? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 23, Grade 8 Genius. Isabella Thorne. Isabella always wanted something more in her life. Born in a small village in a faraway corner of the empire, she was praised for her beauty by others. There was no doubt that she surely would live well in the future. That was fine and she thought it so. But on the day her mother died, her world changed. She saw her beautiful mother lay still and pale all over. Her mother was known as the village's flower, but here she was, wilted and dead. Beauty was an advantage, but it did not guarantee a prosperous life. She looked around and wondered if this village was where she wanted to spend her life. Did she wish to lie in some makeshift grave after death? I want to be more. I should be greater. I have to be better. These thoughts hung with her for years until the day of the selection. The delight and pride she felt when Lewis discovered her vast talent were immeasurable. She was special. She was meant for more. And Exalthood was perfect. She would be more than just a pretty face. Unlike her mother, she would go on to live a life worthy of her beauty and talents. The first few days in the Blue Ocean Pavilion were slightly uncomfortable since she had never left home. But thanks to her talent, she was placed in the inner hall, where they helped care for her needs. Her training was also a fresh experience for her. She never realized the enormity of her talent until she started training. Absorbing the vast amount of Ein rapidly and the supply of elixirs, Isabella soon elevated to the peak of middle apprentice Exalt without issues. It was a given that she was above others. Natural for her. She was out today instead of training because she lacked contribution points. It was irritating, but she had to undertake a mission to earn them. Isabella, that voice calling for her was a surprise. She recognized Oscar's soft tone. Looking up, she saw the teen with black hair, black eye, and an unimpressionable face. His clothes had been torn in several parts, but his face had the same small smile he always wore. Her childhood friend, Oscar, who she had not seen in several months. "Oscar," Isabella said blandly. Oscar was happy to see Isabella again, but her dry and unenthusiastic response dampened his spirit. The awkwardness remained as Oscar was too confused by her antipathic tone to say anything. Letting out a sigh, Isabella resumed walking. Her demeanor and attitude showed her unwillingness to talk. "Wait!" Oscar grabbed her wrist. He wanted to catch up with her, and they were friends, so why did she respond so coldly? Isabella's face darkened, and she snapped off Oscar's grip with a forceful tug. She looked back at him and said, "I would appreciate it if we didn't talk anymore." Oscar was examining his hand. It was trembling from Isabella's strength. She was at a much higher level than him, even greater than Emily. "I wanted to talk with you. Did you get any of Uncle Carlson's letters? How were you handling yourself in the inner hall?" Oscar ignored her detachment and launched into a series of questions. "I ignored them. I'm doing fine." Isabella gave short and curt responses as if she did not know Oscar. What the hell happened? Oscar trembled in disbelief to see his childhood friend behave this way. "How could you not respond to your father?" Oscar was furious as he had seen Uncle Carlson care for Isabella since her mother died. Yet this was how she acted towards her father. "I have no time for that. There are far more important things to consider." Isabella looked at Oscar with her scarlet eyes. Unlike in the past, they held a hint of contempt. "You're a grade 4. To be a powerful Exalt, you should focus more on your training than trivial matters." "Trivial matters?" Oscar's voice shook with anger and disbelief at Isabella. "How can someone regard their own family as trivial?" "Yes, trivial. We have the opportunity to be far greater than any of them. As Exalts, we will live longer. What good is the village or family when they will disappear?" Isabella put down her foot and made her statement. "If they'll be gone, then all the more reason to cherish the time with them now." Oscar shouted at her. He had never shouted at her in all their years together as friends. Heck, he barely raised his voice since he was a baby. It shocked Isabella to see Oscar shout at her. In all their time together, he never did so. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke. "Who are you to shout at me? We're no longer in the village. We're in the Blue Ocean Pavilion, and I am an inner hall student." "Inner hall or not? You treat your family and friends this way?" Frederick was on the sidelines, listening to the argument. He stepped forward because Isabella's mindset was the kind he hated. It was the attitude his own family and many other Exalt families took with their relatives, just like that hateful bastard. "Who are you?" Isabella turned to Frederick. Frederick wrapped his arm around Oscar's shoulders and puffed out his chest to declare, "I'm this guy's best friend. I don't know your relationship, but it's wrong to treat your family and friends like that." His eyes were unwavering as he stared at Isabella. This girl was pretty, but she was ice-cold down to her heart. Even though Emily was brash and rude, he could feel a hint of warmth and care behind them. "You're also a member of the outer hall. You're not worth my time." Isabella shook her head. Her attention was only on those she found worthy. The only reason she started to talk with Oscar was to cut off this relationship forever. "Oscar, I won't be tied down any longer. Unlike my mother, who chose to remain in that pathetic village, I will live a grand life." The village used to be all she knew, but now, seeing the broader world opened her eyes to new possibilities. The village was a tiny, insignificant chapter in her life. "Is that so?" Oscar knew Isabella was not joking. She honestly believed this. "Are you so quick to break off your friends and family? What if your new friends can no longer keep up with you in the future? Will you cruelly cast them aside as well?" "That's impossible," Isabella smirked. "You are nothing compared to Gilbert. No matter what, I will be side by side with him." Gilbert Lockwood. When Isabella first saw him, she was enamored. His chiseled face, the serene blue eyes, and the flowing azure hair. He was the most talented student the Blue Ocean Pavilion found in many years. The grade 9 Xianxia was terrifying, and even she felt a tinge of fear. He was perfect in every way. They met several times and talked about their goals and dreams. He was kind enough to guide her and teach her many things. He was her destined partner. She was sure of it. She yearned to stay by his side. No matter what, she believed he would never lose or fall apart. Compared to Oscar, he was a million times stronger and better. Gilbert, Frederick flared up in hatred. Deep hostility took root in his heart. "Fos, let's leave. There's nothing else for us here." Oscar still had a vacant look in his eyes. Frederick dragged the lifeless Oscar away from Isabella. "Likewise, don't come to me again. Gilbert might misunderstand." She turned around and left without looking back. She did not want anything to ruin her standings in the pavilion and with Gilbert. "Treacherous wench." Frederick spat on the floor while supporting Oscar, who did not move but stared in Isabella's direction. Oscar finally came to and separated from Frederick. His eyes were conflicted, and his face looked wearier than ever. "Don't worry about that bitch, Os. If she wants to go, let her. She can die cursing she left you." Frederick tried to console the dispirited Oscar. "I thought I knew her, but did I? For many years we were together." Oscar rubbed his eyes, which were tearing up. "Should I have known? Could I have helped her more?" The tears fell onto the ground. He could not hold back the flood as they ceaselessly continued to fall. For the first time in a long while, his emotions had gone out of control. Frederick clapped his hands onto Oscar's tear-filled cheeks, holding them. "Don't regret anything. Don't dwell on the what-ifs. She made her choice. Focus on yourself, Os. Prove her wrong. Are you not worthy? Become so strong that she isn't worthy of you." Oscar wiped off his tears, although his eyes were still watery. "Thanks, Fred. You're right, but I don't want to brag in her face or anything. She chose to be left alone, and that's what I'll do." Since Isabella had chosen to cut him off, then he would oblige. "You could parade it over her. That would give me some satisfaction," Frederick complained. "To you, but I don't want to do such a thing to anyone." Oscar was raised to be a kind child. Although he entered the cruel world of Exalts, he wanted to maintain his sense of morality. He did not want to be like Isabella or Samuel. "Geez, there's no convincing you to be a little more vengeful." "Did you not like her?" Frederick asked. "I always looked after her and helped her when she needed it. You can say it was closer than friends but less than lovers." The final step before becoming lovers was something Oscar never crossed. If they never came to the pavilion, Oscar and Isabella would probably have made that final step and gotten married. There's nothing more now. She wants to be with Gilbert. She can live her own life as she pleases. Although he said he was fine, he was still clearly shaken by the exchange, and his weak tone showed it. The words Oscar uttered before were mainly to console himself. Deep down, he felt somewhat responsible for her. Gilbert. Frederick gnashed his teeth upon hearing the name. Oscar always felt it was strange. The irrational hatred Frederick had for Gilbert was confusing. Frederick mentioned it was because Gilbert was suspicious and gave off a bad feeling, but Oscar could tell that was not the case. There was something more personal. "I won't force him. He can tell me when he wants to." The two silently made their way back to the outer hall. Their faces hung down with heavy expressions. "What do I tell Uncle Carlson?" Oscar was conflicted about what to tell Isabella's father. Telling the truth would break his heart, but Uncle Carlson would be equally worried by the lack of letters. With his mind stewing over the problem, Oscar unknowingly arrived at Elder Saul's house, where, as usual, the elder rested on his reclined chair. Elder Saul noticed the two students approaching and opened his eyes. His eyes clung to Oscar, who felt like he was being stripped naked. "You've killed someone." The elder's words surprised the two boys. "I can tell by the look in your eye." Oscar bowed to Elder Saul. "I was ambushed by another student and had no choice." "No choice." Elder Saul ruminated on the two words. "Become stronger. Then you'll have more choices. But it is good you came back alive." Elder Saul rarely gave any advice, words of praise, or concern. He was moved that Elder Saul showed him a hint of compassion. Oscar and Frederick were equally shocked that this dispassionate elder acted in this manner. "It also seems like you're concerned about something." Elder Saul saw through Oscar once again. "Elder, can I ask you something?" Oscar requested. Fine. Ask away. If telling the truth is hurtful to someone I care about, then should I not say anything? However, they'll still be hurt by not knowing the truth." Oscar looked to this elder for an answer to his issue. Elder Saul got off his chair and came closer to Oscar. The boys tensed up like a stiff board. Everyone else thought this elder was a weak leftover, but they knew that was false. Elder Saul stopped in front of Oscar and stared into his eyes. Oscar felt his mind floating away as if Saul's eyes were endless black holes. If you have a wound, is it better to burn it to seal it shut or let it fester and rot? Before Oscar could respond, Elder Saul turned back. The truth may hurt, but it hurts the most after a long buildup of lies. Make sure to judge whether the pain would be better had now than later. Elder Saul went back to sleeping on his chair. Oscar was silent and bowed to the elder. I know what I must do. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 24. Life in the Pavilion. After eating and resting, Oscar sat in front of his desk, his hand clutching a pen, writing a letter to Isabella's father, Carlson Thorne. He decided to tell the truth about Isabella turning her back on her home and family. He did not want Uncle Carlson to continue worrying about her and looking for any signs. As Elder Saul said, it was worse to keep Carlson in the dark and lie when the truth inevitably comes out. If Oscar told a lie, then that would only make Uncle Carlson more worried in the future if Isabella never sent a letter. It was better for him to know so there would be closure. Uncle Carlson, the truth is horrible, but I hope you understand. I'm sorry I could not give you any good news. Oscar finished the letter and sealed it up. Fred, I'll be sending this letter out and going to the Neptune archives. Oscar turned to Frederick, who was resting on his bed. His green hair was scattered messily around his pillow, far from the picture of a noble. Okay, Frederick was too tired to accompany Oscar today. He closed his eyes to go back to sleep. Oscar strolled through the large halls of the commune to the postroom. The postroom was a large circular room lined up with light crystals that lit up every corner of the room. The dome at the top had a beautiful spiral pattern like a whirlpool. In the center was a circular counter that replicated the room's shape. There were several workers there, taking students' letters and organizing them. Oscar approached the counter and rang the bell, prompting a worker to attend to him. Sending out a letter, Oscar held out his letter. No problem. The worker reached out to take the letter but could not pull it out of Oscar's hand. The worker stared at Oscar in confusion and said, I can't send it out if you're holding it too tight. Ha! Oscar looked down and saw the letter still in his hand in a tug-of-war with the worker. The letter was crumbling from his tight grip. Oscar's hand refused to let go. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Oscar wrenched his hand open, allowing the worker to take the letter away. He stared in a daze at his trembling hands. Are you okay? The worker was concerned by Oscar's weird behavior and pale face. Oscar snapped out of it and rubbed his head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. The worker stared at Oscar in concern, but he was just a worker. Students' issues were their own, and he was not in a position to indulge them. Hold it together. Uncle Carlson will be fine. Isabella made her choice. Oscar quickly exited the commune with a sick feeling in his stomach. Oscar firmly clenched his trembling hands, but it did little to stop it as his fists were shaking. I said it no longer has anything to do with me. Why can't I calm down? His thoughts tortured him as he worried about how Uncle Carlson would take the news, how his parents would react, and why Isabella was so insensitive. Oscar desperately tried to hold himself together, but the anxiety was getting to him. Forget it. Let's just read some books. The enjoyment of reading always uplifted his spirits. When he was nervous or sad, books were his solace. Oi! Another student stopped Oscar. The student was stone-faced but with a hint of anger. The most striking part was the eye patch over his right eye. Oscar recognized him as one of the people who ambushed him with Samuel. Austin. He recalled the name because Frederick spent a long time bragging about how he defeated Austin. His body readied itself for a fight. That's right. I wanted to say something to you. First, I have nothing to do with you. I'm not allied with Samuel. Austin's face darkened, making Oscar alert. Second, tell that bastard, Frederick. I will make him pay. Without waiting for Oscar's reply, Austin left for the commune. His demeanor and temperament had completely changed. There was an icy yet fierce resolution that Oscar could feel. Frederick needs to be careful. The changes in Austin made Oscar extremely wary. Compared to Samuel's bull-like attitude, Austin was like a cunning wolf, biding its time. There was an eerily calm air around him. He's lost an eye, but he sees clearer than ever. Elder Saul appeared next to Oscar with a sickle in his hand. He glanced at Austin, then turned to Oscar, his eyes almost piercing through him. "Elder." Oscar bowed in greeting. He could never grasp this elder's motives or actions. Some moments would be indifferent, while others would be helpful. Sometimes it would be comments like this: "I also felt the change in him. Will he be a dangerous opponent?" Anyone with a fierce determination can be dangerous. Elder Saul pulled out a cracker and started munching on it. The way his face and wrinkles moved as he chewed reminded Oscar of the old fogey in the village with no teeth. Elder Saul's attention went back to Oscar. "Never mind him. You seem to have something else to say to me." Oscar stared at his quaking hands. He did not feel like this when he killed Greg because his consciousness was clear. But this? He was hurting someone he cared for. "I have made my choice, but I still feel horrible." Elder Saul was silent for a moment. "That is your problem to deal with." It was not his role to intervene in the emotional conflict this boy was experiencing. The boy had to endure it himself. Otherwise, he would never mature. Elder Saul sighed. "What I can tell you is this. Live on with the choice you've made." The elder turned his back and started trimming the grass. Oscar could tell that was all the elder wanted to say. It was improper to disturb him any further. Oscar nodded and bowed to Elder Saul and departed. He replayed the elder's words in his head. If his choice led to dire outcomes, could he live with it? Soon after, the Neptune Archives entrance stood before him. Oscar put away his thoughts and entered inside. The smell of old papers and books refreshed his mind as a peaceful sensation washed over him. He walked past several shelves and deeper into the archives. Since the first time he set foot in the archives, Oscar had read through many books. He went from shelf to shelf. He stood in the section for plants and herbs. After picking out a book, he went to a corner and started reading with a small smile. He was so focused on his reading that he did not notice a silver-haired person take a small glance at him. "That person is here often." Celestina looked at Oscar with a bit of interest for a moment. The next day, early morning, Oscar sat in his dorm with a serious expression. Today was the day his friend, Frederick, would attempt to upgrade to a middle apprentice Exalt. The day before, he told Frederick about Austin earlier and Elder Saul's small comment. Frederick felt immense pressure about a potential threat to his life. Thus, he decided to go for it with the Ein-amassing potion reward from the Night Raptor mission. "You sure about this?" Although it was just a jump in the sub-ranks of the apprentice Exalt, it wasn't something to rush into. That was why Oscar decided to wait for the next batch of the Elixir so that he could have a sure advancement with 2 elixirs. "Definitely. I heard advancing causes a mess, so I'll do it in a private training room." Frederick gave a confident thumbs up to Oscar and left. Grade 5 Xianxia provided him the extra benefit that 1 elixir might do the job. Left alone in the room, Oscar thought about what to do. He could go back to the archives or meditate. He tossed and turned in thought until he remembered something he had to do. "I still have the contribution points I earned. I can go to the foundry to try to purchase a weapon." The battle with Greg made him realize the usefulness of having a weapon. It can provide the edge he may need to survive the next battle. Excited, Oscar jumped out of bed and got ready to go out. Recalling that Emily also said she wanted a weapon, Oscar went to look for her in the commune since the most likely place to see her was the cafeteria. Having gotten a plate of breakfast, Oscar paced around until he spotted Emily entering inside. He hurried over and greeted her happily. "Emily." "Oscar, what's up?" Emily's orange hair fluttered as she spun to greet him back. Thanks to the rewards from the previous mission, she was in quite a good mood today. As they started eating, Oscar noticed several people eyeing him and Emily. It seems Emily was popular amongst their fellow students. It wasn't odd since she was a beautiful girl with a powerful look in her orange eyes. He also noticed several girls eyeing her with admiration and him with disdain. Compared to Emily's beautiful looks, he was quite unremarkable. It was true that Emily was more tomboyish, so her charm could extend to other girls. The meal felt awkward for Oscar because of the stares. "Where's that dunce?" Emily was referring to Frederick. Her language was still as harsh as ever toward him, but Oscar noticed her tone was not as forceful. "He's closed up in the training room to attempt to become a middle apprentice Exalt," Oscar said. "Is he serious?" Emily exclaimed. She guessed the two of them, Oscar and Frederick, were close to that threshold, but immediately going for it right after the mission was not good. People usually took the usual method to advance in their optimal condition. Oscar explained his encounter with Austin yesterday. Each word made Emily grip her hand, crushing her utensils. That bastard wants revenge for something he started. Bah, Frederick can handle him. My prey is that yellow shithead. Emily's orange eyes gleamed like a predator in the night. Oscar felt chills down his spine and flailed to change the subject. That's why I'm free today. I wanted to know how you were doing. Emily tilted her head with her hand on her chin. That fight with the night raptor and Samuel made me realize I need to improve my control. Emily griped. If she had better utilized her ein, her staff would have pierced directly through the tiger. I remember you said you wanted to get a weapon, correct? That's right. Thanks to you, I have the contribution points to get a staff weapon. It was a staff weapon she had been eyeing for a while, but it was priced at 350 points. The need for points led to her joining up with Oscar and Frederick. Perfect timing. I wanted to find a weapon for myself too. Should we go together? Oscar proposed. Emily chuckled. Her laughter made some men blush, and the girls clenched their teeth at how Oscar made her laugh. Ignoring the stares, Emily teased. Since that dunce isn't here, you decided to ask me. What's wrong? Too afraid to go alone? Correct. Going along with a popular girl like you will make everyone else feel inferior, Oscar teased back. Internally, he was hoping no one would cause trouble with him just because he was friends with Emily. Okay, let's go to the foundry. Emily smiled. The two of them were full of anticipation. It was finally time to get their first weapons. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 25, My Weapon. The Foundry. It was the center of weapon forgery and armor in the Blue Ocean Pavilion, where every student and elder came here for the best quality armament. The people who worked in the foundry and trained in the ways of forging were called fabricators. Fabricators, like alchemists, enjoyed a special status amongst exalts since the services they provided were necessary for exalts. Last time I looked around, my eyes dropped at the prices. Emily sighed in distress over her poor self. The only solace was that money could not buy anything, so it was not a burden on her father. Were you not looking at grade 1 weapons? Oscar knew higher grades were obscenely expensive. I looked at the higher grades just for eye candy. But even some of the grade 1 armaments were expensive. Emily yawned as her mid-morning tiredness hit her. There were several staff weapons. The best grade 1 armament costs 1,000 contribution points, while the lowest costs 200. Interesting. Oscar enjoyed the new information as they walked toward the foundry. A large gray estate made from stone and metal, rather than the usual marble and crystals of the other facilities. Oscar felt the stones and noticed they were rough and cracked. It was the opposite of the clean and high-class atmosphere of the pavilion. A large column extruded out from the top of the roof, constantly releasing an endless amount of black smoke and covering the sky in black clouds. Looking down, Oscar saw a desolate land with no single plant growing around the foundry. It's pretty hot. Oscar started sweating, as did Emily. The foundry had a very harsh dry heat like a sauna. Inside, Oscar and Emily saw the hectic yet meticulous sight of the fabricators at work. Many wore helmets with glass visors, fully clothed in insulated clothing with no opening, and thick metallic gloves. The helmets had small tubes on each side, most likely for air filtration. They were rough when processing the raw materials and metals. Bones scrapped down, metal melted, and shining cores shattered. But they were careful, as if carrying a newborn baby when polishing and putting together their works. I heard anyone is allowed to enter an apprenticeship here regardless of which hall they might be a part of. Same for the alchemists. After all, there might be some prodigies even in the minor hall. Emily said, That's correct. You can get better resources to become stronger if you show potential as a fabricator or alchemist. It's a shame, but I don't have a suitable anima. One of the fabricators came up to the duo and asked, Have you come here to sign up for an apprenticeship, procure armaments, or to repair? We would like to buy grade 1 armaments. Oscar was excited to see the great vaults of the foundry. Follow me. The fabricator led them to another room. The large size of the room was not surprising. It was the countless weapons and armor arranged all over. Oscar peered around and saw armaments lined all over the walls to the high ceiling, rows upon rows of glass cases containing more. Every single one seemed to shine and sparkle in the light. Look around and find what you need. The prices are tagged on each one. The fabricator put his hands behind his back and stood straight like a butler waiting for the next order. I already know what I want. The grade 1 iron serpent staff. Emily walked to one of the glass cases and pointed to the weapon inside. It was an iron-colored staff with patterns of snakes wrapped around it. Oscar noticed other staves that were more beautiful next to them, but they were more expensive. The staff will cost 350 contribution points. The fabricator carefully took the staff out of its container and held it to a black stone tablet. It glowed slightly with the name of the staff. Place your identity token. The fabricator held the tablet to Emily. Emily placed her identity token, which also acted as a wallet for contribution points, on the black stone tablet. The number 400 on her token decreased to 50, and the black stone tablet stopped glowing. Transaction complete. This iron serpent staff is now yours. The fabricator resumed his passive stance as though nothing had happened. Oscar felt admiration for how calm and collected these fabricators were. Emily swung around the staff to get a feel for it. She was careful not to hit any of the merchandise. Her face was full of satisfaction as she smiled. Take a look, Oscar. Oscar hesitated to hold the weapon because he thought it was improper. At Emily's urgings, he nervously held it in his hands. A surge of energy flowed into his body. He felt the weight of the staff and the rippling iron in every small part. An armament is created with iron. From the processing of materials to the polishing, each motion utilizes iron. Thus it gives off that pulsating feeling. The fabricator spoke up with a lengthy explanation completely different from his previous short responses. Not only that, an armament can have distinct attributes. The staff was more flexible, like a snake, hence its name. A higher grade armament can have more powerful properties, even abilities. Amazing! Oscar wanted to possess an armament even more now. Oscar, you should look around and find something suitable. Emily held her staff close like a family heirloom. Her excitement was overflowing as she could not wait to test it out. Oscar glanced all over, left to right, up and down. He felt dizzy trying to take it all in. Thankfully, the fabricator stepped forward and asked, "Should I gather everything that falls in your price range? That would be great. Can I see everything that I can get for 300 contribution points?" 350. Oscar turned with widened eyes to Emily, who offered her leftover 50 contribution points. She responded with a wink. "What will I do with 50 points? Don't refuse this, or I'll bash you into agreeing." Emily smiled, but her words were so cold that Oscar felt terrified. "I'll agree to this, but I'll pay you back." Oscar did not want to be in her debt. He did not want to feel like he was taking advantage of her. The fabricator gathered up every item worth 350 points and laid them on the table. There were weapons and armor of every type gathered in a pile. As Oscar held up a weapon or armor, the fabricator explained their details enthusiastically, giving sales pitches. The dagger is swift and easy to hold, great for this bow charges with iron, and the spear is great for maintaining distance. It also can do. Oscar felt a headache coming on from all the large amounts of details. He gestured for the fabricator to stop and began pondering what suited him best. In that last battle with Greg, what was I lacking? The previous battles and how he fought should provide a great insight into his shortcomings. In all my spars with Frederick, I was too vulnerable. It was the same with Greg. Oscar had an epiphany and started to go through the pile himself. His eyes lit up when he saw a particular item. He pulled it out and brandished it before the two onlookers. "I've decided on this." The fabricator showed no emotion, but Emily was astonished. In Oscar's hands was a shield. The shield had a smooth surface, obsidian black color like Oscar's eyes, and was incredibly thin. It was also a small circular shape, about the length of Oscar's head. Emily shakingly asked, "Are you sure about that? That shield doesn't look like it can block a lot. Also, it's small." That shield is known as the obsidian glass buckler. Despite its small appearance, it's sturdy. An advantage is its mobility, thanks to being small. The user can move more freely than with a conventional shield. The fabricator explained the uses of this shield. "Still, you want that?" Emily thought Oscar would have gone for a more offensive weapon like the sword or spear. Oscar looked down at the black buckler and shook his head. It's perfect for my uses. Will it cost extra for a certain adjustment? The fabricator was also looking at the black buckler. Although he showed no emotion underneath that helmet, he was curious why this student had chosen it. If you want a certain modification, it can be done for free if it's a simple adjustment. Perfect. I'd like to ask you to do. Oscar whispered his idea to the fabricator, who looked deeply at Oscar. Interesting. I can do that for you for free, the fabricator said with a hint of amusement. Do what? Emily was irked at being left out of the conversation. She was also curious about what Oscar wanted to do with the buckler. Her cries were ignored as Oscar and the fabricator processed the transaction. The fabricator took the buckler away outside to fulfill Oscar's special request. Emily waltzed next to Oscar and grabbed his collar. Her orange eyes were full of curiosity and irritation. So, what's your grand plan? I'll surprise you later. Oscar looked away nervously, not wanting to see Emily's angry face. Emily held her anger in and grumbled, letting Oscar go. She was not so insensitive to keep pushing him into something he didn't want to do. It better be a great show. Around 30 minutes later, the fabricator finally returned with Oscar's buckler. Emily did not pick up any obvious modifications on it. That was fast. Thank you very much. Oscar bowed in gratitude and took his buckler, putting it on his back thanks to the harness that came with it. It wasn't too much of a change. I thank you for the opportunity to hone my skills. All fabricators were fanatics when it came to working on their craft. They rarely showed emotion unless they were working. With grateful farewells, Oscar and Emily departed from the foundry. Once outside the dark smog circle above, they took a deep breath of the fresh, cool air and felt the beaming of the two suns. The foundry would be better if it wasn't so stifling and suffocating. Emily took out a handkerchief and wiped off some ash residue on her. I wonder if the Palace of Whirlpools is like this too. Oscar thought about the other Exalt profession, alchemy. Rumors said alchemists were even worse than the fabricators in their sheer obsession. Perhaps next time if we have more contribution points to use. I don't see any of us becoming alchemists. Emily stretched out her arms and back to release the tension. Emily lifted her staff in the air, looking pleased with herself. I'll be heading off to the training room. I need to test the armament out. Want to join me? I'll pass. I'll see you later. Oscar dodged Emily's request and waved goodbye to the pouting Emily. Some students eyed the buckler on his back as he walked and whispered amongst themselves. They varied in their responses. Some were confused, and others sneered at Oscar's dumb choice. Do they all think they need some pointy end? Oscar ignored all the onlookers and gossip on his way back. When he opened the door, he felt pressure similar to Emily's. In the room was Frederick, smiling smugly with his arms behind his head. His yellow eyes curved in elation. You succeeded? Oscar lit up with delight. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 26. Judgment. Frederick jumped off his seat triumphantly and displayed his eye as a middle apprentice Exalt, staggering Oscar backward. The presence and eye of a middle apprentice Exalt was truly a difference in quality from Oscar's power. I'm so hungry. Frederick rubbed his belly and dispersed his eye. The advancement had sapped him of nearly all his energy, causing his immense hunger. Breakfast is closed. You'll need to wait until lunch. Tell me, how did it feel? Oscar wanted all the information on the process. Emily said it should be up to him to find out when he does it. But Oscar did not like wafting in the unknown if there were clear references to look at. Painful. Extremely painful. Frederick's face paled as he recalled this morning. The thought of how the next advancement might feel made him tremble from dread. Just painful. Oscar pushed on for more. Same as before. My core felt hot and excruciating. This time, however, my skin started peeling off. Your skin. I felt every piece tear itself off. It was pure torture. Look at my skin now, though. Frederick rolled up his sleeves, and Oscar carefully observed them and even felt them. They were soft and completely devoid of any scars. My hand has also lost the scars on it. Next, he showed the hand that Austin's acid coat brutally corroded. Although Ivanka used an elixir, there were still remnant traces of the damage. Those traces were now gone. Amazing! Oscar exclaimed. For advancement to have this kind of effect on the body was shocking. There were still so many mysteries on Exalts. Frederick noticed the smooth black buckler that Oscar had on his back. "What is that shield? Where did you go?" Oscar took the shield off his back and briefed Frederick on how he and Emily went to the foundry. "You should have just waited for me. I wanted to get a weapon as well." Frederick felt wronged by both Emily and Oscar. Having released his grievances, Frederick turned his attention to the shield. A shield? A strange choice for a first weapon. People usually take up a shield to complement their main weapon. "Don't worry about that. I got a secret weapon on this." Oscar smiled with a cheeky expression as if goading Frederick to take a guess. "A secret weapon?" Frederick tilted his head, but he quickly gave up trying. "If it's you, it's sure to be a surprise." He knew Oscar never did anything that was a waste. Everything was deliberate in Oscar's actions. The two chatted as they waited for lunch to open at the commune, but a knock on their door interrupted them. Oscar opened the door and saw Ivanka staring at him with those overpowering yellow eyes. Hello, aunt." Frederick was shocked and tidied himself up, even buttoning up his top collar. Ivanka was expressionless as she stepped into the room, glancing around. "This place is pretty clean. Let me guess. Oscar does it all." "Can't you believe in your nephew?" Frederick meekly said. The same nephew that leaves his room like a hurricane had passed through. Ivanka's eyes locked onto Frederick, who stood rigid. All the confidence from before, when he broke through, had vanished. But Ivanka's tone became slightly warmer. "Congrats on becoming a middle apprentice Exalt. Miss Klein, may I ask what you were here for?" Oscar was curious why a judge came to their dorm room. Even though it was Frederick's aunt, it was still unconventional. Ivanka looked at Oscar and Frederick and said, "I need the two of you to follow me." She did not wait for their reply and waved her hand, dragging them away. She ignored the prying eyes of the curious students around them. "What is this about?" Oscar asked. "The two of you must come to the record hall and testify about your mission. Emily, Samuel, and Austin are already there." The record hall was the place of records and the court that dealt with internal affairs. Her speed was incredible as Oscar and Frederick were towed along. They arrived in front of the record hall in a matter of minutes. Its impressive thick walls and guards clad in great armaments were intimidating. Oscar's steps were heavy as they went inside. He knew Samuel and Austin were at fault, but he worried about the repercussions of killing another student. "Don't worry, just say what happened and we should be fine." Frederick had an intense expression on his face. Oscar nodded and calmed himself down. They were led into the courtroom of the record hall by Ivanka. Inside were 3 large wooden desks where 3 elders of the Blue Ocean Pavilion sat. At the top was someone he recognized, the trial master Robert Levitt, who administered the trials to enter the outer hall. Next to his sides were a middle-aged gentleman with a well-trimmed beard and mustache and an elderly woman with white hair tied in a bun. To the side he saw Emily, who stared at them with a carefree look. On the other side, Austin closed his eye and stood firm while Samuel stared daggers into them. Great Elder Robert Levitt, Primary Elder Jane, and Second Elder David. "I have brought Oscar Tur and Frederick Klein." Ivanka knelt on the ground in respect to the elders. Oscar and Frederick copied her. "The 2 students may rise and stand with the girl Emily." "Judge Ivanka, you are dismissed." Second Elder David spoke up. He would be presiding over this matter. Oscar and Frederick went to join Emily. They had no seats, so they had to remain standing. "The court is now in session. Each of you will have a turn to speak of the events. Remember to tell it truthfully." As the last word left David's lips, everyone's heart sank. Emily and Frederick gave their accounts of the events, from the team's formation to the night raptor hunt and Samuel's interference. The elders remained silent during their testimonies. Their lack of reaction made Emily and Frederick nervous, but they pulled through and finished talking. Next was Oscar's turn. He breathed deeply to calm himself down but could hear his heartbeat quickening. Stepping forward, he made his opening statement. "This all began when we first entered the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The benefit of reading many books was that Oscar was eloquent with his words. He explained in detail Samuel's pettiness and behavior towards him and Frederick during their time here. Off to the side, Samuel was red from holding in his anger. It would leave a bad impression on the elders if he made an outburst here. The only thing he could do was stare at Oscar with deep hatred. The elders noticed his small actions, unknown to Samuel. They were paying attention to Oscar's testimonies and observing every reaction of each person. The body betrays the unspoken truth. Greg and I fought against each other. The details of how Oscar fought and won against Greg made David and Jane raise their eyebrows. It was quite a tale to hear about this boy's unyielding drive to win at the cost of his own life. They suspected he was lying, but one look at his face told them he was not. That is my testimony. I had no choice but to kill to protect myself and prevent Greg from helping Samuel or Austin against my companions. Oscar closed his testimony and went back to his friends. We have heard one side's testimonies. Now for the other. Second elder motioned for Samuel to start. The guilty son of a viscount stepped forward and launched into a long story, a story he had fabricated about the mission and his purpose. I was gathering herbs with my companions when we ran into them. Frederick and Oscar never liked me, so they immediately jumped on us. We scrambled into the caverns to seek shelter and a way out. Samuel performed quite the act, feigning innocence of the crime and sadness for the loss of Greg. Frederick and Emily were angered by this shameless deceit and nearly spoke against him. Oscar seemed unaffected but balled his hands into clenched fists. I demand justice for Greg, who was my friend. I demand they be punished for their lies and deceit. Samuel ended it with crocodile tears down his cheeks. But none of the elders reacted in the way he wanted. They remained detached and firm. Finally, it was Austin's turn. He stepped forward wearing the eye patch. He turned and glanced at Frederick with a stern gaze that made the young noble shiver. Austin Taylor, you may speak. Thank you for putting this court in session. I have but one thing to say. Austin's mouth stopped for a moment before resuming. Everything was Samuel's fault. What? Samuel could not believe what he was hearing. He thought Austin would not want to get in more trouble, so the natural conclusion was to lie. This shift made him confused as he stared at Austin in a daze. Scoffing at Samuel's pathetic figure, Austin spoke. I am partly to blame for participating in it, but Samuel set out to kill these two. Oscar, Frederick, and Emily all hung their jaws wide open in response to Austin's honesty. Like Samuel, they never expected him to do this, especially because Frederick took his eye. Once Austin finished speaking, second elder David rose to ask, Is that the truth? Are you certain? It would mean you will be punished for your involvement. Austin paused for a moment but then nodded in reply. I accept the punishment. David and Jane admired Austin's declaration. Even Robert smiled slightly in his chair. This was the proper conduct of a Blue Ocean Pavilion member. Lies. They're all lies. Elders, please do not be fooled. Samuel knelt and pleaded with the three elders, whose faces turned cold at his whimpering figure. Second elder David had had enough of this farce. He waved his hand, forcing Samuel to stare at him. We knew the truth of this matter yesterday. After it was reported, we confirmed all the facts and investigated. You would be sent to the Abyss prison regardless of this court. Then, why did we have this trial? It was all wrong. Samuel believed he had a chance to turn things around. This trial was to see if you had remorse for your sins. You lied to our faces and made a mockery of our honor. David's eyes were emotionless, but his tone was laced with anger, making Samuel tremble in fear. David flicked his wrist, manifesting chains that wrapped around Austin. Austin Taylor confessed his crimes and was willing to face the punishment. He will be sent to the Abyss prison for 2 weeks. It should have been 1 month, but losing his eye is already a harsh punishment. Samuel Carter, for attempted murder and lying to the court, you are sentenced to 3 months in the Abyss prison. The chains wrapped around Samuel and caged his mouth. David was sick of Samuel's warped tongue. The muffled shouts of Samuel's pleas and begging were barely audible to Oscar. Frederick and Emily sighed in relief that the two were going away. There is one more. David got their attention, making them surprised. The trial should have been over with. What else was there? Oscar gripped his hands as his face became pale. There was one other matter they had to consider. Oscar, you fought to defend yourself and succeeded. Greg's demise was his own, but you ultimately put him down. You shall only be in the Abyss prison for a week. Oscar felt the chains wrapped around him. He stumbled to the floor on his knees as his mind went blank. These chains were heavy but also restricted his exertion of Ein. "I object to this," Frederick shouted in opposition. His loud voice echoed through the spacious courtroom. "What justice is this? Oscar should be locked up for defending himself. It is only a week. He will be out before you know it," David said dryly. "Is this how the Blue Ocean Pavilion operates?" Emily stood firm, side by side with Frederick and Oscar. She could not stand by and let this abuse of authority happen. "Halt!" Robert opened his eyes, one red and blue, shocking everyone, including the elders. "What you say is correct. Oscar had every right to defend himself. However, there is a reason he needs to go." "What reason?" Frederick and Emily could not accept this answer, but Robert announced the end of this trial, and the three in chains were taken away. Frederick and Emily left with sour faces. They were unwilling to let this go. Frederick hoped to find his Aunt Ivanka to let her know and see what they could do. Once the courtroom was emptied, except for the elders, Jane spoke to Robert. "Great Elder, are you sure about sending the boy there?" She did not speak up earlier because it was Robert's decision. She praised the two for sticking up for their friend, even against the elders. "I am confused as well, Great Elder." David looked up to Great Elder Robert, so he could not understand why he would do something uncharacteristic. If it were the norm, Oscar would be let go for self-defense. "There is no need to know." Great Elder Robert refused to explain further and disappeared in a flash of light. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 27. Abyss Prison. Frederick slammed the desk in front of his aunt, Ivanka Klein. The table was made of special wooden material capable of withstanding the impact of Frederick's Exalt power. The table did not break down, but a loud sound like rocks colliding against each other made all the other judges stop and stare in confusion. Emily, frowning, stood on the side with her arms crossed and her orange eyes narrowed. She did not lose her bearings like Frederick, but she felt the court's decision was unwarranted. A guard approached to take Frederick and Emily away for causing a disturbance. This offense was even more severe for taking place in the record hall. However, Ivanka waved her hand to stop the guard. From what she knew about the case, it was a done deal that Samuel and Austin would be sent off to the Abyss prison. The scene of these two coming straight to her in anger was unexpected. "Wait, too?" Ivanka finally noticed that Frederick's friend, Oscar, was missing. Ivanka felt suspicious of what had happened. Her usual proper and mannered face fell into a frown. "Where's your friend, Oscar?" Frederick yelled. "They dragged him away in chains. I demand they drop their idiotic decision and release him." Emily clasped Frederick on his shoulder to stop his outbursts. The other judges were staring at them coldly now for their disturbance. She explained what happened in the courtroom. As she heard more and more of what happened, Ivanka knit her brows in frustration. As a judge, she always upheld the values of truth and a code of conduct. Sending Oscar to the Abyss prison disagreed with her views. Ivanka sighed as her shoulders dropped from her powerlessness and said, "I can't help him, Aunt." Frederick was shocked his by-the-books aunt would say such a thing. "It is the decision of the court." Ivanka shook her head. "I cannot go against the elders. So we just let this happen to our friend?" Frederick stared angrily at Ivanka. Ivanka knew what Frederick was going through and tried to calm him down. "Staying here and yelling at me is not productive. I need you to think about this." Frederick and Emily clenched their hands. The Blue Ocean Pavilion had truly gone overboard. The guard stepped in between them, no longer wishing to allow this scene to continue. Since the judge gave her statement, these students had nothing else to argue. A moment, the Great Elder Robert appeared out of thin air. "Great Elder!" Ivanka and the guard got out of their seats and onto their knees. Robert nodded to Ivanka and turned to Frederick and Emily. The two students refrained from showing proper respect and stared vehemently at Robert. "You!" Ivanka was angry at their impulsiveness, especially her nephew. They could suffer harshly for this attitude towards an elder. "It's fine." Robert stopped Ivanka from scolding them. "These two are angry for the sake of their friend. I will allow this slight, but only this one time." Robert did not release pressure, but Frederick and Emily could not help but feel they were at death's door, like a silent void ready to swallow them. Ignoring the pale faces of Frederick and Emily, Robert explained, "You are correct. In normal circumstances, Oscar should have been forgiven and freed of any charges. But there was a special request. A request! Frederick and Emily were taken aback, while Ivanka was stunned. The Blue Ocean Pavilion kept a neutral stance on all matters that did not pertain to the pavilion's goals. There should be no reason for Oscar to be singled out and discriminated against. Great Elder. When did the pavilion take private requests to change its rules? Ivanka tried to hide the anger in her tone, but a little bit leaked out, making her voice hoarse. You're sending Oscar to that hellhole for a week because someone wanted you to? Frederick was not as adept as his sister in quelling his harsh tone. Emily forced him back before he did anything he might regret. Great Elder. May we know who made the request? Emily asked as she figured there was no use in arguing the decision. Whoever made the request was powerful enough to make these elders break the rules. But she needed to know the person's identity. Perhaps they could convince them or take revenge. Robert sighed. You all speak as though this will be a tragedy. Have you never considered that this may be a boon to the young boy? A boon? Frederick, Emily, and Ivanka said in unison. How can the Abyss Prison, known for its cruelty and misery, be a reward to Oscar? Robert shook his head. I cannot explain it to you, but know that this is in Oscar's best interests. His body disappeared, leaving only the echoes of his last words. Everyone left behind could only stare blankly, trying to understand what Great Elder Robert was saying. In the outer hall of the Blue Ocean Pavilion, Elder Saul tended to the grass and flowers, his hands quick and precise as they clipped off some misshapen petals and uneven growth. There was no disturbance in the air, not even a tiny breeze. Yet, Elder Saul stopped his hands and spoke out. What is it? Behind him was Great Elder Robert, who was just at the record hall. His blue and red eyes were open in admiration and respect. He had put his all into trying to sneak up on Elder Saul but failed. Robert bowed in reverence. Per your request, Oscar has been sent to the Abyss Prison for a week. Good. Elder Saul did not speak further and went back to maintaining his garden. Robert did not want to continue disturbing this elder, but he could not resist the burning question he had, similar to how Frederick and Emily behaved. Why did you want to send the child there? He asked solemnly, not wanting to incur this elder's wrath. He did not know where Saul came from. He only knew that even the pavilion master, the legendary King Exalt, one of the two in the brilliant Drake Empire, regarded Saul as his superior. Elder Saul did not stop gardening and only responded flatly, the boy needs it. He's quite an interesting lad. The experience he gains there would be invaluable. Snip. One of the flowers was plucked out and discarded with the other defective ones. Elder Saul did not elaborate any further to Robert. Robert did not like the ambiguous answer Saul had given him. As a powerful martial Exalt, he felt he was being treated like a child. It had been a long time since becoming an Exalt that he experienced this. He put those rippling feelings away and bowed in farewell, disappearing like the wind. Elder Saul plucked another flower out and stared intently at it. He's not there yet. The Abyss Prison. The place stood as an opposing symbol for all the majesty and grandeur of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. There were no hopes, dreams, progress, or individuality. In there, everyone was regarded as nothing but a lowly prisoners, all of them outcasts with nothing to look forward to except the confines of their cell. Oscar, Samuel, and Austin were dragged in chains toward a large lake, but it was so vast that it wasn't an exaggeration to call it an ocean. The blue waters stretched to the horizon and from left to right. Move on. The guard rattled his chains to get his attention. They had a schedule and would prefer not to be held up. Oscar looked at his bindings, wondering why this was happening. The collar on his neck was heavy and tight, making him gasp when breathing. The cuffs on his hands and legs were also heavy and tight. He could barely stretch his hands apart and take only short steps forward. Chains connected all the cuffs and the collar. It was so constraining that Oscar desperately tried to stretch his body to no avail. It's useless. Those chains inhibit your Exalt powers. The guard thought Oscar was struggling to break them, his face full of pity. To the side, Samuel begrudgingly walked forward with an unwilling look. He could not scream because of his bound mouth. However, rather than Oscar, his hatred was directed at Austin. Austin was unbothered by Samuel's hostility. His feet were slow but consistent. He had accepted his punishment and was prepared to see it through. His mind focused only on revenge against Frederick. They arrived at the lake shores. The waves were low and slowly flowing and receding on the smooth sand. Under the light of the two suns, the waters seemed to glimmer like the stars. Oscar was absorbed in its beauty, tasted the salty air, and licked his lips, feeling uplifted. But he did not let down his guard. The Abyss prison was supposedly here. There was no possibility that this view was a good thing. A moment later, the waters trembled. The waves became more turbulent, crashing onto the shoreline with tremendous force. Before their eyes, the water parted to create a path down into the depths. Inside, the guard pushed them to walk onto the newly created pathway down. The path was a road that extended down. It led deeper into the depths, further below the surface. Oscar's feet crushed onto various seashells and corals. The ground underneath felt dry, despite being underwater just a few moments ago. To the side, various creatures swam around. The creatures were bigger and more menacing than the usual sea creatures. Some had tentacles with sharp fangs protruding from each orifice, and others had great teeth and metallic scales. These were all Exalt beasts, not any weak ones either. The feeling these beasts gave off made Oscar tremble like an ant before a human. Oscar progressed further into the path until the waters turned dark, obscuring the once clear waters. The guard tapped his trident on the ground. It glowed, providing a beacon for Oscar and the others to cling to. The ground below them was desolate. It did not have any colorful shells, corals, or seaweed like the ground near the surface. It was simply devoid of any life but the bones of various creatures. The sheer size of some of the bones made Oscar and the others take a step back. Oscar could see this was a rib bone, but it was about the size of 5 of him. What could have killed this great creature? As Oscar thought this, the ground shook. A loud, bellowing wail resounded through the waters. He huddled near the guard by the beacon trident. Oscar could not see anything outside the beacon as it could only illuminate a short circle around them. But he could tell something was swimming in the dark, unfathomable waters. The waters swirled but did not splash out onto them. Whatever parted the waters were still in effect. However, none of this made Oscar feel safe. Samuel shouted in fear, despite his mouth being bound. Everyone looked where Samuel was staring, and their faces paled. It was a large circle, glowing like a full moon above the night, completely dull and white, but it was also moving. "Is that an eye?" Oscar said. "Quiet." The guard was also pale, and his face was full of sweat. The creatures of the deep were horrifying and powerful. The creature observed them for a little more but lost interest and left. Its dull white eye faded into the darkness. Meekly, they continued their walk. Along the way were more bones, but the experience with the creature made it all seem tame. Finally, a large tower with dim lights circling its great walls came into view. It was completely black, as if made of obsidian. The tower's top was a jagged, sharp spire. Each part of it had black spikes protruding out. The dark, ominous gates opened to grant them entry. They had no choice but to enter or be left behind in this crushing darkness. The inside was also barely lit, but Oscar saw someone step up. He was wearing jet-black clothing and a horned helmet. On his chest was the symbol of the pavilion but inverted upside down. "Welcome to the Abyss Prison. I am the warden, Draven Kirin." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 28. The Rules of Abyss Prison. I am the warden, Draven Kirin. His metallic boots clicked sharply on the stone floor. He spoke and moved so elegantly that it was hard to believe he was the brutal warden of this terrifying prison. Clean black garments covered every part of his body. Heavy black gloves and a black undershirt prevented any skin from being revealed. Even the visor for his sight had a smooth dark glass hiding his eyes. The 3 horns that extended out of his helmet were simple yet unsettling. "You must be the new prisoners." Draven approached the 3 boys. Oscar and Austin stayed put while Samuel retreated slightly. "Here are their records, Warden." The guard respectfully handed over a scroll and swiftly departed, not wanting to remain. The warden was silent as he read their sentences and the crimes on the scroll. He hummed while doing so, giving off a feeling of insanity. Draven paused after reading Oscar's report. He glanced at the young boy, who stiffened in fear. Suddenly, Oscar could hear the loud gnashing of teeth. It was coming from the warden, who dropped all manners and elegance. He seemed more like a raging beast that was ready to kill anyone. "Who dares to mess with my prison?" His words echoed through the halls and made Oscar and the others shudder. They did not dare move a single inch for fear of the consequences. Draven stomped his foot on the floor, breaking it. Pieces of rock shattered all over as wide cracks spread from the imprint of his foot. Oscar had fallen flat on his rear from the shockwave. He could not help but grimace at his helplessness as the chains were quite heavy, so he could not get back up. From his peripheral, he saw a dark gloved hand extend toward him to help, which he accepted, and the hand tugged and pulled him back up with little effort despite the weight he carried. "Thank you." Oscar did not finish his sentence but stared like a dead fish after realizing it was the warden who helped him. "It's no problem." Draven sounded leveled and calm. His previous outburst of anger seemed to be a lie. If it were not for all the cracks on the floor, Oscar would have thought he had imagined things earlier. With a clap of Draven's hands, more figures came out toward Oscar and the others. They were dressed like Draven except for the horns on their helmets. These were the prison guards with many stories and rumors about them. The main topic was how they enjoyed torturing prisoners, and reveling in flayed skin were the main topic. "Samuel, you shall be in cell block D. Austin will go to cell block B. Oscar will be sent to cell block A. But before you are all sent off, I must inform you about the Abyss prison." The trio straightened their backs. "First, you will never be let out of your cells unless allowed. Second, perish any thoughts of escape. The entire prison restricts the use of Ein and your Exalt powers. Even if you could escape, you'll only be food for the creatures outside." Oscar thought of the creature with the big pale eye that watched them from the darkness. Only an idiot would try to escape right into its territory. "Third, you will listen to all our orders. You won't suffer too much if you are not rebellious." Draven waved his finger in a scolding manner. His tone did not match the threat in his words. The guards separated the three boys and dragged them into separate corridors as Draven stared in Oscar's direction until they were out of sight. "A week in cell block A. That isn't enough to be called a punishment. Whoever wanted him here has another purpose." Draven mumbled. He tapped his metal foot on the ground as he pondered. "I suppose I'll just observe him for now." Draven turned to return to his office. After he left, the cracks on the floor began to repair themselves. After a short time, the floor had completely restored to its original state. Oscar struggled to calm himself down. He could hear echoes of screams and wails of pain as he traveled down the corridor. The guard opened a door and pushed him inside, and Oscar paled at what he saw. Right in the center was some prisoners hung upside down. The source of the screaming came from them as some of the prison guards were torturing them. Their blood dripped down to the floor, creating a pool of blood. They barely looked human with those sunken eyes, and not a single spot on their skin was unmaimed. "They are the ones who committed the most heinous crimes. Your punishment does not include this," the prison guard said. Oscar glanced around and saw that the entire place had many cubed cells lined up and stacked on each other. Every single one was positioned to open towards the center of the torture. "This is cell block A." The prisoners within their cells noticed the prison guard with Oscar. "A newcomer. Kakik. Which cell is he going in?" "I can't wait." The jeers and crazy shouts of the prisoners made the prison guards lose their tempers. One guard pulled a lever, and all the cells burst out electricity, shocking every inmate. The air was already choked with the smell of blood and was invaded by a waft of charred flesh. The prisoners inside the cells groaned in pain before stabilizing themselves. "We can't kill you because of your sentences, but we can still make you suffer." The prison guard spoke in a threatening tone. "We have to release you alive, but that doesn't mean we can't cut off one of your limbs." The prisoners were now silent and shuddering in fear. The prison guard brought solemn Oscar in front of one of the cells marked number 19. The cell doors opened, and Oscar entered inside. The rough handling of the guards knocked Oscar off balance. "Cell number 19 will be your new home." Oscar fell to the floor and could barely get himself up on one of the seats. His wrists, ankles, and neck were bleeding from being rattled by the bindings. "Hey!" One of the prisoners in cell 19 stood up to greet Oscar. "My name is John. And I've been here for 3 years. He was a hulking man with bulging muscles. My name is Oscar. Pleased to meet you. Oscar knew that the people here were real criminals, unlike himself. Getting on their bad side was a horrible idea. John smiled, but the next moment, he swung his arms and slammed them onto Oscar's head, knocking him off the seat. Oscar crashed again to the floor with his ears ringing. His head started to bleed. John had used the metal cuffs to bash Oscar's head in. He stared at John, who was still grinning maniacally. What was that for? But what he got in response was another blow that smacked Oscar onto the cell bars. His back cracked as he coughed up some blood. John moved up to Oscar and grabbed Oscar's hair. Even though he carried around the weight of the handcuffs, John easily lifted Oscar off the floor. Oscar strained to move his arms, but his body was already out of stamina from walking to the prison. Listen here, you're in our cell now. Who told you that seat was yours? Who said you could question me? John's eyes looked playfully at Oscar's miserable appearance. It had been a while since a new toy came in. You're in our cell now, so that means you follow our rules. Oscar felt his hair tearing off his head. He weighed all options. The prison guard said there was no way they would allow him to die. However, these prisoners may make suffer something worse. The goal was to get out of here after a week with the least amount of injuries. Otherwise, he would fall farther behind in his Exalt training. Nodding his head, Oscar gave in to John's unreasonable attitude. Satisfied with Oscar's subservient attitude, John let him go and returned to his seat. The other prisoners were minding their own business in their own space, ignoring what had happened. Crawling to the front, Oscar propped himself against the cell bars. The seat was off limits, so he could only endure the dirty floor. I swear in the future to never come back here. The screams of the tortured prisoners did not help to calm him down as Oscar became more agitated. Hey, Oscar. The prisoner closest to him hurried over from his seat. The man was quite old, but Oscar could see his well-toned muscles that were out of place for an elder. No need to be frightened. I won't beat you like that idiot, John. My name is Boris. The elder cheerfully laughed as though he wasn't even in prison. He made a toothless grin, unsettling Oscar, who nearly gagged. How long is your sentence here? I won't say. Oscar's eyes were firm, completely different from the earlier encounter with John. This stupefied Boris. His face was blank as if he had no idea how to react to this. Soon after, a wide, toothless smile took over. Hee. I thought you would have been an easy mark. It appears you're not daft. You're correct not to answer me. His chains rattled as he got down from his seat and sat next to Oscar. Oscar wanted to move away, but he did not know if it would offend the old man. If we knew when you would get out of here, you can't imagine the things we do to those people. Rule of survival here, kid. Don't be an idiot. After hearing those words, Oscar created some distance between himself and Boris. It was odd that a prisoner would be so friendly and polite, giving him advice. Seems you have the right idea. I'll be going back now. The old man returned to his seat with a creepy grin. Feeling a wave of exhaustion, Oscar tried to keep himself awake. Sleeping would be like a rabbit entering a den of foxes. He glanced around the cell at the other prisoners. He had no idea if they were truly asleep or waiting for an opportunity to bully him. Oscar huddled into a small ball, keeping his head close to his chest. To be as small as possible, not to catch anyone's eye. He tried to focus on meditating but found not a single wisp of ein as his core was wrapped in chains and dimming. His dear anima stared at Oscar's astral body. It was chained up along with the core and struggled to break out until Oscar patted it to stop. Oscar despaired at the realization. He knew about the special properties of the prison, but he still clung to a small hope he could train while imprisoned. A week in here might be the difference that ruins his progress and sets him below his peers. I only have a grade 4 Exaltia. I can't afford any drawbacks. Oscar strained himself to try to find any scrap of ein. His brows wrinkled from the exertion until he could no longer hold on. His face was flushed red from stress. Ein meditation was supposed to be fueled by the intake of ein, but with no ein, there was just unnecessary strain. A numb feeling invaded his head, making him paler than ever. He resigned himself to being idle with an irritated expression. His body shivered from the slight chill in the air. Oscar was too preoccupied to notice earlier that this prison was cold. Moments later, Oscar was still struggling to stay awake, but 5 packages of rations dropped into the middle of the cell. Oscar got up to get his portion, his stomach grumbling since he was famished, yearning for sustenance. However, the other prisoners bolted for the food. With the heavy chains, Oscar could not reach the food in time and saw the prisoners ravage the food like a pack of beasts. They would punch and kick each other. He tried to reach for the food but was met with a hard blow from Boris, who was still maniacally smiling. I forgot to mention this. It's every man for himself here. Don't think you can just waltz in and take food. Ha ha ha. I should thank you, newcomer. It's been a while since I've eaten this much. John bellowed in condescending laughter. The rations were small, so any bit more was pleasurable. He kicked Oscar so hard, sending him rolling away from the center. Oscar spat out more blood. His eyes dimmed as he lost consciousness. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 29. The Adder Pits. The faint smell of dirt and blood tickled Oscar's nose, slowly waking him up from his blackout. He was still half awake, so he could not see what was happening, but he felt himself being dragged away. Oscar felt his skin scraping off from the collars constantly being tugged. Oscar hissed from the pain. The prison guard, who was dragging Oscar, heard him groan. They stopped and kicked him in the stomach. The pain of the metal boot snapped Oscar wide awake in a painful scream. His body groaned as it was starving and riddled with bruises. The blow to the stomach only worsened his condition. If you're up, then stand and walk, the prison guard coldly stated. Oscar, with great effort, got to his feet, wiping off the dirt from his face. He noticed all the cells were open, and the prisoners were funneling into a single gate. The prison guards were lined up in every part of the way, keeping an eye on the unruly prisoners. Oscar noticed Boris and John, but their faces were solemn, unlike the crazed laughter they exhibited earlier. What is happening? He joined the lines of prisoners, walking towards the gate with a heavy expression. It was completely silent except for the rattling of the chains. The tortured prisoners were missing, and everyone else was not in the mood to talk. The place beyond the gate was unexpected in such a deep underwater location. A large pit stretched deeper into the bedrock where the bottom could not be seen. The only way down was the long spiraling stairs on its walls that went as far down as the bottom. He noticed a sign on the side with the words, Adder Pits written. Oscar was curious about this place. What purpose did this place hold, being deep underneath the prison? The prison guards near the stairs handed out pickaxes to everyone and routed them to move down the stairs. The pickaxe was so heavy that Oscar nearly buckled down to his knees from the weight. It took all he had to prevent himself from falling over the edge. Thankfully, the weights on his feet helped him stay put. Stop idling around. Move down to the bottom, the prison guard ordered. Oscar stared at the wide stairs that descended into the unfathomable depths. There was no way he could make the trek down in his state. The prison guard grew tired of Oscar holding up the line and pulled out his whip, lashing at his arm. Oscar clung to the wall for support, dyeing it red in the blood that split from the whip's lashing. The prison guards stared coldly at Oscar through their visor. Go down now. Gritting his teeth, Oscar forced his feet to move. He took one step down and lost his balance from the weight. His body tumbled down the stairs for several steps until he lodged his pickaxe in the wall as a brake. The other prisoners laughed in contempt at Oscar's misfortune. They passed him with snarky faces, easily lifting the pickaxes and treading down the stairs. He had never been in such a horrible situation in all his life. The only things he could recall that came close were his battle with Greg and his argument with Isabella. But those times were not as prolonged as imprisonment here. Oscar put his thoughts away. The only comfort was that he would leave this prison in a week. He merely had to hold on. With that hope in his heart, he descended the stairs again. Hours passed, and Oscar noted it should be night outside. There was no indication of day or night within the prison since it was inside the lightless depths. He spent so much time on the stairs, carefully taking each step. The stairs would reach a leveled platform built around the pit's walls. Each level was littered with tunnels dug sideways. Although it looked like a gaping abyss, it was lit by lamps that burned a strange blue fire. The lights only lit up to a certain radius around them and could not be seen from a great distance. Oscar went so far down that the top looked like a small circle the size of a disc. His suffering momentarily came to an end when he reached the end. The bottom was not as well paved as the other levels. It was as though someone quickly and recklessly paved the bricks. The bumpiness and rough texture of the floor made Oscar wary of accidentally losing balance. Every prisoner has their tunnel to dig. You will continue digging this one. The sentinel at the bottom pointed to a half-dug tunnel, reaching only a few meters inside. You are to collect teal-colored stones. Now go. The sentinel tossed him a sack to collect the stones and a helmet with a yellow orb embedded inside. The helmet's effects were shocking, as Oscar could see clearly in the dark after putting it on. The harsh, suffocating darkness peeled away as he could see every crack and rubble scattered in the gorge. At his designated tunnel, Oscar, while trembling, put up his pickaxe and swung it down on the rock. However, he only dislodged a tiny piece of the rock. Oscar looked at the pathetic pile of pebbles with a downcast expression. The sentinel also mentioned he would be punished severely if his progress was slow. He repeated his movements constantly. He brought his heavy pickaxe up and slammed it down. After an hour, he had finally made a sizable dent, but nothing close to expanding the tunnel. But then, something caught his eye. A faint glow appeared on the tunnel's end, the glow of a gem or precious stone. It was most likely the teal stone he had to collect due to the color of the glow. Ignoring his wearied body, Oscar hastily pounded his pickaxe and cleared the layer of rock covering the jewel. It dropped to the floor instantly, like being freed from prison. Oscar grabbed the jewel. It gave off a cool, refreshing feeling like clean soap washing over his hand. He recalled the details of the books he had read about minerals and rocks but could not find any description of this teal jewel in his palm. Why are we digging for this? They've been digging in this pit for countless years from how deep it is. These thoughts were far too out of his place to ponder. He was just a small outer hall student. He wouldn't get an answer no matter how many times he asked. Interesting, is it not? The sudden voice caught Oscar off guard. He turned with his pickaxe at the ready. There was supposed to be no one but him, and no one else would dare break the rules under the eyes of the guards. Oscar was in disbelief, dropping his pickaxe. It was not a prisoner or one of the guards but Draven, the warden of Abyss Prison. Careful. You wouldn't want to hurt yourself by mishandling tools. Draven swiftly picked up Oscar's pickaxe with ease and dusted it off. His movements were firm and graceful as he returned the pickaxe to Oscar. Oscar hesitantly took back his tool, staring warily at Draven, laden in his dark clothing. He looked at the jewel in his hand. After a moment, he looked firmly at him and asked, "What is it?" Draven stared at Oscar with a bit of interest. He had observed the student's day in the cells and down here, trying to understand why this student was singled out. But this student was mediocre, absolutely ordinary. There were no distinguishing qualities but no bad marks as well. He got a detailed report of why this child was brought here, and it made him all the more enraged. "That is a tearstone." "A tearstone?" Oscar was surprised the warden answered, but he was unwilling to let this chance slip by. He loved hearing and learning new things. "It's a precious gem that can be infused with Ein. It gives off that clean feeling. Does it not? That is indicative of its use. It takes in Ein and purifies it." "Purifies it?" "The Ein that you absorb in your meditation. Did you think it was pure? The elixirs you drink are effective because of the alchemic process. The creations of fabricators are similar. The Ein is refined and processed along with the materials, but Ein is normally impure and all over the place. This stone allows you to collect clean, pure Ein that you can use for your training. Pure Ein has a better effect on your training than impure Ein. Of course, that's not its only use. However, those details are restricted." Draven's words filled Oscar with amazement. There was such a treasure lying deep in this forsaken prison. "They built this prison for free labor?" Oscar asked. "Indeed, the pavilion did not want to waste the precious training time of their people and thus created this place to gather unwilling miners. Even the minor hall that performs menial tasks do not do this. There must be another use for this," Oscar said. There was no way the pavilion would gather all this for pure Ein. Draven shook his finger and said, "I just told you. Those details are restricted." His tone darkened to indicate any further questioning would be unwise. Understanding the warning, Oscar gulped in fear. His thoughts went back and forth about the presence of this strange warden. Wait, why is he down here? Why is he telling me this? The realization struck Oscar like a rock to the head. The warden is the highest authority in this prison. There is no reason for him to be here, talking to a lowly grade 4 outer hall student. He asked, "Warden?" in a shaking voice. Draven dropped to the floor with a loud thud and indicated Oscar to sit. His helmet-covered face drew closer to Oscar. "Do you know why you are here?" "No, sir, I do not." No matter how often he thought about it, he could not understand the court's decision. "Someone requested for you to come here." Requested? Oscar did not think anyone could have the power to do such a thing. Who wanted to send me to this horrible place? If Samuel had such authority, he wouldn't have made such an outburst. I don't know who it was, but I do not like people messing with the law. Draven clenched his hands on the floor, squeezing the rocks below into dust. This is my prison, and I only allow scum and sinners to be chained here. The innocent have no place here. You are innocent in my books, and those rotten, addled elders dared to break my principles. The radiating anger from Draven felt like icicles stabbing into Oscar. He tried hard not to black out from the nail-biting fear taking hold of him. But why? Why do all this to me? I did not offend anyone. Oscar mustered out these words in a yell, laying out his grievances. Even though it was toward Draven, he could not hold it in anymore. If it was the court's decision, he could let it go and carry on. But he was unwilling for all this to happen just because someone had it out for him. His fist was bleeding was how hard he struck the floor in his temper. The hunger and beatings had whittled down his usual rational thought. That's right. Someone wants you to suffer, and you will suffer here. That is the reality of this place. Oscar's face darkened from his reality. But Draven's next words were the opposite. However, that person will not expect you to have an opportunity here. Opportunity? Oscar was astonished. Draven stood up and patted the dust off of him. For this next week, I will train you. Once you're out, go and surprise whichever scumbag abuses their power. Show them you came out the winner against their expectations. Draven extended his hand toward Oscar. Normally, he would never care for a student. This boy was sent here to be broken, but Draven would mold and strengthen him. This was Draven's rebellion against injustice. Now, will you sit there in the dirt? Or take this chance I'm giving you? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 30. Initiation. The warden of the Abyss prison was offering to teach him with an outstretched metal hand right before his eyes. Even if it were only for a week, the experience would be invaluable. With no hesitation or contemplation, Oscar grasped the cold hand of the warden. Good. Starting from today, you are my temporary disciple, Draven declared. Yes, master. Oscar bowed in respect to his new master. Oscar's manners and etiquette as a student pleased Draven, who regarded those factors highly. He took Oscar's pickaxe and went toward the wall. First, I'll teach you to mine this place properly. Master. Oscar was confused. He thought his master would teach him some techniques or fighting styles. Instead, he was supposed to learn how to mine. How was this supposed to help him? No questions. Watch closely. Draven disregarded his new disciple's skepticism and breathed in. Oscar waited, but the warden stayed motionless. His wait lasted short as he saw Draven twitch slightly. The next moment, the pickaxe was swung with tremendous force and shattered a large portion of the tunnel, creating much headway. Oscar nearly fell from the tremors with a shocked expression. Did you see? Draven put the pickaxe down in front of the stunned Oscar. Master, what did you do? Oscar asked in wonder. What did you see? Draven repeated his question, putting his 2 fingers before Oscar's eyes, almost poking into them. Master, Oscar trembled in fear. If you could not see anything, then those eyes are useless. I will take them out to rid my disciple of his problems. He had suspicions about Draven's mental state, but this action solidified his belief. His master was crazy. Oscar desperately wished to run, but there was nowhere to hide from him, and he agreed to this training. This warden was a madman, just like the prisoners he watched. What did you see? Draven paused between each word in a more threatening tone. Not wasting a single moment, Oscar spat out. I saw you take a deep breath, ready yourself, and put all your power into one strike. The terrified and flustered Oscar was relieved of the pressure when Draven withdrew his hand. Oscar let out a sigh of relief. His short respite was cut off when a fierce chop to his head made him yelp out in pain. It was Draven who struck him. That's obvious. I was asking if you saw what I did in each step. I don't know, Master. Oscar rubbed his aching head tenderly. Good. Draven gave him a thumbs up. If you could see, then there would be no need for me to teach you. Oscar was aggrieved at Draven's bizarre words. No one would expect the answer to be I don't know, and no one would give that as an answer. This warden, Draven, was truly insane and eccentric. Oscar believed all the years in this deep prison had addled Draven's brain. Did you just insult me? This question pierced straight into Oscar's heart, chilling it to ice. He only had a thought for a moment, but this warden somehow knew. You wear too much of your thoughts on your face, eyes, and breath. I have much work to do on you before the end of your sentence. Draven sighed dramatically with his hand over his heart. Oscar prostrated himself to Draven, attempting to appease the warden's irked mood. This display of respect pleased Draven as he paced around Oscar's kneeling body. This pacing continued for several cycles until he finally stopped near the exit. You must do something first before I can begin teaching you. What must I do, Master? Oscar was ready to do anything if it meant getting stronger. Simple. Beat up that prisoner John in your cell. Ha! Oscar made a funny expression like an idiot. Defeat John. That is my requirement. Draven reiterated his order. Oscar's heart sank, cursing at Draven's test. He had to find a way to defeat John or lose this opportunity. He slammed his fist to the ground to clear his head of all doubt and fear. I will do as you say. His clear, obsidian eyes resolutely stared at Draven, who was impressed by the youth's daringness. That is all. I shall leave. Once you've beaten John, I will take you to my quarters. To Oscar's astonishment, Draven sank through the floor until he disappeared completely. The bedrock did not have a hole and was undamaged. It was as if the warden was a ghost, slipping through as he pleased. Oscar pinched himself to make sure it wasn't a dream. The entire time since he arrived here had been a nightmare. Draven was helping him for personal reasons, but it was still heartening to know someone was looking out for him. The mood died down. Oscar tapped his fingers nervously. The task of defeating John was discouraging. John was tall, muscular, and powerful. In this place where Ein was sealed, John's physique made him a king. Compared to that belligerent hulk, the scrawny Oscar had little chance of victory. Get back to work, the sentinel scolded Oscar after noticing no noise coming out from the tunnel. Oscar hastily picked up his pickaxe and started to dig. His arms were quaking each time he lifted the pickaxe. After hours, he was finally liberated from his plight when the bell rang for the end of the shift. The tired and dirt-covered Oscar limply dragged his pickaxe and bag as he walked out of the tunnel. In the end, he could only find that one Aterstone from earlier. He handed his bag to the sentinel and moved to the stairway. His dispirited expression fell even more at the long, winding stairs reaching the top. It took an agonizing effort and time to get back to the top. Oscar saw his legs visibly trembling from the arduous climb. After the long climb up, he was led back to the main cell block, where all the other prisoners were idle in their cells. Oscar was the last prisoner to return by a large margin of time. In cell number 19, he saw the other 4 cellmates were already sleeping. There was Boris, the creepy elder with no teeth. He was wily with his deceitful tongue. Grits, a middle-aged man with scars over his face. He did not talk like the other 3 and preferred to pass his time by clicking his tongue. Serge, the man shorter than Oscar. Despite his underwhelming height, Serge had a very bulky build, making him look like a steel ball. And there was John, Oscar's target. They were like a pack of wolves that made Oscar feel dread. Oscar tucked himself in his little corner. He wanted to take a seat but did not wish to fight in his current condition. The time was ticking for him to start the warden's training. It would be pointless if he wasted all his time on fruitless efforts. Oscar looked around more before staring upward. It should be late into the night, based on Oscar's estimates. Off to the side, he saw scraps of rations, most likely from the night distribution he had missed due to his lateness. He relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. He reflected on how hectic this day had been, from getting his graded armament to the trials to this prison. At least sleep is still allowed here, In a private room in the training area of the outer hall, two students clashed and collided with each other. They were Emily and Frederick, exchanging blow for blow. Their powers as middle apprentice exalts were fierce, making the air ripple from their eyne. The mix of green and orange inks did not damage the floor or the walls because the training rooms could withstand such power. Break! Frederick was exhausted. He had just become a middle apprentice exalt, so he was disadvantaged against Emily. It's good that you're working hard, but there's no point in overdoing it. Emily remarked that he was fighting too fiercely during their spars, draining his stamina and quickly. I have a month until Austin comes out. I need to get as far ahead of him as I can. Once he's out of the picture, I'll deal with Samuel, Frederick said seriously. Hey, that tiger bastard is mine, Emily spoke rebukingly to Frederick. She did not want her target to be taken away. It'll be whoever gets to him first. Emily redid her ponytail. The orange hair reached down to her shoulders. It was shorter than before because she had cut it earlier to relieve some frustration. Emily resolved to make the people involved in this farce of a trial pay, whether it was the great elder Robert or the mysterious person who requested Oscar's incarceration. She would make them apologize. Her first target was Samuel. Frederick shut his mouth upon Emily's stern gaze. It was hard to talk with this woman without Oscar to mediate. Frederick became unenthusiastic, remembering Oscar's plight. His best friend was locked away in that horrible prison. I wonder how OS is doing. It's only a week. Have faith in him. He survived those grievous wounds. He's surprisingly stubborn despite his relaxed look. Frederick understood Emily's words. He had noticed those qualities in Oscar from the first time he saw him during the enrollment trial. You're right, let's get back to training. It'd be embarrassing to waste a week while Oscar's in prison. Frederick jumped to the middle of the room and egged Emily on for a battle. Someone is being disrespectful right now. Veins popped on Emily's face from Frederick's bold goading. She bolted toward Frederick with a vicious smile. The loud ringing of a bell awoke Oscar. His body felt lighter than yesterday, but the hunger was worse. The wounds had closed up, and his sore muscles recovered. Although he couldn't use his Ein, his body was still an exalt's body with good basic recovery capabilities. The other prisoners finally awoke with lazy expressions. All of them glanced up at the opening in the ceiling, waiting for something. Oscar knew what they were waiting for. Rations fell through the hole, piling in the middle, signaling the start of the brawl. The crucial moment had come. Oscar also scrambled for the rations for the sake of any tiny portion. The other prisoners noticed the newcomer's bold approach and swung their fists toward him. To their confusion, Oscar diverged from his straight course and went around, avoiding confrontation. His destination was plain to see. Serge and Grits were shocked as Oscar got behind John and swung his chain-ridden hands to the Hulk's back. "URK." John groaned in pain from Oscar's unexpected attack. He was so focused on the rations and thought so little of the beaten boy that he neglected to pay attention. Taking advantage of the moment, Oscar dove past him to the rations. He tore open one of the rations and brought a whole handful to his mouth, swallowing it instantly without chewing. "You bastard!" John brought his mighty arms to Oscar's exposed back, slamming his chest and face to the floor. Gritting his teeth, Oscar took another handful and shoved it in his mouth. This act infuriated John more, and he started beating him more. "Spit it out." He kicked Oscar's stomach, but Oscar clenched his mouth shut with his hands to stop anything from spilling out. John howled in anger. Oscar rolled away to the cell bars under the dazed eyes of the other prisoners. Boris laughed like a maniac at the comedy that occurred. Someone finally got the better of John and made him lose out. The other prisoners had already gotten their portions and ate them without reserve. John looked down at his hand. He was only able to grab half of his rations. The other prisoners took some of his while he was distracted by Oscar. His face contorted and twisted in rage, the veins popping on his brow. He saw the boy, Oscar, catching his breath near the cell entrance. With heavy steps, John moved toward Oscar. He will not let this boy be cocky. He will teach him a lesson and beat him to an inch of his life. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 31. Oscar versus John. Oscar rubbed bruised areas of his body to alleviate the pain. The euphoria he felt from eating did a lot to mask the pain. Although it was a pasty mush, it still satisfied his stomach. But from the corner of his eyes, Oscar noticed an irate John stampeding toward him. Oscar stood up and stared up at the behemoth's eyes. He had kicked the hornet's nest, and it was time to face the consequences. I only ate my portion of the rations. There is a price to pay for your actions. You dared to attack me, John said menacingly as he cracked his knuckles. John's towering figure made Oscar feel a slight bit of fear. He had been in a battle to the death before, but he was still not used to precarious situations like this. Oscar focused his mind and eyes on observing John's movements. From what he gathered, the chains that bound their feet only allowed them to run in short strides. They made wide kicks impossible. The only possible ones were the short kicks, like when John kicked Oscar in the stomach. That was only possible since Oscar was on the floor, so there should be no openings here. This restriction left the arms and hands as the only choices. Headbutting and body slamming were still doable, but the arms were good for maintaining distance. John's arms were massive in width and length, well matched with the rest of his Goliath body. Oscar internally cursed the warden for giving him this task. He thought of the different ways to attack, but the height and reach differences were too much of a gap. It was nigh impossible to do this in his current condition, along with the chains dragging him down. I can't come up with anything. There's only one thing I can do. Boris, Serge, and Grits became speechless at Oscar. That young boy was suicidal or arrogant as they saw Oscar stomp his feet and confront John from the front. It took them a long time to gather the strength to at least inconvenience the giant to get their rations and hurt him, which made John think twice about antagonizing them since if he got hurt, the others might take the opportunity to attack. The cells always reached a balance where everyone was hostile, but none were willing to commit to a battle, which was why newcomers were the best prey for their first few months here. If Oscar had remained quiet and built his strength, he would have been able to secure his share of rations and get a seat to live comfortably. It was a shame that he was too cocky. However, they didn't know that Oscar didn't have months. He only had a week, and he had to defeat John as soon as possible to enter Draven's tutelage. John gnashed his teeth, making a strong, abrasive grinding noise. This newcomer did not put him in his eyes at all. First was the surprise attack, and now this unyielding stance as though he could win. Oscar sweated heavily down his back, but he avoided showing any nervousness. Finally, John was only a few feet in front of him. In a fast attack, John swiped his heavy arms to Oscar's side. The blow landed with a thunderous boom, blowing the dust off the floors into a dust cloud. But to John's surprise, Oscar was not blown to the wall, remaining firm, with his two hands intersecting like a cross. John noticed sparks from where his attack met Oscar's defense. I noticed you mainly used the metal of your handcuffs to attack like a weapon. I imitated that for my defense. Oscar employed the cross defense to layer the metal cuffs on his hands to meet John's blow, lessening the damage to his hands and body. However, little droplets of blood trickled down from his wrists under the metal cuffs. Although his hands were safe from being crushed or broken, the weight of John's blows still made Oscar's metal cuffs scrape on his skin, tearing it slightly. John unleashed another wide swing from the other side without wasting a beat. Oscar blocked it once again with his metal cross defense. This defense was so effective because of John's simple attacks. The handcuffs were also linked together like the feet, making it impossible to punch from both sides, so John could only bring both arms together in one direction. Thus, it was easy to predict and defend where John would strike. John's agitation was apparent as Oscar blocked his blows. They started to be more wild and sloppy. Oscar did not fare better. The skin under his handcuffs became viciously torn, and his hands numbed from the strength of John's blows. Continuing to defend in this manner would only harm him more. At least John was too pissed off to notice these details. Oscar hoped for an opening to come soon. Then, John's next move was what he was counting on. Frustrated, John lifted his hands above his head and gripped them tight like a human hammer. He opted to bring this farce to an end with a powerful blow from above. Try to defend this, you arrogant scum. Even if Oscar was able to block his attack, there was no way his legs would be able to hold it together. Either they'd collapse from the weight or break entirely. Now! Oscar put his strength into his feet and bolted with all he had to get closer. With a few quick steps, Oscar was near the behemoth's chest. His bleeding hands swung at John. Their target was the middle of his chest. The metal handcuffs slammed straight into John, making the giant gasp as the air escaped his lungs. "Guh," John grunted. Oscar read about the weak points of a human in a book. It described the solar plexus as a clump of sensitive nerves. Hitting it would hurt anyone. No matter how muscular or big the person was, their solar plexus was still weak. However, much to Oscar's despair, there were always things that a book could never describe, such as a person's recovery from an attack on their solar plexus. Oscar did not have a single moment to take advantage of his attack. John's towering figure staggered for a split second before his fists came crashing down on Oscar. The crushing blow missed its target due to Oscar's quick and desperate dodge. John snarled, landing a deadly attack on Oscar's side. It flung Oscar off to the empty seat. The boy landed with a devastating crack. "Shit, I miscalculated." In the throes of pain, Oscar could only blame himself for this mistake. He underestimated John's quick recovery time. If Oscar had only a moment longer, he would have continued landing blows on the solar plexus. Instead, he was the one who was immobile and coughing up blood. What an idiot. At least he did not break any of his bones. Oscar chuckled out a small laugh. On the floor, his eyes caught John's feet, and he looked up at the Goliath. John's eyes were full of chilliness, but his red face erupted with hot rage. "Did you think something like that would work? Your scrawny arms can't do anything. If you kept quiet and minded your own business, you would not be so much pain." True, Oscar wished for nothing more than to stay idle and wait for his week. He could survive a week without food if he needed to, but he needed to be stronger, and the warden's training fit his needs. "I was too optimistic." Oscar was slammed onto the cell walls as John lifted him by the neck. But he did not show any fear. This resulted from his mistake. The least he can do is grit his teeth and endure. John threw him to the cell doors and swung ferociously at Oscar, using his feet at some moments since Oscar was on the floor. The helpless Oscar only huddled like a ball, keeping up a guard with his arms and legs. He made sure to stick his defenseless back away from John. The beatings continued for an hour as John's anger was not yet abated. Finally, the other 3 prisoners stopped John, saying Oscar might die if he took it too far. Murder was forbidden here, and even John tremored from the punishment. Before he turned back, John spat on Oscar. Oscar clenched his hands so hard from the humiliation that his nails cut into his skin. Oscar felt some of his bones were fractured. He did not get back up or move. He continued to lie on the floor. The cool feeling of the stone soothed some of the pain. The other cells looked on pitifully, sneering, laughing, and indifferently at Oscar's blood-covered body. There were vast amounts of bruises and abrasive cuts. "John, I swear I'll defeat you." Something was burning in him. His eyes were fierce, and his breathing rough. There were only thoughts of revenge, but revenge seemed so far away. For now, Oscar had to focus on recovery. The prison was completely silent except for the screams of the tortured prisoners. Oscar recovered enough to move his body but had to make small movements due to his fractures. A rapid bell started to ring like rattling teeth. The prisoners stood up from their seats and waited. Oscar shakingly stood up under the jeers of John. "Guess you'll miss lunch today, although you won't get any even if you were back on time." Oscar ignored John's taunts and waited for the cell doors to open. The prison guard unlocked the cell and told everyone to line up. The prisoners of the Abyss prison went to the pits twice a day, once in the morning and in the afternoon. Oscar did not experience the morning shift because he arrived at the prison right after it had ended yesterday. John went to the forefront, bumping into Oscar, who felt a shock of pain. His fractured shoulder was agitated from John's shove. With a smirk, John went on, but Oscar followed behind him with a hateful gaze. Their group went to the entrance to the adder pits, where the guards distributed their pickaxes. Oscar looked down at his pickaxe and the stairs. In his current condition, far worse than yesterday's, there was no chance he could get back up. He glared at John, who had his pickaxe on his shoulder, going down the stairs without care. Oscar had a flash of inspiration. He looked at his pickaxe, then at John and back at the pickaxe. His eyes held a dangerous glint. The pickaxe suddenly felt so powerful in his hands. With his little remnants of strength, Oscar leaped down the stairs and stabbed his pickaxe into John's back. Huuk. John felt something stab into him and lost his footing. Oscar smiled maliciously as he stomped on the back of John's head. Using John as a makeshift ride, Oscar went down to the next level. John did not know what had happened to him as he blacked out. The other prisoners, including Oscar's cellmates, did not know how to react. They looked on with blank expressions as no one was so daring to pull this off in the pits. Oscar pulled out the pickaxe, staring down at John's unconscious body. The thoughts of revenge against this criminal, who had tortured and stolen from him, cascaded over his mind. He held the pickaxe, preparing to strike, but his hands stopped. No matter how much the thought of killing John tormented Oscar, his hands would not move. Kill him. Don't hesitate. Kill John. He's just a lowly prisoner. The vengeful thoughts crept in. Oscar let out a cry and cast the pickaxe aside. Back then, with Greg, he had no choice. But here in prison, there was no need for pointless murder. As vicious as John was, he never tried to kill Oscar. He merely beat him to a pulp. Even though the rules stopped him, John still followed them. Oscar looked at his trembling hands. He did not want to be a monster worse than John. He closed his eyes and breathed out all the anger that had built up in him. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 32. The Warden's Training. The guards ruthlessly held Oscar's body. They did not handle him with care, dragging Oscar into a dark room and tossing him on the cold floor before leaving. Inside, Oscar could not see a single thing. Not a single spark of light could be seen. He tried to struggle and get up, but the guards had bound his hands behind his back. Suddenly, a snap echoed in this empty room. All around the walls, lamps were alight with green flames. Oscar was shocked that the floor was not the usual stone but a clean dark marble, reflecting his appearance. "You're a troublesome person, aren't you?" Oscar saw the warden, Draven, seated behind a large fashionable table with artistic engravings of waves and tides. The warden elegantly poured some tea from a pure white pot. "Want some tea?" Draven held a cup in Oscar's direction, but Oscar was too far away to take it. It was obvious that the warden was joking around. "Master," Oscar dryly said. "Ah, my young temporary protege. You dared to attack a prisoner in the adder pits. If it were in the cells, I would not care. But anyone who walks into the pits is a precious resource that can mine the Aetherstones. Tell me why." Draven swiped his hands, making the table disappear, and crossed his legs. Oscar smiled. "Master instructed me to defeat John, but you did not specify if I had to do it in the cell or fight him head-on. What I did was within the bounds of your instructions." Draven tapped his fingers in thought. "I guess I should have been more rigid in my wording. Perhaps Master will be more prudent in these matters in the future. But it is the truth that I passed, right?" Oscar was still weary on the floor, but his words did not lack vitality. The situation made him feel like all the pain had been worth it. "Fine. I can't go back on my word like a criminal. You've passed." "Thank you." Oscar felt a surge of relief. The exhaustion and the cool, comfortable feeling of this marble floor made Oscar fall asleep. "Hey," Draven said coldly, unable to believe that Oscar had fallen asleep in his office. "Do you think this place is somewhere your dirty body can do whatever it wants?" Seeing that Oscar had no response, Draven sighed loudly. Oscar's body started to float in the air with Draven's power. The peaceful look on Oscar's face made Draven feel weird. Where in this godforsaken prison would you find someone with such an expression? "I can't say you did well, but it was a task accomplished. I'll let you rest before we start the training." Kakik, Draven, and Oscar disappeared from the room, only leaving Draven's mild cackles. Great Elder Robert was meditating in his private training room in a secluded corner of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. His peaceful, elderly face was content. Elders enjoyed the benefits of training inside the places with the best amount of iron. The greater the rank, the better the rewards. But very few could enjoy the benefits that Great Elder Robert had. However, Robert was rudely interrupted by a scrolled-up message that appeared above his head, dropping lightly on top of his white hair. "Who has the gall?" Robert grabbed the scroll, engraved with the seal of the reverse blue ocean symbol. It was the symbol of the Abyss Prison. Only that crazed fool, Draven, has the power to slip a message through the wards like this. Robert's brow furrowed, thinking about Draven. As the warden, Draven was on the same level of authority as Robert. The two were the pillars that held up the Blue Ocean Pavilion alongside the Pavilion Master and the Grand Commander. It was a pity Draven was insane, making him an unpredictable loose cannon. The Pavilion Master sent Draven to the Abyss Prison to be the warden, partly to keep him away from the affairs of the pavilion. It seemed the perfect fit as Draven felt right at home handling all the various prisoners. Robert grumbled as he opened up the message. For the past day, Draven had sent a torrent of messages, harassing and insulting him about the decision on Oscar. He expected this message to be the same and opened it with little enthusiasm. But when he read the message, Robert could not help but shout, "What are you doing, Draven?" Draven hummed with a bit of satisfaction. That hateful Robert should have gotten his message by now. It's a shame he could not see the wrinkled face contort in an uproar. The low humming woke Oscar up in a cave illuminated by a torch in the middle. To his surprise, Oscar felt his body was extremely light and pain-free. He studied his own body and found all his wounds were closed, his fractures reset, and his bruises cleared. "I've treated your injuries. You are completely fine now." Draven tossed Oscar a bag. Inside it was a couple of rations. Oscar held the precious food in his hands. The fight for the rations was brutal in this prison, yet he received so much. Oscar prostrated before Draven with a grateful heart. "Thank you, Master." His voice was hoarse from waking up. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the excuse to harass an old idiot. Take that as a reward." "Old idiot? No need to know. Eat and we will start." The ravenous Oscar ate his food without restraint. It was like a wild beast tearing into its morsel. The unmannered display made Draven wince from how inelegant it was. He began to ponder teaching Oscar some manners or not. After devouring the rations completely without a speck of food left, Oscar rubbed his stomach in contentment. "Disciple." Draven's words sparked Oscar into action. He immediately stood up straight and at attention. "Yes, Master." Oscar did not want to continue making a bad impression on his master. "What was your name?" "My name is Oscar Tur." "Oscar, you are now the temporary disciple of this honored self. To be truthful, I expected you to defeat John after waiting and gathering your strength." Draven started by scolding Oscar. "You were far too reckless in challenging him too early. If not for your unexpected attack, you would never have defeated him and made me waste my words." Oscar nodded in shame. "Your attack on the solar plexus was quite a good idea, but you lacked an understanding of your opponent's strength. Never take such a fight without having some backup or trump card." Draven paced over to the end of the tunnel, patting the craggy walls. He assumed a stance, prompting Oscar to recall when the warden used his pickaxe. In a flash, Draven's fist slammed into the rock wall, smashing a large crater with cracks spilling outward. Oscar was shocked by the display of power, but what caught his eye were Draven's feet. The ground had caved in under the warden's feet. The section of the ground where the warden stood had become a small crater. "What did you see?" Draven turned to Oscar, who felt a tremor down his spine. It was the same line of questioning as before. Oscar answered instantly before Draven could approach him. "Your feet smashed into the ground." "Not bad." Draven's tone lightened. "Do you know why the ground under me became a mess when I was simply throwing a punch?" "Please teach me, Master." Oscar was enthusiastic about learning. "I'll tell you later." Draven shot down Oscar's request. Before Oscar could ask, Draven brought his finger to his lips, silencing him. Oscar closed his mouth and waited for Draven to speak. "That attack did not use a single speck of iron. It was purely by my own body, although I held back tremendously. If I had gone all out, this entire cavern would have collapsed into dust." Oscar looked at the large crater in awe. "An attack without iron was that devastating. We have 6 days here. I'll tell you after the first set of training we will do. First, let's get you out of those chains." Draven flicked his hand, and the chains that bound Oscar vanished. The sudden loss of weight nearly made Oscar lose his balance. But the feeling of liberation made Oscar so happy he could die. The dear anima inside him pranced around his core in joy from being freed from the bindings. This respite did not last long as 4 black bands appeared on his hands and feet. Oscar crashed to his knees. These wristbands and ankle bands were heavier than the cuffs and chains. These bands are thin yet heavy. They are perfect for training. Draven was about to continue until he saw Oscar circulating his eye to overcome the weight. I can't let you do that. Another thin band appeared, but this time, it went on Oscar's neck. It was unlike the other 4. It was lighter than a small pebble. However, Oscar felt his core was locked up again, and his dear anima whined feebly as the chains bound it. My disciple, you will complete this training without your Exalt powers and Ein. Otherwise, you might as well go back to your cell. I understand. Oscar forced himself back up and stared at Draven with a look of determination. Satisfied with Oscar's display of tenacity, Draven snapped his fingers, and a large box of small vials came out. These elixirs are worthless to Exalts. All they do is help recover your muscles. But for you, they are a godsend. Drink one. Oscar took a vial of red elixir and downed it in one gulp. It had a weird taste like it was full of sour lemons, but the elixir was amazing. Oscar felt his strained and torn muscles get back to peak condition. Your torn muscles naturally recover to be stronger than before. Do you think all those prisoners are strong for no reason? Draven explained. This elixir hastens that natural process by 1,000-fold. Drink it any time you can no longer move. You'll be back up instantly. What is this elixir called? Oscar was shocked at the effects of this elixir. If he could get some for his father, it would help the farm. It is the Hytr elixir. You cannot even consider it a grade 1 elixir. I asked for a large stock for you. Oscar looked at the vials and felt something was off. What kind of training requires so many elixirs for muscle recovery? The realization dawned on him. The heavy bands and these vials were a clue of the warden's training. Draven brought out a shovel and handed it to Oscar, confirming Oscar's suspicions. Dig. What? Use this shovel and dig deep. Dig a pit that stretches as far down as possible. Don't worry about food and water. I'll toss them down to you. Oscar stared at Draven's helmet-covered face, unable to say anything. The shovel was much heavier than the pickaxe. It forced him to hunch over to keep it from touching the floor. Is this all right, master? What if I break a bone or worse? I can heal your wounds as I did before, and these elixirs are here for a reason. What an insane maniac. Oscar was in disbelief at Draven's style of teaching. No one in their right mind can think of breaking their student down and healing them to keep breaking them down. This is my training. Draven's tone darkened. You shall start now. Fearing punishment, Oscar put all his strength into the shovel and stabbed it into the ground. Not even half the shovel was in the dirt because of Oscar's powerless arms. Oscar strained everything in his body. His legs quivered from how tight his muscles had gotten. He lifted the shovel and tossed the small amount of dirt aside. Draven observed and said, "No rest. You only have 6 days. Keep going." With no way out, Oscar stabbed the ground once more. Draven's training had begun. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion Chapter 33. Dig, 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 then what? Stab, pause, toss. Stab, pause, toss. Oscar struggled to repeat these motions. He felt his muscles tearing apart as he trembled more each time he dug. Eventually, he dropped his shovel with his limp arms, unable to move a single inch, slumping down to rest on the ground. This is going to take forever. When do I stop? Oscar barely got his words out from how tired he was. The hole that Oscar created by going past his limits was comically small. It was barely half a foot deep. I'll let you know when it's over. Draven popped open another vial of the Hytr elixir and forced it down Oscar's throat. Keep digging. Oscar coughed from Draven's sudden forceful feeding as the elixir started to work on Oscar's body. He felt his tired and torn muscles suddenly snapping back together and becoming tougher and more flexible. He tightened and flexed his arms, seeing the visible change. His muscles were more toned and slightly larger than before. I said to keep digging. Draven's words contained a hint of displeasure. Oscar held up the shovel dejectedly. Even though the elixir recovered his muscles, it did not help his exhaustion. The elixir did not involve boosting his energy or vitality, only offering a small temporary high. Nevertheless, Oscar carried on. Stab, pause, toss. It was a small change, but the shovel went deeper into the dirt. Oscar was delighted and heaved the shovel up, throwing up a pile of dirt. Ha ha ha, Oscar laughed as he kept digging. The image of the boy covered in dirt, laughing as he dug a pit, confounded Draven, who was watching the entire time. He thought Oscar was slightly off in the head, which was laughable, considering he was far worse. Oscar repeated his motions until he could no longer stand. The pit was now 2 feet deep and wide enough for him to fall in. Master, more elixir. This time Oscar held out his hand. He retained enough strength to at least drink from a vial. Draven tossed him the vial. Oscar drank fervently, feeling satisfied with the increasing strength of his muscles. Oscar, stretch out your body. Your muscles need to be more pliable and balanced. Otherwise, you'd be a misshapen hulk. Following his master's instructions and steps, Oscar stretched every part of his body. His muscles began to soften. It was a cool, refreshing feeling, like being hit by light rain. Oscar flexed his muscles but found they were not as solid as before. Build up your muscles and stretch to spread their strength. That way, every fiber of your body will contain power, Draven explained. Master, may I ask you something? Is it about why you need to train like this when you are an Exalt? Draven's guess was right on the mark. Although Draven was insane, there was no denying his talent and position. Exalts were naturally strong, and their physical power increased with each subsequent advancement. The use of Ein was like a supplement that amplified their speed and power and allowed them to use spells. Exalts use Ein around them to do miraculous feats. However, everything has a foundation. The technique I will impart to you requires a mastery of the body. The first step is to get your body to its peak potential. There is more to an Exalt than Ein. Other than the body, this training has one other meaning. I'll tell you later. Draven went back to silence. Oscar nodded and picked up his shovel. There was no use asking for what the other meaning was. He had to trust in this training and finish it. The student continued to dig into the pit while the master watched. At certain intervals, the master would pass another elixir to the student. Master, I can't do any more. Oscar felt his eyes could not keep open. He had gone far past his limits. The high from the muscle recovery had faded, leaving only the feeling of exhaustion. This is a good stopping point. The pit is 6 feet deep and wide. Oscar grinned and fell right to sleep inside his freshly made hole. Ow! Oscar woke up from a rock that landed on his head. It was the warden, Draven, who threw the rock at him. Oscar did not feel as if he had slept enough. He only felt slightly better. His stamina barely recovered. How long have I slept? 30 minutes. Huh? Isn't that too short, master? Draven threw down another set of rations and water. You have 5 minutes to eat that, and it's back to digging. But we will not waste a single moment. Oscar shut up and nodded in compliance. He could assume his slow progress was why Draven kept him on a tight schedule, so the grind resumed. The hole was making great progress under Oscar's persistent digging. However, Oscar's momentum halted on a major issue. While digging, Oscar tossed away the dirt to the side. But the hole was now 9 feet deep. It was too high for Oscar to toss the dirt up, with these weights holding him back. He tried several times to throw the dirt, but every time it would fail and fall back down, sometimes landing straight on him. Oscar cursed at the piles of dirt piling up around him. Use your whole body, Draven said while peering down at Oscar in the pit. I am. Right now, you're using your legs to prop the shovel out of the ground. That is not nearly enough to fling the soil up here. Figure it out. Draven left Oscar alone. He had already given a hint. Oscar put the shovel into the dirt in contemplation. He thought about Draven's words about his legs. Maybe my arms as well. Drawing in a deep breath, Oscar flexed his arms and legs. He strained his legs to pull the shovel out and put all his strength into his arms. The pile of dirt shot from the shovel but failed to make it out, falling helplessly down the wall. Damn it, what was wrong there? This endeavor was straining as his arms and legs were overused. I used all my strength, yet it wasn't enough. What am I lacking? Oscar fell to the floor and closed his eyes. He went through the motions in his mind, but he could not tell anything was wrong. If only I had Ein, I could easily dig this pit without issues. Though if I am this dependent on my Exalt powers to do everything, I am severely lacking. Oscar realized that he was too arrogant. Even though he had been diligent in training and sparring, it was only to the capacity of honing his Ein. Take the Ein away, and I'm nothing, he had a sudden realization. If I combine both ways, wouldn't it be extremely powerful? But again, how can I do this without Ein? Oscar kept mumbling his thoughts, grasping for an answer. Remember how I punched? I'm sure you also know basic martial arts. Apply that to your shoveling. He recalled his master's attack. It was absurd to think he did that without any Ein. But there was no reason to lie to a meager lower apprentice Exalt. It can't be because of the power of his muscles. There is something he did. The whole body. Oscar imagined Draven's attack. He observed with great interest before, so the process was ingrained in his mind. He recalled the punch's swing, the feet stamping, and the hips twisting. The back? Oscar felt he was onto something. Come to think of it, a punch is done by twisting the hips to bring power into the fist. Oscar assumed a stance and threw out a punch, as taught by Frederick during their training sessions. The legs provide stability so that the momentum from the hips to the fist is undisturbed. Oscar smacked his head. I'm an idiot. I use my legs and my arms, but not my back. The legs should provide the starting point for the strength to follow through the back to my arms. With the shovel in his hands, Oscar began to dig. First, he squatted and planted his feet, flexing them with strength and bringing the shovel up. Second, he arched his back backward, bringing the momentum from his legs up his spine to his shoulders. Finally, once momentum flowed to his shoulders, Oscar flexed his arms and heaved the shovel overhead. The momentum was so great that Oscar fell flat on the ground, giving him a good view of the results. The power of his arms, combined with the strength that flowed from his legs, shot the pile of dirt up. It continued flying upwards until it finally passed the hole's opening, landing outside. Ha ha! Oscar pumped his fist out in excitement. Draven saw as the dirt landed beside him. I didn't think he would grasp it that fast. It may be simple martial arts, but he's quite inexperienced. However, with this, he's ahead of schedule. Another pile of dirt flew out of the hole as Oscar knew the trick and was excited to keep going. He utilized the flow to make the dirt fly. However, another issue came up. It was too inefficient. Every time he did this, he would be thrown to the floor by the momentum. It took time for him to get back up with the heavy bands holding him down. He was at a third of his normal pace. I'm making slow progress. Drinking another vial, Oscar wiped his mouth and stretched while pondering the obstacle. It was unclear how far down he had to dig, but his current speed was detrimental. Oscar kept digging and falling while thinking about improving his speed. His body ran ragged up by the constant collisions with the floor. Master didn't say anything, and I can't see anything he did earlier that could help me. Perhaps Oscar could have noticed something if Draven had thrown subsequent attacks. But his master only did one punch. The hole was slowly progressing. Oscar finally made it to the 10-feet mark. Thankfully, his muscles continually grew stronger, allowing him to keep up with the increasing distance to throw. But it was too slow. The irritated and frustrated Oscar put too much power into his shovel, toppling him. But this time, the shovel crashed into the ground, stopping Oscar from falling completely to the floor. Oscar's eyes lingered on the shovel. The momentum, it kept going and gave the shovel enough force to dig into the ground. Oscar stood up and kept staring at the shovel with a thoughtful look. The gears clicked in his head as the idea began to form. If I carry the momentum and let it go into the next dig, it should be easier and faster. When I fight, my moves flow into the next. It was exactly like the combo attacks of martial arts. Oscar slapped his cheeks to focus. He dug up another patch of dirt, letting the momentum fling the shovel back along with him. The instant his shovel made contact with the ground, Oscar used his meager experience in martial arts to rotate his body to maintain the flow and reposition himself at the correct spot to continue. But he lost balance and tripped. Almost there. I need to balance myself better. Above, Draven was interested. My protege is quite competent. I was going to give him a hint later on, but he managed to figure it out independently. That's right, you must flow. Constantly stopping and restarting will only waste precious time. Draven watched as Oscar continued to fail. He could not carry the momentum from the previous dig into a good position for the next. Do not forget your positioning. Everything from your footing to your posture is necessary. Oscar panted and meditated on his master's advice. Where did the momentum go once the shovel was out of the ground? What was the problem with his footing? He tried digging again and maneuvered to reposition himself. Again, it ended in him falling to the floor. The shovel, however, was stable. The shovel moves perfectly fine. I am the issue here. Oscar pondered whether his body was not properly syncing with the shovel. From the legs to the back to the arms and finally to the shovel. He wondered what his next step should be. I need to flow with it. My movements must match with the shovel. Oscar tried once more, but he lightly jumped along with the shovel this time. In the air, his body would follow with the shovel naturally. He minimized his body and clung close to the shovel as it stabbed into the floor. After the shovel was in the ground, Oscar's feet landed powerfully on the floor in the perfect position to lift the shovel. The collision of his feet against the ground gave way to more power that flowed through Oscar's body. He hoisted the shovel upward easily, and the dirt flew farther than before. In excitement, Oscar brought his hands up in a hurrah at his success. He needed to go with the shovel, letting it guide him rather than trying to force himself in place. His feet only needed to be light and guided by the shovel. Behind his helmet, Draven smiled at Oscar's progress. Understanding how power moves and flows were the most important thing in his eyes. Doing so can generate greater strength than what could normally be done. Stop celebrating. Keep digging. Oscar gave a thumbs up to Draven and continued digging. It was a strange scene. Oscar was like a monkey hopping up and down. Of course, this was him flowing with the shovel. Oscar's limit was 7 consecutive digs until he reached his limit. Oscar kept at it for several hours after learning how to shovel with the flow. The hole had reached an astonishing 30 feet deep. Okay, that is enough. Draven tossed another vial which Oscar instantly drank. What is next, master? Oscar asked with sparkling eyes full of anticipation. Draven sat down with his legs hanging down into the hole. Your next task is to climb up here. What? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 34. The Climb and a New Mission. Climb. The single word dampened what was left of Oscar's spirits. Oscar scaled the 30-feet-long walls up to the exit at the top with his eyes. His face twitched in a mixture of confusion and self-pity. By this point, any complaints were useless. Oscar knew his master was serious and was always shot down when he tried to complain. With nothing left to do, Oscar stepped right before the rocky wall. Oscar grabbed tightly in a slight crevice on the wall and tried to lift himself. But he felt the band on his wrist being a burden trying to pull down his arm. Oscar barely said as his body strained itself against the weights and gravity. This band. Tensing up his legs, Oscar readied himself to climb upward. His legs lifted from the ground as Oscar arched his back. His free hand grabbed hold of the next closest climbing spot. It was a similar concept to his shoveling. Oscar had gotten increasingly familiar with the process, adapting it to this rock climbing. But it only worked for the first step as Oscar tried to keep the momentum as he did with his shoveling, but gravity and his weighted bands kept him from continuing. Unable to hold on, he succumbed and fell helplessly to the floor, kicking off a cloud of dust. His breathing was rough and hoarse from the dirt in his lungs. When I was shoveling, I was falling downward with the shovel. That kept my momentum as gravity forced it down. Now I'm going against gravity. That, combined with these bands, is killing my initial force upward. Oscar felt it when he tried to continue. The initial burst of his climb was fine, but it failed once it ran out of steam. Do I just have to climb up with sheer strength? To test his options, Oscar began to climb again, ensuring his feet were firmly in place each time before moving up. But this did not last long like his previous attempts, as Oscar no longer felt any strength in his arms and chest. Once more, his body crashed to the floor. Master, I need another elixir. A vial dropped down into Oscar's open hands in response. The only way out was to tire out and build up his muscles to reach the level of escaping this pit. He stared at the spot he was stuck on, a mere 8 feet. This is the only elixir I will give you for this part of the training. Draven knew Oscar's thoughts and did not approve. Caught off guard by his master's declaration, Oscar could no longer hold back his complaints. Oscar knew questioning his master was pointless, but this was too harsh. There was no way up besides sheer strength. But how else can I climb up? Find a way. Draven disappeared off to the side, leaving Oscar alone to brood. Back on the bright and beautiful surface of the blue ocean pavilion, Frederick and Emily exited the mission hall. The best training was a real battle. To get accustomed to their new powers, Emily, with her new staff, and Frederick, with his middle apprentice level, decided to take on another mission. What a shame, Emily griped. Someone took the mission I wanted. Why did you stop me? Frederick looked deflated. That pair had grade 7 Exalcias, and you were also ready to fight them. What do you mean? I was going to talk to them. This crazy woman. You were clenching your hands. Besides, they had no reason to negotiate. Not everyone is as accommodating as OS. Frederick continued to scold Emily, who was getting more irate. She let out a sigh of disappointment. You just didn't want to take on that mission. You wanted this easy one from the start. Because of the altercation, they had to settle on an easier mission to kill 5 blood baboons. The baboons are fine. We don't need to dash into the harshest battles to train ourselves. This mission will give us ample experience. Emily knew Frederick was reasonable, but this mission did not give the best rewards. It gave a measly 500 contribution points. She was about to retort until Frederick suddenly grabbed her by the hand and moved away quickly. What do you think you're? Quiet. Let's leave this place right now. Seeing how serious Frederick was acting, Emily nodded and followed along. After they stopped, she sent a chop to Frederick's head. Explain yourself. To be suddenly taken by the hand and forced away was not proper. Her eyes looked threateningly at Frederick. I saw an awful person. An awful person? Emily looked back at the mission hall in interest. See the girl with the red hair? Emily looked toward where Frederick pointed and saw a girl with bright red hair and eyes. Wow! She's beautiful. Emily had confidence in her attractiveness, and her popularity in the outer hall proved it. But the red-haired girl was in a league of her own. The red-haired girl gave the impression of a vibrant rose in a field of blue. Beautiful on the outside with an ugly heart. Frederick spat on the ground. What do you mean? Did she break your heart? No. That witch's actions toward OS were nasty. Frederick retold their altercation earlier and how Isabella treated Oscar. He got angrier the more he talked. Emily stomped her feet, unable to crack the sturdy paved path. What a vile person. Oscar may be a grade 4, but that isn't even at the bottom. Even so, that shouldn't matter. I understand if Oscar did something wrong, but this was just for her selfishness. For once, the bickering pair came to agree on 2 things. First, Oscar is a good person and a good friend. Second, Isabella is horrible. OS doesn't want to be involved with her anymore. He says he's fine, but I can tell it's still affecting him. Earlier, when Oscar had said he would move on and forget about her, Frederick could see his hands slightly shaking. That's why we should have taken the harder mission by force. How else are we supposed to catch up? So you admit you were going to fight them for it? The two continued their bickering the entire way to the airship port. Since it was for a mission, they had free access to a means of public transport. The large airship in one of the pads was receiving passengers. Stepping on the large airship, Frederick looked down. He pumped his fist out to his missing friend. I'll be back, OS. Do your best to hang on. ORA. Oscar's energetic voice reverberated through the caverns. His hands and feet moved quickly in an attempt to scale the walls. It was a failure as, once again, his body tumbled down to the ground. This isn't working at all. Oscar examined his body, which was full of scrapes from the rough rocks. Thankfully, none of them cut deep, but it was counterproductive to continue this recklessly, or else his body would eventually give up. In trying it in one powerful burst, I reached 10 feet. But that's not any good. That was only a third of the way up. If he had the elixir to accelerate his strength growth, then Oscar would have been fine. But his master was adamant about cutting him off. Curses. What on earth is it? The frustration was visibly rising in Oscar. His hands were clenched to the point of the veins popping. From above, another round of rations fell, more than usual. Little one, you should eat and sleep. We will resume tomorrow. Master, I only have 6 days left to learn from you. I can't waste any time. He just needed to get out of this pit, and the real lessons could start. Impatience is not elegant. I've given you more rations. Rest. Draven's plan did not include this rest period. he would have kept Oscar resting for 30 minutes every so often. However, Oscar progressed faster than he expected. He's a fast learner, but the faster he advances, the quicker he will break down. One needs ample rest for their progress to be cemented. Oscar sat to eat his meal. It was different from the usual pasty dough-like food that he normally ate. It was a delicious feast of meat, vegetables, and bread. He devoured the rare meal with gratitude toward his master. After the hearty meal, Oscar could not help himself from lying down. The break from his strenuous training seemed to take hold and force his eyes to close. His tight body loosened, and Oscar fell asleep. In an instant, Draven appeared right next to Oscar. He looked up at the mark Oscar made 10 feet above. "It's not bad. Oscar, stop reading and help your father collect the harvest." Okay, I'll go, mother. Remember to swing the sickle properly. Swing from the left to the right and back. You'll destroy crops if done wrong." "Father, sorry, I cut all of it wrong." "Don't worry about it. We still have the rest of the fields. I'll swing it properly this time." Half awake, Oscar blurted out the last part of his conversation with his father. This strenuous training reminded him of when he had trouble using the sickle for the first time. His young body was run dry of stamina, and his mother scolded his father for being harsh. Oscar chuckled as he remembered this fond memory, but soon turned his attention to reality. Slowly, he recovered his senses, sighing sadly. He was only gone for less than a year but already missed home. It should be nearing the harvest season. The last few months of the year were cold, so they harvested the crops before the chill winds blew. If Oscar did not enter the blue ocean pavilion, he would be right next to his father, swinging the sickle around and eating nice cheese soup from his mother. The pavilion did allow students to return home for a visit, but that was only reserved for students in their second year and above. Oscar stood up, determined to escape this pit. He needed to get stronger to return proudly to his family. "You have a better look now. Your complexion is healthier." His master, Draven, was correct. Oscar felt his body was unusually light and comfortable. His mind was no longer disordered from irritation. "Master, thank you for guiding me." He had been stressed from the night raptor mission, Samuel's ambush, and this prison. Oscar forgot the first teaching he had received. Elder Saul taught him to relax. In relaxation was the clarity of mind. One sought relaxation to sharpen the mind. The other taught relaxation to forge the body. This lesson gave Oscar an idea. If I relax to meditate and condense Ein, can't I try the same but with my body? Oscar sat down to meditate but not to gather Ein. This meditation was to feel his body's blood, veins, and fibers. "I've constantly strengthened my body, but I should have become more acquainted with it." Time passed, but Oscar was still and seated. He continued breathing in and out. Oscar fell into a trance akin to Ein meditation but focused on his skin and body rather than Ein and his core. It was incredible. Oscar witnessed his skin vanish, allowing him to see everything inside. He saw his organs and blood moving about. Breath in, breath out. Oscar saw his muscles react to his breathing. They contracted and expanded with each breath. Finally, after some time, Oscar got on his feet and began to climb. This time, he closed his eyes and meditated while holding on to a stable protrusion. He brought his own body to its ideal condition. Snapping his eyes open, Oscar grabbed upward and brought himself up. It was easier than before. It was because he settled his heart back down and moved right when his muscles contracted. Once more, Oscar's body went up the wall another step. Each time, he'd calm himself and close his eyes. Oscar would meditate to enter his optimal condition and then grab the next spot to pull himself up. He did it by quelling the erratic movement of his muscles and stabilizing his bones. Doing so with an accuracy of which parts to control was possible due to the unique state of meditation. "I'm already above my previous limit." His hands were above the mark he left the last time he climbed. Oscar felt emboldened to continue. Oscar steeled himself ahead. Finally, after a long climb, Oscar could not keep it up. His arms refused to listen, and no meditation could calm them down. "TCH, this is my limit, but I have made great progress." Pumping his fist in the air, Oscar saw the mark he had left on his new milestone. He managed to climb 20 feet up. There were only 10 more to go. "Nice job. Draven shocked Oscar by suddenly showing up next to him. "Master!" Oscar called out excitedly. These words were the first praise he had received from Draven since they started. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 35. No Step Duel. Meditation is how Exalts focus to peek into their inner space and feel the Ein around them. It is how they begin the process of absorbing Ein. Draven spoke eloquently like a tenured professor. Every word drew Oscar in out of a yearning to know more. But people neglect that it can do so much more. Meditation is just a way to focus on yourself. I knew from how you climbed that you realized its other uses. Oscar nodded. It was as if I could see inside my body. Every blood vessels, muscle fibers, and organs were visible. It was a unique sensation. That period of rest did well for you. Meditation is merely hyperfocus. Its effects vary on what we are focusing on. Meditate and focus on your ears. You will hear farther than ever. Meditate on the skin and feel every little stimulus. Oscar grew excited. He never thought meditation could have such a profound, broad use. Reaching the 20 feet mark is not bad. But you're still not putting it all together. Put it together? What have you discovered and learned during your time digging and climbing? Combine all of that to escape. Oscar learned only two things: the flow of power and body meditation. But he arrived at the point of meditation because using the flow was impossible during the climb. I do not understand. How can I keep my power flowing through momentum on this rigid wall? Use meditation to detect the flow. You've used it to calm your body, but you do not see the intricacies within. Draven jumped down and landed next to Oscar, who stepped back in surprise. Without a word, Draven moved to the wall and began to climb. He had to show Oscar how to do it. Whether or not it was helpful was up to Oscar. Starstruck, Oscar refused to blink to capture every movement. Master was mind-blowingly fast in climbing up the wall. His master's hand seemed to caress the wall and stick tight like a lizard to advance upward. After Draven finished, Oscar started to climb. He entered a state of meditation. Once again, the surreal sight of his body filled his vision. Find the flow. Oscar scanned every inch of his body, but he could not catch anything special or related to the flow. He strained himself to keep searching until he coughed out some blood. Similar to meditating for Ein, overdoing it led to consequences. Back on the ground, Oscar reviewed his mistakes and cleared his head to make another attempt. Look deeper within. What is my body doing? Right as his hands and feet made contact, Oscar entered meditation. His body was in flux as if waves and ripples were shaking the ocean. So that's why, though he found his balance on the ground, his positioning on the walls caused an imbalance. It may have looked fine on the surface that he was making the correct movements, but it was a mess internally. The very process was fascinating. The power ran amok and dispersed in random places. Oscar wondered whether he could climb up 20 feet in such a sloppy state. How do I maintain solidity when hanging off the wall? Oscar did not move a single finger. He was still at the starting point of the climb. His head was hung down in thought, piquing Draven's interest. What is he up to? Even the powerful warden was confused at Oscar's inactivity. Oscar made a move, if it could be called that. His hand moved up only about the length of a fingernail. Then, after another period of inaction, his hand moved again only slightly. It was awkward as Oscar's left hand and foot was still firmly holding on while the right hand and foot were stiff in midair. This boy! Draven knew what Oscar was doing, but he never expected this. The flow cannot travel if the body cannot maintain its form. He's moving in the same motion for climbing but in slow steps to constantly adjust. It was as Draven thought. Oscar, at each stop, used meditation to find the proper muscle to utilize the appropriate amount of strength and the best position. With the shoveling, I could control the flow with proper form that went along. During climbing, I was able to use meditation before every step. By using meditation, I can find the proper form to allow my strength to flow to each next move. A maddeningly slow process. It was the only way Oscar knew he could comprehend the answer. He is not the fastest nor the most talented, but he is smart and persistent, Draven thought. Eventually, Oscar's hand and foot reached the safe spots to hold on. His left side started to move very slowly and with pauses. This process went on for an hour until he finally reached his limits. Do you need a vial? I did say I would not give you any more, but you've already grasped the core of this lesson. However, Oscar shook his head in refusal. Forgive me, master. I need to finish this or else it wouldn't be real training. There's no point if I don't reach the end. Oscar was stubborn and meditated to recover his body's condition. Draven nodded and went back to observing. Even near the end, this youth did not succumb to temptations like most criminals. Oscar restarted his climb. His hands were faster than last time. He had a good understanding of how his body needed to move without the need to meditate each time. He only meditated at the times when he had to recover. At the 20 feet point, Oscar looked up and surpassed his previous limit. He pulled his entire body past it. There was now 5 feet away from the surface. The warm light of the torches tickled his cheeks. He felt the cleaner, salty air of the caverns intoxicate his nose and lips. Don't stumble here. Oscar refused to be distracted. He held it together and crawled upwards. A hand popped out of the hole and stuck itself to the surface, not letting go. Under Draven's watchful gaze, Oscar pulled himself out of the hole and lay on the floor like a dead man. Ha 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 ha. Oscar could not contain himself and bellowed in laughter. Clap clap. Draven applauded Oscar. Seeing the boy struggle and finally overcome was a rare sight for him in this prison. You have successfully climbed up. In no less than a full day, that is worthy of praise. Come with me. Without notice, he held onto Oscar's shoulders, and they vanished from the cavern. The sudden bright light stung Oscar's eyes. The long time in the dark caverns had made his eyes sensitive to any light source. He finally got a clear look around after some time. A training room? The place was almost identical to the private training rooms in the outer hall. However, this room was 5 times as big. It was hard to believe there was a room this big. Let's get you out of those bands. With a wave, the bands clicked open and fell to the floor. Oscar's arms and feet ached and gave off a cool, refreshing feeling in the wake of freedom. I feel like I can fly. His body felt extremely light, yet he felt strength welling up inside. However, his eye was still restricted by the band on his neck. Realizing he was wasting time, he quickly turned to Draven. Master! Oscar bowed and waited for Draven to give the next instructions. He had 5 days left. How astute. It makes me happy to see someone with manners and decency. For the next 5 days, you will be fighting me. Oscar looked surprised, but then a wide smile blossomed across his face. There was nothing better than this. I will do as you command. That's shocking. You didn't complain or whine this time. It's because I'm excited. Excited? Draven tilted his head in confusion. Yes, I can't wait to see how much stronger I've become and get used to this body. Also, I've been wanting some payback for your unreasonable Spartan training. Oscar took up a stance with a smile and fierce eyes. Draven laughed uncontrollably for the first time in a while. All pretenses of poise and etiquette went down the drain. He clutched his stomach from how hard he laughed. You're a crazy kid, but I admire your courage. Very few would talk to me like that. Payback? Very well, try and get your punches in. He walked until he was right before Oscar and sliced his hands through the air, making 2 long cuts on the floor behind their feet. Your goal is to force any part of me behind my line while ensuring you don't go behind yours. The no-step duel. Unlike Oscar, Draven remained still with his hands behind his back. His figure wrapped in an air of oppression and confidence, forcing Oscar to hunch slightly. The overwhelming pressure did not lessen Oscar's smile. Draven was the perfect opponent to test his new limits. Begin. Oscar was not polite and let loose a powerful punch. Crack. A loud sound. Oscar felt the strength contained within his fist. It was overwhelming. He thought of how devastating it would be if infused with iron. Even more shocking was his master. The blow had no effect. Not a single inch of his body moved or recoiled. His fist was reeling from the pain. Just how tough is his master's defense? That was a beautiful punch. You were serious and didn't hold back. Draven lifted his hand and clenched it hard. But it was only that. All looks and no essence. His fist rammed into Oscar's face like a steel ball. The helpless Oscar flew past his line and smashed into the wall at the other side of the room as a long arc of blood spurted out. Cough, cough. This monster! His cheek was bruised black, and a line of blood fell from his lips. What's wrong? You said you wanted to see how much stronger you've gotten and how you wanted to bash me. Draven spoke like a ruffian or a thug. The previous well-mannered warden was no longer there. The thrill of a fight made Draven drop his mask of elegance. Tough luck, kiddo. You're in for a long session of pain. I will be with you every moment of it. Oscar limped back to his spot and tightened his stance. Again, Draven unleashed another straight punch, but Oscar was able to put his guard up in time. But the warden's strength was too much as Oscar was forced back. He was slammed to his back and sent rolling away past his line. His arms had 2 large bruises on them. Draven held back to prevent bones from breaking, but it did not prevent bruising. His arms trembled while pulling himself up. The previous attack weakened his arms severely. Still, Oscar returned to his spot to resume. His eyes stared unwaveringly at Draven. Again, this boldness was met with an iron fist. Whenever Oscar was blown to the wall, slammed to the floor, or sent rolling away, he would get back up to start again. It's time for a break. After several beatings, Draven paused their duel. Oscar fell to the floor, planting his face on the surface. The pressure and power behind his master's punch were far more tiring than digging and climbing. It's not over. Oscar dozed off to sleep, using the last of his energy to make a statement. You realize it's only a 15-minute break? Draven shook his head. Oscar was in for a rude wake-up. In the Neptune archives, there were far fewer students than before. Most students decided that missions and training are more important than reading a few months into their first year. Oh, you've already finished the entire section on various ores. If it were not for your status, I would recommend you be a librarian here. The elderly librarian woman that Oscar was acquainted with spoke to a girl with long silver hair that went far down to her thin waist. Her lips were slightly pale but charming, combined with her dazzling emerald eyes. We don't need to worry about status here, but I am sorry to say I would humbly reject your offer. My training is far more important. Celestina Lover Dragner, the princess of the brilliant Drake Empire, spoke respectfully to the old librarian. That is true. Your talents will carry you far. There is no need to be stuck in a position like this old lady. You jest. I admire you for your diligent work and for being a fellow lover of books. You're making this old elder blush. Celestina and the librarian shared a round of small laughter. By the way, where's that boy? Celestina looked around. A boy? What boy? The princess was asking about a man. The librarian, who saw this princess coldly rejecting the talented Gilbert, became shocked. It was quite the scene in front of the archives. What sort of man was she interested in? This person is also here very often, like me. He had black hair and black eyes. Oh, you must be talking about Oscar. The librarian's eyes shined with joy. Is that his name? Yes, Oscar is an avid reader of everything here. He's one of the few that goes into the literature section to read stories. Often, he brings me a cookie or snack. The librarian thought fondly of Oscar. Any lover of books was not a bad person, in her opinion. However, it was odd that the princess asked about him. To the librarian's knowledge, there should not have been any interactions between them. The literature section, where is that? I'll start there. Celestina smiled brightly, and the librarian felt her withered heart jolt. This princess had a deadly effect on people. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 36. Reese and Awaken. We're done for the day. Dress your wounds and rest. We will resume early morning tomorrow. Draven disappeared from the room, leaving only a battered body on the floor. It was Oscar. After the short 15-minute break, he was put through the ringer and fought without end against the warden. His efforts were like a feather trying to break a rock, as Draven was unmoving and unaffected by any of his attacks. The only result was his being beaten back to a pulp. Oscar opened a medical kit given to him by Draven and started tending to his wounds. He hissed as he spread some medicine. After he was finished, Oscar thought about his options. His clothing isn't special. Feels like regular clothing. So that means he's just that tough like a rock. But Draven withstood his blows. Oscar's hands trembled from how sturdy his body was. Oscar believed Draven didn't need armor due to his iron-like body. Oscar shook his head and refocused on his priority. Draven's defenses were too tough. There was no way Oscar could overwhelm him in brute strength. He felt it would take several years and a constant supply of HYTR elixirs. but he only had 4 days left. There must be a way for Oscar to move his master past the line. Oscar got up in a fighting pose. The remaining option was to meditate on his movements. He tightly clenched his fist as his body stilled to a halt as if he was a statue. Meditate, look within. He peered through the skin of his body. The area around his right fist to his shoulder was all twisted. Oscar could not believe how it was so distorted. There was no way his strength could properly exert itself. Did he ever throw a real punch in his life? The pathetic view of his punching motion put doubt in Oscar. The past spars with Frederick came to mind. He always held his punches like this. How laughable it was. They were like swordsmen fighting with their swords backward. Not a single proper use of their strength. My fist can be stronger than before if I can unfurl this mess. Oscar tweaked and shifted his arm muscles using meditation to oversee the process. Once his arms' muscles were lined properly and balanced, Oscar followed the same method as when he climbed up the hole. He started from the shift of his hips to the stretching out of his arms. Each tiny bit of movement was slow and deliberate. Oscar constantly adjusted himself during the pauses using meditation. He noticed it, but trying to use meditation while moving hurt extremely. Finally, he completed a single punch in 10 minutes. Forgoing any rest or sleep, Oscar repeated this slow punch. Each time, he got better and more familiar with the sensation and form. Meditation sapped his stamina each time, so being able to punch naturally without the need to meditate would be a boon. I should continue this training for every attack I can do. Maybe even get to the point of understanding my body without meditation. Hours later, Oscar was soaked in sweat. His arm was shaking even when he let it down. Although Oscar wanted to continue, he was not a fool. He learned from Draven's previous advice that good rest was the driver for the training to show results. He fell asleep instantly, swearing to defeat his master tomorrow. Why did you not get a good rest? Draven shook in disapproval after seeing the dark bags under Oscar's eyes. It was my mistake. Oscar stumbled on his feet due to drowsiness. It was Oscar's mistake to misjudge the time, so he had only slept for an hour. But I've got something to make up for it. Oscar smiled confidently. Oh, interesting. Put up your arms. He did not observe Oscar after leaving. What made this child so confident? He couldn't wait to find out. The two confronted each other with their backs to their lines. Draven's terrifying fist punched as if tearing the air apart. But Oscar evaded and prepared himself. He twisted, retaliating back with a punch at his master. Draven watched in interest as Oscar's attack neared. This punch was the culmination of his pupil's efforts overnight. He had to feel every bit of it. Draven's back lurched a tiny minuscule bit. Oscar's punch was more powerful than he expected. If Oscar's punches before were like a soft pebble, this one was a steel ball. Delighted, Oscar pushed onward to push Draven past his line. "How's this?" he yelled out in a triumphant tone. But Oscar realized something odd. Draven had not moved a single inch from his spot. Although his punch was strong, it was still insufficient to move Draven's feet. "A splendid attack. You moved my back a bit, but it's a shame." In the next moment, Oscar's body was barreling through the air. He landed on the floor with a loud crash. It was Draven's second punch that did it. Damn. I thought for sure that this would work. Oscar could not get back up as his chest heaved up and down. His master's punch forced all the air out of his body. He was lacking oxygen, experiencing lightheadedness, and his ears were ringing. It was the hardest Draven had hit him. Nay, it was the hardest he had ever been hit. It was the correct decision to use meditation to work out the flaws in your punch. Draven praised Oscar for arriving at this stage without formal teaching. However, it is only your strength. My strength? Oscar pondered for a moment before he realized the warden's meaning. You understand it. Let me demonstrate. Draven went off to the side and tightened his stance. In the next instance, the ground under him cracked, and he released a powerful punch. The winds in the room started to blow like a fierce gale around the punch's axis. In the previous lesson, you learned the flow of power. We call this process the res. Res is the measure of physical force, the opposite of ein. Res. Oscar failed to find this term in any of the books he had read before. Is this power a secret? Draven shook his head. Res is an art that's been abandoned a long time ago. The reason is the intense training one must do to master it completely. You have barely made the first step into this art. That can barely count as the first step? Oscar's face twisted in disbelief as he recalled everything he had to do just for the first step. Indeed, so it became a lost art. Why should people spend their time and effort on this art? Their time was better spent training in Ein and becoming stronger Exalts. Additionally, Exalts are physically strong by default. After all, Res is merely an auxiliary skill. Even if you utilize it with Ein, it won't let you surpass anyone that is a higher Exalt. Though you can certainly put up a fight. Then why am I doing this training? Oscar was upset at this revelation. Did you not hear me? I said that is only in the case of higher Exalts. Draven shrugged his shoulders. You are a student, so you'll likely be fighting people at your level. The Res will give you a tremendous advantage over them. And for the last reason, it is because you are a grade 4. You are not the slowest nor the fastest in absorbing Ein, so you need as many other ways to trump over your opponents. Oscar fell silent. After some time, he bowed. Please teach me. If he could not trust these words, what else could he do to get stronger? He was already getting farther behind because of his time in this prison. Well said. I like decisive people. I know you have your doubts, but trust me on this. I still use Res, and I am a martial Exalt. Draven jumped to another section of the room with Oscar in tow. Res is flow. Res is momentum. Res is the redirection. Res is power. When shoveling, you moved fast and followed the momentum without scrutinizing each part. When you climbed up, you were slow and paused to detect the slight bit of Res. Now put them together. Move fast while mobilizing the Res. Oscar raised his hand like a student in a classroom and asked, but I climbed up slowly and in increments to meditate. How can I do that if I'm moving fast? Even the punch he threw early was just him going through the proper motions and muscles he had discovered through meditation. Meditate while moving, Draven declared. Is that even possible? In all his attempts earlier to meditate while moving, it resulted in severe pain. The motions of his body were incompatible with the strict nature of meditation. I tried it with Ein meditation before coming to this prison. But it all ended badly. He recalled when he wanted to recover Ein while moving, but the backlash hurt his head. It is possible. Draven pointed at himself. How else do you think I was able to do that? His fingers shifted to point at the cracks in the ground. The state of constant meditation while moving is known as awaken. Many martial arts imitate the Res by shifting their legs to twisting their hips in a fluid motion. But no one can truly be a master unless they seamlessly control the Res and completely control their body's movements. The awaken is the only way to do this. The Res is volatile and ever-changing. Only with awaken can you keep track of it. It is not only for Res. Imagine how much better you can apply your Ein in your attacks and spells if you see the Ein as it forms. Imagine if you could absorb Ein as you battle. You'll outlast your enemy. Awaken. How do I achieve it? Oscar's eyes shined with expectation. Practice. Awaken takes a large toll on a person. Ein will affect the core and mind, while Res will affect the body. You'll run your life short if you can't handle the strain. Draven explained further. So the awaken is broken into two branches. Ein awaken is to focus on the inner space and gather Ein while moving. Res awaken is to focus on the body and gather Res while moving. I used Res awaken to gather up the Res and guide it through my body, resulting in that deadly blow. But where did you get the Res? Oscar still did not understand how Draven could accomplish such a feat. Look at my feet. Draven's feet were firmly on the ground as if roots were growing out of them. Boom. The ground caved in under them. Thanks to the room's lighting and being so close, Oscar noticed a peculiar action. When his master made his move, his feet shifted inward. Oscar understood. You're creating your own Res? Correct. You move and spring your foot into a spin. It's like kicking the ground without lifting off. You create a reaction from the ground that forces its way back to your feet. That counterpower, the Res, goes up your feet. Draven stomped his feet more. Use Res awaken to adjust and guide the Res from the ground, mixing it with your power. Then release it at a point. Oscar planted his feet on the floor and clenched his legs. If you don't use Res awaken, the Res won't work due to how much power you need to handle. It is not some wild swing like the shovel. It is surgical and focused. Every individual part of the body must work for it. You can't achieve it without Reawaken. Draven finished his explanation, motioning Oscar to go ahead and try. Tighten your legs and release all the power into the ground. It will return by rebound. With a grunt, Oscar forcibly slammed the ground. It was not to the extent as Draven's, but the ground cracked under Oscar's feet. Oscar miscalculated just how powerful his legs were. He could not rein in the Reese and flung himself in the air. Wah! He stuck the landing on his feet with a pale expression. The shock made his muscles cramp, making it hard for him to stand. You were supposed to use Reawaken. Draven sighed as Oscar dropped to the floor, unable to hold on. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 37, Flowing Mountain. Reawaken, gritting his teeth, Oscar tried to start the Reese from his feet. Within the sights of Reawaken, he saw the Reese blend into his body. The force from his legs rebounded back up from the ground with compounded power. He had to redirect the Reese to his fist. However, before he could start, his body, especially his heart, felt like it was ripping apart. This pain forcibly brought him out of the Reawakened state, and he was slammed onto the ground by the rampaging Reese. Oscar spat out a mouthful of blood. Next to him, Draven forced him to drink 2 vials. One was the Hytr elixir, and the other was a standard Grade 1 heal elixir. Grade 1 elixirs were so precious that Oscar never imagined the warden willingly giving them to him. Even if he was a martial Exalt, it was still too great of kindness to Oscar. I should find a way to repay Master later. Of course, Draven did not think much of these elixirs. One word and elixirs would flow ceaselessly to him from the pavilion's alchemists. He needed these elixirs for Oscar because training in Awaken led to serious injuries like this. Oscar's body would tear apart if not for the support of these elixirs. Try to think of it as 2 separate actions happening simultaneously in harmony. The better the harmony between your Reawaken and your body, the less the damage. So my entire body needs to get along with the Awaken? Oscar questioned his master. That is the goal. To be honest, I can only utilize the Awaken for 30 minutes, despite my constant training. 30 minutes? Oscar thought Draven was truly a monster. Isn't that incredible? It's adequate, but my true goal is to always be in the awakened state. That is my ambition. I'm still so far from it. Although Oscar could not see in the helmet, he could tell Draven had a yearning expression. He admired Draven even more for being steadfast in his dreams. More importantly, this was the first time the warden shared something personal. His head was whacked, his motivation selfish, and his behavior a bit sadistic. But he never looked down on Oscar or rejected him. He was only honest and finally opened up a little. With a fierce resolution burning, Oscar resumed his training. He did not want to disappoint his master. He's a good child. Draven could tell what Oscar was thinking. The countdown to Oscar's release continued to tick down as the master watched the student fail and try again repeatedly. Hours passed by, and the day came to an end. Draven left behind a hot meal for Oscar to eat and disappeared. Oscar graciously devoured the meal and went to sleep to recuperate for tomorrow. 3 days until Oscar's freedom. In a certain town, a boy and a girl dressed in normal clothes stepped on the main street. Frederick was dressed in a green tunic and white pants. Emily wore a white shirt and a long brown skirt that emphasized her orange hair. That airship was fun. Emily's eyes beamed with joy while she twirled around. She enjoyed the rides on the airship and being so high up. You're like a little child holding some candy. Frederick sighed as the trip was exhausting for him. Throughout the entire travel there, this girl forced him to accompany her. He was dragged from one place to another with little rest. Want to be beaten up? Emily cracked her knuckles as the once innocent childlike expression hardened into one of a warrioress. No thanks. Frederick relented and took a step back. Then, mind your words. Emily turned away. Frederick was crying internally. This girl had beaten him up several times during the spar. The brutal image of her swinging her staff at his face with a grin was disheartening. In Frederick's mind, the image of her brutality was replaced by her childlike smile on the airship. She was cuter earlier. Frederick sighed but realized what he had just thought and stopped in bewilderment. He rubbed his head in confusion. Why the hell did I just think that? Is my head bleeding or damaged? I must be going crazy. I need you back. He concluded that spending the past few days with Emily alone had warped his head. Hurry up, we need to get some lodgings. Emily waved to grab the absent-minded Frederick's attention. She had reverted to her bright smile, loving her experience in this city. I'm coming. Frederick did not notice it, but his heartbeat quickened after seeing Emily's smile. Splurt. Oscar spat out blood because of his failed attempt at awaken and Draven's fist in his gut. On this 5th day of Oscar's imprisonment and 4th day of training, Draven decided to resume the no-step duel. He reasoned that Oscar should learn better under pressure and the threat of pain. However, Oscar could not get far in his mastery of Reese Awaken, unable to maintain the Reese up his body. This is not working. Draven looked at Oscar with a bit of pity. He knew his disciple was smart and hardworking, but Oscar lacked the talent. He was an ordinary child. If we had more time, he could reach it. But if I don't get him into that state now, it'll be hard for him alone when he's released. Draven weighed the options. Oscar showed great progress in the first few days, but now they've hit a roadblock. His eyes darkened. There was one way to get past this. Oscar. Oscar froze and gazed up at his master. It was the first time his master called him by his name. The other times were you or disciple. The pace we're going at right now is bad. You will never learn Reese Awaken. So it's pointless? Oscar's voice trembled. What was the reason for all this? No, I'm not saying that. Draven fell silent while Oscar stared. Tell me one thing. Are you willing to risk your own life to get stronger? Master, Oscar blinked in shock. Tell me, will you risk your life to become stronger? Oscar did not know how to respond. He could reject this, continue his Exalt training, and try to achieve Reese Awaken on his own. But that would be running away. Oscar looked back up at Draven, who was silent. He understood that Draven had left the decision in his hands. No matter what he chose, his master would understand. Oscar's stubbornness not to back down conflicted with his survival instincts. Oscar got up and dusted himself off while speaking. Ever since I was young, I've heard stories about the Exalts. I never thought I would be one of them because my parents and grandparents were all incapable. That's why it was a surprise to be chosen. I was sidelined because of my grade 4 Xianxia, and I barely managed to hang on in my battle against Greg. He clutched the side of his body where his gruesome scars were. I realized that I don't want to die. I want to live on. So many Exalts are so murderous and eager to fight. I can't understand that, causing trouble for yourself. Why did they all live their lives like that? I want to get stronger, but I don't want to die. That would make my parents and friends sad. I want to live a good, long life. Draven nodded. He could only work within Oscar's means. That's why. Oscar was not finished. I won't die. For the first time, Draven was perplexed. He did not understand Oscar's words. What do you mean? I can assume Master's training will be life or death. That means I only have to stick to life no matter what. I will live on as a cripple even if I lose and fail. I'm confident in my sturdiness. Don't underestimate my body honed on the days on the farm. It was completely silent. Draven stared blankly at Oscar for minutes. Ha 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 ha. Draven could no longer hold back. His laughter filled the entire room. Oscar could not help but be affected by the atmosphere and started to laugh. An odd and horrifying scene of a black-clothed adult and a ragged, bloodied boy laughing together ensued. Oscar, that is the first time I've heard that. So many people would have steeled their resolve to prepare for death or back down. I've never encountered a case like yours. I'm glad to be unique in the eyes of my master. Oscar bowed. There is something wrong in that head of yours. You don't want to die, but you're fine with living as a cripple. The norm is to say, I'd rather die than live my life out in regret. Isn't it? Oscar shook his head. Even if I were crippled, I would be fine with that. I can just go back home to my farm. I get it. Your line of thought is opposite to that of an Exalt's. That's fine. Are you prepared, my eccentric disciple? Yes, master. Oscar took up his stance. Draven snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 3 large black cubes surrounded Oscar, leaving only the front as the way out. Draven blocked the only way out, casting a dark shadow over Oscar. These are extremely heavy cubes. There's no way for you to move them. There is no way out unless through me. Sweat formed and dripped down Oscar's cheeks. You must take my punch. However, this punch will be stronger than all the other times I've hit you. If you don't want a hole in your gut, use Reese Awaken and redirect the Reese from my attack. Reese from your punch? You used your legs to try to generate your own Reese. This time, I will be feeding it to you directly. Draven took a stance for the first time and gripped his fist tight. Rather than having you try it yourself, I'll forcefully make you receive it. Oscar felt shivers all over his body as every hair rose. One of his teeth cracked from how hard he clenched it. The foreboding sense of death washed over Oscar, similar to how he felt before against Greg. The area around Draven felt so cold and biting. It was like his intent to kill. We're going ahead of schedule. We should have done this after you got the Knack 4 Reese Awaken, but there's no time. This move utilizes Reese Awaken to take in, divert, and rebound the opponent's Reese back to them, combined with your power. This move is Flowing Mountain. Flowing Mountain? That's a good name. Oscar smiled while feeling suffocated by the pressure. Draven lifted his chest. He looked bigger and more monstrous than before. Oscar drew in a deep breath and used meditation. He calmed his body down to its best condition. Are you done? Yes. Oscar's eyes shone with a fierce light. Draven unleashed his fist on Oscar. It was purposely slower than his usual punches. It was to give Oscar time to ready himself right before the punch landed. Can you do it? The slow, incoming punch was like the Grim Reaper approaching. Oscar watched as it got closer to him. Finally, it reached his stomach, releasing all its strength to punch through Oscar. Draven furrowed his brows. He could not interfere or destroy Oscar's chance. Oscar shouted as the punch sank into his body. Reese Awaken! The view changed. Oscar saw his abdomen twisting and nearly breaking apart from Draven's punch. I have to redirect the Reese. But his limits began tearing at his body and heart from the backlash. The Reese threatened to blow him apart. Blood dripped down Oscar's mouth. He had bit his tongue to ignore the pain in his body and heart. His mind and body united, focusing on the single goal of redirecting this rampaging Reese out of his body. This display was the state Draven had alluded to earlier. It was reachable through training, but the fastest way was the threat of death, the greatest sensation that made a person surpass their limits. In this condition, Oscar finally stepped into the Reese Awaken state. He shifted all the muscles and veins in his body at various places and times to allow the Reese to flow. Blood flowed down from his orifices. Reese Awaken was still dangerous to maintain. Hastily, he led it to his fist and unleashed it, combined with his own power. The resulting blow was so great that Oscar rebounded and collided with the cube to his back, followed by the pain from the Reese Awaken. Oscar blacked out right there, covered in blood. His fist was in bad shape. The skin on his knuckles had torn to shreds. Draven looked at the motionless boy and then at his feet. His back foot was behind the line. Oscar's last blow had finally done it. He picked up Oscar in his arms and said proudly, "Outstanding, Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 38. The Graduation Test." Covered in bandages, Oscar awoke in confusion. This pain? Oscar clutched his heart, feeling severe pain. He tried to get up, but the pain prevented him from controlling his body. Oscar lay there, unable to move. There was a soft feeling below him as though he were on a soft bed. With a few more touches, he realized it was indeed a bed. From the prison cells to the dirty and rocky hole, Oscar missed the clean feeling of a soft cushion. He found it odd. Why was he on a bed? Judging from the ceiling, he was still in the large training room of the Abyss prison. Oscar grew suspicious and tried to get up again. Don't move. Your body almost tore itself apart. Draven tapped Oscar, forcing him to stay still. In his hand was a bowl of hot soup. The smell of the freshly made stew mixed with spices sent an energizing sensation through Oscar. His mouth began to water from the aroma. Draven took a spoonful of soup near Oscar's mouth. Oscar felt extremely awkward and weirded out by Draven's caring action. After all, he had been tortured by the warden's beatings for a while. He stared blankly at the spoonful of soup before Draven coughed to grab his attention. Slightly embarrassed, Oscar leaned over and drank the soup. It did not scald his tongue but was warm and comforting. His body trembled from the fresh taste it had not experienced in the past few days. In this abyss prison, days felt like years. The strain of the excessive training did not help Oscar's condition either. Oscar cried out with dampened eyes. Delicious! Slowly, Draven continued to feed Oscar one spoonful at a time. Each sip filled his stomach. After finishing the entire bowl, Oscar stood up without an issue. He thanked his master for the grace and wondered what this bowl of soup was. This bowl is actually an elixir, Draven clarified. An elixir? Oscar did not think alchemy could produce a soup like this. Cooking was not the same as alchemy. This special blend of the Grade 2 rejuvenation elixir with a soft milk stew is quite tasty. There is no rule against mixing an elixir with other things, Draven explained. How did I do? Oscar remembered using Reese Awaken and guiding the Reese to his fist, but he blacked out before seeing the result. You performed admirably, Draven elegantly gestured in praise. Although you broke down to such a battered state, you pushed me behind the line. Congratulations. Draven clapped in applause slowly and consistently as though he watched an opera. I did it. Oscar's face wore a look of disbelief. From the state of his body, he believed he had failed. That is correct. However, you were too reckless and lacked control. The Reese ravaged your insides. You were lucky I was here to help you, or the damage would have crippled you. Draven shook his head. I said I could live on being a cripple as long as I can go back home and live peacefully with my parents. Oscar weakly smiled. It's fine to have your own belief on things. I can think of some people who would scold you for such behavior. The face of that irritating bastard, Robert, popped up in Draven's head. That bastard was always too serious and narrow-minded in his view. Putting aside that idiot from his mind, Draven turned to Oscar, who was currently stretching. Oscar, do you remember how you maintained the Reese Awaken and redirected my Reese? Oscar nodded and spoke solemnly. Your attack scared me to the point where I did not think of anything but survival. Every part of my body screamed out, and everything became clear. Remember that sensation, that feeling of being on the border of death. The overwhelming fear of death is the only thing that can induce such an effect. The time for talk was over as Draven took up his stance. He had imparted everything to Oscar, and now it was time to see the results. Oscar responded in kind, ready to fight. Reese Awaken. Oscar recalled the emotions he felt when Draven was out to kill him. His feet spun, cracking the ground and starting the accumulation of Reese. Oscar felt pain in his awakened state, but it was no longer unbearable as last time. The Reese traveled in a circular motion up his legs, due to Oscar's increased mastery of his body, due to Reese Awaken. He kept the Reese flowing by controlling the individual parts of his body and shifting muscles at the right times. Oscar swung his fist toward Draven as the Reese reached his fist. The Reese was a continually moving physical force. Thus, his attacks had to be timed at the right moment or the Reese could rebound. His fist landed on Draven with a loud thundering sound. The Reese was compounded by Oscar's power, leading to its abnormal power. This time, Draven did not let the punch just hit him. Once it made contact, he also used Reese Awaken to guide the Reese from Oscar's blow to his fist. This fist had the full force of Oscar's power with a fraction of Draven's. Redirect this, Draven shouted. Oscar grit his teeth. He cancelled his Reese Awaken due to increasing pain. He was able to enter Reese Awaken correctly, but his time limit was short. It was only long enough to throw a fast punch. When Draven's heavy fist made contact with Oscar, he used Awaken again. His heart began to throb with pain, but Oscar ignored it. The large and powerful amount of Reese flowed, but it was nothing compared to Draven's earlier killing blow. Oscar's nose started to bleed from the strain of containing and moving this large Reese from the contact point to his leg. Flowing mountain. Once the Reese was almost in place, Oscar kicked to Draven's side. Draven blocked it and was moved a little to the left. Before Oscar could smile in triumph, his heart throbbed stronger than before. He coughed out some blood and clutched his chest. Beads of sweat dripped down his pale face. Do not overuse the Awaken. You'll only destroy your body and mind. Use it in moderation. The Reese Awaken was a great technique but was considered useless by many who knew of it. It could wreck a person's foundations if not done right or overused. Not to mention the time it took away from training in Ein. I understand, master, but I feel like I'm getting the hang of it. Oscar stood up with some blood on his lips. He went back to his stance, ready to continue. You say you value your life, but you're reckless. Quite a contradiction. Draven also took up his stance. Fierce clashes went back and forth between the two. Both laid punches on each other without reservation. Oscar kept in mind to keep his exertion low to avoid straining his heart and body. Over the entire day, they fought and rested and fought again. The 6th day finally ended. Today is the day of your release. Draven handed some breakfast over to Oscar, who devoured it without reservation. Oscar wiped the crumbs from his mouth and prostrated deeply before his master. Thank you for your teachings. My week in this prison was not wasted due to your charity. I do admit, it was fun seeing you struggle and grow. Perhaps I should leave this prison and become an instructor, Draven joked. I think everyone would leave immediately from how painful your training is. Oscar grimaced at the potential students who would not know their painful futures. There's someone worse. I don't have time for those with weak wills, though I have no intention of leaving this prison. That damned Robert and the pavilion master thought they were sly sending me here. But this is the best place for me. Draven's voice conveyed anger when he mentioned the two others. Pavilion master? Oscar could not believe the words of disrespect that spilled out of his master. Was this not insubordination? Draven was so bipolar with elegance and roughness that he was confused about who the real Draven was. Don't worry about these topics far out of your area. Just focus on your training. There's Reese Awaken, but also Unawaken. Nearly every night Exalt and above has an idea of Unawaken due to its usefulness, and it's safer to enter it in that realm. Few apprentice and elite Exalts know about it as well, but none touch Reese Awaken. That is your advantage. Starting the Awaken training for Reese and Ein from so early on as an Exalt will surely bear fruit. Oh, I almost forgot. Draven got up and forced Oscar to his feet. There is a certain condition for you to leave. A kind of graduation test. Draven said. What are you saying, master? Oscar was flustered while asking. Today was his last day, and now his master was tacking on a condition. Follow me. This time, Draven did not teleport with Oscar. The two exited the room and walked through the narrow halls of the Abyss prison. The brightness and smoothness of the training room made Oscar forget about the horrid conditions of the prison. The familiar screams of the prisoners echoed inside the halls. Oscar sighed, relieved that he did not have to stay in the cell for the entire week. The constant screams of the tortured prisoners did not sit well with Oscar. Don't feel bad for those prisoners. Draven could tell the meaning behind Oscar's sigh. Those prisoners committed murder, thievery, and, worst of all, betrayal. They deserve no sympathy. You've also suffered at their hands. Oscar recollected his cellmates like Boris and John, nodding in agreement. They were all ruthless and domineering. However, at least they can follow the rules here. After all, they could have killed me much earlier. They only follow the rules to keep their own lives. Evil is very selfish. Oscar thought about John and Boris. He hated them, but not to the point of killing them. As for Greg, that was an unavoidable battle. There could only be one survivor in that battle. In the end, everyone wants to live. Isn't that the goal? The prisoners here deserve no pity. But that doesn't make them any less human. Draven glanced at Oscar but did not talk. His view was different from Oscar's, but he did not retort or argue. Everyone had their perspective. The door before them opened wide and unveiled a large chamber. Oscar recognized this place as cell block A, where he was imprisoned. What was he doing here? He failed to grasp his master's intentions. The entire cell block stopped whatever they were doing and stared at the warden. They all met this terrifying overlord on their first days here. Some prisoners made audible gulps because the warden personally coming here could not be good for them. Draven waved his hands, and the prison guards brought down the tortured prisoners in the center, dragging them somewhere else. The center changed as the pool of blood was covered up. Before everyone's eyes, a stage formed and elevated itself. Step forward, Oscar, Draven ordered. Oscar stepped onto the stage. Despite his misgivings, he could only trust his master. Everyone looked at the young boy in the center. Isn't that the young meat that came in a week ago? Someone remembered when Oscar was first dragged here. Hey, you're right. That's the idiot who attacked John. The story of Oscar surprising John with a stab from his pickaxe had circulated amongst the prisoners. In this bleak prison, this was the best entertainment they'd had. "Brat!" A booming shout came from cell number 19. It was John. John had recovered from Oscar's attack a few days ago and had long waited for the boy to return to get revenge. The fuming look on John's face made Boris and the others back away as far as they could. The other cell blocks looked afraid of this giant hulk displaying his anger. "Quiet," Draven shut John up. The boy Oscar was only sentenced to 7 days in this prison. Today is his last day. The entire block was silent but then erupted into a loud clamor. "Only a week? What the hell is this? Is he someone's ass-kisser?" John drowned out the cries and complaints from the other prisoners. "Are you kidding me? I'll kill you." Draven stomped his feet, making the ground quake. "I said to be quiet, did I not?" The commotion died down, but John looked to be on the verge of exploding. "But I also do not like this 1-week sentence. So with my authority as warden, I will be presenting a special chance." The crowd of prisoners was intrigued by the warden's words, while Oscar was still trying to figure it out. Inmate John Baxter, imprisoned for the murder of 2 elite exalts of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. A known outlaw until you were captured by us and brought here to serve a 100-year sentence. You still have 70 years left to go. John's face grew darker as the warden described his crimes. "I can give you this opportunity." The guards unlocked cell block 19 and led John out onto the stage. At that moment, Oscar finally understood his master's purpose in doing this. John's cuffs and chains were unlocked, freeing him for the first time in 30 years. "Inmate John, if you defeat Oscar, you will take his 1-week sentence and be freed today. He will have to take your 70 years left here. If you lose, it's back to the cell for you." The entire cell block could not believe their ears. Neither did John, who looked dumbfounded. Draven remained still while Oscar's face twitched. "This is the graduation test?" Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 39. Freedom. Silence. Utter silence as everyone stared blankly at John and Oscar. Then, the entire cell block erupted into chaos. "Are you kidding me? Why was this bastard John chosen? Let me take this place." The complaints and grievances of the inmates were the loudest this prison had ever been. It was natural since this was an unprecedented event. "You scum keep ignoring my orders." Draven snapped his fingers, materializing gags on everyone's mouth to silence them. The prison went back to silence because the prisoners could not even make a muffled grunt through the gags. Draven waved his hand at John, who stiffened in fear of the warden's actions. A prison choker appeared on John's neck, sealing his Exalt powers and cutting him off from Ein. One inmate is an elite Exalt while the other is only an apprentice. Therefore, this fight will only be done as mortals. A duel with only physical powers? John scoffed that he could not use his Exalt powers, but his eyes soon glinted with glee. Oscar looked skinny and in bad condition. There was no way this tiny brat could beat him in brute strength. He licked his lips in anticipation as he stepped on the platform. That brief moment when of freedom from his bindings and being able to feel the Ein was intoxicating. John wanted to taste the sweetness of freedom forever. Oscar stared at John and his gloating eyes with a hint of wariness. As an elite Exalt, John will undoubtedly be more experienced in combat. Additionally, that hulking figure of his provided a great advantage. But this was perfect. He could never feel how much stronger he had become in all his past spars with the warden. Draven was so far above that Oscar's growth could only be compared to moving a millimeter forward. John was the perfect test subject to gauge his current capabilities. The revenge for the abuse from his criminal was simply the icing on the cake. "You shall begin on my mark." Draven held his hand high. The battle would begin the moment he brings it down. Oscar took up his stance, staring unwaveringly at John. John responded and put his 2 fists to his shoulders while hunching forward. A very weird stance. It had been a long time since he took up this stance. The chains and cuffs always prevented him from fighting properly. So he's not all brawn. The cliches he read before about huge muscular characters being dumb were wrong. Oscar lowered his legs to make himself smaller. Although the stance looked full of openings, especially the chest, it felt like a trap. The onlookers were unable to say anything, but they watched in anticipation. Although they were sad and angry that this opportunity was not for them, this was still entertaining. Draven brought his hand downward swiftly and violently without a word. The two fighters rushed to each other without reservations. Instead of using Awaken, Oscar threw a simple punch with all the strength he had accumulated through his long training. From John's odd stance, his fist flew out like a bullet to meet Oscar's blow. The air appeared to crack where their fists collided, producing a loud, piercing sound, unlike a typical punch. It kicked off the dust in the cell block, obscuring everyone's vision for a second. When the dust settled, everyone was dumbfounded to see Oscar still standing. He had been forced back several steps, but he was still up and seemingly unaffected. Impossible! That was the collective thought of all the spectators. Draven crossed his arms. He understood his disciple's purpose but thought it was pointless. Oscar should have gone all out from the start and ended this. Although he had full confidence in Oscar's ability, there was always a possibility of a chance that may change everything. John's experience as an elite Exalt and the years in this prison made him dangerous. In terms of physical strength, you are still not on par. You only did a crash course in muscle training while he had 30 years. It was as Draven thought. Oscar felt his arms trembling from the impact of John's blow. His bones were ringing. There was no way for him to defeat John by pure physical strength. On the other side, John was shaken by Oscar's power. His knuckles were slightly numb, meaning Oscar's blow had incredible strength. He could not believe this little brat had become like this in a week. His face chilled as his eyes fixated on Oscar. It was a contrast from his earlier belligerent demeanor. He felt he needed to end this now or else he'd regret it. That warden definitely had a hand in this. No wonder he set all this up. I am not some plaything for you. Freedom is right there. He needed only to grasp it. The Hulk displayed an incredible burst of speed, stepping toward Oscar. Oscar prepared himself for John's onslaught, focusing on the behemoth's fists. Instead of the fists, however, John swung his trunk-like leg in a sweeping kick to Oscar. I know you were ready for my arms, but my legs are far more powerful and have longer reach. You won't be able to get close to me. He was still cautious of what Oscar had in store. Thus, he used his long legs to keep Oscar at a distance. The large kick slammed into Oscar, making John smile like a beast enjoying its kill. Crunch. John heard the sound of bones cracking and readied his left fist to pound Oscar to a pulp. However, his body fell helplessly to the floor. What happened? Why can't I get up? The confused John looked around and saw all the prisoners had visibly shocked expressions on their faces, with their eyes as wide as saucers. Finally, he looked at his legs. His eyes could not believe what they were seeing. His right leg that attacked Oscar was broken into a complete right angle as if he had an extra joint. The bones had cracked and penetrated out of his leg, visible to the naked eye. H. The adrenaline from his excitement had died down, and the pain kicked in. He grasped his leg, trying to put the bone back in. I would recommend a doctor set your leg. John looked upward at Oscar, who said those words. There was no anger or confusion. Only fear was present in John. What did you do? John asked. Oscar did not reply but landed his fist on John's face. The platform cracked as John's large head slammed into it. You don't need to know. Just spend the next 70 years here. Oscar turned and exited the platform with the warden, not giving John another glance. They would never meet ever again. The guards nearby took John away again, presumably to the infirmary. Once they exited the cell block, Draven glanced at Oscar. Well done. However, you should have done that from the start. That last kick of John was strong, but Oscar used Reese Awaken to perform the flowing mountain technique to redirect the Reese from the kick to his elbow. Master, I don't think indulging a little is bad. I do not intend to act the same in a real battle. Draven nodded. It was fine as long as Oscar understood the dangers of holding back. That did get me interested, Oscar said. Interested? Draven questioned Oscar. I wonder if it's possible to ask for those weighted bands you had me use. I need much heavier ones, but I want to continue this training, Oscar requested. Is that what you want? Oscar stared at Draven, then at his hands and feet. Is that not what Master is doing? Those hands and feet of yours are sure heavy. When did you realize? Draven sounded amused. I didn't know for certain, but you confirmed it now. Oscar smiled cheekily. Draven did not respond and silently led Oscar to the entrance of the Abyss prison. The familiar grand room that welcomed him a week ago came into sight. Fine. Draven snapped his fingers, making the metal bands appear on Oscar's wrists and ankles. The weight was far more than before, making Oscar almost kneel. Go back to the surface with those on and you can keep them. These are adjustable, so you can make them heavier as you progress. Cool. Oscar always felt his master's requests and demands were always unreasonable. He could not help but smile. Another thing, Draven interrupted him. Take this. Oscar grabbed the object Draven tossed over. It was a teal-colored stone that had a warm glow, the Aether stone. Master, he looked up in confusion. This stone was the precious resource they forced prisoners to mine for an unknown reason. He understood that it was important enough to make a prison here just for free labor. This is my gift to you. Congratulations on finishing this training. My young temporary disciple. Draven patted Oscar on the head, rubbing his hair like a puppy. Oscar felt some hot tears come out. He wiped them immediately to stop making an embarrassment of himself in front of Draven. He knelt on the floor and bowed deeply to his master. Though you may not think of me as your disciple after this, I will always regard you as my master. A master for a day is a master for life. I give my farewells to you, master. I will try to visit when I get the chance. Draven turned around elegantly and disappeared. His voice lingered in the room, saying, Bring some good tea the next time you do. Oscar got up and nodded to the air as the entrance opened up with a blue ocean pavilion officer coming inside. She wore the familiar uniforms of the pavilion and carried the torch that lit the way through the abyss. Oscar looked down to find his ragged prisoner clothes were replaced by a clean uniform that fit him perfectly. No doubt it was his master who did it. Oscar, the officer asked. I am. Oscar bowed in courtesy to her. Your sentence is over. Follow me out of the Abyss prison. She stared coldly at Oscar. She was unfamiliar with his circumstances and only thought of him as a criminal. Thank you for guiding me back. Oscar noticed her attitude and tried to be friendly, but her short responses shut him up. Together they walked out of the Abyss prison. Oscar took one final look at the spire, shrouded in the darkness. Goodbye, Abyss prison. I hope never to be sent here again. Hurry up or be devoured by the creatures here. Coming. Oscar maintained his pace with the officer, despite the weighted bands. They finally reached the zone with light spilling through and then to the outside. The two suns were high up in the air, indicating noon. They shined brightly down, making the vast ocean-like lake light up. Oscar's face trembled from the amazing shower of light. He felt so happy to be outside and stopped to bask in the two suns. It was like returning to his mother's warm embrace. From this moment on, you are free and reinstated as a student of the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I recommend you change your ways and make sure to live upright. The officer clicked her tongue and released Oscar's neck from the choker. In that instance, Oscar's core started to spin and light up as though it were happy the shackles were no more. His dear anima pranced around his inner space, making happy calls echoing inside. Thank you. The officer left without a word, leaving Oscar alone. Since I'm outside, let's try this. Oscar sat down and took a deep breath. He started his Ein meditation. The happy motes of Ein finally showed themselves in his view and were absorbed. The feeling of finally being able to use his anima, feel the Ein, and be an Exalt was indescribable. Like a newborn baby growing a sense of sight. The bleak darkness was now covered by shining, flowing Ein. The familiar blue Ein flowed and wrapped over Oscar. Oscar was finally free. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 40. The Odd Encounter. After finishing his first session of Ein meditation in a long week, Oscar returned to the outer hall. The grass's smell, the air's soft breeze, and the bright blue sky contrasted with the bleak prison. It was as if the world was welcoming Oscar back. Oscar continued with a relaxed smile and stopped when he noticed Elder Saul resting on his leaned-back chair. Elder Saul, I'm back. Oscar greeted the elder. Elder Saul opened his eyes and stared at Oscar. There was an odd confusion in his voice. Oscar did not know what would make the usually relaxed and unbothered elder react this way. Elder Saul continued to stare deeply until he finally spoke. "Welcome back, boy. You've made some progress." "I have." Oscar beamed in joy. "I will not be bothering Elder any longer. Farewell." As Oscar departed, Elder Saul leaned back into his chair, but his eyes remained open and focused on Oscar's back. "That is an odd face," he mumbled. "What happened in that prison?" He was the one who requested to send Oscar to prison, but instead of broken confidence, the boy looked stronger and boiling with conviction. "Oh well, hopefully the boy will still mature." After leaving Elder Saul behind, Oscar finally arrived at the dorms. He desperately wanted to go to his room but had to do one thing first. Inside the cafeteria, Oscar stockpiled an enormous amount of food on his plate as people looked strangely at him, covered in dirt, and his small food hill. Oscar paid no heed to their strange looks and whispers, devouring the food with a ravenous appetite. The food in prison was mostly a bland paste that barely met the requirements of being food. He craved fresh vegetables, warm bread, greasy meat, and fresh juice. Delicious! Oscar did not mind his manners and let out a shout of delight. In a few short minutes, the food had been eaten clean. He departed from the commune with renewed spirits and went to the dorms. His room had not changed at all. The only thing standing out was Frederick's letter on his bed. "You went on a mission with Emily? Are those two going to be okay?" Oscar read the letter and worried that the two might get into trouble. The biggest source of worry was that those two were like cats and dogs. "Never mind, I just need to wait for them." Oscar put the letter aside and went to wash up. His body was dirty, covered in dirt, and desperately needed a thorough cleaning. The feeling of a clean body was so relaxing that Oscar dropped straight onto his bed afterward and closed his eyes. Deep in the Abyss prison, Warden Draven appeared on the top of the spire. He came out because he sensed an invasive presence. Draven shouted out in a commanding voice that echoed through the lake's depths. "Come out. You dared to spy on my prison. Do you think I would let that go?" For a moment, there was nothing but silence, but Draven stomped his foot, sending out a clear shockwave that traveled through the waters. It drew a response as the waters rippled back. "Calm down, Warden of the Abyss prison. I have come as a guest." A figure shined in the darkness of the waters, revealing itself. It was Elder Saul. "You're the guest, my master, the pavilion master, allowed inside the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I would offer you tea, but you're only here in spirit form." Draven sat down on a table and whipped out his prized tea set. He took sips of his favorite tea while staring at Elder Saul. "The rumors about you were not unfounded. A raging beast under the guise of a brilliant aristocrat. Do you think any of those fake fancy actions lessen the beast within?" "Speak." The teacup in Draven's hand cracked slightly. "I have no time for old men who waste time wanting to sound profound. It's about that boy, Oscar." Elder Saul knew this warden did not like to play around and went straight to the point. "That boy who was sentenced here for a week? What about him?" Draven's eyes narrowed within his helmet. Suspicion grew in his heart. "What happened to him in this prison?" Elder Saul asked. "What do you mean? You're the one who sent him to prison. Isn't that your responsibility?" Draven taunted. He held no ounce of respect toward this powerful Exalt. Instead, he put down his tea and stomped his foot. "In fact, that is something I wanted to talk to you about. How dare you mess around with my prison?" The dark waters of the abyss trembled into raging swirls and whirlpools from Draven's rage. The surface of the lake itself was affected. Large tsunamis and whirlpools formed, causing the personnel on the shores to be shocked as they felt a horrifying presence spilling from the lake's center. Truly a beast hiding behind the dignified mask. The warden of the Abyss prison was not an empty title. No ordinary person could run the prison of all the horrible criminals it contains. "I have my reasons. I advise you to calm down. Tell me what occurred." Elder Saul waved his hand, settling the waters to their neutral and calm state, further perplexing the onlookers on the shore. "I am the warden of this prison, responsible for thousands of prisoners. Do you think I would pay attention to a single person's daily life?" "But you knew the name of the boy." Elder Saul saw through Draven's ruse and probed. "Why wouldn't I? He's a special case. I like to know everything about a violation before taking action." Draven was even more hostile toward Elder Saul. "I do want to know what he wants to do with that little disciple of mine." But if I overdo it, this old fogey might get suspicious. Elder Saul was a mystery even to Draven. Robert knew a bit more than him, but not who Saul was and his purpose. Such things were privy only to the pavilion master. The only knowledge Draven knew was that there was some kind of arrangement or deal made between them. "What is your purpose with the boy?" Draven asked. "There's no need for you to know. Just know I don't do things without a good reason." Elder Saul spoke vaguely, irritating Draven. "Since I don't have any answer to your inquiry and you refuse to answer mine, there's nothing more here for you. Leave," Draven said brazenly. Elder Saul sighed. "I wonder where you get your confidence from. There is a limit to how daring one can be. What do I need to fear? You are merely a spirit body. Part of your deal with the pavilion master is that you cannot harm Blue Ocean Pavilion's people." "That is correct. But you can never be too careful." Elder Saul's body started to dissolve into small fragments. It was pointless to continue asking. Elder Saul's visage dissipated into nothingness with those last words. "You have great talent and wit. It's a pity you were sent down here. Mark my words. Anyone who dares mess with my prison and the pavilion will pay the price." Draven did not remove his eyes from the empty place in the waters where Elder Saul was, clenching his hands. The waters shook as a large mass approached the abyss prison, and the same large glowing eye, which scared Oscar and the others when they first trekked down the depths, appeared. It stopped near the tip of the spire and stared at Draven with the dead, pale eye. "It's good that you did not interfere. At our current strength, he would defeat us without an issue. We will bide our time." Draven spoke kindly to the monster of the deep. It was a rare sight to behold. The unknown monster bellowed a high-pitched wail and swam away into the darkness. "It's a pity you were sent down here." Elder Saul's last words stuck in Draven's mind as he turned and left. "A pity? The future will decide that." Oscar felt extremely refreshed after a long nap in his room. His lethargic self was barely about to pull away from the bed. It was just that enticing. "Where's Fred? That guy is taking way too long." The letter also mentioned his departure time and the expected duration of the mission. It was a one-day mission to kill some blood baboons. His stomach grumbled, interrupting his thoughts. "I guess I'm eating dinner alone." After a heaping amount of food for dinner, Oscar sat outside. "I need to wait for the next batch of iron amassing elixir. With 2 elixirs, I should be certain to break through." The next distribution was 2 months and a half later. Each subsequent level required a vast amount of iron that was not possible for someone to absorb by meditation, even with grade 9 Xianxia. There always needed to be a catalyst that induced the advancement of Exalts. Oscar thought about how else to improve. He thought about his stone gaze, flowing mountain, and awaken. Maybe it was best to set up a schedule for himself. "Wait, I still need to learn my shield." He had forgotten the obsidian glass buckler he bought before being forced into prison. To the library, there should be a manual on how to use a shield. Also, he missed reading books while in prison. Oscar hastily made his way to the Neptune archives, passing the familiar sights he missed. "Hello, Elder Librarian." Oscar greeted the old librarian and gave her a basket of cookies he swiped from the commune. The old lady was surprised to see Oscar and smiled. "Welcome back. Where were you for the past week? I thought you had finished the mission earlier." "It was not the mission but something else. I couldn't come by at all." Oscar stuttered a little. He didn't want to spread the fact he got sent to the abyss prison. The old librarian gazed at Oscar in interest. She scrutinized him all over. "Elder?" Oscar wondered if he had said anything wrong. Maybe she was already suspicious of something. Does she know he was imprisoned? But that was not the case. The librarian acted like this because of the princess Celestina. She wanted to look closer at this person who had somehow gotten the princess's attention. "He has a skinny body, but I can see a hardened layer of muscles. His hair and eyes are a nice black, but he's not that handsome. Average. Not to mention his grade 4 Xianxia." "Excuse me? I need your help with a book." Oscar could tell the librarian was distracted by something and wanted to change topics. The librarian snapped out of her thoughts and awkwardly said, "Right? Sorry about that, Oscar. What do you need?" "I need a book on shields." "Shields? That's an interesting choice. It should be in section G5-2-3. The librarian checked their listings and found the subject of shields in that area. "Thank you." Enjoy those cookies. He went on to his destination. At least he's a good kid that enjoys books. The librarian lamented as she saw all the books in her sight. The students barely come here other than for spells. It pained her to know most of these books would never be read. Oscar and Celestina were a rarity and a breath of fresh air for her. In section G5-2-3, Oscar found a plethora of books on shield usage. It was a great haul, and his heart trembled in excitement at the feeling of the pages. Oscar's face was full of contentment as he excitingly piled up books in his arms. I missed this feeling. He took the books to a secluded table deep in the archives as he did not want to be interrupted while reading. His eyes read a book line by line as his hands quickly turned the pages with a wide smile on his face. However, his joyful session was cut off when someone sat before him. With a slight expression of annoyance, Oscar tore his eyes away from the book at the intruder. However, his eyes soon widened in shock. In the seat in front of him was the princess of the brilliant Drake Empire, Celestina Lovra-Dragner. What is she doing here? He rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't hallucinating and pinched to ensure he wasn't dreaming. He stared at the large pile of books on her side of the table. There were various books on plants and swords, but the varied storybooks caught his eye. Barely anyone came to the library to read, and no one other than Oscar would waste their time reading a story. What? A clear, pleasant, yet assertive voice snapped Oscar's eyes back to Celestina. Sorry, Oscar almost failed to get this word out. What's interesting about the books I have? Celestina asked. Her emerald eyes locked onto his obsidian black eyes. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 41. A friend. Oscar did not know how to answer the girl before him. He had never been in this situation before. Not only that, she was the princess. In all his knowledge, there was only one appropriate course of action. He slowly and awkwardly turned back to his open book and started reading again. There was no way she'd make a scene in the library, so he swiftly retreated. Celestina's eye twitched from Oscar's slow retreat. Her usually composed pale face contained a small hint of anger. She pulled out one of the novels and began to read it. There was nothing but the sounds of pages turning as the two sat opposite one another for a good hour. Finally, Oscar finished his first book on shield basics. He closed the book and set it aside, taking another in his hands. Is she still there? He had been too occupied by the book that he forgot about Celestina sitting right in front of him. To his shock, she was in her chair. Seeing a beautiful girl reading a book with her silver hair falling on her back was enchanting. She was completely absorbed in reading that Oscar's little actions did not interrupt her. Oscar noticed the title, The Red Hat, with a funny expression. It was a mystery book he had read earlier and one of his favorite series. Hello! He decided to quit ignoring her. She could have forced her way with her status, but she was kind not to bother him. Not only that, she seemed really into books. As she read, the entranced look on her face was charming but also made him feel a sort of affinity toward her. Celestina looked up from her book in a troubled and irritated tone. She had just gotten to the story's climax, and someone rudely interrupted her. But there was Oscar within her sight, making her realize where she was and why. Oh, no need to be scared. Celestina tried to relax Oscar, who had gotten pale from her response. Anyone would be scared if she talked to them like that. She is the princess and a grade 8 Exaltia prodigy of the inner hall. Her words were like a death sentence. What did you want to ask? She said in a soothing voice, making Oscar's head feel like it was in the clouds. That book you're reading, how is it? Oscar scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. He never believed he would be talking with the princess directly. Celestina's eyes began to shine with delight. The smile on her face made Oscar's heartbeat quicken. He thought he had accidentally used awaken. This one, the Red Hat, is amazing. The main character is an amazing detective, and the mysteries are so enthralling. Celestina started into a long, one-sided conversation about the book, and Oscar could not help but lose all pretense, laughing at the situation. What is it? Sorry, forgive me, but I thought it was a big contrast that our princess could be so into such a story. Exalt families focused heavily on honing their children's potential, especially the royal family. There was no room for fun or games, only time for training and improvement. Thus, He found it odd yet somewhat comedic that the much-lauded princess was a fellow bibliophile. Is there anything wrong with that? Her eyes seemed to darken slightly. I love books too. I can tell you that this is only the series' first book. It gets really good later on. Oscar saw her slowly saddening expression and quickly changed the topic. This is only the first book? I have so much to read. I am surprised that you read these stories. Lots of people think they're a waste of time. I love books. Celestina pursed her lips, looking graceful even while slightly pouting. She held the book in her hands endearingly. It doesn't matter whether they're stories or textbooks. They all make me happy. I feel the same way. He smiled, recalling the first time he had picked up a book. The wonderful words spun together to let his imagination run wild. The anxiety or anticipation of what was on the next page. All of it was fulfilling and fun. Celestina noticed Oscar's heartfelt smile and knew that she was not wrong. This person also loved books. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Celestina Lovra Dragner. Celestina placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly. It was an act of respect that made Oscar feel awkward. Everyone knows who you are. I don't think it's a good idea to be this accommodating to a commoner like me. Oscar tried to dissuade her partly for her image and to avoid any trouble for himself. The talk about books made him forget his manners. Here in the pavilion we are all students. There is no distinction between nobles and commoners. But you're in the inner hall and I'm in the outer hall. That doesn't matter either. We are in the same year. She was persistent and constantly shot down Oscar's excuses. As fellow book lovers, we shouldn't be so distant. Oscar felt like this was more complicated than it seemed, but he gave in. He conducted himself gracefully, basically copying Draven's elegance. Greetings to your highness. I am Oscar Tur, a student of the outer hall. Celestina was not pleased. You can be more casual. But I am pleased to meet you, Oscar. You can call me Celestina. Of course, she already knew Oscar's name from her conversation with the librarian, but she wanted to have a proper introduction. Ms. Dragner. Oscar tried to find a middle ground. It was still too much for him to suddenly call her by name. Celestina. The silver-haired princess was unrelenting and stared Oscar down, pressuring him to comply. See Celestina? He felt it would not be good for him to continue angering her. Yes, Oscar, Celestian replied candidly with a grin. Are you truly here to talk about books? Oscar felt suspicious. Although he saw how much she loved books, it was not enough to convince him that she approached him for this reason alone. Yes, Celestina tilted her head, not understanding the meaning of Oscar's question. Can you explain why? Oscar knew she truly was here to talk about books from her actions. However, that confused him even more. Everyone else is focused on training and becoming stronger exalts. I understand that desire, but I also love books. No one else can understand me. I noticed you in the library many times. At first, I thought you were just another one of my pursuers who tried to approach me about books or look distanced and fake it, but I saw you here daily, reading book by book, shelf by shelf. I noticed the face you made and knew you truly loved books. I've never had a friend I could talk about books with. You never tried to contact me, so I decided to take the initiative. Celestina's pale face was slightly red from saying her deep desire. All she wanted was someone she could relate to, someone she could talk with about books. Oscar sighed and understood her plight. In his small village, there was only Isabella, who did not care that much about books. She read some, but they could never talk about it. It must have been harder for this princess to not know if anyone was genuine or had ulterior motives. There was one question nagging at him that he had to ask. Why do you love books so much? Celestina looked down at the book in her hands and back to Oscar somberly, causing the previously joyful air to be gloomy. If you don't want to talk about it, we can just forget it. Talking with the princess was like walking on eggshells. Oscar had to be careful. Yes, we can just forget it. The smile on her face after she finished talking was as enchanting as before. But Oscar felt a small difference, as if she was forcing herself a little. Do you want to talk about The Red Hat? I'm still reading it, so maybe after I'm finished. I am curious about this stack you have. A book on shield wielding. I use a shield as a weapon. I've been reading on how to wield it properly. A shield? That's an odd choice but not unheard of. Not unheard of? Celestina leaned to grab Oscar's pile of books and went through the covers of each one before stopping on one, The History of Shields. She flipped through the pages until she found what she was looking for, handing it to Oscar. It was a chapter titled, The Life of Ulrich Ishfrun. He's the most famous warrior who used a shield. I know because his statue is placed in the royal palace for his services. They say he was like an unbreakable moving fortress that crushed his foes. They engaged in a conversation about Ulrich and his achievements. Oscar saw how excited the girl was to retell the stories she had heard, smiling along with her. "Oh, sorry, I've been keeping you away from your reading," she apologized. "It's all right. I had a lot of fun talking with you. This is a good spot. Barely anyone comes here. I love it." Her pursuers would typically be roaming around, following her from a distance. But it appeared that none of them could find her here. The archives is well organized, but it can be like a maze as you go deeper. I found this spot to be perfect for reading in peace. Oscar found this place after much effort. "Sorry for the intrusion," Celestina apologized again. She did not want to make any bad impressions. "It's fine. We're friends." Oscar was still uncomfortable being so casual with the princess, but he knew this was what she had wanted for so long. It was rude to keep denying her. "Friends?" Celestina mused and ruminated on that word. The palace had been a great lonely place for her. Although she loved her family and trained hard to meet their expectations, no one was that close except her brother. The other nobles only saw her as a possible way to enter relations with the royal family. The people her age only had ulterior motives besides a few, but none of them shared her attachment to books. She tried many times, but the topic would always steer another way. Her family always impeded her from reading too much because it ruined her time to train. But now, she was free in the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Her family could not stop her here, and the Neptune Archives was a dream come true for her. "Do you want to meet here tomorrow? I want to keep talking about books." Celestina nervously made her invitation. It was a complete contrast to her usual dignified and otherworldly demeanor. "Sure," Oscar smiled. He was also glad to have someone to talk to about books. Frederick was an amazing friend, but they had differing interests. "Let's meet tomorrow night." Celestina got up from her seat, carrying the books. "Goodbye, Oscar." Her graceful figure disappeared into the array of shelves, leaving Oscar behind. Oscar followed suit, shaking his head helplessly. It nearly seemed like a story in that he'd befriended a princess. Hopefully, nothing bad happens because of this. Returning from the odd encounter to his dorm, Oscar set down his pillow and got in bed, looking at the other side of the room. The bed at the other end was still empty. Frederick had not returned at all in the hours he was at the Neptune Archives. His mind wandered to Celestina. He always believed that a person born with an extraordinary talent, such as grade 8 Exaltia, would be content and happy. But Celestina turned that notion on its head. She had all the talent in the world and was a part of the most powerful family in the empire. Yet, she was still lonely and desired a friend. Tired and not wanting to think more, Oscar closed his eyes to sleep. But the door burst open with a loud shout from a familiar voice. "I'm back!" It was Frederick with his green hair and yellow eyes. Oscar's eyes nearly popped out of his skull from Frederick's appearance. Frederick's handsome features and yellow eyes were the same, but there was a glaring difference. His green hair was so short like a trimmed lawn, almost to the point of being completely bald. Ha 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 ha. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 42. The Return of Frederick. Ha 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 ha. Oscar held his stomach in uncontrollable laughter. He laughed so hard that tears started coming out. Frederick's face turned a deep shade of red, as if he was on the verge of exploding. He almost cried as he rubbed his hand over the fresh lawn. He grumbled as he put away his things. "Laugh it up. What happened to you? Your letter said you took a mission with Emily, but not getting a new haircut. Ha ha ha." Oscar was curious about how this mission led to Frederick's current predicament. Frederick sat down on his bed comfortably and let out his frustrations. "We took the airship to the city, Oasis, that lied on the outskirts of the Gyre Wildlands. The Gyre Wildlands was a diverse land filled with plains and lush jungles filled with Exalt beasts. The weaker beasts lingered on the fringes of its borders while the stronger ones were deeper within. The strongest creatures dwelled in the center of the wildlands, but students like them would never venture that deep. The mission was to hunt blood baboons that typically lie on the lower to middle apprentice Exalt levels. Emily wanted to take another mission, but I don't want to get into that. Irritation showed on Frederick's face when he recalled the near altercation with other students. He calmed himself down before continuing. On the airship, she dragged me everywhere to look at the sights. She was like an excited cat making a mess everywhere that was new. I tell you, handling her is so much work. Oscar did not say anything. He had a strange look on his face as he listened to Frederick. When did this turn into complaining about Emily? Also, he's talking too much about her. Should we move on to the mission? I was getting to that. Once we got off the airship, we went to one of the various inns. The place is a hub of activity for travelers because of its proximity to the wildlands. Many large cities were gathering points for merchants, other students, and estranged exalts who didn't belong to any organization. These outcast exalts were called wanderers. We got to an inn to rest since we arrived at night. To my horror, I had to share a room with her. Oscar choked a little, pounding his chest to catch his breath. Shared a room? There was only one room available. Frederick quickly defended his innocence. There were 2 beds, so I did not sleep on the floor. That whole night, I couldn't sleep in case she tried anything. I don't believe Emily will try anything behind your back. She's a straightforward type, Oscar said. She acts that way to you. With me, it's like running in circles, moving on. It was a simple trip to the outer jungle area in the eastern region of the Gyre wildlands. Blood baboons were said to live high in the trees, hidden by the countless leaves. We tried luring them with blood since that's their favorite drink. But these beasts were somewhat intelligent. They watched us from their hiding spots, silently following us. I did not use my bird anima because of the low visibility in the treetops and the possibility of retaliation. Frederick described further the hot and humid conditions of the jungle that made even exalts feel the environment turning against them. The conditions would be worse the farther we go inside. So we decided to take a small break. That was the moment those baboons pounced on us. It was a whole barrel of them, numbering 6. His face tensed up, recalling the battle they fought. Emily went wild with her staff and took on 4 while I took on 2. She's stronger now and has a weapon. Those blood baboons are known for being berserk. It must have been a tough battle. Oscar scanned Frederick and was relieved to find no serious injuries. Thankfully, I was able to maneuver away from their onslaught. They had a long reach with those lanky red arms of theirs. One of the most distinctive features of the blood baboon, and the reason for their name, was the bright red fur that wrapped everything from the back of their hands to their elbows as if covered in blood. After a long, extensive battle, I finally took down 2 baboons and went to help Emily. That was when this happened. Frederick pointed at his shaved head. One of the blood baboons lunged to take a bite out of me, but he narrowly missed. However, his teeth clamped hard on my hair and tore off a large chunk of it. Oscar was glad it wasn't Frederick's head that got torn off, but he also could barely hold in the laughter that the baboon bit Frederick's hair. Ignoring Oscar's twitching face approaching laughter, Frederick continued as his face fell. Once the baboons were dead and properly harvested, Emily suggested fixing my hair. Don't tell me. Frederick palmed his face and said. She forcefully cut nearly all of it off, leaving me with this thin layer. So what happened? I screamed and called her a lunatic and an idiot. She slammed my head, saying she was only trying to help. I called her a bitch. The whole airship ride back was uncomfortable. We just handed in our mission and split right after. Oscar could tell Frederick was dispirited. Then an idea popped into his head. Oscar got up to the bathroom and closed the door. After a short time, Oscar came out. What did you do to your hair? Frederick exclaimed. Frederick's jaw nearly fell to the floor as he was speechless. Oscar did not have slightly long hair like Frederick, but he still had a good amount. However, it was all gone. There was only a thin layer of black hair atop his head in the same style as Frederick's. Cut it off. It'll grow back. Frederick slowly formed a smile before exploding into laughter. Are you an idiot? That prison must have scrambled your brains. Says the one who let a baboon bite yours off. Oscar sneered in response before joining the round of laughter. Once they stopped, Frederick looked at Oscar with a grateful expression. Thanks, Oz. He knew his friend did it to lift his spirits. Didn't do it for you. This style suits me better than you. Coo, you won't be popular with many girls with that. Especially since your face isn't that impressive. That is too far of a thought. I'll be patient, and the right person will come by. My mother always said that there's always someone out there. Suddenly, Celestina's beautiful pale face with emerald eyes popped into his mind. Oscar quickly put it out. She's a new friend. Frederick noticed something odd and started touching Oscar's arms and legs, making him leap away like a bunny. What are you doing? Oscar shouted. When the hell did you build your body like this? It's rock solid. What happened in prison? Not noticing Oscar's flustered action, Fredericks asked about the horrifying prison. However, at that time, the dorm manager pounded on their door. Be quiet. It is late at night. Either go outside to talk or shut it, or else I'll take away contribution points. Oscar and Frederick apologized and went to sleep. I'll tell you tomorrow. Night. The next morning, Oscar and Frederick were on their way to the commune for breakfast. Oscar did not want to talk about his life in prison until he had some food. The stares from the people along the way made them feel so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a ditch to hide in. They were all bewildered by the pair of lawn heads passing by. Suits you, right? Frederick attacked while his face twitched from all the stares he was receiving. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Oscar countered with empathy, making Frederick clench his teeth. There was no retort to that. The two quickly moved to the cafeteria. Behind them were audible gasps and short yelps of shock. They turned around to see what had happened, only for their jaws to drop to the floor at Emily, who made her way toward them. Her short ponytail was nice, but it was gone. Her hair now only reached as far down as the back of her head. Each hair was short and unable to be gathered up to tie in a style. Mourning, her orange eyes stared daggers straight at them until she noticed Oscar with his shaved black hair. What the hell did you do? What did you do? Oscar asked back. This is... Emily turned to Frederick and bowed. I'm sorry. What did you say? Frederick asked while cleaning his ears. Her apology confused Frederick as he never expected an apology from her. I said I'm sorry for rudely cutting your hair like that, so I cut my hair shorter in penance. Frederick looked at Emily, meeting her orange eyes. They were clear and pure in intent. Thank you for the apology, but you didn't need to cut your hair like that. I didn't want you to make a joke of yourself. What's the point if I don't feel punished? Emily shook her head, making Frederick feel that this girl was not that wild after all. Besides, her next words would wreck that notion. I have two stooges that are far worse than me here. Her pure, clear eyes twisted in amusement at Frederick and Oscar's hair. Hey, I thought you were feeling sorry. Frederick's veins popped out on his forehead. Sensing a fight about to happen, Oscar stepped in and said, breakfast first. All of them were hungry and so agreed to a truce. Emily and Frederick were astonished at the amount of food Oscar ate. Once they were done, they left for one of the resting rooms in the commune with a table and couches. Could you feel those stares all around us? Frederick shivered. I didn't feel anything, Emily said coolly. That's because they all started staring at OS and me with hostility. Emily's admirers thought Frederick and Oscar were dragging her into weird antics and let out their hatred towards the two. How dare they corrupt their lioness? Oscar, what happened in prison? She ignored Frederick's complaints and focused on Oscar. Frederick also stopped and glanced at Oscar to listen. After they dragged me out of that court, Oscar explained meeting with the warden, fighting in the cells, digging in the pits, and training. Frederick and Emily expressed worry, shock, excitement, and curiosity while listening to Oscar's tale. That's the end of that. So this awaken, can we learn it? Frederick was interested in the prospect of meditating while moving. It was a grueling process. I can try to help you understand and get started. But as I mentioned earlier, Master had to try to kill me for me to learn it properly. That Aterstone is interesting as well. It cleans and purifies the Ein for you to store or absorb. Emily's eyes shined with desire. I'm gonna try it out later in my room. I can't risk anyone else knowing about it. It's a secret of the Abyss prison, after all. That means we can't carelessly let it slip out either. Frederick warned Oscar. Oscar, I want to try experiencing this flowing mountain. Let's go to a training room. At Emily's suggestion, they reserved a training room. Oscar removed his heavy wristband to fight Emily at his best. Emily stared at Oscar with a fierce expression. Whatever technique he learned from the warden was sure to be effective. Her lips lifted in a warrior's smile. She was eager to fight. "Begin!" Frederick signaled for the start of the spar. Emily bolted straight to Oscar and let out a fierce punch wrapped in orange iron. Oscar put up his guard and blocked the blow. Reese awakened. He saw the Reese coming in from Emily's fist, trying to break through his guard. His iron was stopping Emily's orange iron from wrecking his arm. With the iron clashing and holding each other back, Oscar flowed the Reese to his free hand and swung at Emily. This was the first time he used the flowing mountain with a fist strengthened in iron. Emily blocked the punch but was forced back several meters as her eyes widened in shock, and her arms slightly trembled. Being a more powerful Exalt meant the body would strengthen, and the iron was a stronger supplement. But Oscar's physical power was beyond a lower apprentice Exalt's. All that physical training can do this? She was amazed that an Exalt training their body could have this much effect. Frederick was equally shocked. That attack had everything I could do, yet you were only blown back that much? The protection of Ein and the physical abilities of a middle apprentice Exalt was astounding. I still felt it in my arm, and you're a lower apprentice Exalt. Imagine the power when you advance. But you are right to be wary. Although this may increase your physical power, it won't help you against Ein that overpowers you. Emily's analysis was correct. Oscar could fight with Reese, but Exalts were a battle of Ein. All this could provide was that advantage against opponents at his level. Again, Oscar waited for the next round. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 43, Middle Apprentice Exalt. Oscar lay flat on his back on the floor, having lost the match against Emily. His attacks were stronger than before, but it was still not enough to defeat a middle apprentice Exalt. If I were a middle apprentice Exalt, it might have been a different story. The difference in their Ein was what settled this match. Even though Oscar was redirecting the Reese, Emily went all out and destroyed Oscar's defenses, thanks to her overpowering Ein. His smaller and weaker Ein was not a match against Emily's. Additionally, some of her blows were too powerful that Oscar could not redirect all of the Reese and felt some damage. This was natural due to the natural physical progression as a middle apprentice Exalt. Not to mention that Draven warned him earlier about the risks when using Reese Awaken. Oscar was beginning to feel some discomfort in his heart. If you had Ein comparable to mine, then you'd certainly win with the added Reese. Emily wiped some sweat from her brow. That means you would probably win against anyone who was your equal as an Exalt. Unless we factor in spells and anima, Oscar nodded. There were so many factors that made up an Exalt's capability. He was overexcited about learning, Reese Awaken, and Flowing Mountain, forgetting the other aspects to focus on. Let's stop here, Frederick motioned. Oscar shouldn't overdo it, and I need to purchase a weapon. You guys can go on ahead. I'll stay behind to keep training. Emily did not want to fall behind. The only reason she won that fight was because of her inherent advantages as a superior Exalt. The fact a grade 4 like Oscar could push her to this extent was eye-opening to her. See you later, they bade her farewell. Once again, Oscar found himself in the foundry. This time he was with Frederick, who was looking excited about his new weapon. As before, one of the fabricators led them into the room filled with grade 1 Exalt equipment and weapons. How many points do you have, Fred? I have 550 total, thanks to the previous mission. Frederick double-checked his token badge to be sure. I've been eyeing a certain weapon. Were you here before? I did the first day you were locked up. They allow you to browse freely without any fear of thievery. Fabricators were also the subject of some horror stories that told how fabricators melted down the thieves and scammers, turning them into cursed weapons for eternity. Of course, Frederick did not believe it, but no student would want to make an enemy of the fabricators. Not to mention they'd most likely be sent to the Abyss prison. Here it is. Frederick's lips curled up as he grabbed a set of short swords. They were categorized as short swords, but they were only slightly longer than daggers. Grade 1 twin leaf swords. Oscar read the description. They had a shade of light green with a line of holes from the base to the tip. These are extremely light, but they're sharp at the tip. The holes increase the swiftness of the swords. Frederick held the two near his eyes for a better look. I got the idea after battling Austin. He was skilled with his dagger anima, using his spell and speed. These 2 blades will work well with my wind steps. Frederick bought the 2 blades for 400 contribution points. It was more expensive than Oscar's shield. The excited duo returned to their room to discuss more and quietly meditate. Sometime later, Oscar stopped his meditation and glanced at the clock. It was almost time for him to meet Celestina in the archives. I need to go to the archives. Oscar put away the Aetherstone he used to funnel purer Ein and hurriedly exited the room. Frederick could not say goodbye since Oscar left too fast. Shaking his head, Frederick returned to meditation. He really loves books. Frederick quit tagging along with Oscar to the archives a while ago. Only the gods know how he would have responded if he knew Oscar was meeting the princess. In the Neptune archives, Oscar saw Celestina was already at the table. She was flipping through a book. Oscar put down a pile of books he had gathered from various shelves. Sorry, I'm late. Celestina turned to Oscar. Her eyes widened while her pupils shrank. Her lips quivered as if struggling to hold back until they lifted. PFFF. She tried to hold it in, but as her smooth white face became redder, she could no longer do it. Fu-fu-fu-fa-fu-fu. Her laughter was not loud in respect of the archives. It was soft and rapid as her shoulders trembled. Her various acts of failing to stop herself, such as pinching her arm and blocking her mouth with her hands, were adorable. Oscar blushed from the embarrassment of having a princess laugh at him and her cute actions. The laughter continued for several minutes before Celestina finally calmed herself down. Her heavy breathing and tear-filled eyes showed just how hard she laughed. Oscar interjected. Ahem. Celestina tidied her hair and wiped her eyes. Her regal bearing returned once more. I apologize for my behavior. She bowed her head to Oscar's surprise. He quickly made her stop because of how awkward it felt. There could also be someone watching. You don't need to be sorry. I cut it off myself. Oscar smiled. Really? Why did you do that? Celestina wondered why anyone would be willing to subject themselves to such embarrassment. Oscar explained what happened to his friend, Frederick, and that he did it to make him feel better. Celestina smiled brightly, making Oscar nearly lose his breath. You're a good friend. Frederick and Emily also sound like amazing friends. Yes, you're right. I'm grateful to have met Fred at the trials. Emily was unexpected. But she's really nice once you get to know her, Oscar said. I'm envious, Celestina pouted. Pardon? I wish I could have friends like that. Celestina looked up in longing. Oscar did not know what to say to that. He could not relate. But Celestina turned back to Oscar and pointed at him. Thankfully, I've got one friend here. I'm honored, Oscar said sheepishly. You don't need to take that respectful tone with me. Aren't friends supposed to be casual? Her eyes narrowed as her face darkened. You're right, Celestina. We're good friends. Fearing the repercussions, Oscar complied with Celestina's request. Enlivened by Oscar's words, Celestina happily said, That's great. By the way, I finished The Red Hat, and now I'm on the sequel. Thanks for telling me about it. It's no problem. Oscar was glad she was back to normal. The two talked at length about their books, stopping to read more only to resume talking. At this moment, they had forgotten all pretenses and ranks. There was only the mutual craving for books. I don't think we can do this every day. Although Oscar loved this time with books, he also had to focus on his own Exalt training. I agree. We can't fall behind everyone else. How about we meet up once a week? Celestina also felt some pressure from the inner hall. Then next week it is. Eventually, the night session came to an end. Oscar said his farewells and returned to his room. Inside, Frederick was lovingly cleaning his new weapons. You've spent way too long in there. Frederick scolded Oscar for wasting too much time in there. He did not want Oscar to fall behind the other students. It's fine. Oscar jumped on his bed to relax. Do you love books that much? You look strangely happy. Even more than before. Frederick felt Oscar's obsession with books was approaching a dangerous zone. I do. Oscar looked at himself in the mirror. There was a smile plastered across his face like a little kid. He smacked himself to make it go away. Be careful not to become a deranged man. Frederick sighed and plopped backward to his bed. Yes, Oscar was confused. For how long was he smiling like this? Celestina happily walked along the path to her private quarters in the inner hall. Many students went red at the rare sight of her smile. What happened to their princess? In the inner hall, the princess was known for being distant. She would show a slight grin now and then, but everyone knew she was keeping a distance from others. This display before them was unheard of. The princess never publicly smiled like this to any of them or anything. They all wanted to ask her but did not want to face her wrath. "Princess," one man boldly approached her. He had flowing blue hair and blue eyes like the look of a champion, and his nose and chin looked as if a master of arts had sculpted them. It was Gilbert, the famous grade 9 Exaltia. Celestina's good mood ended when Gilbert appeared in her eyes. The delighted expression on her face devolved into indifference as the smile disappeared. Her emerald eyes did not meet Gilbert's as Celestina moved to the side to get past. Gilbert opened his mouth to try to say something but stopped himself. Celestina's beautiful figure shrank in his sight as she moved farther away. Clenching his fists, Gilbert went away. He could only leave this matter for later. Right now he was busy. Time passed in the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Oscar was finally 16 years old. He received a letter from his parents wishing him a happy birthday, which warmed his heart. All this time away made him feel homesick. "I'll come home when the opportunity arises," Oscar promised. He continued his diligent training with Emily and Frederick. The weights on his hands kept increasing the moment he got such to each level of heaviness. His progression into mastering the Res Awaken was maddeningly slow. He could only increase its duration by a fraction of a second. Oscar wondered if he'd ever get to his master's level of 30 minutes. He tried to use Ein Awaken for Ein meditation, but it failed horribly, leading to a splitting headache that did not go away for a few days. Overall, there was not much progress made other than his shield usage. The manuals and history he read and the help from Celestina's knowledge were a boon to his training. Finally, it had been 9 months since he entered the pavilion, and the next batch of Ein amassing elixir was distributed. Oscar sat in his room with Frederick. Both had serious expressions. "You ready for it?" Frederick asked. "I've waited a while for this." "Of course, I'm ready." Oscar took out 2 vials of Ein amassing elixir, one from the Night Raptor mission and the other from the recent distribution. "Austin is out, and Samuel's sentence is almost over. I need to be stronger." Oscar felt the pressure building, especially from Samuel. "I'll leave you alone here. You better become a middle apprentice Exalt OS." Frederick extended his fist out. "I will. Just don't cry when I do." Oscar pounded his fist with Frederick's. Once Frederick left, Oscar did not immediately drink the 2 elixirs. He opened his bag and took out the Aetherstone from the Abyss prison. An elixir is already refined Ein, but this can purify it even more. Oscar was skeptical that even 2 elixirs could help him advance, so he drank the elixirs in one gulp. The process started as a crashing tsunami of Ein ran straight to his body. He diverted them into the Aetherstone. The Aetherstone started to glow as the Ein collected into it. Within the view of his meditated state, the Aetherstone looked like a hulking boulder as large as this room. The cloudy wisps of Ein turned into a clear pool in the Aetherstone. Then the Aetherstone responded by instantly flooding Oscar's body with all the purified Ein. The sudden rush of Ein made Oscar's body heat up like being surrounded by lava. His inner core spun crazily to absorb all the Ein, and his dear anima basked in the ocean of Ein headed to the core. The pain made Oscar splurt out a mouthful of blood. His face was riddled with veins as he struggled to endure the pain. His inner core did not stop at all as the geometric shapes on it started to be filled in color. The process to middle apprentice Exalt would not be done until they were filled. Hours passed as Oscar suffered tremendously from the pain, barely staying conscious. Finally, his inner core stopped spinning. The last geometric shapes were filled, making a burst of light that overwhelmed the darkness of his inner world. Oscar's blue Ein exploded outward. His hair, which had grown, stood up, and his pupils were filled with a bluish glow. It only lasted for a few seconds, settling down. Oscar returned to his normal state. He opened his eyes, shining with glee. He was now a middle apprentice Exalt. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 44. Grand Gathering. The rampaging Ein within the room started to calm, a sign that the advancement had ended. Sensing this, Frederick rushed into the room and saw Oscar staring at him with a wide smile as he did a while ago. Haha, congratulations. OS, becoming a middle apprentice Exalt was a huge achievement. It was the first advancement of every Exalt, a milestone hurdle that made many feel they could keep improving. Of course, the later levels made many more feel despair, but for this moment alone they felt validated. I told you, it wouldn't be an issue for me. Oscar smiled widely. Frederick stared at Oscar with a provocative gaze. Big words coming from someone who bled. Ha! Oscar looked down at the bed. He made sure to remove all the traces of blood. You still have some blood on the side of your mouth. Frederick lightly pressed his finger on his cheek. The two joked around more. The day was full of celebrations as they met with Emily and cheered for Oscar's success. They decided to go to the House of Comfort, a restaurant in Azure City. Today's meal is on me. Frederick had the most money, being the son of a noble. Although money was not that important here, there were still places that accepted it. With a table full of amazing food, they ate and talked the night away. Do you know the Outer Hall's grand gathering is coming up? Emily said with her hair tied behind her. It finally grew a lot in the past months to reach her back. I've heard about that. It occurs every year-end. I hear the pavilion puts on a tournament, giving rewards to the top placements. Oscar said. That's correct, Frederick said while eating some delicious shrimp. My aunt told me that each tournament is divided by Exalt level. The lowers have their contest followed by the middles and so on. The elite Exalts did not participate and seldom showed themselves. Once a person enters the greater apprentice Exalt level, they are considered for a test to enter the inner hall. They can try as many times as possible, but most end up failing. Elite Exalts had a higher chance to pass, but the advancement from apprentice to elite Exalt realms was like a deep chasm. Many did not have the resources in the outer hall to help in that endeavor. That was why many greater apprentice Exalts took on mission after mission to accumulate points and resources. You'll need to hurry up and get stronger as a middle apprentice. If you were still a lower apprentice Exalt, you would probably dominate it. Though, there are fewer lower apprentice Exalts here. Most of the people in their year had advanced to the middle apprentice Exalt or higher thanks to the increased frequency of the Elixir distribution and the fact the pavilion did not admit anyone lower than grade for this year. The current lower apprentice Exalts were those like Oscar with grade 4 but did not do a mission for extra elixirs, not to mention the Aetherstone that aided him. I'm getting excited about this. Emily had a wide smile laced with hostility. I hope to get that idiot, Samuel. That thing is still not out of prison yet. Oscar and Frederick slowly backed away when Emily crushed the spoon in her hand. I hope to get that bastard, Austin. His deadpan stares are creeping me out. Frederick also had a stern look. I want to test how I can do against other people, Oscar sighed. The three of them made their goals for the upcoming gathering. They did not drink alcohol but some juice to toast their good fortunes. The Outer Hall's grand gathering? The next day, Celestina and Oscar had their weekly reading session in the archives. Do you have anything like that in the inner hall? Oscar asked. They do. I'm participating in it. Celestina yawned and stretched her back, acting as if the contest was unimportant. I'd rather sit and read my books. I think the same, but I want to see how far I can go. Oscar's eyes shone with resolve, making Celestina blank out. That's right. You should make the most out of this experience. You did become a middle apprentice Exalt recently. Celestina snapped out of it and advised Oscar. Question: what is it? What is your current level? Oscar was curious. Greater apprentice Exalt, Celestina stated. That's incredible. Oscar could not believe her speed. It had not even been a year, and she was already at the limits of an apprentice Exalt. That's because of my grade 8 Xianxia. If anything, you're incredible for being a middle apprentice Exalt so quickly for a grade 4. Thank you. Oscar flushed red from Celestina's compliment. Celestina smiled cheerfully and held the book in her hands. After the contest ends, I won't be able to come to the archives for a few weeks. Why? Oscar tensed up. It had to be important for this princess to forego her love of books. At this pace, I can try for the lower elite Exalt by the time of the contest. Elite Exalt? That's amazing. Congratulations. Oscar applauded. Don't embarrass me like this. Celestina's face tinged red. I'll see you next week. Let's also meet up after the grand gathering ends. She got up and left, leaving Oscar alone. As he got up, he clenched his fist. There are so many amazing people in this world, a hint of envy mixed in with his words. The time passed as it came closer to the day of the contest. Samuel was finally released from the Abyss prison, but he no longer bothered Oscar and Frederick. Oscar, Frederick, and Emily took on more missions. Unlike the mission with the Night Raptor in which Samuel intervened, they finished these missions without an issue, though they focused on easier missions which Emily disliked. They all accumulated enough contribution points to get a new spell from the Neptune archives. They needed every advantage to win the contest. There was still a month and a half until the grand gathering. In the mornings, Oscar meditated on the grassy plains. Sometimes Elder Saul would come by, and they would chat. In the afternoons, Oscar, Frederick, and Emily trained together in spars and spell mastery. Oscar would supplement his training with the Aetherstone as much as possible, leading to a slightly higher speed in his advancement. Every week at night, he'd meet with Celestina and discuss their books. It was a great time of peace for him. The days and weeks flew by in this routine until the day finally came. The outer hall's grand gathering was starting. Let's go. Frederick equipped his twin leaf swords on his back with a lively expression. They had been training for this moment for the past 3 months. Time to leave. Oscar had his obsidian glass buckler on his back. He removed his weighted bands, leaving them on the table. There was no room to hold back. It was time to show everything he's got. Outside, they ran into Emily. Her orange hair was tied in a ponytail that extended down to her waist. She carried her iron serpent staff in her hands like a walking stick. Ready? She greeted and asked. No hard feelings if we have to fight. Frederick smiled. No hard feelings. Emily nodded. Remember to go easy on me, Oscar joked. His friends were still above him in Ein despite the Aetherstone supplementing his training. The trio departed, following the mass crowd of students leaving their dorms. Everyone was tense and serious. Now was not the time to mingle and fraternize since they would be enemies soon. They exited the outer hall, heading to a large stadium. The stadium was so large that it could easily fill 1 million people. There were 64 stages spread across the fields. These were their battlefields. Oscar recalled that Celestina said the inner hall's grand gathering would be held elsewhere. Sadly, he would not see her here. The crowd was silent as they surrounded the cluster of stages. There were several of the elders of the pavilion floating in the center. Preceptor Frank Dullen, Louis Walsh, Stan, and Ivanka Klein were among them. A beautiful lady in elder clothing stepped forward. She had purple hair that flowed down and split on her shoulders. Her gray eyes were clear and full of vitality as they scanned the students. I am Grand Commander Margaret Ward. Her clear voice resounded through the stadium. Oh God! It's her. Frederick trembled. You know her? Oscar and Emily asked. Frederick shook his head. I heard rumors about her from my aunt. She's said to be as old as Great Elder Robert. Oscar and Emily could not contain their shock, hanging their jaws open. The person before them looked more like a beautiful, mature woman than an old grandma. She's is the head of the pavilion's forces. They say Great Elder Robert handles the administrative ends, and the warden handles the prison and criminals. But she is the main commander of the pavilion's exalts in times of conflict. All of the guards we come across are under her sway. She boasts a tactical mind and overwhelming force. The Blue Ocean Pavilion had been through several conflicts in the past, but she's led us to victory many times. Oscar, Emily, and Frederick stared in awe at the inspiring elder. The entire crowd grew nervous from the silent pressure emanating from her. There will be no tournament for the elite exalts. They should be focusing on their inner hall examinations. The apprentice exalt tournaments will be split into each realm. Margaret paused for a moment before moving on. Prizes will be given out to the top 32 of each tournament. I will not unveil what the prizes will be. That is for the winners to find out. Lastly, if anyone is found to be cheating, I will personally induct you into my training regime and teach you some sense. Her presence did not change, but everyone, even the elders beside her, started to tremble. Margaret's silent threat was not to be taken lightly. Her tone was stern, as if she was addressing soldiers. I heard people would rather die than go through her training regime. Frederick gulped. One of the elders stepped toward Margaret and whispered something. Her eyes contained a hint of annoyance as she sighed. One more thing. After this event ends, the amassing elixir distribution will increase. You will receive an elixir every 2 months. The pavilion had never been this generous before. The distribution went from the original 6 months to 3 and now 2. Oscar felt something was wrong, but he was just a student. Perhaps his master would know, but he had no opportunities to contact him. Normally the crowd would erupt in an uproar at this news, but Margaret's lion-like gray eyes shut them up before they could start. These stages will be for the graders. The ones there are for the middles. The remaining ones are for the lowers. Fight hard and do not disappoint. Margaret flew to a large terrace in the stadium. She had a view of all the stages from this height. As the Grand Commander said, "Move along to your respective stages. We will call your names to each stage." The elders on all sides started calling out names and directing them to a stage. "Frederick Klein," an elder shouted. Oscar bumped fists with Frederick. "Good luck, Fred." Emily patted him on the shoulder. "Break a leg. I'm going." Frederick straightened his back, heading for the elder. The elder designated him to a stage before continuing. "Emily Navina." Emily strode forward with heavy steps. She gave a final nod to Oscar. Oscar was now alone, waiting for an elder to call his name. "Oscar Ter." At the call of his name, Oscar stepped forward. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 45. First match. Oscar leaped onto one of the many stages. On the stage was one of the proctors, Knight Exalts, under the command of Margaret Ward, the ones designated to gather new students and the soldiers of the pavilion's army. The proctor glanced at Oscar before returning to his indifferent attitude. As more names were called, Oscar stayed still and closed his eyes to enter meditation to bring his body to its ideal state. Finally, his opponent jumped on the other side of the stage. It was a young girl with brown hair and brown eyes. Her eyes stared oppressively at Oscar. "Introduce yourselves and ready your stances." The proctor brought his hand up, ready to begin. "Oscar Ter." "Mary Jones." Mary brought out a silver spear that had a sharp point. She lowered her stance and turned her side towards Oscar, the ideal spear stance. "Ready," she said. Oscar brought out his shield, the obsidian glass buckler, with its dark, smooth surface. He positioned it in front of his body. The shield in Oscar's hand confused Mary and the proctor. A shield was primarily a defensive weapon and not the ideal starting equipment for a new Exalt. Also, the shield was a buckler that was smaller than average. The proctor stared questionably at Oscar and wondered if the boy had another weapon as his primary. Maybe a sword in conjunction with the buckler. "Ready." Oscar did not care about the strange eyes of the others. The buckler was his choice and he would stand by it. Both participants are ready. Ignoring Oscar's odd choices, the proctor brought his hand down as a signal. "Begin." The air and the stage trembled as Oscar and Mary charged. The proctor quickly settled the dust from their rapid steps and observed the two about to clash. Mary loosened her grip on her spear and slammed her feet on the stage to stop. The next moment, a flash of silver lunged its way to Oscar. It was the spear's simplest yet most effective attack, the thrust. The simple thrust used the spear's range to its advantage while having no downtime like the usual swings. Direct and focused with power, Mary's spear warped with her eye into a deadly blow. Simply dodging this attack wouldn't do. Oscar understood that this thrust was not that simple, detecting a hint of a trap. Oscar swung his arm with the buckler on it and clashed with the spear's tip. The violent clash of iron did not affect the three on the stage. Mary's eyes gleamed as she twisted her spear against Oscar's buckler. Sensing danger, Oscar retreated a step back away from the spear. He could see coursing through the spear's tip. Lightning edge. The proctor gazed at Mary's spear, recalling the spell. Grade 1 Lightning Edge was a spell that sharpened the edges or points of a weapon with lightning. It was not limited to weapons but also hands. However, the sharpness of a weapon was more compatible. The other natural effect of lightning was its electrical shock, especially if it was created from iron. Oscar felt glad to have moved his buckler away in time. He was confident in resisting the lightning, but there would be a slight opening in the short time he would need to recover. With a calm face, Oscar pushed forward as if egging Mary to try again. Mary gladly welcomed Oscar's bull-like rush and let out another spear thrust with lightning crackling on its head. Since her spell was exposed, there was no need to hide it. You only have one option. Mary's eyes were focused on Oscar's movements. She knew only an idiot would try to block her lightning attack directly unless they were far stronger. Her observation proved correct as Oscar shifted his feet. His legs moved to the side. Thanks to taking off the weighted bands, Oscar was capable enough to dodge Mary's spear by a split hair. There was no doubt that Mary trained extensively to master her spear technique. Oscar respected Mary's effort, but no one could beat him in that area. Oscar stepped forward, gaining on Mary's position. The weakness of the spear was the fact it had downtime in its wide attacks. Once it swung out, the wielder would be wide open for attacks. As a competent spear wielder, Mary knew its inherent weaknesses. She drew her arms back and tried to swing her spear to Oscar's side. It wouldn't severely injure him, but it would force him away. Stone gaze. Oscar's spell froze Mary in her place. Her face twisted in shock as she gritted her teeth to resist and break the spell. But the steady lines of iron connecting her and Oscar proved more difficult to break. If it were earlier, she would have been able to break it faster. But Oscar continually trained his spell and became more proficient in it. Oscar swung his black buckler, nearing Mary's face. The proctor prepared to stop the fight if needed. The image of this girl's face being bashed in by solid metal was not a sight he wanted to see. Mary's eyes widened as the buckler closed in. She could unravel this spell if she had more time, but Oscar was too quick. All of a sudden, an explosion of iron surged out of her. You wish! A brown bear appeared out of nowhere, roaring and swiping its claws at the buckler. The power from the bear forced Oscar back several steps, letting Mary recoup and swing her spear. Oscar dodged the incoming spear and retreated again with some sweat on his brows. The bear's power made his arm tremble slightly. Oscar looked warily at the large bear. That's your anima? Something wrong with it? Mary asked. Her brown eyes narrowed at Oscar. Some people insulted her by saying that the large bear did not suit her. However, most of them were intimidated after it stared them down. Nope, anima is an anima. All that matters is what you can do with it. Oscar summoned his blue deer anima, surprising Mary, who stared at the cute deer with antlers. Ha ha ha, you're right. I do think perhaps our animus were swapped, she jokingly said. Their animus looked like a perfect match for the other rather than themselves. Will you be continuing? The proctor had no time for their little banter and suggested they start fighting again. The grand gathering could not afford any delays. Of course, all jokes and smiles were wiped away from their faces. Oscar and Mary stared at each other intently with no desire to lose. They understood it would most likely end in this next clash. Oscar and Mary kicked off a cloud of dust, charging at each other. Their animus followed by their side. The iron around their bodies spiked as the battle reached its peak. It was all or nothing, no holds barred. Either Oscar or Mary would end up on the floor. In a shocking move, Mary switched places with her bear, matching her bear against Oscar and personally attacking Oscar's deer. Her strides were unfettered, and her face had confidence plastered across it. You've made the mistake of exposing your deer anima. It's a grade 4. Mary could tell from the deer's aura that it was not the same grade as her bear. This gave her confidence in handling it long enough for her bear to overpower Oscar. I don't know what spell you used to make me freeze like that, but I could feel it was affecting me through my eyes. It should be fine if I'm not the one fighting you. If Oscar decided to fight the bear head-on, then he would be crushed. If he switched targets to her, his deer would be crushed by her bear. Mary charged her spear's head with lightning and stabbed at the deer anima. No matter what you decide, you can't possibly win. The deer anima did not shrink before the blow but dipped low, causing the spear to miss. Once that happened, the deer twisted its head upward to lock the spear. That won't help you. Mary looked expectantly to the side where her bear and Oscar began their battle. The bear stood on its hind legs and swiped its claw at Oscar, who responded by taking a step forward. The bear's arm crashed into Oscar, who put his guard up. Reese awaken. Flowing mountain. Oscar focused the reese of the bear's overwhelming strike through his body to his fist, slamming into the bear's stomach, forcing the behemoth animal to keel over to the floor. Guh, Mary lost her footing and spat out a long arc of blood from sharing her anima's pain. She could not hold onto her spear and fell flat to the floor. Her brown eyes revealed her shock and confusion at the situation. Her anima was of the bear type, lauded for its incredible physical power. It should have overwhelmed Oscar. Winner: Oscar Ter. The proctor announced the results and recorded them for the pavilion. Good fight. Oscar unsummoned his deer, letting go of Mary's spear, which clattered on the floor. He turned to leave and rest before the start of the next round. Wait, Mary managed to pull herself up, but her legs were still shaking, so she used the spear as a crutch. Can you let me know how you did that? I can't tell you. Information is key. Oscar glanced at her. True. Sorry for asking. Oscar saw Mary's face darken and understood this would eat her up inside. She may go through second-guessing herself many times and constantly thinking else she could have done. Although he did not know her personally, he did not want her spirit to break. He sighed and said, "Let's just say that technique of mine carried some risk to me. Your bear truly was powerful." Suddenly, Oscar felt an acute pain in his heart, forcing some blood out of his throat. Mary stared intently at Oscar's state and nodded. You didn't need to take a risk like that. It's all a calculated risk. I'm fine taking this damage as long as I can still stand. Oscar wiped his mouth and smiled. You're right. Maybe if I took the risk to attack you directly, it would have worked out for me. Mary understood that her cowardly nature was part of the reason she lost. You can't think like that. I say you were strong. It's just it was a bad match against me. Oscar comforted the girl. I'll ask for a rematch later. Good luck. Mary stepped off the platform and went to where the other losers gathered to watch the remaining matches. Once she was gone, Oscar breathed heavily. The bear's attack was really strong. He knew that from when the bear slammed his buckler. Anima was truly astounding with its unique abilities and strengths. He had to go past his short time limit for Reese Awaken to redirect the bear's Reese, damaging his heart slightly. Plus, he still couldn't redirect all of it and felt a partial part of its power. She was only a grade 5. Seriously? Oscar sat down, entering into Ein meditation since there would only be a 20-minute break between each battle. Every moment counted. That boy, on the terrace overlooking the stadium, Grand Commander Margaret Ward's keen eyes locked onto Oscar, who was in meditation. Through unknown means, she was able to keep track of and observe every match that was occurring. However, now her wide observations were focused on Oscar. Reese Awaken and Flowing Mountain? Her pretty face, which did not match her age, turned into a frown. Draven, you maniac, what have you done? She stood up and ordered her attendant, who was waiting on the side. Get me the records on this boy. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 46. The second match. Margaret Ward held some papers in her hand. On one of the papers was Oscar's face. Her gray eyes moved along with the words written down. Grade 4. Dear Anima, missions completed, she mumbled as she read through Oscar's records. It was not that eye-popping or incredible record as the person himself was average. But her gray eyes widened, stuck on a particular record. He's been to the Abyss prison? She read on, and as she did, her pretty face frowned more and more. The attendants at her side began to tremble and shut their lips, afraid of making a sound. They were praying inside for the young boy that somehow drew her ire. Bring Great Elder Robert to me, Margaret said in a chilling tone that made the attendants shrink back. Ma'am? A brave attendant asked. I said. She formed a cold smile with narrow eyes, making the attendant bow in fear. Bring me that idiot, Robert. The attendants felt as if they were walking a tightrope. They knew exactly what Margaret was capable of. Overcoming his fear, one attendant ran out in a hurry. I will find him immediately. Well then, boy, show me how far you can go. Margaret stared at Oscar, who was still seated. OS, Frederick exclaimed as he found Oscar in the crowd. Fred, how was your match? Oscar stopped meditating. He recovered enough for the next match. Easy. I got someone who managed to become a middle apprentice Exalt with grade 4 Xianxia. Not that grade 4s are weak. This guy wasn't as prepared as you, Frederick boasted. I went against a grade 5 girl. She was strong, but I won in the end. Oscar didn't take Frederick's comments to heart. It was the expected norm. A girl? Anything happened between the two of you? Frederick started to tease. She wants a rematch later. Oscar sighed, knowing Frederick's thoughts. Later? Yes, my man. You're finally maturing into an adult. I need to catch up. I don't have any intentions like that. Oscar flatly denied Frederick's warped scenario. Seriously? You need to lighten up. You spend so much of your time in the library. I do. Oscar smiled, wondering how Frederick would react if he told him about Celestina. Frederick faked a cough and spoke seriously. I noticed something about the matchups. They put all the grade 4s against grade 5s or higher. There was not a single case of grade 4 against grade 4. Trying to weed out the weak? Oscar raised his brow. It was an odd arrangement. Looks like it. Some of the grade 5's leftovers matched against grade 6. You won against a grade 5 Exalt, so your next opponent may be a grade 6. Going by this structure and convention, the top students should be grade 7s and grade 6s. It seemed unfair, but it was better for ranking the students if they were placed in this manner. There you were. Emily's figure pushed its way to Oscar and Frederick. Blood was on her cheek, making her face look dangerously seductive. You, Frederick stammered. What? You have blood over here. Frederick tapped the side of his cheek. Emily took out a napkin and wiped it off, seeing the blood on it. Thanks for telling me. My opponent charged in like a bull, so I slammed my staff into his face. She casually spoke while twirling her staff. I feel sorry for your opponent. Oscar dryly chuckled. In the past months of sparring with Emily, he found her to be a very direct and vicious girl who did not show mercy to anyone. Oscar, Frederick, and Emily talked during their break, celebrating their first victories. Oscar, an elder called. The next round was starting. Oscar nodded to his friends and departed for the stage. Since he ended earlier, he would fight earlier as well. On top of the stage, he spotted a tall and skinny man. This person was wrapped in a large cloak, revealing his thin face and nothing more. He had black hair that reached his shoulders with blue eyes. Hiding something, Oscar could tell that cloak was too big for someone with his figure. There had to be something in it. Hello, I'm a second-year student, George Harper. Second year? I'm Oscar. Oscar's face fell. Someone with a year above him would surely have more resources. I have to say I'm quite jealous of you. First years, George whined. Jealous? Your year got an increased amount of elixir from the start. If I had that much elixir from the moment I started in the pavilion, I would have been much better off. Oscar did not respond to that. It was unfortunate for the years above them, but students could not do anything about it. Sorry, but this tournament is a good chance for me to climb. I'll be making you suffer. George did not hold any malice in his eyes, but a determination to defeat anyone in his way. Most of the second-year and third-year students were middle apprentice exalts. Most of the older students were already elite or greater apprentice exalts. The distribution of elixirs increased for everyone regardless of the year, but it still left a bad taste in the seniors, who watched the first years reap the benefits from the start. Those older students felt wronged that this new batch of students was getting more resources from the start and decided to fight back at this grand gathering. But George thought nothing of it. He was not one to keep being hung up on others. He was jealous but did not wish ill will on any new students. Are you ready? The proctor asked. Ready. Oscar pulled out his buckler, staring at George with a piercing gaze. This senior of his was certainly prepared and experienced, meaning it would be a tough battle. Oddly, he noticed that George did not get into any stance and did not pull out any weapons, looking relaxed. Begin! The proctor signaled for the start. Oscar summoned his deer anima immediately, charging together toward George, who still seemed impassive at the rampaging Oscar. The deer anima pointed its antlers, intending to impale George. Nice try. George unveiled a bow and shot 2 arrows at Oscar and his deer anima. The arrows flew accurately toward their eyes. Oscar brought his buckler up in a hurry to block the arrow while his deer swung its antlers to meet it. These arrows, Oscar observed that the arrows faded into nothingness after they fell to the floor. These were arrows made of iron, making them far more dangerous. Nice block. Strange choice in a buckler but a good defense. George complimented Oscar as if teaching a child. Where's your anima? Oscar asked jokingly. First rule of battle, Don't show all your cards. If you can block these 2 arrows, then how about 10? George's eyes glinted dangerously as he rapidly shot 10 arrows in succession. Return. Oscar unsummoned his dear anima, making 5 arrows miss and hit nothing but air while he dodged and blocked the others. His dear anima was not that big, but it was ill-suited to deal with these ranged attacks. Though it could block them, some would get through and cause Oscar damage. More arrows shot at Oscar. Some flew in an arc while others pierced straightly through the air. Oscar continued to block and dodge while keeping an eye on George, who shifted around the arena. Oscar knew it was not good to fight in a battle of attrition here. He still hasn't seen George's anima, and the cloak still bothered him. So Oscar poured strength into his legs and kicked off. Stone gaze. Oscar stopped George before he could ready another arrow. The sudden loss of movement surprised George, but he was a grade 6 and far more progressed in his Exalt powers. The link between him and Oscar was broken in mere moments, and George was free to move, but the shadow of a looming threat came close. A black buckler came swinging at George. Suddenly, Ein gathered like wind under his feet, carrying him away as fast as possible. That's wind steps. Oscar recognized his best friend's spell. Of course, no one had exclusive rights to use a spell. Wind steps were an ideal spell for an archer like George who needed to create distance. It was a spell he had seen too many times. Oscar gave chase after George. He noticed that George always stood still to shoot his arrows, meaning he had to stop if he wanted to fight back. Oscar believed as long as he kept chasing George, George would have no time to prepare an arrow before Oscar could reach him. Oscar was on the defensive earlier because George managed to take the initiative from a distance. Now that you've lost your advantage, what will you do? Oscar still felt wary of what George was hiding. There was no way a second-year student wouldn't have more spells, not to mention his anima wasn't unleashed. George broke out in a frown. This freshman persisted and kept pouncing when he tried to stop and shoot. He could tell that Oscar was quite an experienced fighter despite only being in the pavilion for a year. There's nothing else I can do here. I wanted to save this for later, George complained. Suddenly, a sharp blue object pierced out of George's cloak, making a hole, and shot toward Oscar, who was giving chase. Oscar did not have time to lift his buckler since this attack came from nowhere. Quickly, his face swerved to the side, letting it pass. A cut appeared on his cheek, and blood dripped down. That didn't get you? You have nice reactions. George took off his cloak. Underneath, he wore a sleeveless shirt with a zipper and shorts. His entire body was so thin that Oscar felt his arms could break at any moment. The most shocking was not his appearance but the beast that jumped to the floor. It was covered in blue quills and had a cute face of a rodent. The creature was as large as a cat. Exalt beast? The sapphire hedgehog. Oscar's obsidian eyes stared at the sapphire hedgehog with its spiky quills. He read about this creature in a book. The quills were a beautiful dark blue, but they could shoot out from the body as projectiles in defense. The quills were part of the body and, thus, naturally infused with Ein. If one was not careful, it could impale the body in seconds. Seeing this creature, Oscar realized George's power. Then your anima is the bow. Correct. I don't have a weapon because my friend here is expensive. The menagerie is not for the poor. I saved what I could from all my missions to purchase this guy. Oscar touched the cheek with the cut. Even though he was unprepared, the quill easily broke through the Ein around his body and cut him. He had to proceed with caution here. You're quite good. I didn't expect to use my buddy here, but victory is victory. George grabbed his sapphire hedgehog, who had lowered its quills for him. He threw the creature to the other side of the stage, causing Oscar to put his guard up. Shit, Oscar said to himself. Let's begin the hunt. George drew his bow back with a fresh Ein arrow while on the other side. The sapphire hedgehog straightened its quills, ready to shoot them out. Oscar was caught between the two as arrows and quills shot at him. Frederick stepped on the stage. After Oscar left, he continued to rest while chatting with Emily. As the second to return, he was next to be called. All right, who's my opponent? Moments later, another boy jumped on the stage, leaving Frederick dumbfounded as he stared blankly at the newcomer. I've been waiting for this. It was Austin Taylor. His one eye stared at Frederick like a dead man. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 47. Frederick against Austin. Great Elder Robert arrived at the terrace with his usual peaceful face and his eyes closed. He walked on the terrace with steady steps under Grand Commander Margaret's indifferent stare. "Robert, Maggie, don't call me that." Margaret waved the attendants and guards to leave the terrace. Now the two pillars of the pavilion were alone. "What did you call me here for? I have so much work with the grand gatherings. The minor hall is a complete mess right now," Robert grumbled. "Oscar, Margaret said. "Excuse me?" Robert was taken aback that Margaret uttered Oscar's name. In the past, she never bothered to remember any student's name, so this shocked him. Why was he sent to the Abyss prison? Why was I not informed of this? Margaret stepped closer to Robert in a hostile manner. "Margaret, you never cared about any prisoners. Those are all Draven's concerns, not yours. Except this boy appears to know Awaken and Flowing Mountain. Of course, some bright apprentice and elite Exalts touch upon Unyielding on their own, but Flowing Mountain and Awaken? We all know only Draven is inclined toward that concept." Robert sighed and nodded his head, giving a letter to Margaret. This was from Draven when Oscar was admitted into prison. Margaret read the letter, muttering "crazy foul-mouthed fraud" with a complicated expression. Her eyes widened slightly at the content. So that's why Draven decided to teach the boy. Then who made the request? She started at Robert with an inquisitory tone. Margaret was akin to Draven because they had no time for nonsense and treated the law and rules as king. Sending this boy to Abyss prison without real grounds touched her bottom line. Robert opened his eyes, revealing their blue and red glow to show his seriousness against Margaret's accusatory eyes. It was the guest, Elder Saul. Elder Saul? That elder has not moved in a while, staying put in the outer hall for so long. What has prompted him to action? And why Oscar? Margaret interrogated Robert for an answer. The old great elder turned around to leave. "I do not know, but remember that he is a guest invited by our pavilion master. I believe he's not acting against our pavilion." Margaret crossed her arms and stared at Oscar, who was struggling against George and the hedgehog. "You seem to favor Elder Saul, while Draven despises him. I'm always the one on the fence, aren't I?" "Haha, that is true. You've always been the one to mediate between us. I bid you farewell, and do not worry. I'll take care of any issues." Robert departed. Alone on the terrace, Margaret resumed watching the students' matches with a tired expression, rubbing her temples. "Austin." Frederick took out his twin leaf swords in a smooth motion. "Frederick." Austin took out a dagger. It wasn't his anima, but a real armament. It was dark and unnatural, as if it sucked in all the sunlight. "I never got to ask. How was prison?" Frederick taunted him. "Your friend, Oscar, should have told you. I spent 2 weeks there, next to people who took joy in taking my food and beating me to a pulp." Austin's voice was coarse and dark while retelling his experience in the Abyss prison. His eyes were dark and emotionless, and his dagger anima appeared in his other hand. "I endured and fought back, earning my place. I learned the true meaning of fighting for your life. This battle won't be like last time. No playing around. I do not care for your history, but there will be no killing. I will stop the match if it reaches that point." The proctor warned the two of them. Of course, Frederick summoned his bird anima. It flew overhead, staring at Austin. "Ready?" The proctor raised her hand. Not a single response came from the two combatants. Frederick and Austin locked eyes, unblinking and waiting for the signal. The proctor sighed, but she saw they were ready. "Begin!" Frederick unleashed his wind steps, speeding straight to Austin, who wrapped his 2 daggers in acid coat. Meanwhile, his hawk anima kept overhead, not interfering in the battle but biding its time for an opening. A fierce clash began as the two dodged, sliced, parried, and stabbed at each other. Frederick and Austin came close to each other due to the short range of their weapons. Frederick thanked Oscar and Emily for training with him. His swordsmanship had progressed to a great degree, but his eyes narrowed at Austin, who kept up with no issue. "This guy is really talented." Austin's daggers were swift and erratic, like the slithering of a snake. Frederick was forced to defend several times before he could counter with one attack. "Will you be spending so much time on defending?" Austin deflected Frederick's sword and stabbed toward his throat, making the proctor tense up to interfere if needed. But from a blind angle, Frederick's other hand swung the sword at Austin's neck. The two immediately blocked each one's killing blow as loud clangs of metal beat against their eardrums. This is bad. The proctor focused her eye to be prepared. These children were not to be trifled with. Their determination to kill each other was unusual for their age. More flashes of swings came from them as sparks flew out from their weapons. This bastard! Frederick noticed how Austin was perfectly calm and composed, even amidst these dangerous strikes. He thought Austin would be enraged or rash in seeking his revenge, but he miscalculated Austin's state of mind. "You're distracted," Austin said coldly. Sensing the incoming danger, Frederick used wind steps to retreat. A swift dagger slashed right as he managed to get away. But the dagger cut his jacket, very close to drawing flesh, and the acid coat worked to melt parts of his sleeves. "Coo, you're faster than before, but my daggers can catch that." Austin rushed in, not wanting to give Frederick any space. Wind steps. Frederick retreated again to gather his thoughts, but Austin was unrelenting. To Frederick's shock, Austin could keep up with his increased speed. How the hell? Frederick, while fighting off Austin's attacks, observed his enemy. He saw Austin's body had a thin layer of thick dark iron. Body strengthening spell? A body strengthening spell increases a body's capabilities, from its toughness to speed and power. Of course, not to the extent of specialized spells like Frederick's wind steps. Grade 1 Rounder's Gift, thanks to his instincts, Austin could already keep up with Frederick's speed in their first match. With this spell, he was more than able to suppress Frederick. The clash continued over the stage as Frederick and Austin moved quickly everywhere while ferociously attacking each other. The sight of sparks and the sound of clangs filled the entire stage. The proctor floated in midair to keep track of the entire stage while letting them fight freely without her in the way. Her eyes rapidly moved as they followed the two boys locked in combat. Neither gave in. The battle reached a standstill. Austin was expressionless, but he had one worry: Frederick's other spell. From what he gathered, he knew Frederick took on various missions and accumulated points, so there was no doubt in his mind that Frederick got a new spell. The question was, what spell did he get? To maintain his iron usage, Austin canceled Acid Coat. Frederick was increasingly frustrated from Austin's endless chase, like a dog refusing to let go of what it had bitten. The speed and power of Austin's daggers were boldened by Rounder's Gift and forced Frederick to play defensively. Frederick's right sword began to glow as he unleashed his new spell. A slash of light flew out from it toward Austin, who immediately activated his acid coat on his daggers. The slash of light met against the acid, but Austin was blown back until the light melted. Grade 1 Brilliant Slash. Frederick unleashed more Brilliant Slash, slowly forcing Austin back as he had to defend. That acid coat was great against physical things, but it lacked the same corrosive speed against spells like this Brilliant Slash. "Aren't you being too wasteful with this?" Austin felt it was odd that Frederick kept releasing large slashes like this, using up a lot of iron with each blow. Also, you can't use it on both swords. Frederick was not proficient enough in his spell, so he could only use it with one blade at a time. This discrepancy did not escape Austin's eye. Austin inched closer little by little. Slowly, he dodged and blocked each incoming blow. By seeing which sword Frederick was using, Austin would know how to move and counter. "What are you planning?" Austin tasted defeat at Frederick's hand because of his arrogance and Frederick's tricks. This time, he would take everything Frederick does as suspicious. Finally, Austin was right before Frederick, breathing hard from his efforts. Austin was not in the best condition due to dealing with every blow. The two tired, bitter enemies looked at each other and drew deep breaths. In an instant, Frederick's right sword shined as it slashed toward Austin. The sword was about to release a brilliant slash at close range, but Austin's dagger moved to block it. Austin was wary as the slash came in. It was inconceivable that Frederick would waste all this effort just to do a simple slash. Right before Frederick's sword was blocked, the glow faded. Suddenly, his left sword slashed at Austin. The right sword was a feint, but Austin was prepared for that and blocked Frederick's surprise attack. The swords and daggers were deadlocked, grinding against each other and making scraping noises that irritated the ears. "Do you think you can overwhelm me with brute strength?" Austin roared. His time in the Abyss prison had strengthened his body, and he held some confidence against Frederick. No, but this is fine. You guessed right that I can't use the brilliant slash on both swords. Whenever I try, my eye goes crazy and explodes. It's pointless and self-harming unless my enemy is very close. Frederick's yellow eyes stared unwaveringly at Austin. You crazy bastard! Austin tried to back away, but it was too late. Frederick's swords glowed with light, but then the torrent of iron exploded out of them, blowing Frederick back to the edge of the stage. His face was slightly burned, and his clothes were slightly scorched. The proctor did not have time to interfere and looked on in horror. She did not expect the student to take it so crazily. Did it work? Frederick looked at the cloud of smoke that covered where Austin stood. Bah bastard, a figure stepped out of the smoke. Austin. His clothes were nearly burnt off. His skin was slightly dark but not burnt, and his nose was bleeding. His rounder's gift had prevented the worst. Austin stared at Frederick, who was sitting on the stage. He saw how Frederick's current state and realized what he had forgotten. In the first battle, this maniac was ready to sacrifice his own hand to win. Now here he was willing to blow himself up. Austin coughed up blood that was boiling from the heat. He struggled to keep moving. Frederick stared at the struggling Austin and spoke in a low, hateful tone. Stop! Austin was stunned, frozen, and unable to move. Staring at Frederick was like staring into a dark, bottomless pit. The face of the man was unlike his usual playfulness. It was an icy expression that sent shivers down Austin's spine. You don't even understand what it means to want revenge. And that is nothing compared to what I've lost. Frederick's voice made Austin feel fear. The hate and anger emanating from Frederick were not directed toward Austin, but he still felt it. Just what is this man? Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 48. Oscar's hidden move. Arrows and quills bombarded Oscar from the front and back from George and his sapphire hedgehog's unrelenting assault. Oscar desperately tried to block the incoming projectiles with a swipe of his buckler. Shit, Oscar wasted more stamina and iron blocking and dodging without gaining a single inch closer to George. The hedgehog did its job well to deter Oscar from making a move. I'll get rid of this annoying hedgehog instead. Oscar sprinted to the hedgehog and slammed his buckler onto it in a ferocious swing. Normally, the buckler would inflict severe blunt damage from the force of Oscar's blow, but the hedgehog curled itself up and raised its quills all over to create a buffer between its delicate body and the buckler. It was practically unharmed. The hedgehog was blown away to the side, releasing some quills at Oscar in the air. At the same time, George shot several more arrows. Oscar struggled and failed to dodge the combination. 2 arrows penetrated his arm and stuck out like the quills on the hedgehog. They were weak on the sides but incredibly sharp at the tips. Your body is quite sturdy. However, I don't believe you can keep that up. I suggest you surrender. George drew his bow back but did not shoot. His hedgehog's quills were shaking, ready to shoot out at any moment. He respected Oscar for his efforts, but there was no way for Oscar to catch him, and his hedgehog was not affected by Oscar's attacks. Oscar stared at George and the hedgehog. The two were a terrifying combination. George was faster than before because he no longer carried the beast, and the hedgehog was the worst for Oscar's physical attacks. His dear anima was also unsuitable for this battle. It would only end up being double trouble for Oscar due to its weak defenses and slow movements, especially since George's bow was a grade 6 anima. No, Oscar calmed himself down and took his buckler out of his arm. Fine, there won't be any mercy this time. George and his hedgehog resumed their flurry of arrows and quills. As he was about to dodge the arrows, Oscar was caught off guard by the arrows' sudden movements. Some of the arrows changed directions in mid-air. Shock crossed his face, and his eyes reflected the arrows. Try this, George spoke earnestly. The sudden change in the arrow's trajectory was thanks to another spell, the Grade 1 Shifting Vector. George infused the spell into a limited number of arrows, invoking it at the right time to forcibly change their target. Once the spell activated, it would disappear from the object it was bound to. George was only capable of changing each arrow once. I only have these 2 spells and no armament because of my beast, but it's enough to boost my archery to new heights. Oscar gritted his teeth and clenched his buckler, and spun to deflect off the shifting vector arrows. Futile, George thought. That wild spinning would only disorientate and waste Oscar's iron. The next wave of attacks was already en route. Oscar threw his buckler in a baffling move to the proctor and George. The arrows and quills were on their way, and Oscar had given up his defenses. What is this brat thinking? The buckler flew through the air and crashed against George's arrows, stopping them. Oscar jerked his hand back, and the buckler suddenly flew backward like a spinning disc. In Oscar's hand was a string attached to his wrist. It linked to the buckler, allowing Oscar to control it from a distance. The quills behind Oscar were taken care of by the spinning buckler. George stood there with his jaw dropped. Most shield users were the type to stand their ground and bash their enemy's face. While Oscar also exhibited such behavior, he also put in this mechanism. The buckler spun its way to George with Oscar safely in the distance, controlling it with his hand. Various options crossed George's mind. His hedgehog did not shoot out its quills yet, and even if it did, Oscar could easily dodge if the attacks were from one side while focusing on himself. If he stepped forward, the string would catch and wrap around him. His feet were already at the edge of the stage. There was no way back. George made a hasty decision as the buckler neared him and ducked below. Oscar immediately threw something at George, who was out of position near the ground. It was one of the quills that had impaled his arm earlier. Bastard! George forcibly got up and dodged to the other side with his wind steps. However, his leg was stabbed by something sharp. George cursed out in pain, staring at the wound, and saw a quill sticking out of his thigh. "You shot too," Oscar did not say and swung his buckler to the other side to stop the hedgehog's quills. It was as George shouted. When he threw the first quill, he also threw the second one immediately after. He knew George was very conservative in his stamina and iron, someone who minimized his movements and would surely only move slightly to dodge. With George's focus entirely on the first quill, the second one made its way like a bandit in the night. The buckler made a whole revolution around the stage and spun toward George again. George pulled out the quill and ignored the pain. He charged his bow and shot multiple arrows at the buckler until it was finally put off course, missing him. The spinning buckler was quite strong, and it was moving fast due to Oscar's strength. Oscar retracted the buckler, swinging it up and down in a circular rotation like a mace on a chain. This was an obvious taunt, and George's face flickered with ire for a moment. George smoothly calmed himself down. As an archer, he had to be cool and collected in hunting down his targets. His arm knocked and loosed more arrows. However, Oscar wielded his buckler to break the arrows before George could enact his shifting vector. The same occurred for the hedgehog's quills. Sparks flickered in the area between Oscar and George and the hedgehog. George frowned. He thought if he kept up his bombardment, Oscar would make a mistake. But he saw Oscar masterfully and calmly maneuver the buckler to counter the incoming attacks from a distance. While George tried to break his defenses, Oscar took a step forward. It was time to make his move. Each step Oscar took made George feel more nervous. Wind steps. George tried to move, but the wound on his leg reduced his speed. Oscar's feet were still closing in on him. Once he reached a certain distance, Oscar bolted. The buckler returned to his arm like normal. Oscar was determined to settle this in melee combat. The reason why he slowly moved earlier was to reach the appropriate distance and then instantly close the gap to catch George off guard. Oscar's domineering figure came right before George, who staggered from the pain. His obsidian eyes gleamed with triumph as he raised his buckler to attack George. However, an unexpected intruder dove in to save George. The sapphire hedgehog realized the danger its master was in. It ran as fast as possible to catch up to the two and jumped, curling up into a spiky ball. This mass of spikes started spinning in the air, aiming for the shocked Oscar. Oscar turned his buckler to block the spinning ball of spikes. The hedgehog was still light, so it stopped in its tracks. "Nice one!" George drew his bow back as an arrow appeared in his hand. There was no way for Oscar to dodge or block with his buckler at this point-blank range. With a swish, the arrow flew straight to Oscar's chest. The proctor was about to stop the arrow when he noticed Oscar's eyes spiking up. Oscar's skin turned a deep metallic iron color. The arrow tried to pierce him but bounced off helplessly to the floor. The metal skin immediately returned to normal, and Oscar slammed his fist into George's thin stomach while George was dumbfounded by what had just occurred. George landed harshly outside the stadium and vomited. His hedgehog tried to keep fighting, but the proctor locked the hedgehog in place. Winner, Oscar Ter. At the proctor's announcement, Oscar let out a breath of relief. He got off the stage and walked to George, still reeling from Oscar's heavy punch. Good fight. George choked a little before settling down. His eyes were still a little watery from the ordeal. Good fight. I thought I had you. Why didn't you use that hardening spell earlier? Using it as a surprise at that moment was a good choice. The fight would have been much tougher for George if Oscar had used that spell. But George could have adapted his strategy and tried other avenues of winning. The spell, Steel Scales, covers my entire body with a layer of iron transformed into metal. But it consumes too much iron, and I can barely move using it, Oscar explained. I wanted to keep it as a trump card for later, but your hedgehog made a very unexpected move. I'll ask it back to you. Why didn't you have him do that earlier? Even with Steel Scales, I would have lost the match. I tried to teach him that many times, but Exalt beasts are like humans. Each innate ability of a beast is like a spell. They need time to learn. The most he could do was curl up and stiffen his quills as a defense. George laughed helplessly. That was why the earlier action of the hedgehog surprised him. George never thought his hedgehog would come to achieve rolling in the middle of the fight. That's a good companion you have. It did not hesitate to defend you and even gained a new ability in the crisis. Oscar smiled. He's the best. George petted the hedgehog that was freed and ran toward him. Good luck in the next match. Let's go to the healing station. Oscar offered George his hand. George graciously accepted. The hedgehog looked warily at Oscar the entire time. Calm down. It was only a match. Have this. To calm the beast, George took out a treat from his bag. The hedgehog ate it cutely, munching on it rapidly until its cheeks were puffed, making Oscar laugh. The two reached the healing station. It was a big tent on the side of the stadium near the seats. 2 guards at the entrance allowed them inside. Inside were full of beds, along with healers attending to the students. These healers were Exalt specialized for recovery and healing. They were the best alternative to using expensive elixirs on students. "OS," a familiar voice called out. "Fred." Oscar saw his best friend lying down on a bed with burnt cheeks and scorched hair. Parts of his arm were also laden with burn marks. "This your friend? Did he get burnt?" George looked shocked. "He burnt himself," an expressionless voice interjected from the side. It was Austin Taylor. "Holy, you're even more burnt than him," George said. "You're also missing an eye?" Austin's face twitched from George's insensitive comments. "Austin." Oscar saw how injured Austin was and grimaced. He turned to Frederick and asked, "What happened to you?" "He's saying you burnt yourself?" "I was matched up against Austin here." He retold what occurred in the match, making Oscar and George gawk in awe at Frederick's reckless move. "And that's what happened. I didn't expect Austin to be placed next to me." Oscar observed Frederick's behavior and saw there was no malice or hatred against Austin at all. "Are you friends with Austin now?" "Why would I be friends with this reckless idiot?" Austin's expression cracked, looking deeply offended. "But I am no longer seeking revenge or anything resembling it." Austin shut his mouth and sank into his bed, not wanting to converse any longer. Oscar was confused. What the hell happened? Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 49. Next opponents. Austin stared at Oscar and Frederick curiously. Frederick's demeanor and presence were the opposite of what he showed in their battle. It was after he asked Frederick who he wanted revenge on. Back then, Frederick's entire being had changed. His eyes became deathly hostile like a madman. It was not real, but Austin felt like a dark shadow obscured and covered Frederick's entire being. It was no longer the appearance and face of a person but like a ghost or monster. Austin felt like a snake had coiled around him and slowly sank its fangs into his neck. Although none of it was directed at Austin, he still felt like he would die. What kind of anger was this? And who was Frederick looking at with those hateful eyes? Austin gave up revenge after seeing Frederick's other face. Whatever hatred Frederick had, it was far more than anything Austin felt toward him. He could tell Frederick had no regard for his own life. He felt his revenge was quite comical compared to Frederick's. Naturally, he was still angered about his eye, but not to the point of mutual destruction. He still valued his own life. Right now, however, there's not a single hint of that. There's only the same playful and smiling Frederick. The behavior confused him, but with a sigh, Austin closed his eye to rest. He wanted nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, George, Frederick, and Oscar were tended to in the healing station. Since George and Oscar's injuries were not as serious as Frederick's, they didn't need a bed and crowded around Frederick's. That's a cute hedgehog. George let his hedgehog rest on Frederick's bed. In this short time, Frederick and George got along well. He cost a lot of points. Those scammers at the menagerie, he grumbled. OS and I will also need to get some Exalt beasts. Since we have beast-type Animus, the meld stage will work better with an animal of the same type. The meld stage allowed the anima to combine with an object. Only beast-type Animus had the special privilege of melding into another living beast if that beast had some connections to it. I need to get a bow as well. The fight with Oscar showed me some weaknesses I need to work out. Oscar asked, "Why did you decide to get a beast before a bow?" Even if George couldn't meld his anima yet, it could have stayed in the air and continually shot out arrows by his side. George shook his head. Arrows by themselves are too straightforward. I needed the means to attack from multiple directions. The shifting vector has its limits on the number of arrows I can keep using it on. Oscar exhaled in a complaint. All these spells come with their limitations and quirks. Why can't I just have one spell to win everything? Agreed, George and Frederick said in unison. It was all a joke, but it was indicative of how hard it was to use a spell and master it. Oscar recalled training for a while to envelop himself in steel scales. If you want your spells to be stronger, keep practicing. A clear, powerful voice interrupted their venting session. Emily came before them, and her orange eyes looked scoldingly at the group. Emily, why are you here? I don't see any wounds on you, Oscar asked. Finished my match and went looking for you too. You guys were nowhere on the stages or the crowd, so I assumed you were here. Emily stepped to the side of Frederick's bed, making him freeze up. Emily, how was the match? Frederick stammered out weakly. Fought a weak grade 5. Emily did not care about her match. What happened to you? Oscar interjected while smiling. He burnt himself. Frederick's eyes popped out at Oscar, the traitor. He was about to say his opponent did it, but if Emily knew he did it to himself, then he was in for a scolding. For some reason, Emily designated herself as the person with discipline and ensured Oscar and Frederick continued to improve. Interesting. Why don't you tell me? Emily's eyes stared straight into Frederick. George felt something was weird but did not say anything. Frederick re-explained everything, and when he got to the part when he blew himself up, Emily's brows furrowed. Do you think you have more than one life? How can you be so reckless? Emily scolded. I had to win, Frederick retorted. Even if it meant possibly blowing off your arms? Emily stomped her foot, making Frederick's bed quake. Oscar and George remained silent. I'm not that dumb to do that. I made sure to back away as fast as possible. You? The two continued to argue. George nudged Oscar and whispered, Is there something between them? Not that I know of, but it does look like something's up. In their eyes, this looked more like a wife scolding her husband. Oscar looked at the two with an odd expression and thought about a potential future. Suddenly, he imagined Frederick and Emily having a wedding and laughed. Frederick would wear a nice suit, while Emily would wear a beautiful wedding dress. It seemed so off on the two of them together. Enough. Later on, we will keep training up your brilliant / Emily ended the argument with her declaration. Are you kidding me? You'll kill me, Frederick complained. Don't worry, we'll fix your ineptitude soon. Emily spoke as though Frederick wasn't talking. Oscar laughed some more. Fred, you should just agree. I'm also worried about you. Training with Emily would surely help. The best way to improve was through battling. Emily was the strongest among them, so she was the best partner for spars. Frederick could not believe his friend's betrayal but felt warm in his heart that they were saying all this for him. Even Emily's harsh language was because she cared. In the end, he gave in. Fine, I'll do it. The group continued to talk about other topics. Emily and George introduced themselves while Austin ignored all of this. All the matches had concluded. A loud voice reverberated across the stadium. reaching all the students. The next round shall commence in 2 hours. Thin stone tablets appeared in front of Oscar, Frederick, and Emily. All the winners have received a stone tablet. It will reveal your next opponent and provide recordings of their previous bouts. The voice vanished, and the stadium was bustling with activity. Oscar and his friends quickly checked their stone tablets. George leaned over in interest, and even Austin opened his eyes. Ha! A chilling sound came from Emily as her eyes glinted with glee. Her lips curved upward in a smile. Who did you get? Oscar asked. Samuel. Emily turned her tablet over, revealing Samuel's face and name. Frederick laughed so hard without restraints, causing bouts of pain, that people started to give weird stares in their direction. Austin suddenly got up, surprising Oscar and the others. They didn't think he'd be interested in the next matches since he wasn't participating. His one eye wandered to Emily's tablet with Samuel's face, then to Emily. Beat that bastard down. His voice contained a hint of anger. Frederick was the one who took his eye, but Samuel was the one who brought him there and insulted him. Except for the clueless George, the group was happy to get a chance at Samuel. This payback was a long time coming. Don't worry, I'm far stronger than that scum now. I'll make sure he pays. Emily put her tablet away to watch the recordings later. Her focus turned to the other two, Oscar and Frederick. Who did you two get? I got this girl, Rachel Foster. It says she's a grade 6 and a year above us. Frederick showed the details of his next opponent. The girl looked fairly cute with rosy cheeks and long blonde hair. Rachel? I know her. We've done a few missions together. George was surprised. Frederick's eyes lifted in joy. Can you tell me about her? Any weak points? The recordings are fine, but a second opinion would be great. Nope, George refused to help. Why not? I thought we were becoming great friends here, Frederick said. It's fine, Fred. George must have his reasons. Oscar smiled cheekily. The two of them were close enough to understand the little hints they gave out. Oscar's smile drew Frederick's attention. He looked from Oscar to George and then to Rachel on the tablet. Oh, I see. Then I'll politely back down here. Frederick also put on a cheeky smile. He and Oscar noticed how George's eyes never left Rachel's picture. Emily sighed, looking at the two no Three Stooges now. Oscar looked at his tablet with great interest. His next opponent would most likely be the strongest he faced. The image formed on the tablet. It depicted a young boy with sharp, distinct features like his pointed chin and radiant purple eyes. His long rose-colored hair flowed down his shoulders. Oscar's eyes widened. I got Philip Raven. Philip Raven was said to be one of the best geniuses of the same generation. His handsome appearance was enough to swoon all the girls, but his strength drew the admiration of all. They said it was a shame he was not a grade 8 because he was hardworking and diligent with a good attitude. Ever since he stepped foot in the pavilion, he showed great prowess. The more frightening aspect was that he was from the Raven family, one of the most powerful and oldest families in the empire. Emily, Frederick, George, and even Austin looked at Philip's image on Oscar's tablet. Philip was so famous that even the upper years knew about him. Well, you did great so far. You beat me, and that's an achievement, George consoled Oscar. Isn't that a little harsh? Oscar might pull it off, Frederick said. Emily, back me up on this. Oscar, give it your best. Don't be disappointed if you lose. Emily only shook her head. Oscar felt depressed that his friends did not have much faith in him, but he understood why. Philip was just that monstrous. A hand grasped his shoulders, getting his attention, and Oscar looked to the side to see Austin. Although they did not interact much, even Austin offered some comfort. Frederick fumed and shouted, "You're all acting as if it's his funeral. Then, can you see a way? Oscar is strong, but there are limits to that," George said. Oscar closed his eyes to gather his thoughts as the group mildly argued. In his mind, there was Philip, standing with a confident look. However, the image changed to Isabella, then to Celestina, and finally to Gilbert. My goal is to become a great Exalt. If I back down here, how can I hope to catch up to them? His obsidian eyes opened, free of all doubts. I'll fight with everything I have. The winner was never decided before the match began. The other participants kept to themselves all over the stadium with their eyes fixed on their tablets. Oscar sat in the audience area. His hands held the stone tablet tightly as it replayed Philip's earlier matches. Oscar manipulated the recording in various ways. He reversed, started over, slowed down, and paused. Philip's movements in his past 2 matches were light and steady, as if he was simply taking a walk. But the most alarming point was his sword. Every strike was immensely swift and sharp that the air seemed to slice around it. Oscar observed the opponent's reactions when they attempted to block the sword. Their faces looked strained but also shocked because they didn't think Philip was so powerful. It looked like they focused all their efforts on blocking the sword. But it was not enough. It's not just his Ein and Exaltia. His physique is also top-notch. There was no doubt that the sword strikes also carried an immense power behind each one. Even if they managed to block it, the opponents were forced back. Philip looked like a pretty boy, but well-developed and toned muscles showed in his arms. Like Oscar, he must have done strength training as well. Is it possible he knows about Reese? The suspicion grew, but Oscar denied it shortly after. Exalts become physically stronger after each advancement, but some train their bodies. Master said Reese was an abandoned concept due to the time and effort needed for little progression compared to the more important Ein. Oscar was certain Philip only trained his physical strength. This fact was good to Oscar's advantage. Reese could help fight on that field, but the other concern was Ein. I can't let this become a drawn-out battle. His Ein is more powerful than mine. Philip was further than Oscar as a middle apprentice Exalt. It wouldn't be surprising if he could become a greater apprentice Exalt at any time. His supply of Ein was far more than Oscar's. High above the stadium, a large hourglass indicated only 5 minutes were left in the break. Most students hastily ran to the platforms. Oscar walked slowly among the rushing crowd, his mind still deep in thought about the upcoming battle. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 50, Emily's Revenge. The sands of the hourglass finished flowing to the bottom. A large bell on top rang, reverberating through the stadium, into all students, pounding their hearts. The break is now over. The next rounds shall begin. The announcement ended, and the remaining contestants noticed their tablets shone with a number. Then, the stages had numbers that hovered above. Everyone made their way to the stage that matched the number on their tablet. Emily jumped on her stage and tapped her staff on the stage, looking valiant with her orange hair in a ponytail and her orange eyes, full of power. She shouted in a mocking tone, "Where are you?" Her opponent was Samuel Carter, who ambushed her and the others during the Night Raptor mission. She's waited for her chance at revenge, and the pavilion granted her the best place and time. She continued to tap the staff on the stage intimidatingly as her eyes swept across the crowd, looking for Samuel. Finally, Samuel leaped on the stage. His yellow hair swayed in the breeze, and his yellow eyes warped in ferocity and anger. Seeing the confident and smug look from Emily made his stomach churn. "There you are. I was waiting to settle things with you." Emily moved closer to the center of the stage. "Settle things? We only fought to a draw. You got off unharmed, and my targets were only Oscar and Frederick. What kind of revenge do you want against me?" Samuel spat. "You're hopeless." Emily scoffed at Samuel's attitude. This person was truly irredeemable. To not realize his wrongdoings and not understand the reason for her anger. It made Emily clench her teeth. "What?" Samuel ground his teeth. "I thought your time in prison would have taught you to be humble or realize your behavior is childish and despicable. But you haven't changed a single bit. You're still the same small degenerate who somehow survived this long." The foul words enraged Samuel further, his body trembling from trying to control the rage about to burst out. His face became visibly red from all the blood rushing to his head. "You don't know the slightest bit about what I went through in that hellhole they call a prison. The entire time I thought of getting my revenge on that piss-stain Austin and those 2 friends of yours," Samuel roared, recalling the utter hell of a prison. He spent his days starving and was only able to get scraps. The other prisoners were not kind to him and beat him up whenever he stepped out of line. He was treated like a slave to work in the pits daily, mining endlessly for some teal stones. As a noble, he felt deeply wronged and insulted. There should have been no issues for someone like him. He should have soared and made a name for himself in the pavilion, but instead he was treated like garbage. That commoner Oscar and this lowborn girl in front of him don't pay him any respect for who he is. As a member of the Carter family, he could not let this be. "I'll kill you," he growled. "I know what the prison is like. Oscar told me how it was. There's no pity from me. You deserve far worse for your actions." Emily responded coldly. She lifted her iron serpent staff and took up her stance. The staff pointed directly at Samuel as if it would tear a hole through him. "This looks interesting." A voice came by near the stage. Both contestants glanced to find it was Austin watching from outside. "Austin!" Samuel boomed with eyes that could kill. "Hey," Austin dryly said. This response only made Samuel more annoyed. "I'll get rid of you later." Samuel's words made Austin sigh. "You're so blind that you can't see it was your fault." Even though his lies and disrespect in the courtroom caused his imprisonment, Samuel still blamed Austin's testimony for making it worse. "Honestly, this is pathetic. You're hopeless." Austin turned away from Samuel to look at Emily. "Just end this farce." Of course, Emily tightened her grip on her staff. Samuel was about to implode until the proctor stepped in. "Outsiders cannot say anything. They may only observe. I will give you a penalty if you aggravate the contestants," the proctor warned Austin. "Do not worry. I was leaving." Austin bowed to the proctor and nodded at Emily. He disappeared into the crowd. "Don't mess with me." Samuel summoned his tiger anima. Its fierce eyes stared at Emily like prey as it licked its lips. In Samuel's hands was a blood-red sword. Both times, from Emily and Austin, he's been called hopeless, a degenerate, and pathetic. His ego and pride could not allow such insults from this girl, Austin, or anyone. "Are you all ready?" the proctor asked. "Ready," Emily said. Samuel did not respond as his mouth was breathing heavily. All his attention was on Emily and how to kill her. The proctor frowned and was displeased at being ignored, but it was evident these students had a hateful conflict. But it was none of the pavilion's business. "I'll take the silence as a response. Begin." In a flash of yellow, Samuel, brandishing his sword, and his tiger, baring its teeth, rushed out at Emily, who did not react or even move. The strange inaction from Emily was off-putting. As Samuel charged, he looked straight into Emily's orange eyes, full of indifference and chilling to the bone. Feeling a sense of danger, he and his tiger stopped. These cautious and somewhat sensible actions were not in Emily's predictions, but she soon snorted in contempt. "What happened to all that bravado earlier? You scampered back so fast. Didn't you say you'd kill me?" Emily taunted. "Shut up, wench," Samuel retorted with an insult. The flush of anger had subsided with the threat that radiated from Emily's demeanor. Samuel cursed himself a little for falling for such obvious taunts. The memories of his time in prison flashed in his mind, the countless beatings from the other prisoners. He had a suspicion that the same would happen here. His body shook uncontrollably from remembering the trauma. "It doesn't matter what you do. Fight or run as you wish. If you can do it," Emily said. Her feet kicked off, and she appeared right in front of Samuel with her staff lifted. Her staff bent as Emily swung it with tremendous force from the side. Veins started to prop up from her hands that gripped the staff tightly. Rock barrier. Before Samuel could even try to dodge and create some distance, Emily closed off his back with her stone wall. There were no tricks or strategies in this fight. She sought to overwhelm Samuel with pure strength so he could never make excuses for his loss. Samuel brought his blood-red sword and struck it against Emily's staff. The impact made the bones of his arms ring. He knew this was bad and that his sword couldn't block her staff. His yellow tiger anima came to the rescue and swiped its powerful claws, combining its power with Samuel to add more push against Emily. He could not believe it, but Emily was not repelled. Her staff slowly backed off, but it was still holding on. But Samuel wasn't the only one with an anima. Emily manifested her staff anima, which lively twirled around in the air and swung itself into the combined defense of Samuel and the tiger. Now it was Samuel's turn to struggle. He strained himself with a ferocious shout, but Emily was too powerful that Samuel was filled with disbelief. Although the prison was traumatizing, he became much more physically powerful during the 3 months there. However, Emily was one step ahead. She was always training her body, but after hearing about Oscar's experience, she knew she had to change it. She avoided learning the Res Awaken, but increased the intensity of her physical training. Samuel and his tiger were helpless as they were flung to the side, barely able to regain their footing. "This is impossible. As if I'd let you get one over me." The first thing Emily did after the first spar with Oscar, where he demonstrated his physical power, was run to the foundry and ask for weighted bands. She wore them the entire time inconspicuously until today. "Though it's a shame about Reese. I can keep improving my way." Reese was very tempting, but she had other skills to prioritize, and it was hard to learn those. Oscar would not have learned it if not for Draven's help. "Is there anything else? Show me everything you got." Emily pointed her staff at the shaky Samuel. Samuel did not respond but picked himself back up. The tiger growled beside him, feeling Samuel's anger at this humiliation. Emily shouted, "I don't want any excuses later. Hurry up and be serious." Roaring Fang. Samuel unleashed his spell, causing fangs of iron to extend out of his hands. One of the fangs melded with his blood-red sword, dyeing the yellow Ian with a red tinge. If only he had enough points for a second sword, then his fangs would have been complete. The combined attack of Samuel's half-boosted fangs and his tiger's rush did not scare Emily. She calmly grabbed her staff anima in her free hand, dual-wielding her staves. Emily jumped into the jaws of the beasts with no fear and spun. Her left hand swung backhanded at the tiger, crushing its head to a pulp and causing Samuel to spew a mouthful of blood. Then her right hand followed immediately after, striking Samuel's fangs. Samuel felt like it was a mountain forcing itself on him. His fangs instantly broke apart as they could not measure up against Emily's destructive blow. Crunch. The staff made Samuel's body bend against it, breaking the arm that protected his body. Emily watched as Samuel slammed onto the stage floor with a yelp of pain. The tiger dissipated into nothingness while Samuel was in so much pain that he lost his voice. His eyes were wet as tears flowed endlessly down his face. Before the proctor could announce the end of the battle, Emily slammed her staff down right by Samuel's head. He looked shaken by Emily's actions. "Do you understand? No matter what you do, I will always be ahead. Oscar, Frederick, and even Austin are stronger than you. Lie there on the ground where you belong. Don't ever show yourself in front of me." Emily lifted her staff and put it away while staring at Samuel's tear-filled eyes. She felt no empathy for him, and even her hostility went away. Samuel became nothing but an ant beneath her. Samuel appeared to understand Emily's thoughts about him. Was it the screams of a broken man or a baby? It was like the whole world had crashed down around him. Somehow he managed to move and crawled away from Emily before blacking out. The proctor quickly announced Emily's victory and attended to Samuel. Emily hopped off the stage without looking back. She did not want to linger here any longer and wanted to support her friends. "Nice job." Austin was observing by the side and witnessed Emily's ruthlessness. "I don't need your praise." Emily ignored Austin and continued walking. Austin shrugged and glanced at Samuel being carried off. He knew Samuel had a fragile ego, so he was loud and overbearing. It was barely held together by the drive for revenge, but Emily had destroyed any notion of that. With his ego broken, his mind also broke down. Austin knew Samuel would never recover and could even depart the pavilion. "All this is because you wanted to fight for your noble pride. What use is pride if you have no strength to back it up?" Austin shook his head and left. There was only the bumbling madman left on the stage. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 51. Rachel Foster. "What did you do?" Austin asked Emily. Emily did not know what Austin was asking. "That last moment against Samuel. Your staff obliterated his fangs and tiger. There's no way you only did that with simple iron." Austin looked curiously at Emily. The tiger and Samuel's spell should not have been crushed like that. Emily kept walking as if Austin wasn't there. "I'm no longer an enemy. I just want to know," he said truthfully. There was no more enmity to be had. He had given up on his revenge on Frederick and decided to move on. Emily sighed and glanced at Austin, who tensed up. Of course, it was a spell. Everyone doing missions at a steady pace should have made enough for an extra spell, though that number is not very large. Missions were hard work and also life-threatening. Some people only went on them occasionally or did other things to get points. Emily, Frederick, and Oscar did easy to medium difficulty missions to grind their points. The spell I used was Heavy Impact. It increased the weight of my staff 1,000-fold. No wonder it was so overpowering. Wait, how were you able to lift that much weight? Austin became more curious about Emily's unnatural strength. I only used it right as my staff made contact with the tiger and Samuel's fangs. It was already in motion, and so the weight carried it through. I'm not some burly gorilla to be able to carry that much weight. Austin remained silent since he sensed Emily was slightly angered at his question. I'm going to check out Frederick's match. That dolt makes me worry at times. He may just lose because his opponent is a girl. Emily had a slight frown while walking away. Please help us win. Frederick clapped his hands in prayer to any gods that may listen. Oscar's opponent, Philip Raven, made Frederick worry for his friend. You need to worry about yourself rather than Oscar. Rachel is a scary opponent, George said. When the group separated earlier to focus on their matches, George tagged along with Frederick. He had a particular interest in Frederick's opponent, Rachel. I know, the recordings showed me enough of that. Frederick stared at George in annoyance. You refused to tell me anything useful against her. The entire time, George did nothing but gaze at Rachel in the recording. There was no denying the entranced look on his face at the time. This would be his first match against someone with a higher grade Exaltia. To make it worse, Rachel would have also seen his recordings. He and Oscar were certainly in dire straits. Frederick respected Oscar's tenacity and hard work, but part of the reason Oscar won his matches was due to the element of surprise. No one would neglect to learn about their opponents in this serious competition if the information was out there. I can't help you, George said. You are hopelessly in love with her. Frederick scoffed. Shut up. She's just a great friend. George stammered. What about you and Emily? There's nothing between us. I like a different type of girl. Frederick immediately shook his head and looked offended at George. No one is stuck to one preference. George teased further. The two argued the entire way to the stages. Neither was willing to admit to anything. Finally, they reached Frederick's stage, where a young girl was waiting. She had tied her blonde hair into twin tails and stared at Frederick and George with those ruby-red eyes. George, how are you doing? Rachel smiled and waved at George, who flushed a bit. Hey Rachel. It's been a while since we last worked together. I came here to say hi. Really? Her eyes narrowed as they glanced at Frederick. But you're with my opponent? She asked with one eyebrow raised. Terrified, George immediately took her side. I didn't say anything. We're friends. But I wouldn't betray you. Rachel's face turned a small shade of pink. I wouldn't care about that. Step to the side. Then, her arms crossed as though she was annoyed. But her face did not match her dismissive tone. Hearing she did not tell him to leave, George happily moved to a neutral position. Don't worry, I'm cheering for you. I don't need your cheers. Rachel scolded George, but her tone wasn't harsh or punishing. Hen-picked fool. Frederick jumped onto the stage and held out his short swords. He had had enough of the bantering between these two. George heard Frederick's insult and yelled, That describes you and Emily. Stop denying it. Don't think I won't beat the crap out of you later, Frederick yelled. Who are you to talk to him like that? A mere freshman? Rachel stomped her feet, cracking the stage. Her eyes were full of hostility toward Frederick, who threatened George. Stop wasting time. Take this battle seriously. The proctor chastised them for their unruly behavior. The grand gathering was a serious occasion where all students put everything on the line except their lives. Not this drama play on this stage. Yes, Frederick and Rachel tensed instantly. They put their previous argument out of their minds, leaving only the desire to fight and win this match. Rachel and Frederick both summoned their animus. Frederick's hawk let out a loud call as it soared above. It was frustrated at having done nothing in the previous round against Austin and glided with determination. On Rachel's side, her Ein manifested into a polearm in her hands, looking daunting with its axe blade on its end with long sharp daggers from its tip and back. It was not the end, as she wore a pair of gold wrist guards that matched her blonde hair. The wrist guards with her imposing polearm anima gave off a heroic impression. Outside the stage, George looked in admiration at Rachel's confident posture. Frederick's face grew serious. Rachel was a powerhouse of grade 6 with her powerful offensive polearm anima and tough defensive wrist guards. In the recordings of her previous 2 matches, Rachel overwhelmed her opponents with savage cleaves from her polearm. One of her opponents managed to close but was walled off by her wrist guards. The proctor was pleased to see both students had come to their senses. Begin! At the signal, Frederick stepped in but immediately backed down as the wind in front of him blew harshly, slicking his hair backward. He stared at the floor and saw a large crack before his feet. Rachel spun her polearm and slammed the tip on the floor. It was her powerful swing that cut through the stage. I would have been cleaved in 2 if I didn't back down. Sweat dripped down Frederick's brows. That devastating power was not to be trifled with. Hurry up, I saw your previous matches. Where is the drive and tenacity from earlier? Rachel looked expectantly at Frederick. She loved to battle others, evident from the polearm anima that represented herself. She waited in anticipation for someone like Frederick, who fought fervently. Crazy, Frederick hated these battle maniacs like Rachel and Emily. Both were far too overzealous in their love of fights like a pair of war devils. He let out a brilliant slash, but the slash of light was blocked and shredded into fragments by Rachel's polearm. However, this was enough for Frederick to move fast with wind steps past Rachel's polearm. One of his twin swords sliced through the air to Rachel's neck like lightning. The proctor perked up, intending to stop the match if needed. Rachel did not allow the proctor to intervene and brought up her left wrist guard to block. Sparks flew out when the blade met the wrist guard, scraping metals against each other. Slightly irked, Frederick stabbed his other blade forward, but Rachel let go of her polearm and stopped his blade with her other wrist guard. The blade's tip was unable to move further. Rachel stared at Frederick with beast-like red eyes. Her polearm anima that was cast down floated and swung at Frederick. Beast-type animus could move from the start due to their nature, but other types required a deeper understanding and mastery to allow remote control that only extended a short distance from the user. Frederick knew something was up when Rachel easily let go of her polearm. Before the polearm reached him, Frederick withdrew his 2 short swords to block it. Suddenly, Rachel grasped her polearm. Her hands had veins popped out as Rachel forced the polearm forward to finish its attack. The added boost from Rachel's power caused Frederick to be flung back. His strength was not on par with Oscar's and Emily's due to his fighting style. This disparity made him nothing but a piece of paper compared to Rachel. Frederick landed on the floor with a hard thud. He tumbled and rolled until coming to a stop with his clothes dirted and roughed up. Not letting go of this chance, Rachel jumped toward him and stabbed her polearm down. The long, sharp tip reflected the sun's as it neared Frederick. Wind steps. Frederick escaped as the polearm stabbed into the stage and created a single thin crack telling of its immense sharpness and power. The polearm was a weapon that swung powerfully like an axe but also sliced cleanly like a sword and pierced like a spear. His bird anima came swooping down right as to Rachel's exposed back, but she quickly turned to cut it down. The bird dodged Rachel's polearm with a spinning maneuver and continued its attack. But even the bird's beak could not break through Rachel's wrist guards. While Rachel was distracted, Frederick made his move. Brilliant slashes. More streaks and slashes of light made their way to Rachel but were easily destroyed by her polearm or blocked by her wrist guards. With no choice, Frederick used his wind steps to escape. Frederick breathed heavily on the other side of the stage, a good distance from Rachel. He was consuming his Ein at a rapid pace. Not good. Rachel was already more advanced as a middle apprentice Exalt, meaning her supply of Ein and stamina was larger. Frederick only worsened this disadvantage by overusing his Ein. Nothing's working. Rachel looked bored at Frederick, who was half kneeling on the floor. Rachel pointed her polearm at Frederick with her teeth clenched. I expected more. Where is that boldness? Where is the person that tried to blow himself up to win? I'm disappointed. You're not even making me use my spells. George interrupted by saying, Rachel, please don't treat him harshly. He's already done pretty well against you. Rachel looked irked and chastised George. This is a serious competition. If he doesn't take it seriously, I'll beat him down to make him understand what happens to lazy morons. Lazy? Frederick was about to say something when another person intruded on the conversation. What are you doing, Frederick? Rachel, George, and Frederick turned to the intruder. It was Emily who had her arms crossed in anger. Next to her was Austin. "Emily?" Frederick asked. "You're just going to humiliate yourself like this? I didn't waste all that time training with you for nothing." Emily sternly gazed at Frederick. "Is this a joke?" Rachel stared at Emily with cold eyes. "I don't think this man of yours has any fight left in him." Emily raised her eyebrows and said in a chilling tone, "You don't know him, so don't prattle on like an idiot." Rachel was angered at Emily's complete disregard and tried to retort before being interrupted. "Frederick, what are you fighting for? Is your goal so unimportant that you'll give it up like this? You weakling!" Emily shouted and yelled. She didn't want to see Frederick lose like this. The question crashed like thunder in Frederick's mind. The proctor came forward and said, "No interruptions from the audience. I will punish you if you speak further." Emily shrugged her shoulders but complied. She had already said what she wanted to say. This was her way of giving him a shock to make him more driven. At this moment, Frederick was stuck in his thoughts. Coming to the pavilion was natural as a noble's son, and becoming an Exalt was natural, but it wasn't his dream or purpose. What was his reason for doing all of this? Only one name echoed in his heart. Teresa. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 52. Frederick's Rage. Teresa. Frederick remembered the girl he loved. His eyes were empty like an endless black hole, tearing anything before it apart. Rachel felt immense pressure, not from Ein but from Frederick's malice. Unknowingly, she took a step back. "Frederick?" Emily stared blankly at her friend. She had never seen such a bone-chilling expression in the past year from him. Whether arguing with her, hanging around with Oscar, or sparring together, Frederick had this refreshing liveliness. No matter what, he was very energetic and obnoxious in every action. But right now it was different. It was like staring at someone with no sentiments, even more so than Austin, who was always expressionless. A stranger. Unsettled by Frederick, Emily's shoulders shook. She began to wonder if she shouldn't have said anything. Did she make a mistake? "Frederick, what is going on with you?" The other two onlookers, George and Austin, were also taken aback by Frederick's sudden change. "Rachel, snap out of it." George was worried when he saw Rachel staring at Frederick as if in a trance. She was not focused on the fight. George's words awoke Rachel from her stupor. Warily, she tightened her stance defensively with her polearm, ready to counter any attack but unaware that her hands were covered in a cold sweat. Frederick's cold eyes locked onto her like a lion eyeing its prey. He lowered his stance with his hands hanging down by his sides like a beast. What is he planning? Rachel was suspicious. From her previous exchanges, she understood that Frederick was a typical fighter who played by the books and stuck to a conventional way of combat despite his free-willed behavior. The replay of the fight against Austin showed a more savage nature, but his moves and swords were still standard. However, his relaxed stance with his two swords nearly touching the ground was different, and Rachel grew nervous. Frederick finally made his move, cracking the stage under his feet as he dashed toward Rachel. His arms were still lagging while holding his swords. Rachel tightened her grip on her polearm with a relieved look. Although Frederick's sudden behavior shook her, his speed didn't change. She was confident in blocking him off. A large arc of light slashed at Rachel, followed by another arc. Frederick released them in succession without any care. Endless slashes of light. Rachel twirled her polearm to block all of them. However, she was being forced back with each brilliant slash. This constant barrage ended when Frederick was at close range. His twin swords swung from opposite ends to her head. But again, Rachel effortlessly blocked with her wrist guards. A repeat of what happened before. Frederick's eyes narrowed as his Ein focused. Both of his swords began to shine a radiant light. Bastard! Rachel tried to move back, but it was too late. An explosion of light followed by a resounding boom swallowed Frederick and Rachel before being flung back. Rachel managed to stabilize herself, but she was gasping for air. A large amount of smoke and dust, along with the stress of the battle, made it harder for her to breathe properly. Before she could recover, Frederick came in like a bullet through the cloud of dust. Caught in a bad position, Rachel slammed her hands onto the stage and finally invoked a spell. Water whip. Water streamed up from below her hands and combined into a water whip. Guided by her hands, It went straight to Frederick. He tried to avoid it, but Rachel's hands controlled the whip of water. It curved back and down to his foot, wrapping around it. "I got you." Rachel tugged her hands, straightening out the whip of water and forcing Frederick to lose his balance. Grasping water was a spell that utilized her Ein to transform into water that took the shape of a whip. The control depended entirely on her hands and how well she could maneuver the whip. With the loss of balance, Frederick stumbled and lost momentum, but his eyes were still glaring at Rachel. Rachel clenched her teeth and sought to end this battle. Her pole arm tore through the air as she swung it with all her might. However, Rachel wasn't the only one capable of disrupting her enemy. Frederick's bird anima saw another opening and dived in. Its eyes were also chilling to the bone like Frederick's. Rachel blocked its attack again, but it was enough as it forced her to use one of her hands, meaning she had only one other hand to swing the polearm at half its usual power. Frederick brought his swords up to block the attack head-on. Has he lost his mind? Rachel thought as she was still blocking the bird's attacks. Her eyes widened, seeing Frederick's swords glow again. This maniac was planning to blow up her anima. "Bring it on," Rachel shouted as her hand gripped tighter. The polearm and the swords met each in a fierce clash that soon turned into another explosion by Frederick's reckless use of his spell. Again, Rachel and Frederick were blown back, but Frederick was blown farther because Rachel's polearm still tossed him. On her side, Rachel coughed out some blood. She glanced at her polearm anima and saw slight cracks on its surface. Normally, it shouldn't have been damaged against Frederick's two swords, but the explosion of Ein was too much to bear. On the other side, Frederick had burns over his arms and some on his face, worse than before. He breathed out hot air and looked up. In his sight were the two, Emily and Austin, still staring blankly at him. He chuckled as he stood up, staring back with his cold, dark, vacant eyes. "What's with that look? Do you not like what you see? I'm nothing more than an obsessed monster out for revenge. I can't be like you or Oscar no matter what. I tried to want the same thing, but it's useless." Frederick put his back toward them and strode forward. "Frederick!" Emily shouted and was about to get on the stage. She didn't care about the rules at this point. She felt something terrible would happen if she didn't stop Frederick now. "Stop!" The proctor stopped Emily in place. "The battle is still ongoing. Do not interfere." Emily cursed and tried to summon her staff anima until Austin pulled her back. "Calm down. Don't tell me what to do. Frederick is acting weird." Emily struggled, but the proctor subdued Emily and halted her movements with Ein. "We can only watch." Austin shook his head as Emily watched on helplessly. On the stage, Frederick continued his barrage on Rachel. He hacked and slashed from all angles, using his wind steps to keep moving to Rachel's exposed back and sides. With blood on her lip, Rachel handled her polearm far more savagely than before. She had responded to Frederick's frenzied rage with her crazed swings. The stage was chaotic as they continued their frenzied attacks and blocks. Cracks and cuts covered the stage from this exchange. Neither was giving in. Rachel grew more irritated every second. She had to be swift and not as powerful with her attacks to move out if Frederick decided to blow up again. However, this allowed Frederick to continue badgering Rachel without much consequence. "Damned brat!" Rachel decided to finish this battle. The tip of her polearm began to gather a furious amount of wind. George looked shocked at Rachel's actions and couldn't help himself from warning Frederick, "Get out of there. That spell will tear you to shreds." His warning was unheard. Frederick and Rachel were too engrossed in their battle that everything else faded away from their surroundings. In Frederick's mind, there was only the desire for revenge, and he would not let this girl in front of him stop him from getting stronger for that goal. "Gilbert!" Frederick leaped straight towards Rachel. The torrent of wind had finally concentrated on Rachel's polearm, and she stabbed it in the air in Frederick's direction. From the polearm's blade, the wind spilled out like a tornado. The wind spun with the polearm as its center. The torrent was only a few inches in diameter, but it was fast. "Tornado spear!" Rachel's spell focused wind and Ein into a single spot and unleashed it into a sideways tornado. This tornado was thin and concentrated to a point like a spear. Frederick tried to invoke his wind steps to dodge, but no wind could gather on his feet. Although Rachel's tornado spear was thin, It furiously spun and gathered all the wind, dispersing Frederick's. In a furious shout, Frederick desperately tried to sidestep the tornado. It pierced right through his ribs, missing his vital organs by a hair, flowing out his back with blood mixed in. It turned into a harsh red swirl of Frederick's blood and wind. The tornado spear ended, splashing Frederick's blood on the stage. Emily looked horrified and complained to the proctor that he wasn't doing his job properly. She instantly regretted telling Frederick off for not trying. This was not what she wanted to happen. Frederick? Why? The proctor pointed to Rachel. Emily and the others turned to her and saw her face contorted in pain. In her thigh was one of Frederick's swords that somehow stabbed through. More shocking was Frederick's bird anima, stabbing through her hand. In a furious motion, she cast the bird aside. Her hand was stinging in pain and bleeding fast. Rachel groaned as she pulled out the sword, letting the blood flow freely from her thigh wound. She did not expect Frederick to concentrate all his iron into his blade and throw it at her. Since her spell slightly obscured her vision, she saw it when it was too late. Thankfully, her spell's effects on the wind made Frederick's sword and bird miss their mark. Frederick's original aim was for the sword to stab her chest and the bird to stab her neck. But the winds had forced them off course. The dust settled, and Frederick fell to the floor. The blood from his wound did not stop and colored the stage red. The proctor immediately intervened and announced Rachel as the winner. Frederick! Emily ran to Frederick's side and tried to keep him conscious. The proctor hastily took him and carried him off to the healing stations. Losing a student at this grand gathering would reflect poorly on the pavilion's good name. Emily was about to follow when Rachel called for her. Hey, tell that boy I'm sorry for looking down on him. She apologized for her earlier dismissive words. However, his mind isn't in its right place. Be careful. Emily stared a while before nodding her head. If I get the chance, I'll get payback for Frederick, Rachel said grimly through her wounds. I'll be waiting. Emily turned and sprinted off to the healing tent. I'm such an idiot. Why do I keep doing this? She repeated that to herself. Frederick would not have gone over the line if not for her encouragement. She should have kept her mouth shut. Emily felt responsible for this and decided to take care of Frederick. In that match, she felt anxious and troubled that Frederick would die. In the healing station, Emily watched as the healers focused on closing Frederick's grievous wound that you could see through. They patched up all his burns and wrapped him in bandages. It's one thing to fight, but he overdid it. He's stable now. He'll need some time to wake up, one of the healers told Emily. Thank you. Emily looked down at Frederick's unconscious face in worry. What happened to you? Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 53. The Prismatic Blade. The air was stifling as Oscar sweat from his brow despite not having started the fight. Heck, he was not on the stage yet. It felt like dropping into the opening of a volcano. Shape up, don't falter. His feet regained their bearing and steadily stepped forward. Oscar preemptively equipped his buckler and stepped onto the stage. A few minutes passed, and an eye-catching figure made his way through the crowd. The crowd slowly parted to allow this person through. The man had beautiful rosy hair with shining purple eyes that shone with power and confidence. The girls in the crowd blushed at seeing his handsome face. He resembled the carving of a statue or a beautiful painting. He was Philip Raven. The Raven Duke family, one of the highest authorities in the brilliant Drake Empire that had existed since the Empire's birth, is a military family that fielded generals and commanders that fought for the Empire in numerous wars. They were one of the primary bulwarks from its expansion to its defenses. Every family member was noted for their prowess in swordsmanship, utilizing the unique Raven sword techniques. From the moment they could properly grip an object, a member of the Raven family started their sword training. Perhaps the strangest aspect of this family was the refusal to use armaments such as armor or weapons. Oscar read up on the Raven family and watched Philip's matches repeatedly. In Philip's previous matches, Philip only wielded his sword anima to defeat his opponents. The only information Oscar could find on this subject was that the Raven family allowed armaments once they reached the Knight Exalt realm. Good afternoon, Philip politely said. At last, Philip propped onto the stage. Good afternoon, Oscar responded. Philip looked at Oscar with a hint of interest. His opponent was only a grade 4 Exaltia, and his anima was a soft-looking deer. but he managed to defeat 2 people to reach this point. However, none of this registered as a threat to him. Philip was confident in stopping any of Oscar's strategies and moves. His sword was not that lacking to falter here. On the other side, Oscar clenched his hands with a serious face. He wished he hadn't shown all his powers in the previous rounds. One of the major reasons Oscar won his battles was the element of surprise. After all, as a grade 4, the best option was to catch the enemy off guard and finish it without giving them a chance to retaliate. Against Mary, he displayed his stone gaze and physical power. Against George, he showed his steel scales and buckler's range. Philip must have seen his recordings, so any attempt at a surprise was gone. If there is no option for tricks, then I can only move on with brute strength. Oscar took up his stance and prepared for an all-out fight. He had belief in his master Draven's teachings. All the suffering in that prison was not for nothing. Philip smiled a little at Oscar's resolute stance. He preferred straightforward duels with nothing held back. His opponents constantly scurried and made nervous attacks which bored him. "Will you make this interesting? Let's see." Philip's eyes spiked. It was a strange appearance with a slightly transparent color like a white veil, but its edges flamed with rainbow colors. The eye focused on Philip's hands and condensed into a sword. The sword was beautiful, with various colors constantly shining on its edges as it moved through the sunlight. Its features were like a prismatic crystal. Oscar tensed up. Although it was an anima, it was unbelievably sharp and tough. The proctor brought his hands up and was about to start the fight. "Wait a moment, please." Philip interrupted the proctor with an apology and pulled out a sheet of cloth from his pocket. Under Oscar and the proctor's stunned faces, Philip tied the cloth around his eyes as a blindfold. "Explain." Oscar felt insulted by Philip's actions. Was he so weak that Philip decided to give him a handicap? "Forgive me. I do not mean this as an insult. Contrary to that, it's a form of respect," Philip said. "Respect? I dare not underestimate my opponents. The spell you used against that brown-haired girl was stone gaze. You displayed expertise in its use, from its timing and duration down to the letter." Philip's magnetic voice continued as he poured compliments on Oscar. "A single instant is crucial in battle. I'd rather shut my eyes than give you that advantage or chance." Oscar could not deny the conviction and sincerity in Philip's words. Strangely, it made him smile a little, knowing that this great genius regarded him seriously. "I'm grateful to be respected by someone like you. You made it here as a grade 4. That's something worthy of respect and cannot be underestimated." Philip swung his sword into position, holding it with 2 hands as its sharp tip reflected a rainbow of colors. He grew tired of words and eagerly waited for the battle to start. "Begin!" The proctor declared the start of the match. Despite the match having started, Philip and Oscar remained where they were. Neither rushed out toward the other. Oscar held his shield close to his chest. There was no point in being aggressive here and leaving openings for Philip. It had to come down to Oscar's defense and whether he could weather through Philip's onslaught. The question is whether he will crumble first or Philip will show an opening. Excited, Philip moved closer to Oscar. He wanted to find out what gave Oscar such confidence. Philip's feet tapped on the stage step by step before they stopped only a foot away from Oscar. Yet Oscar did not move. In a blink of an eye, Philip's sword clashed with Oscar's buckler. Oscar felt the immense weight behind Philip's sword but blocked well. The sword could not break through or move forward. Under his blindfold, Philip's eyes widened. Looking back at all the opponents he encountered since entering the pavilion, none of them could fully defend against his sword. His sword usually sliced or tore through their defense or flung them into an unfavorable position with sheer strength. But Oscar did not move a single step and his hands still firmly grasped his buckler. What shocking strength! Philip retracted his sword and quickly unleashed another slash from another angle. Once again, Oscar blocked it head-on with his feet firmly in place. Below his feet, the stage cracked. Feeling his sword unable to advance, Philip grinned and fell back. He looked deeply at his anima and then at Oscar. His curiosity grew ever more. "Incredible physical prowess. What kind of training have you done?" "The usual," Oscar replied dryly with no intention of telling. Part of the reason he could effectively block Philip's overwhelming strikes was the incredible physical power that he never ceased to hone. The other part was his use of Awaken. Before Philip's strikes landed, Oscar used Awaken to gather the wreath by striking his feet against the ground and funneling it to his shield, resulting in a sturdy block. However, Oscar did not let himself get carried away since Philip was only using his physical power. The true battle would begin when Philip uses his Ein and techniques. Philip changed stances and grasped his sword in front with both hands. His eyes changed, and the air grew deathly silent around him like the calm before the storm. Raven's sword technique. He closed the distance in a single step and unleashed his family's sword techniques. These techniques were similar to spells but were specialized for swords. First step, Philip's sword, coated in tremendous Ein, performed for consecutive diagonal attacks from each direction. The slashes almost came together like a square. Oscar unleashed his Ein and rose to block the first strike with a mix of his Ein and Reese. The blade was heavier than before, and its deadly Ein made it sharper. Oscar's Ein was almost sliced cleanly through and nearly broke his defense. Fearing the next set of attacks, Oscar took in the Reese from Philip's slash and readjusted it through his body and back to his buckler. Supplemented by Philip's physical power, the buckler moved to block the next strike with ease. This motion continued for the rest of the 4 strikes of the first step. With Philip's attacks deflected, Oscar slammed the buckler at his foe. Philip was surprised once again that Oscar could block his first step and even counterattack. He swung his sword fiercely to stop Oscar's blunt buckler. Oscar was forced back several feet while Philip only took a few steps back. The difference between them was evident. Oscar had Reese and physical power, but his Ein was incomparable to Philip's. A cut formed on Oscar's forearm, and blood dripped onto the stage below. Oscar groaned in pain but quickly maintained his defensive stance. He did not even realize when Philip injured him. On the other side, Philip pondered on Oscar's strengths. Each successive block was stronger, and the final attack was the most powerful. It was confounding that Oscar somehow became more powerful with each blow. It was not enough. Philip gripped his sword tighter. He felt grateful for this chance to improve his swordsmanship. His handsome face did not stop smiling at Oscar. Faster. I need to be faster and attack from other angles. Here I come. First step. The 4 slashes flew out again, but Philip curved his attacks instead of straight diagonals. It was similar to a whirlpool. Oscar blocked each one. He knew Philip would go up a notch this in the next exchange and prepared himself. Steel scales. Oscar invoked his spell, and a sudden strike scraped off his reinforced skin. Unlike before, Philip's attacks did not wound him. Philip was undeterred and did not give Oscar a chance to breathe. Second step, the terrace above the stadium. Margaret sipped some tea with a soothing expression. Her eyes were closed under the pleasant calm feeling. It's not nice to show up without an announcement. Her eyes opened to see the warden of the Abyss prison, Draven, sitting across from her. The attendants around her were astonished. One moment, the seat was empty, and suddenly the warden was in it. Draven had helped himself to some of Margaret's tea. His helmet-covered face looked straight at Margaret as he sipped from his cup. "Why are you, Draven?" "I did not think the warden was interested in students' external affairs." Margaret chewed on a cookie, seeming quite indifferent to Draven's presence. Draven shook his head and said, "My dear Margaret, you haven't aged a single day. How are your soldiers?" Margaret's face twitched in irritation, and her icy voice said, "I have no time for your jokes. Are you here to watch your disciple?" "Disciple? Who are you referring to?" "Oscar Ter." Margaret stared deeply at Draven. "You mean my temporary disciple? I only taught him for a week. He's no longer my student." Draven dismissed Margaret's words. "He knows Awaken and Reese. Explain why you would teach that to a temporary disciple. What does it matter? He's won 2 matches so far. The Reese Awaken is dangerous. You willingly taught him a double-edged technique. If it were Ein Awaken, then I wouldn't take it so seriously." Margaret scolded. Draven rubbed his chin and complained, "If someone learned the Reese Awaken on their own, you would care less. That's because those people had chosen that path on their own. Their consequences are theirs to handle. But this boy is influenced by you to learn it." Margaret raged. "True, I did initiate the boy into it, but he chose to remain. Don't downplay his resolve and decision." Draven's voice lost its elegant tone and replaced it with anger. Margaret tensed up in her seat. She never thought he would speak up for another like this. However, you are right. I will take responsibility if the boy is broken apart by the Reawaken. Draven continued sipping his tea and pulled up a live image of Oscar's fight against Philip. Isn't this your grandnephew? The boy has the features of the Raven family. Margaret looked at the live feed and nodded. Her sister married into the Raven family long ago and mothered some children. Philip was the most talented out of her sister's progeny. She had a great relationship with her sister and her family, but she never gave them special treatment, nor did they want any. Margaret thanked heavens her sister did not marry wrongly. Your disciple is struggling. Margaret's attention was on the wound on Oscar's forearm. Draven tapped his finger on the table. I wonder how far he can take this. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 54. Oscar's Resolve. Second step. Philip released the second step of the Raven sword techniques. The Ein surged and enveloped the prismatic sword. The blade gave off an oppressive pressure that bore down on Oscar like a waterfall. Oscar smelled the stench of death closing in as the sword swung in from below. He forcibly canceled his steel scales to move right before the sword drew closer. The buckler in his hands held most of his concentrated Ein and clashed against Philip's devastating sword. In the instant his buckler touched the sword, Oscar felt his instincts screaming. His instincts, honed from Draven's deadly punches, sensed something ominous about to happen despite having blocked Philip. Oscar instantly kicked backward and activated his steel scales again. However, before the steel scales could fully form, Philip's blade suddenly slashed in from the opposite direction above. Blood spurted out from Oscar's shoulder, making him wince in pain, but the steel scales came through in time to prevent further damage. Philip looked at the blood on his sword and swung it to blow off the blood. His blindfolded face slowly broke into a small smile. On the other hand, Oscar's face was grim as his right shoulder was bleeding. His mind was in disarray from Philip's sudden attack. If he hadn't retreated in time and used steel scales, he certainly would have lost the match. By focusing the Ein in his hand, Oscar cauterized the shoulder wound shut. He could deal with the forearm wound, but his shoulder was losing too much blood. But the blood loss was not important. His thoughts focused on Philip's second step. At first glance, it was a simple diagonal slash from below, but it suddenly shifted to an attack from the opposite direction above. When the first slash came into contact with his buckler, there was no strength or sharpness behind the blow, contrary to its overwhelming appearance. It was a feint, an excellent feint. Not only that, Oscar was shocked at how fast the sword transitioned into the second slash. Its speed and the way it flexibly moved to the other side. One moment it was near his buckler, and the next, his shoulder was bleeding. Again, Philip said with a tinge of excitement. His previous bouts had been lackluster. He respected his opponents for trying their best, but none of them were capable enough to make him use his techniques. To him, Oscar was a rare opponent for him to test out his abilities. Without any more delay, he rushed in. One more time, his second step technique hacked at Oscar, starting from above. That second step was a versatile technique that started from any angle and direction. Not this time. Oscar wielded his buckler and put it in the sword's trajectory, but it did not contain his usual Ein and power. When the sword flashed instantly into its deceptive second strike, using the first as a feint, Oscar quickly and easily switched his stance to block the true strike of the second step. The second step was halted in place. Philip was once again shocked yet tremored in excitement. Oscar smiled defiantly at Philip. From what he gathered, Philip's attack could only manifest the second strike in the opposite direction, making it child's play to know where it would transition. The issue was speed and positioning. The sword had immense weight behind every blow, stronger than Emily's staff and speed surpassing Frederick's wind steps. Thus, Oscar did not put all his efforts into the first defense. Using Ein and Reawaken to block Philip's feint was detrimental to the attempt to follow up in time for the second strike. Incredible! Philip took a step backward and readied for another strike. The battle continued in a fierce onslaught. Fierce sparks and loud scarping of metals endlessly resulted from Oscar and Philip's exchange. Oscar was able to keep up with Philip's strikes by constantly eyeing out the first feint and blocking the true strike from the opposite side with Ein and Reese Awaken. Part of his mind was concerned about Philip mixing in his first step technique, but Philip never did despite the several dozen exchanges. Was Philip unable to use it? His suspicions were, in fact, true. Philip was unable to use the first step. Although Philip was a genius of the grade 7 Exaltia and trained in the Raven household, he was not yet at the mastery of flowing his techniques without pause. The transition from one technique to the other was a complete shift in stance, position, grip, and Ein usage. Philip was still unable to make the transition seamlessly and quickly. Yes, he had no issues using the same technique repeatedly, but the small moment of transition was an obvious opening for his enemies. Perhaps against some other opponent, Philip would have no issue switching between techniques. Still, Oscar had proven himself to be observant and quick to act on an opening during this fight and the previous ones. I won't give you any chance. Philip's second step, strikes became more overbearing, leaving Oscar to clench his teeth and weather through this. The fierce melee seemed as if it would never end. Oscar had gotten accustomed to blocking Philip's second step and moved his buckler almost naturally to defend effectively. But Oscar was not happy, rather confused. Is he trying to finish me off with only his second technique? No, he is planning something. Oscar kept waiting for Philip's game-changing move. Philip, while blindfolded, kept his attention on Oscar and waited patiently for the best opportunity. And the moment finally arrived. Second step, Oscar moved to block the feint while readying himself for the second strike. Once his buckler made initial contact with the first strike, Oscar switched to block the second as he usually did. But the second strike never came. To Oscar's horror, Philip's sword did not switch to the opposite side where his buckler was waiting. It slashed along its original path to Oscar's now exposed body. Damn! I got you! With a burst of veins on his arms and forehead, Oscar forcibly pulled his buckler back to block. But this hastily made defense was late and not as sturdy because of going against the momentum of his Reese. Steel scales. The sword easily blew back Oscar's unstable buckler and cleaved into Oscar's body. Although his steel scales was active, the sword still sliced through it. In a groan of pain, Oscar canceled his spell and retreated. He threw his buckler like a spinning top at Philip to prevent him from pursuing. Philip deflected Oscar's buckler with ease but did not give chase. Oscar pulled back his buckler and knelt on one knee from the pain. His chest was cut badly and bleeding like a fountain. It's a shame. If you were a stronger middle apprentice Exalt, your steel scales might have deflected more of my blade. But right now, my Ein is superior to yours, Philip said. Oscar could barely pay attention thanks to the blood loss. His face was increasingly pale, making the proctor think if he should end this match. Before the proctor could come to a decision, Oscar burned his chest wound shut with Ein and stood up firmly. Astonished, Philip could not help but ask, "You've done enough and shown your strength. I acknowledge that. You know there is no chance of victory, so why? You're right. Rationally, I should surrender before I suffer more injuries that may impact me later," Oscar said while breathing heavily. Then why? Philip asked again. I don't know. I always say I don't like killing and unnecessary battles. But right now, I want to fight to the end. So don't pity me. He wanted to know the gap between him and a genius. Oscar drew in a deep breath and shouted, "Face me. Put everything you have into this." Philip was silent. Oscar's undaunting words piqued his fighting spirit. "I apologize for disrespecting you. I did not take into account your resolve. It was rude to suggest surrender. Let's settle this like warriors, not students." Margaret tapped her teacup on the table. Philip should have just ended it. There is no room for words in a true battle to the death. Is someone getting worried for their grandnephew now? I thought you were the beacon of neutrality, Draven said in amusement. I'm not favoring him. I can be worried for my family if I want to, but I won't intervene like some unsavory fools in the past. Margaret despised the blatant favoritism if a student was related to an elder or staff. Before she came to power, the Blue Ocean Pavilion was already good at handling such cases. But she made sure to engrave the belief that doing so would result in horrific punishment, resulting in many elders being cautious about favoring their families. In the past, she executed elders and staff who tried to hide their bullying and killed off potential talents that opposed their children and relatives. Her crusade did not end there. She destroyed their family's foundations, leaving their statuses in the dirt. However, this boy truly is your disciple. He's stubborn just like you. Temporary disciple. Draven sipped from his tea. Robert seems to have a mild interest in him from how he passed the trials. It was quite an entertaining show. Margaret pulled up a stone tablet and found a recording of Oscar's enrollment trial, conducted a year ago. She watched expressionlessly at Oscar in the video. Her eyes focused on Oscar hanging down from the mountain and propping up his friend. This boy is going to break down sooner or later. It might even be now against Philip. His mind seems rational and calm. Yet why does it steer towards drastic measures and wild plans? He is only grade 4 after all. There can only be unusual and radical actions in the face of such a gap against his peers. Besides, there's a stubbornness that runs deep in his bones. If he keeps growing, he'll be a powerful Exalt. Draven answered. If he lives that long. Oh, looks like they're about to start. Draven ignored Margaret's remark and focused on Oscar's battle. To make up for this, I will strike you with my most powerful attack. The Ein dispersed from Philip's prismatic sword anima. It was eerily calm, as if the fierce clashes had never happened. Then the very tip, the sharpest point, of the sword was gathering all the Ein. The Ein collected and condensed onto this single point like Oscar's stone gaze. But unlike Oscar's spell, this Ein was for destruction. Philip lowered his stance, bending his knees, and held the sword back horizontally to the stage, pointing at Oscar. Instead of two hands, he only gripped his blade with one and palmed his free hand forward. Oscar let out a large breath in a sigh. With a serious face, he lowered his knees and held his buckler back like Philip's sword. On the terrace, Margaret's expression did not change, but inside, she was bewildered by Oscar's move. Abandoning his defense like this was not rational. Draven, however, looked with interest behind his helmet. If my guess is correct, my little disciple has a crazy plan. Even I wouldn't be this reckless. But that is interesting. Go forth, Oscar, and show me how far you've progressed. The two on the stage, Oscar and Philip, remained silent. The two were preparing themselves to start in their best condition. This is the third step of the Raven family sword techniques. It is my most powerful attack. Receive it, Philip said proudly. The Raven sword techniques were divided and had 3 techniques for each Exalt realm. The apprentice Exalts had the first, second, and third steps, with the last being the most powerful. The elite Exalts had 4th, 5th, and 6th. It continued until the martial Exalt with the 10th, 11th, and 12th steps. No King Exalt techniques existed because no one in the Raven family had stepped into that realm. I don't have a name for my attacks. I'll say that this next one is what my current self is capable of. Oscar's eyes were brimming with his resolve to win. Their last clash was at hand. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 55. The battle's conclusion. Third step. Philip's final move was his most powerful, the third step of the Raven sword techniques, the highest possible step in the apprentice Exalt realm. The crackling Ein on the tip of his sword was loud and drew the air around it like a hurricane. It wasn't transforming and manipulating the air like Rachel's tornado spear, but simply by the strength of the Ein alone. Reese awaken. Oscar swung his arm and threw the buckler at Philip's head with all the Reese he could muster from the ground. It spun rapidly like a bandsaw in the foundry. However, this deadly saw-like buckler missed its mark. Philip's expression did not break as he ducked as the buckler grazed the tips of his hair. He expected the buckler to make its way back to the back of his head, but that never came to pass. Oscar again used Reese Awaken and poured more Reese into a forceful tug. He swung the buckler in a half-circle trajectory back to himself. In doing so, he infused the buckler with double the Reese. In the meantime, Philip finally made his move and bolted forward in a wide leap with his sword extended out. The sword was destructive as the air and stage trembled with its passing. The third step was a direct stab, but the key factor was the amount of Ein concentrated in its utmost tip. It was also the fastest of the 3 steps, as a stab was faster than a swing. Feeling the pressure of death, Oscar grabbed the buckler as it finally arrived back to him. He used his foot as a pivot and spun with the buckler to not let it lose any of its momentum in Reese. A full rotation later, Oscar stamped his other foot on the ground to generate even more Reese. Oscar utilized Reese Awaken to guide more Reese, creating a triple collection of Reese in his buckler. Then he poured all the Ein in his body into the buckler, emptying his core. His mind felt like countless needles were digging into his brain, and his body started to burn as his heartbeat hastened past his limits. Blood suddenly popped out of his veins, mouth, eyes, and ears, but Oscar refused to back down. The buckler was overflowing with his Ein that the smooth black surface turned into a deep shade of blue rather than an aura forming around it. Oscar felt his body boiling as his blood heated up from his heart. It was pumping his blood like surging rapids. His eyes were almost blacking out from his mind, almost breaking down. I refused to back down. At last, Philip's blade and Oscar's buckler were about to crash. Steel scales. With the last of his power, Oscar activated his spell to boost his body's toughness at the moment his buckler collided. Triple the Reese, all of Oscar's Ein and more from outside, and steel scales. The combination of everything he had was his final move. On the terrace, Margaret's face finally cracked as a small expression of disbelief twitched. Is he mad? He could never be an Exalt ever again. Doing something like that is nothing short of suicide. That doesn't matter to him. Oscar does not care if he's given it his all. Draven finally called Oscar by name with a hint of pride. He remembered the boy casually accepting the death training by saying he'd survive and live on even as a cripple. Is that something you're proud about? You should have taught him restraint, Margaret scolded. As a commander and strategist that looks at the big picture, you might not understand. But sometimes you can't back down and must throw all your eggs into the basket. Draven sighed. Draven dash. I thought I said. Draven cut off Margaret. Don't make light of his determination. Draven dropped his elegance. Before, he had only a hint of anger, but now it was on full display. The teacup in his hand shattered, and the table cracked, spilling the tea everywhere. The servants and attendants at the side quickly bowed their heads to the ground and trembled in fear. They did not wish to do anything to anger the warden more. Even Margaret felt a drop of sweat run down her cheek at Draven's angered state. She sighed and swiped her hands, making the table and shattered ceramic vanish. Are you not worried for your disciple? Temporary disciple. No, I'm not worried. Whatever the outcome, it is his own doing. What matters is what he does after. On the stage, Oscar and Philip extended their hands out further. The buckler and sword clashed against each other. Ein exploded in the center of the battle, breaking the stage in half between the two fighters. The air itself became hot as it blew in all directions outward from ground zero. The sword's tip was on the center of the buckler, but neither gave an inch. The stage kept collapsing as Oscar and Philip sank further into the caving ground. Ah! Both gave off a final shout as the clash reached its climax. The entire stage erupted as a loud booming force resounded through the stadium. It was like a small hurricane had descended. The crowd of students was shocked and turned toward the source. Earlier, many were focused on the greater apprentice matches, but the power they felt from the middle apprentice match was incredible. What happened? How can a middle apprentice match be this terrifying? Little by little, students gathered around the broken remains of the stage with curious and shocked eyes. The students that were watching from the start were speechless and unable to answer the inquiries of others. The proctor had a grievous face because he had been too engrossed in the battle. He forgot to fulfill his duty and stop the match if it got too dangerous. The crowd of students and proctor watched as the big dust, smoke, and heat clouds were still churning. Who was fighting? I think I saw Philip Raven here. Philip Raven? Isn't he a genius of the Raven family? Who was his opponent? I don't know. Finally, the dust started to settle, quieting the crowd. Look! One observer pointed at the shadow of a figure in the smoke. The figure had rosy hair and deep purple eyes holding a beautiful prismatic sword. Philip! Person shouted. Philip's clothes were roughed up, but he had no visible wounds. The crowd wondered if he came out uninjured. Then why did the battle turn out this way? To the audience's shock, the prismatic sword had a crack. Philip coughed out some blood from the rebound effect of his anima being hurt. He's bleeding. Who the hell managed to crack his anima? With the grade 7 Exaltia, there should be very few who can do it, the crowd exclaimed. On the other side of the broken stage, Oscar came into view. However, Oscar was lying on the floor, unmoving. There was a shocking amount of blood splattered behind him. His upper clothes had been blown off and revealed a horrid hole in his chest, slightly above his heart. A person could see the ground through the injury if they were close enough. The crowd visibly winced at Oscar's wound-ridden body. What a pitiful guy. He managed to crack Philip's anima, but at such a grievous cost. Someone murmured. Everyone shook their heads in pity for Oscar. Philip did not say anything and stepped closer to Oscar. Since the force of the collision blew off his blindfold, he wanted to take one good look at Oscar. Even though you're in this condition and lost consciousness, you still have an unyielding face. Oscar's eyes were rolled back, revealing the white under, but still they seemed to stare directly at Philip. Oscar's face looked like he was still fighting, with his teeth clenched. Philip turned and spotted Oscar's buckler on the side. He picked it up and placed it on Oscar to cover his wound as a show of respect. He noticed a grotesque mass of poorly healed flesh on Oscar's stomach. What the hell did you experience to have this wound? To have an injury like this meant Oscar was close to dying at one point. Philip looked back on his life and the intense training he had been through. It seems I was lacking compared to you. I never faced a true battle of life and death like you. I was immature next to your determination. The proctor finally came about and announced Philip as the winner. Philip turned and departed but stopped, feeling a sharp pain in his right arm. It was fractured and almost completely broken. It's broken? Philip glanced at Oscar, who was being carried away by the proctor. Thank you, you were an incredible opponent. I'll never forget this fight. I hope to see you recover and fight me once you're stronger. He lost. Margaret crossed her arms and stared at Draven, who remained silent. She wanted to say more, but she knew Draven had some inclination toward Oscar. There was no benefit to poking a wild beast. That was a beautiful strike. He exceeded my expectations. Draven almost hummed at Oscar's unyielding display. Draven, nice tea. I'll be taking my leave now. Enjoy the rest of the grand gathering. Draven disappeared before everyone's eyes. Elder Saul was trimming some branches off the trees. He suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the stadium. The boy lost. Well done for a grade 4, but even with Reese, it's hard to overcome a stronger Exalt that is also grade 7. However, this is good. Let the loss soak in. He resumed trimming with a lazy expression. Draven suddenly appeared in the healing station, hidden in the shadows. The healers worked hard, trying their best to reattach and reform Oscar's flesh to shut the gaping hole. It was a laborious process that needed delicate control as the injury was right above the heart. Finally, the healers closed his wound thanks to their expertise and elixirs. But the critical issue was Oscar's heart. His heart is so slow. I can barely get a beat. We've given him more blood and closed up his wound. Why is his heart so weak? Draven stared at the healers, who tried to make Oscar's heart return to normal. That won't work. The overuse of Reese Awaken has affected his body, while the complete overdraw of his core attacked his mind. He needs a greater stimulus. His hand reached out, replacing the contents of one of the elixirs with some other liquid. Draven hurriedly flicked his fingers, making the unknown liquid turn the same color as the original elixir. The healer, unaware the elixir was switched, poured it into Oscar's mouth. They didn't expect much, but Oscar's body suddenly began to convulse. His heart's back. He's almost good. The healers were ecstatic and let out sighs of relief. They did not wish to have a student die on their watch. The elixir I gave you was the grade 3 Thunder Jolt elixir. Normally, it's used for combat and gives people a lightning-fast awareness. But here it'll charge your heart and mind to jolt them up. It was a precious elixir meant for Knight Exalts who could fully use its effects, but Draven was nonchalant about using it for Oscar. Hours passed after Draven left. Slowly, Oscar's eyes opened. His vision was blurry for a bit until it came into focus. I'm in the healing station. Oscar remembered the familiar ceiling of the healing station. However, the respite ended when the accumulation of all the pain he endured broke out. Pain covered every inch of his body, and Oscar was sweating bullets from the insane headache he was experiencing. But none of that compared to the pain he felt inside. I lost. Oscar recalled the last moments of the battle against Philip. When the stage exploded, Oscar's buckler was forced back as it could not keep up against Philip's iron. The sheer concentration of iron in Philip's sword tip overwhelmed him. The next thing he remembered was his buckler blown away and the sword stabbing into his chest like a hot piece of scalding metal scorching his flesh. Oscar did notice a slight crack on the sword. I used everything, and it only cracked his anima. I lost. Tears began overflowing from Oscar's eyes to his face and the pillow below. Oscar put his hand on his face to cover his tear-filled eyes. I lost. Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 56. What is within? The grand gathering started in the morning, and now it was well past the afternoon. There were the sounds of cheers and battle as the competition was still underway. Oscar was still in the healing station on the bed, completely immobile except for his arms. The rest of his body was still deeply worn out and needed time to recuperate. Even his eyes were only staring blankly at the ceiling as he recalled the last moments of his fight against Philip. Over and over, he went through the moment when his buckler could no longer hold back Philip's sword and the feeling of the sword puncturing his flesh. His wound that had been patched up and healed began to ache sharp pain, making Oscar groan. What was I lacking? The question was like a mosquito nagging at his ear. It was irritating. Various thoughts and answers floated around. Philip's family? His sword techniques? My mistakes? No matter what Oscar tried to come up with, none of them were satisfying answers. They were like sweet whispers that tried to comfort him, but it was only more frustrating. Knowing the true answer in his heart, Oscar looked dispirited. It was the most obvious reason, but Oscar didn't want to admit it. The image of Philip standing tall with his sword anima in hand was burned into his mind. Grade 7, the Grade 7 Exaltia core and Grade 7 anima. Oscar closed his eyes and retreated into his inner space. There stood his radiant blue core and his blue deer anima next to it. The deer looked sad and downcast, not wanting to look Oscar in the eye. A beast anima had some intelligence to it, like a tamed animal. Oscar's deer anima felt Oscar's sorrow and knew Oscar lost because it was too weak. In the battle against Philip, Oscar didn't use his anima a single time because it was a huge risk. The deer was too large and slow of a target against Philip's sword. It would have been a surefire loss if he used his anima. His loss would have been set the moment Philip cut his deer apart. Oscar sighed and approached his anima. The deer anima whimpered and meekly trotted toward Oscar with his head hung low. As a representation of Oscar's being, it hated being a burden and unable to help. Oscar stopped before his anima, that still did not want to look him in the eyes. It was almost baffling how sentient anima could be when given freedom. With Grade 7 Exaltia, Philip was far ahead of me as a middle apprentice Exalt. His ein was deadlier and more refined. He's likely at the peak and about to advance while I am still in the beginning stages. The deer anima dropped its head further down. Within the emptiness of the inner space, Oscar's words echoed loudly into its very being. His anima was extremely tough and deadly. No matter how I tried to block and smash it away, it was clean of any nicks. Grade 7 is truly incredible. You know why I did not let you out in that fight? Oscar observed his anima in its sad demeanor and walked closer. An Exalt is not an Exalt if they don't use their anima. He reached out to the deer, who flinched but stayed still. But Oscar did not scold or hit his own anima. He hugged it firmly with the warmth of a parent. I'm sorry. The deer anima was perplexed at this turn of events, but Oscar's thoughts flowed into it, letting it know how Oscar truly felt. It cried blue tears that evaporated instantly. I trained and constantly strove to improve myself, from the awakened to Reese and my buckler, but I neglected you. You were always with me from the beginning, but I cast you aside, using you only as bait. I'm a failure of an Exalt. You are a part of who I am, but I never tried for you. It's no wonder I lost to Philip. Maybe if we were as close as him and his sword anima, we could have given more of a fight. Can you forgive me? Will you fight alongside me? The deer anima tugged itself out of Oscar's arms and cried out in happiness. Pranced around with a burst of vitality. Oscar smiled at his anima. Indeed, he could not take back the time lost, but he can make up for it now and become a true Exalt. He patted its head tenderly. Then let's fight together from now on. Outside, Oscar opened his eyes as if waking from a deep slumber, but his eyes were not as dim or gloomy as before. Oscar, Emily was right beside Oscar. She had come in earlier to check up on Frederick when she saw Oscar in the bed. It was shocking to see Oscar in such a state again. The first time was the battle with Greg, and now here. You shouldn't be so reckless with your life. Philip is a strong opponent. Emily said some scolding words with hints of care behind them. I could not help it, Emily. I didn't back down because I wanted to see how far I could go against him. Oscar coughed as he spoke. Even if it meant dying? Emily asked with a dark face. I was never in any real danger. It's a match. Thud. Oscar could still not move, but he could hear Emily slamming her foot on the ground. What's with you two idiots? Emily said with tears coming out of her eyes, stunning Oscar. In all the years in the pavilion, they had never seen Emily cry like this. But now, it was as if the dam broke, and tears flowed down endlessly. Idiots? Oscar stammered, not knowing how to respond to Emily's tears. You and Frederick, you guys fight with no regard for your own safety. You charge head-on into suicidal attacks. Do you know how it feels to be watching that? Or seeing your broken bodies here? Have you given any thought to the people like me who have to hope you're still fine? Emily screamed at the top of her lungs. The rest of the healing station was startled by this. One of the healers put a spell of silence around Oscar and Emily. They didn't want the noise to disturb the other patients. Fred, what happened to him? Oscar asked in a worried tone. He's right next to you and still unconscious. He hasn't moved a single finger since losing his match. Emily launched into a long tirade about Frederick's match and the strange behavior he showed. He didn't stop no matter how burnt his body was getting. It's like he was possessed. Oscar was speechless. What could have spurred Frederick to this madness? In the past year they've been together, Oscar barely saw Frederick act anything other than his wild and free-willed self. He took his training seriously and always clung to the best course of action. Wait, there were times when Frederick did behave strangely. Oscar finally remembered. It was whenever Gilbert was brought up either in conversation or rumors. Frederick reacted in hatred or rejection. Because of this, Oscar never brought up Gilbert in conversation to the point of avoiding it. He had forgotten about all of it until now. Did something remind him of Gilbert? Oscar knew there was some relationship between Frederick and Gilbert, but he never asked. If Frederick were willing to talk about it, then he would listen. So far, that day never came. Emily, putting aside Frederick's problem for a moment, Oscar focused on Emily. What? Emily said with reddened eyes and a sniffling nose. I'm sorry for not taking care of myself. You were right that I shouldn't risk my own life like this. Oscar apologized. He had put Emily through such distress when she was already suffering from Frederick's strangeness. I'm not saying you shouldn't risk your life. That's a normal part of an Exalt to improve. But the two of you don't fight like you're trying to survive. It's almost like you wish for death, Emily said with a hoarse throat. I'm not looking for death, Emily. I would never upset my friends and mother and father like that. I just lost my reason for the fight. That will never happen again. Emily sighed in relief and slumped into her seat. She turned to Frederick's bed, waiting for him to wake up. Meanwhile, Frederick was experiencing a nightmare. Frederick found himself at the edge of a cliff. He wanted to turn away, but his eyes were locked on the bottom over the edge. It was a rocky formation of jagged rocks that spelled death for anyone who jumped down without protection. There was a mess of blood staining the rocks red. Ah! Frederick let out a helpless cry of despair. No matter what, he could never go back to stop it. What happened on this cliff was cemented in the past. What have I been doing? Why am I so weak? The feelings of ineptitude and despair overwhelmed Frederick as he knelt on the dirt. I will go higher. A clear and magnetic voice resounded in his nightmare. To anyone else, it was soothing and made one feel lightheaded. But Frederick gnashed his teeth as his face twisted in anger never seen before. It was the look of a monster. Gilbert! It was the last words Gilbert said to him after the tragedy. Frederick's heart was struck with betrayal and loss. How can he defeat his grade 9 enemy? Everything would end in certain death. At that moment he thought of Emily, Oscar, and his aunt, Ivanka. If I die, then they'd be sad. But Frederick resigned and looked back down the cliff toward the blood. I can't forget. I won't forget. I have to kill him. There was no other way for him. The nightmare crumbled and broke apart, leaving Frederick in the darkness that swallowed him. Suddenly, Frederick awoke, staring at a familiar ceiling. He felt the burning pain of his seared flesh and groaned. "This is Frederick." Emily and Oscar's voices pierced Frederick's ear, making him slightly dizzy. "How did your matches go?" Frederick asked blandly. Frederick's distant tone worried Oscar as if he were talking to a stranger. Something had changed in Frederick, but he couldn't figure it out. "I fought against a couple of people and then met Rachel in the following round but failed to win. She's pretty good. I did reach top 32. Emily crossed her arms in frustration. "You're in the top 32, so you can get a prize. Congratulations." Frederick sounded unenthusiastic. This behavior sent tremors down Oscar's spine. It was as though his friend had changed into a stranger. The look in Frederick's eyes was different. Frederick used to have a vibrant and lively look in his eyes, but now it was dull and eerily calm. "What about you, OS?" Oscar dryly replied. "I lost against Philip and ended up here." Frederick smiled slightly and said, "Don't beat yourself up about it. Fred, I heard that you went crazy in your fight. What happened?" Frederick's expression fell as Oscar and Emily waited for him to say something with bated breath. "I know you only act strange when it comes to Gilbert. Was it related to him?" Oscar asked. Frederick sighed and readjusted his legs. "You know me well, OS. That's correct. It was because of Gilbert. Everything is his fault." Act 1. Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 57. Frederick's Past. "Frederick, I'm here." Pleasant, cute voice called out to Frederick. A young boy with soft cheeks, a mess of green hair, and sparkling yellow eyes was running through a garden. It was Frederick in his younger years when he was 10 years old. "Teresa, where are you?" Frederick looked around in confusion. There were big hedges and trees but not a single person. "Boo! Wah!" Frederick fumbled to the well-trimmed grass, landing flat on his rear. He looked up, half pouting and half happy. A young girl was cheerfully laughing at her prank. Her deep teal hair was tied into twintails. Her light brown eyes were fixed on Frederick, and her smile showed 2 adorable dimples. Teresa, the girl Frederick loved the most, but also the cause of his grief and anger. "You lost, Frederick," Teresa said with her finger pointed in a victory pose. Her exaggerated movements with her small figure made her even more adorable to Frederick. "Teresa, how often do I have to tell you not to disappear? I was worried about you." Frederick patted the dirt off his bum and scolded Teresa lightly. He had been looking for her all over, only to be tricked. "Sorry, Frederick, but it's fun playing with you." Her words made Frederick blush a deep shade of red. He had been in love with her ever since they met. It was back when Frederick was a mere 7 years old. He attended a gathering of nobles in the western region with his family. Every noble and their children were in attendance because a member of the royal family was inspecting the region. Outside on the balcony, Frederick ran into a small girl. She was dressed in a turquoise dress with frills, looking like a blooming flower. The girl, Teresa Amrose, introduced herself as the daughter of the Amrose Baron. The two chatted for a long time and played games together. The two grew closer and more comfortable with one another. For Frederick, Teresa's soothing presence made him feel happy, and he was glad to have been dragged here by his family. From then on, he's tried to meet with her at every chance. His aunt, Ivanka, usually smiled at the puppy love he had toward Teresa while watching over them as they played. Today was another gathering of nobles to welcome a guest from the northern region. Frederick had run into Teresa, who told him to meet her in the garden where she hid and waited. "It's fine if you understand. I'm just worried you might disappear for real," Frederick mumbled shyly. "What did you say?" Teresa looked at Frederick with her innocent eyes. She could not hear his words. "It's nothing." Sweat rolled down Frederick's brow. In the past years, he was too scared of confessing his feelings. He didn't want to scare her away or ruin this friendship they had built. But there was one other reason why Frederick was holding back on his feelings. Okay, tell me if there's anything I can do to help." Teresa poofed her cheeks. "Definitely," the young Frederick lied. This was one thing he couldn't tell her. Teresa grabbed Frederick's hand, making him blush more. "Let's go see Gilbert. I haven't seen him in a while." Teresa softly whined with a slight red glow on her cheeks. Frederick's face lost its red flush, replacing it with a bitter smile as his face fell. This was the one reason he could not confess. Teresa was in love with Gilbert, not him. Frederick followed after Teresa, who ran with brisk and springy steps with anticipation in her eyes. He was the complete opposite, with a sad face, but he remained slightly behind Teresa to hide his sorrow. "Gilbert," Teresa called out to a skinny boy with slightly sunken cheeks. Gilbert Lockwood had blue hair and blue eyes, but he was almost all skin and bones. Every few moments he'd let out a slight cough. His face was covered with makeup to hide his paleness. "Teresa, Frederick, I'm glad to see you too," Gilbert said softly with a small smile. "I was worried your family would make you stay behind. I'm glad you're here. I wanted to see you," Teresa said with bright red cheeks. "My family wouldn't risk leaving me behind if someone tries to bring up the fact they didn't bring all of their children. For big events like this, nobles were obligated to bring all children to pay their respects, even the unwanted legitimate children like Gilbert. Not doing so would suggest a form of disrespect." Gilbert sighed depressingly, knowing he was out here only because of the family's duty rather than their love for him. "Never mind that. Here's some tonic I had specially made for you. You'll feel warm and energized after drinking it," Teresa softly spoke as she pulled out a small bottle. Gilbert's face slowly distorted as Frederick chuckled. Teresa's tonic was the worst of all medicines that made anyone gag. Gilbert quickly thanked Teresa and took the bottle, stowing it away. Before Teresa could say anything, he switched his attention to Frederick. "Hello, Frederick. It's nice to see you again. How's your aunt?" Gilbert greeted Frederick. "Good to see you as well, Gilbert. My aunt is working hard in the Blue Ocean Pavilion. She's in the inner hall and almost on her way to Night Exalt." Frederick smiled back, but he felt dispirited inside. Seeing Teresa's affection for Gilbert made him upset. "Night Exalt, that's so cool." Gilbert's dull eyes lit up with excitement. "Your aunt is amazing." "Humph. There's nothing that amazing about her," Frederick pouted. Teresa, on the side, looked at the two boys talking with a wide smile. She was glad to be friends with them. "In the future, when we're sent to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, let's go on missions and travel together," Teresa said with longing. Her eyes looked straight at Gilbert with adoration. "Cough. Okay, it's a promise. But with our bloodline, we might not get the best Exalcias. I don't believe I'll have a high-grade Exalcia," Gilbert spoke with a hoarse voice from the coughing. Since his, Teresa's, and Frederick's families were mere barons, unlike the other noble bloodlines, theirs were less inclined to produce more powerful exalts. One way to become stronger was to marry people of stronger bloodlines or great exalcia, but as barons they usually got the short end in options. Most great families disdained to marry down and had better conditions to entice powerful exalts and talents. The hope was for a mutation in one of the children to produce a genius of greater potential. This was the case for Frederick's aunt, Ivanka Klein, who possessed grade 7 talent. "Don't give up. Just because you're sick doesn't mean your exalcia might be bad." Teresa confidently straightened her back and comforted Gilbert. Even if Gilbert had low exalcia, she would take care of him. The thought of being together with Gilbert as exalts filled her heart with anticipation. "She's right. We'll have to wait and see. As long as we have exalcia, we can do it." Frederick boosted up the mood with Teresa. Gilbert smiled and laughed. "You're right. Who knows what the future would hold?" The trio merrily played and chatted about various things. They admired the great plants, flowers, and beauty of the garden. Throughout the time together, Teresa nudged closer to Gilbert like a puppy waiting to be patted, to which Gilbert helplessly complied. Sitting on Teresa's other side, Frederick looked at this scene with a complicated look in his eyes. "It's all right. Teresa looks so happy with Gilbert. If I can't be with her, I'll still be her friend." Frederick had made his mind up on this. He would accept it and cheer them. Although his heart ached at the thought, Frederick believed it was fine so long as Teresa could live happily. People do flock in groups. Trash only goes together with other trash." The sudden voice alarmed the three children who were enjoying their time together. They turned around to face the intruder. It was a young boy with yellow hair and eyes. His cheeky grin with his chin turned upward made him look proud. "Samuel, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be boasting about yourself and telling lies to the others?" Frederick spat on the floor and cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. Samuel would try to make himself the head honcho of the barons and viscounts at every gathering. Of course, he avoided offending the higher nobles, but he roamed freely amongst the others. This led to various conflicts with Frederick, who boasted a mind of justice like his aunt. He protected Teresa every time Samuel tried to harass them. Gilbert grew slightly pale. He remembered Samuel shoving his weak body down. If it weren't for Frederick and Teresa helping him, he would have been severely hurt. That was how he met them and became friends. "Shut up, you upstart. I am the son of a viscount. You're nothing more than a lowly baron." Samuel's young face was covered in rage, making Teresa wince and retreat behind Frederick. Frederick glanced at Teresa, who was slightly shaking. He hated Samuel, but he enjoyed the feeling of protecting the person he loved. "Don't worry, Teresa. I'll take care of this. Gilbert, watch my back for me." Frederick advanced closer to Samuel. Although they were 10 years old, they stared at each other with immense hatred. "Don't slap." The clear sound of a slap resounded in the quiet garden. Frederick had his hand stretched out while Samuel's head was sideways with a clear red mark. "Upstart, this lowly baron that. Well, this lowly baron slapped you in the face. What are you going to do?" Frederick taunted. You." Samuel's eyes were red and tearing up. "You what? I'm tired of hearing anything you have to say. My family is on its way to being viscounts. We may even become earls, with my aunt leading us. What about you? Your family hasn't produced a strong Exalt in a while. I heard you did badly on the previous inspection. It's only time before your family is brought down to barons." Frederick did not allow Samuel any room to talk back. Every single one of his words was filled with poison. "Wah!" Samuel balled his hands into fists and went berserk on Frederick. But Frederick had been beaten by his aunt numerous times in training, so Samuel's flimsy attacks were like jokes to him. Slap. Frederick slapped Samuel on the other cheek. The latter was dizzy and unable to utter a single word before running back inside. "Coward!" Frederick wanted to spit on the ground but didn't want to show something gross to Teresa. "Thanks, Frederick." Teresa and Gilbert cheerfully applauded Frederick's victory. "I'll make sure to protect you, no matter what. We're friends." Frederick smiled. However, on the way back, his father scolded him for making trouble and spanked him until his rear hurt. But Frederick thought the pain was all right as long as Teresa could remain safe and smiling. At the same time, Samuel would be heavily punished by his father for not only causing trouble but also losing the fight and running, especially against a baron's child. Frederick, in the carriage with his buttocks facing up, couldn't wait for the next time he would meet his friends, mainly Teresa. The playful trio would be happy for many moments until Gilbert suddenly changed. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 58. Frederick's Past 2. Years passed by. Frederick was now 14 years old. His green hair had grown to his shoulders and his face matured handsomely into his adolescence. The subsequent years of training had forged a small, confident bearing and presence. "Frederick, what do you think is going on?" The rumors about Gilbert. Next to him, Teresa excitingly asked as her hands fidgeted around. She had grown a little, and her face showed early signs of great beauty. Surely, in the future, she will be regarded as one of the most beautiful ladies in the empire. Frederick patted her head to try to calm her down and said, "I'm not sure." Gilbert's sickness was not something that could easily be healed. His family doesn't have the resources to get a cure if there was one. "I hope it's true. If his sickness is gone, then that would be amazing." Teresa's eyes shined with hope. She loved Gilbert and wanted the best for him. Although she was prepared to care for a sickly Gilbert for the rest of her life, being together in good health sounded far better. "Then let's go inside. Gilbert should be waiting for us." Frederick briskly walked with Teresa in tow toward the great palace before them. Today was the day young nobles around the age of 14 would undergo examination before everyone else and discover their Exaltia. Their Exalt training does not start until the age of 15, but at least they have an idea of their potential. The open roof let the light of the suns shine down on the majestic halls of the great palace. There were many children inside, accompanied by their parents. Frederick and Teresa saw their parents inside. They had been chatting with the other adults, waiting for their children to make their way here. It was an exciting day for everyone. "Where are the Carters?" "Father," he asked his father. The Carters were usually early to events to keep up their gilded appearance and face. "They said that boy, Samuel, is too sick to make it here. But from what I hear, Samuel was sent off to their remote villa to cool off. That boy is far too impulsive and emotional that he causes trouble. He'll be tested in the normal assessments when he's 15. He serves him right. I hope he doesn't have any Exaltia. They may be a declining noble family, but their bloodline is still somewhat potent. There's very little chance he won't have Exaltia." Frederick's father, Clarence Klein, scolded his son. Frederick ignored his father's scoldings and looked around. Gilbert was nowhere to be found. "Father, is the rumor about Gilbert true as well?" Frederick was not in the loop on the information nobles exchanged. He was curious about the current status of his friend. "The Lockwoods should be coming soon. You'll know when you see Gilbert." Frederick patiently waited, as did Teresa. Their eyes were locked on the entrance, waiting for their friend to come. Moments later, a sharp, tall figure with his back straightened appeared. His blue hair and eyes were almost glowing in the bask of the sunlight. His face seemed full of vitality and confidence. Frederick and Teresa looked in astonishment at their close friend. The difference between Gilbert now and before was night and day. It was like a stranger had walked in. "Gilbert!" Teresa walked forward to greet Gilbert with her face flushed in red. She was happy to see Gilbert in good health. He also looked so much more handsome than before that she felt dizzy looking at him. "Hello, Teresa." Gilbert softly smiled and greeted her back. "How did this happen? You look so strong," Teresa asked. Gilbert shook his head and said, "I don't know. One day, I just woke up like this, and I didn't feel any discomfort or heaviness. My throat was completely clear, and my body had become stronger." Frederick jumped into the conversation and patted down Gilbert's arms. "Incredible, your thin arms have become like steel." Frederick was shocked at the toughness. "It's so," Gilbert replied. The trio chatted for a little while longer, but Frederick noticed something was off about Gilbert. His tone and demeanor were confident, but Frederick could tell a hint of apathy. Teresa was unaware of this, as she was too absorbed in listening to Gilbert. What happened to Gilbert? Frederick pondered this mystery about his friend. Something felt off about Gilbert, but Frederick could not discern what it was. Finally, a loud gong cut everyone's conversations short. It was now time for the main event to begin. "Welcome, everyone. The Blue Ocean Pavilion is excited to know the children who will hold the future on their shoulders." Someone from the pavilion had come to host this ceremony. A warning to everyone. The Blue Ocean Pavilion has decided to change its policy and accept only children with Exaltia of grade 4 or higher. Despite being mannered nobles, they could not help but cause a ruckus. The guest elder from the pavilion shouted to quiet them. "This is the decision. I will hear no objections. Otherwise, we can record your family as non-desirables." This threat made the crowd clamp their mouths shut. To be placed on the blacklist of the pavilion is to lose all chances of becoming students there. It was the death warrant of any family. With the people settled down, the children were called up one by one. Whenever a child managed to get an Exaltia of grade 4 or higher, the parents breathed sighs of relief. But when a child failed, they and the parents cried tears of blood at being rejected. They desperately wished to appeal, but one look from the elder was enough to deter them from attempting it. "Remember, Frederick, you must get a grade 6 at least," Clarence Klein said sternly, making Frederick nervous. Finally, Frederick was called. He took deep breaths to calm down, but his trembling legs gave away his anxiousness. Under everyone's eyes, he placed his hand on a huge white crystal. "Grade 5, you met the requirements," the elder said indifferently. Frederick walked down with a slightly sullen look. He feared his father's disappointment. "Sorry, father, I'm not talented," Frederick apologized with clenched teeth. Clarence Klein did not say any words of comfort. He glanced at his son with little interest and simply said, "Grade 5 means you can support the family in some regard. Our hopes will have to be placed on your younger cousins." Frederick clenched his hands so tight that his nails dug into his flesh. Blood slowly trickled down his hand. He was constantly reminded about his aunt's genius and achievements by his father and mother. The expectation in their eyes did not escape the young Frederick's observation. This was the one chance for him to step up, but he fell short. The next batch of people from the Klein family would be tested after a couple of years. Frederick was the only person for this year. Fighting back the tears, Frederick focused his attention on the rest of the ceremony. If his grade 5 Exaltia weren't acceptable, he would make it acceptable. Gilbert Lockwood. Gilbert strode up with a confident but also slightly arrogant manner. He placed his hand on the crystal, and it burst into a fierce golden light. The entire audience, including Frederick and Teresa, were dumbstruck. Their jaws opened so wide they could reach the floor. Grade 9? Grade 9, the elder said with great fervor. Such an amazing talent that is on par with the pavilion master himself. This boy will surely soar high above the others and mark his name in history. Certainly the greatest blessing on our empire. The Lockwoods must have saved the world in their past lives. Why couldn't it be our family? The mixed reactions from the crowd consisted of the unwilling, the loyal, and the resigned. They had not seen a grade 9 at all in their long lives. The only known grade 9 is the pavilion master, who has been in seclusion for a long time. Even the emperor only possesses grade 8. Gilbert stepped down proudly and smirked, making Frederick believe something was wrong with his friend. The old Gilbert never put on pretenses and was a gentle person. Teresa could not help but applaud happily. Others followed her claps. They had no choice but to accept this was happening and show a display of good faith toward this incredible talent. Gilbert walked back to his spot with his family, looking at him in awe and immediately fawning over him. "Frederick, you're good friends with Gilbert, right?" Clarence Klein asked his son. "I am. We know each other well." "Good, good. Make sure to maintain this relationship. If Gilbert can support our family, we'll be more influential than ever before." Clarence smiled. Frederick looked at his father with a deadpan face and shook his head in disagreement. Friends shouldn't take advantage of each other. Putting aside his father's scheme, Frederick focused on Teresa, who was now walking up. "Please let Teresa pass." Frederick made a desperate prayer, but his hopes were crushed as the elder announced. Grade 2. Teresa's face paled. She stumbled on her feet from the result. Her mouth timidly opened up to try to say something. "Teresa!" A man to the side with sharp teal hair called out. His eyes stared straight at Teresa with anger. "Father, back, now!" Under the pitiful and mocking gazes of the others, Teresa meekly walked back to her family, who received her with indifference and cold eyes. She felt like crying her heart out, but this was not the place to do it. On the other side, Clarence Klein said, "Don't associate yourself with that girl again." "Father!" Frederick clenched his teeth in anger. "She's only grade 2, but that doesn't mean she isn't a good friend. If you waste your time with people like that, you will be infected by their weakness," Clarence said sternly. "So, Aunt shouldn't have helped you out?" Frederick retorted. Clarence clenched his child on the shoulders, making Frederick take a knee from the pain. "Never disrespect your father. You'll be punished for a week in lockdown." Frederick hated this. His family, the nobles, the way everyone acts and talks. All of it. "I'll let you say your goodbyes to her after the ceremony is over." Clarence allowed his son this one moment. Finally, the ceremony ended. Frederick bolted toward the dispirited Teresa. Although it was only an hour or so, Teresa looked like she withered like a wilting flower. The usual glow and cute air around her were now dreary and depressing. "Teresa! Frederick!" Teresa looked like she was about to cry. "What am I going to do? Father and mother don't even want to talk to me, and Gilbert was taken away to a private room. It's going to be all right. Even if it's only grade 2, you can still become an Exalt. Your family won't want that chance to go to waste. Any Exalt is a boon. Train hard at home, and I'll come to visit you as much as possible." Frederick held Teresa's hands with a determined look. No matter what anyone says, this is the girl he loves. "Fred." Teresa finally started crying a little. She wiped her eyes with her handkerchief and gave a small smile. "Right. As long as I keep training, we can still be together. You, me, and Gilbert." Frederick could tell the smile was very forced. It was not Teresa's usual bright smile. He wanted to comfort her more, but a large commotion cut their conversation short. Everyone was crowding and fawning over Gilbert, who had come out of a private meeting with the elder. Teresa and Frederick tried to get closer to speak with Gilbert, but they could not get through the mob surrounding him. They tried to call for him, but the clamor of the others drowned out their voices. Frederick desperately tried to look at Gilbert and get his attention. Teresa was a bit shorter, so she could not see anything. Gilbert turned around and glanced at everyone, locking eyes with Frederick. But only for a moment. Gilbert quickly broke contact and spoke with some of the nobles. Gilbert, Frederick could not believe his friend would just brush him off like this. What happened? Did Gilbert see us? Teresa asked expectantly. After some silence, Frederick said, "No, Gilbert didn't see us. He's too busy talking with the other nobles. They're all high-ranking, so we can't cut in. He didn't want to hurt Teresa, so he lied. All for her sake." Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 59. Farewell. Every so often, a hunting event is held for the nobles. The adults go off to hunt Exalt beasts while the children try to hunt normal animals. The lockdown and his family's attitude toward him made Frederick rebellious. Instead of the clean look he always had, he purposely dressed messily and acted without care. His family tried numerous times to correct his behavior but yielded no result. However, they still brought him out for this hunting event. They hoped he would act serious amongst his peers, but Frederick defied their wishes. On one of the tables, he had put his feet on the table and leaned his chair back while mindlessly munching on an apple. He ignored the harsh whispers of the others around him with a scowl. Suddenly, Frederick got up from his seat, his eyes full of yearning, and his heart rapidly beating. A pitiful figure of a girl came into sight. Her light brown eyes no longer contained the hopeful and cheerful glow she once had. She wore a gray dress that dulled the vibrant colors of her teal hair. Teresa. In the half-year since the ceremony, Frederick thought about Teresa every day. To see her in this condition was heartbreaking. "Frederick, it's nice to see you." Teresa gave a weak smile. There was a reddish tinge to her eyes. "Teresa, have you been crying? Is everything okay?" Frederick asked worryingly. Tears began to well up. Teresa hurriedly wiped them off. After the ceremony, she was shunned by her family, and she felt so alone. "I tried writing letters to you and Gilbert, but none of you responded." Teresa choked on her words. "My family isolated me away and prevented me from replying. I got every one of your letters. I'm sorry I could not reply." Frederick apologized. "It's fine. Maybe Gilbert had the same issue." Teresa held on to the hope that Gilbert was still her friend. The one she loved wouldn't abandon her like this. "Frederick, do you know why I'm here today?" Teresa's face cracked. "No." Frederick grew increasingly worried for Teresa. Her behavior was very erratic. A light breeze blew over, making some of Teresa's hair get in her face. But she didn't bother to correct her hair and answered, "My father said I have to find a potential husband." "What?" Frederick shouted and clenched his hands. How dare he treat Teresa like some doll? "He said this hunting ground is the perfect chance to make a relationship. So, are you going to do it?" Frederick asked anxiously. "I will try to ask Gilbert. He's still our friend, and I love him." Frederick felt his heart sting. He hoped she would say it was him, but no matter what, he was the second fiddle. "I'll cheer you on," he said with a sad smile. "Thank you." Teresa felt a little better as the two chatted up like old times. Later, the camp exploded into a commotion. Frederick and Teresa went to the source of the commotion and found Gilbert surrounded by his peers. The daughters of nobles were fawning over him and trying to grab his attention. Gilbert smiled handsomely back to them, making their faces red and joyfully screaming. Teresa's face scrunched up in jealousy. She was the one who loved him before all of this fame. All these noble daughters used to ignore him or snicker at him. She was confident he would know who was there for him. "Gilbert!" Frederick bulldozed his way past everyone and faced his friend. "Frederick, how've you been?" Gilbert gave a bright smile. His smile and the tone of his speech were no longer like the Gilbert of the past. Even to Frederick, his friend, his voice and smile were almost robotic, as if they were part of a routine. "Gilbert, I missed you," Teresa said affectionately. Her haggard face had a hint of liveliness to it. "I missed you too as well. I've been so busy lately." "What's up?" Teresa fidgeted a little. She was nervous and embarrassed to say it. but a soft pat on her back caught her attention. It was Frederick who gave her an encouraging look. With the push from her friend, Teresa stepped closer to Gilbert and asked, "Could we meet later tonight at 6 p.m.? There's a nice grove in the south. I want to talk." The words meekly left her mouth. It was the best she could muster. Gilbert stared at Teresa and nodded, making her face brighten up. "I'll see you later then." Teresa happily skipped off while Frederick sighed but eyed Gilbert with a pleading look. Please make her happy. The hunt was underway. It lasted for the entire day into the late afternoon before the night settled in. There were campfires where the meats of the hunted beasts and animals were being cooked. Frederick did not participate in the festivities. He was by the river, brooding about Teresa confessing to Gilbert. He was happy for her but also sad it wasn't him. The conflicting emotions made his stomach sick, so he stepped out to take a breather. Hours passed, and the festival was still ongoing. It was 8 p.m. Frederick returned to the campsite but froze when he saw Gilbert at the center of attention, treated like a king and laughing alongside the others. Where was Teresa? He combed the entire campsite but could not find a trace of his crush. There was only one place she could be, the grove. With hastened steps, Frederick arrived at the grove but could not find her. "Where are you, Teresa?" His voice echoed through the grove, but no reply came. He searched for a while until he found a ripped part of a gray dress. With the cloth as a clue, he bolted in the direction it was placed. Finally, he found her. "Teresa!" Frederick shouted. "Frederick!" Teresa's current appearance shook Frederick. Her face was riddled with tear marks, and her hair was a complete mess. Her gray dress was ragged, and her body was laden with slight cuts. "Teresa, what happened? Are you hurt?" "No." Teresa shook her head. "I didn't pay attention to where I was going and ran into several branches." Frederick stepped closer to talk to her. His eyes widened, seeing where they were. Teresa was standing on the edge of a cliff. Any wind or misstep could send her down to a gruesome death. "Teresa!" Frederick extended his arms and moved slowly forward. "Come to me. It's dangerous there." "Frederick?" "Gilbert, he..." Teresa started tearing up again. "Gilbert? What did he do to you? Did he say no?" Frederick asked with rage in his voice. "He didn't even show up." Teresa laughed pitifully at herself. The truth was unbelievable. Teresa cherished Gilbert since they were young, and Frederick thought they were best friends. But to not even show up, Frederick could not form any words. "I'm tired, Frederick. I hate this. Why am I going through this? What did I do to suffer like this?" Teresa shouted in desperation, pleading for someone to give her an answer. Why did her life take such a turn? "Teresa, come with me. I can take care of you." Frederick inched closer, not wanting to agitate her. The fact she came here was very alarming. "What good is that? I'm nothing but a burden. No one wants me." "That's not true. You're special to me. I love you," Frederick shouted with all his heart, hoping to get through to Teresa. He finally confessed his love to her. The feelings he had for her were on full display. Teresa's face was almost comical, like a deer caught in the headlights. She had no idea how to respond. The two were silent for a while as the wind blew. The next moment, she let out a soft giggle. "You love me? I always have, ever since we met." Frederick's eyes had a deep resolve in them. Teresa cried and wiped her tears. "Thank you. I'm sorry, I never realized. Thank you for being with me all these years. We can be together for more years later. Please come here." Frederick was anxious. It was silent for a moment. Then Teresa sighed. "I'm sorry. You deserve better than a girl who never understood you. You deserve someone who loves you. Goodbye, Frederick." Her lips formed a bitter smile, one that sent a feeling of helplessness in Frederick's heart. "Don't!" Frederick sprinted. Teresa leaned back and threw herself down the cliff. "Teresa!" Frederick tried to catch her, but his hands could not reach her. He watched in despair as Teresa fell. Her body crashed onto the rocks below, becoming a bloody mess of flesh and blood. Frederick stared blankly at the gory scene. Tears started to drip and wet the ground. "Ah!" A piercing cry of panic, grief, and despair echoed through the ravine. His tears overflowed down to the rocks below. "Teresa, why? I would have supported you for the rest of our lives." The tears wet the dirt into mud. Frederick's heart was filled with despair and anguish. From the depths of that darkness came rage and hate. Who did this? Who? Frederick, short of breath, kept mumbling to himself. Gilbert! Gilbert! The rage swelled like a storm in the ocean, driving the tides. Frederick seethed as he repeated Gilbert's name. He stomped his way back, eventually reaching the grove. There Frederick saw a figure waiting. Gilbert! Frederick! Gilbert waved hello. With heavy steps, Frederick charged and punched Gilbert right in the nose. Blood splurted out from Gilbert's nose like a waterfall. Bastard, bastard. You know how Teresa feels about you. You know how she's suffered. But you betrayed her. Why are you here now? Frederick roared. I'm sorry. I lost track of time when I was with the others. Gilbert stood up and cracked his nose into place. Lost track of time? Were those sons and daughters of other nobles more important than Teresa or me? They didn't care about you when you were a mere sickly child. I don't want to talk about this. Where's Teresa? Gilbert asked. She's dead. Frederick was barely able to say these words. Dead? Gilbert was stunned. Yes, dead. She waited hours for you and you never showed. She was ready to pour her whole heart for you, and you threw it in the trash. Teresa jumped off a cliff because of you. Frederick punched at Gilbert again, but Gilbert caught his wrist. I'm sorry she's dead, but that is not my fault, he said with a straight face. Bastard! Frederick tried to free himself, but Gilbert's grip was incredibly strong. He could feel immense strength in Gilbert's hand. How did this sick and weak Gilbert become so strong? I'm not the same Gilbert who needed your protection. Don't think you can just hit me. I'm stronger now. I thought of you as my friend, even a brother. I protected you because I wanted to. Does our friendship mean so little to you? Did Teresa mean nothing to you? Frederick tried to punch with his other hand, but his eyes saw a large shadow come closer. Bang! Gilbert punched Frederick, dropping him to the floor. Frederick's choked from the blood clogging up his nose. His legs were shaking, and he was unable to get up from his brain being rattled around. You guys were there for me when I was sick, but that doesn't mean I'm obligated to stay with you forever. I will soar higher and become the strongest Exalt in history. Teresa was unfortunate, but I cannot be tied down. Gilbert wiped his nose and tidied his clothes. He left, leaving Frederick stunned on the floor. Bastard, you traitor. Frederick stumbled to his feet and stared at Gilbert's retreating figure in the campsite direction. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Oscar and Emily did not know what to say. Frederick's story was sad and infuriating. Neither of them could understand the emotions Frederick had gone through. After that, I was dragged back home before I could cause a bigger scene. I spent so many days just being beaten down to quell my anger. But I could never forget. I acted out more and became more playful. Frederick drank some water before continuing. I came to the Blue Ocean Pavilion, hoping to catch a moment to kill Gilbert and make my family feel regret. That was how it was supposed to be. But then I met you, Oscar. The way you passed the trial and your persistence made me curious. I approached you with a passing interest, but I felt really happy talking with you. As a grade 4, you didn't back down but fought back. It was fascinating. I wanted to be your friend. Oscar was conflicted about Frederick's praise. On the one hand, it was great to receive a compliment, but on the other, it was almost like a farewell speech. That's why I have to say goodbye. Act 1, Blue Ocean Pavilion, Chapter 60. Breaking apart. Goodbye. Frederick got up from his bed and made his way toward the entrance under the stunned eyes of Emily and Oscar. What is this? Where do you think you're going? Emily grasped Frederick's arm and asked, lacking the usual powerful tone in her words. Thank you, Emily. Even though we often argued, I enjoyed every moment with you. Frederick broke away from Emily's hands and smiled in nostalgia. Fred, fighting through the pain, Oscar stood and saw his friend eye to eye. The Frederick who loved joking around, the one who stood by him, and the one who was a good friend were not there. He saw a deep hatred and darkness in Frederick's eyes, masked only by the sentimental feelings Frederick still carried for him and Emily. But that, too, was slowly fading. Fred, we're your friends. We can help you. Oscar limped closer. You don't need to be like this. You can rely on us, Emily added in. Frederick sighed and shook his head in rejection. I've grown too comfortable being with you and nearly forgot about Teresa and why I wanted to be stronger. Sorry. I can't forget about Teresa, and I can't forgive Gilbert. Emily. The two of you should live on freely. I can't follow you. All I want is to kill that bastard." The chill in Frederick's eyes halted Oscar and Emily from speaking. "Goodbye. It was a great time. Don't concern yourself with me." Speechless, Oscar and Emily watched as Frederick exited the healing station. Oscar felt helpless. He wanted to yell out and reach for Frederick and hold him back, but one stern look from Frederick was enough to stop him. "Oscar, was it my fault? I insulted him and asked him why he was even fighting. Did I do this?" Emily looked at Oscar with a face full of shame. Frederick held all his past and rage down, but Emily was the catalyst that sprung it forth. It was a natural assumption that she was responsible for Frederick's change. "No, you're not at fault." Oscar reached out and patted Emily's shoulders in a consoling manner. "I should have been more focused on his odd behavior." "Then what do we do for him?" Emily asked with tears dripping down her face. Oscar also felt his eyes water from Frederick's departure. For the past year, ever since they met at the trial, Oscar regarded Frederick as a close brother. From being roommates and sparring to going on missions and laughing, every moment was precious to Oscar. "Is Teresa worth all of this? Are you serious about giving up everything to get revenge?" Emily was still waiting for Oscar to reply but didn't speak up. She saw the sadness and conflict on Oscar's face. "The only thing we can do?" Oscar shook his head. "I don't know." The two remained silent for the rest of the day as the competition ended. In the end, Philip Raven rose as the undisputed champion. At the award ceremony, Emily received many contribution points and 2 elixirs. It was a tremendous reward for her efforts and reaching the top 32. But she did not smile at all while receiving the praise and accolades. Her eyes kept wandering around, looking for someone. Her thoughts were on Frederick. Oscar returned to his dorm as the night fell, hoping to see Frederick. But Frederick was nowhere to be found. The closet had been cleared of all his clothes, and his belongings were gone. "Fred!" Oscar ran down to the lounge and asked for the dorm manager. The dorm manager came down with a look of confusion and asked, "What is it, child?" "Frederick Klein is no longer in my room. His belongings have been cleared out." "What happened to him?" "Frederick." The dorm manager opened a record book and flipped to the last page. It says he requested to be moved to another room. Since there are many empty rooms, he was granted permission. "A new room? Where is it?" Oscar asked desperately. "Sorry, student confidentiality. It says he asked his room be kept anonymous to anyone who asks." The dorm manager closed the book. "Are you kidding me?" Oscar raised his voice unlike any time before. The dorm manager frowned in displeasure that a student was shouting at him. Realizing his mistake, Oscar quickly apologized. "Forgive me. I was getting too emotional." Oscar left the dorms to get some air and calm down. Although Frederick said farewell, Oscar didn't expect him also to vacate the room. He hoped that perhaps he could slowly convince Frederick since they were in the same room. "Idiot! What am I supposed to do?" Oscar sat on the grassy plains and glanced up at the night sky. "You look disturbed." Behind Oscar, Elder Saul appeared holding a gardening shovel. His timing was always impeccable regarding Oscar down in the dumps. "Elder Saul," Oscar bowed. "Are you willing to listen?" "I would say no because of my precious plants. But the year's end is a special occasion, so I'll listen." Elder Saul brought Oscar to his hut, where he sat on his chair, rocking it back and forth. Oscar told Elder Saul everything that happened to Frederick. He looked guilty for narrating his friend's past, but he hoped Elder Saul could help him. An elder with long years would surely have the experience. How unfortunate yet also absurd. The young Teresa dies under the weight of her world crashing down. But to die over a boy is something I can't understand. Meanwhile, Gilbert moves on with his eyes fixed on the front without looking back. And Frederick, he can only see what is behind him. Elder Saul said, "What can I do for Frederick?" Oscar pleaded for an answer. "He chose this himself. What right do you have to interfere?" Elder Saul questioned. "He doesn't care about anything but revenge on Gilbert," Oscar argued. "Did you try to convince him?" Elder Saul stared at Oscar. "I know." Oscar knew he barely did anything to stop Frederick. "One look at Frederick told me he wouldn't listen to anything or anyone. Then let it be." Elder Saul took out some hot water and made tea out of it. 2 cups appeared out of nowhere, and he poured the tea in both. One of the cups floated its way to Oscar. "Drink. Be calm." Oscar didn't want to quiet down for a tea session, but he could not refuse Elder Saul and took a sip. His eyes perked up as a refreshing feeling spread through his body. A nice and cool feeling welled up from within. After 10 minutes, the tea session ended. Oscar felt calmer and more relaxed. "Your friend is on this path and you say it's wrong. I agree that it's idiotic to forgo a future for a past grudge. But to simply forget a past grudge without resolution is also detrimental." Elder Saul gave his opinion. "I don't deny what Gilbert did was wrong. I accept that taking revenge is not evil if it comes down to it. But there should be no reason to cast aside his friends," Oscar stated. Elder Saul took out a nut and munched on it. "It's up to your friend to realize whether or not he's correct. You are correct in saying revenge isn't evil, but your friend is taking it too far. Only having revenge on one's mind will eventually break it down. Can I do nothing about it? Is Frederick supposed to figure this out himself? Leave it to luck. You can't help him, at least not now. Maybe later, perhaps a moment will come when you can get through to him, or maybe not." Elder Saul got up from his seat. "It's almost time for sleep. You should get back as well." The elder disappeared into his hut. That wasn't helpful at all. Oscar got up and returned to his dorm with his head hung down. Later that night, Oscar tossed and turned in his sleep. He was having a nightmare. No, Oscar saw Frederick try to attack Gilbert, but he ended up being torn to shreds. Frederick's limbs, body, and head are all separated in a bloody mess. His eyes stared right at Oscar, pleading for help. "No!" Oscar awoke in the middle of the night in a cold sweat and gasping for air. The dream was so vivid that Oscar could feel Frederick's blood splatter on him. He looked to his side and saw only the empty bed that was once Frederick's. Frederick going against Gilbert was simply suicide. Gilbert was more talented than Celestina, who was already close to being an elite Exalt. He was outmatched. If Frederick fought against Gilbert, his nightmare would become a reality. He wanted to say something to Frederick, but Oscar could not muster a word to Frederick about it. He never lost anyone like Teresa. His parents loved him, and he was a commoner. It was not his place to lecture Frederick when he understood nothing about losing a loved one. Oscar realized how little in common he and Frederick had, yet they could become such good friends. Perhaps that was also what drew Frederick to him. He was the complete opposite of everything Frederick despised, but that gave him the best friend he ever knew. "I won't let you die, Fred, even if I must beat you down myself to stop you from marching to your death. No matter what, he won't let that nightmare happen." Oscar fell asleep with renewed conviction. In the morning, he awoke and tidied himself up. He'd stare at the empty bed with a depressed look every so often. After arriving at the cafeteria, he saw no signs of Frederick. Oscar sat down with dark bags under his eyes from having little sleep. "Good morning." Emily dropped her plate in front. She also had bags under her eyes. "Couldn't sleep?" "Neither did you." The two noticed each other's tired appearance and sighed. "I was up all night, thinking about how to handle Frederick," Emily said. The two ate their breakfast quickly. "I'm going to the training room. Do you want to come?" Emily suggested they train harder to ensure they don't lose the next grand gathering. Although she was depressed by Frederick's sudden change, she wasn't one to slack on her training. In fact, she wanted to do nothing more than train the day to take her mind off it. "Sorry, but I must go to the archives. And I'm leaving for 3 months, Oscar apologized. 3 months. Emily's face fell, and her body slowly drooped as if powerless. Second-year students and above have the right to go anywhere to train for months. I signed up in the morning. I'm leaving later this afternoon. Then good luck. I hope your training goes well." Emily bitterly smiled. First Frederick and now Oscar will be temporarily gone. She disliked being alone after spending time with her good friends. "Don't worry, I'll be back in 3 months. You shouldn't waste that time either. We need to get stronger." Oscar tried to comfort her. "Right?" There was no liveliness in her voice. It was like her entire being had switched. The strong and lively Emily was not there. Not wanting to see more, Oscar quickly bade his farewells and packed up some of his necessities. He then went to the Neptune archives. He promised to meet with Celestina the day after the grand gathering before she entered seclusion. He stopped walking, his eyes fixated on the entrance to the archives. In front of the archives was a man with blue hair and blue eyes. His brow was straight and his chin sharp, the picture of a handsome man. The grade 9 genius, Gilbert,